Marshall Peak, Chapter 5185. Another old ancestor? It only took about 1 hour to appoint the several dozen division commanders. After the division commanders had been appointed, Xiang Shan announced, "All divisions are to gather their own troops. In half a day, you will all follow me and fight our way out of Wind and Cloud Pass." "Yes, sir." After that, all the division commanders instantly busied themselves with their duties. Xiang Shan and Lu Zhiping only announced division commander positions. Below the division commanders were battalion commanders, which they had to deal with on their own as the two army commanders wouldn't interfere with this matter. However, the higher-ups had already devised a plan to divide the 30,000 soldiers in the square and allocated which battalion the troops from each great pass would belong to, so the division commanders only needed to gather the troops according to the provided lists. While Yang Kai and the others were waiting for the troops to be organized, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters weren't idle. As allocating personnel also required careful selection, all the members for each battalion and division needed to be coordinated in advance. The square was constantly filled with shouts from each division commander as they delegated positions to the soldiers. Meanwhile, troops from different great passes were also moving quickly around the square, finding which battalion they belonged to. Yang Kai and Chai Feng looked at each other, and the latter said, "Brother Yang, I don't think we'll be allocated to the same battalion, but I think we should ask about how we will be operating during battle." Since the two special operations squads had about 50 people each, equivalent to half a battalion's strength, they naturally wouldn't get allocated into the same battalion. Moreover, back at Blue Sky Pass, the special operations squads didn't follow the same arrangements as the others and only reported to the army commanders. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Brother Chai is right. Let's go." The two then walked towards Xiang Shan. When they arrived before him, they paid their respects, and Yang Kai asked, "Sir, what are both mine and Brother Chai's squads going to be doing during battle?" After glancing at them, Xiang Shan said only 5 words, "Act according to the situation." Yang Kai acknowledged Xiang Shan's words and replied, "Understood." By "act according to the situation," Xiang Shan meant that there wouldn't be any restrictions for their two squads, and they wouldn't have to follow the ordinary chain of command. This was good news for the two squads because, without any hindrance, they could better utilize their strengths. Of course, there were also downsides to this arrangement. Because they were not collaborating with the other squads, they were unlikely to receive many reinforcements and had to rely on themselves during battle. Dawn and the Old Turtle were mentally prepared for that because it was the same as when they were back at Blue Sky Pass. The special operations squads were always free to do their own thing during battle, which had both risks and rewards. After getting Xiang Shan's reply, Yang Kai and Chai Feng felt reassured and returned to their spots. While watching the two leave, Lu Zhiping frowned slightly. "Senior brother Xiang, Yang Kai is an important factor in this war. Wouldn't it be better if we arranged for him to be in the Central Army?" The center position inside the army was the most important position within the Great Army and was also the safest place. If they could arrange for Yang Kai to be a member of the Central Army, it would be easier for them to protect him. Before they came here, Ding Yao had made the same suggestion as Lu Zhiping. Xiang Shan, however, replied, "While we're moving as an army, the center is indeed much safer, but once we engage in battle, nowhere is safe because it's chaos on the battlefield, and we have no one to rely on but ourselves. Since he came here, he must have come here to kill the enemy. That brat has been through all sorts of incredible situations already and survived, so it won't be easy for him to find himself in grave danger." If it had been another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, maybe that person would have paid more attention to Yang Kai's safety and might even arrange a safer position for him. However, Xiang Shan had always been straightforward and made a name for himself in the Blue Sky Theater by killing many Black Ink clan masters with his own blade. For a person like him, how could he possibly give Yang Kai special attention? In his opinion, every soldier was the same, and soldiers who could kill the Black Ink clan were good soldiers. No one should have special consideration. Though Yang Kai's safety was important to the bigger picture, Xiang Shan had previously done careful research on him and knew he was proficient in the Tao of space, which was a very effective weapon to maintain one's safety on the battlefield. If Yang Kai didn't make any foolish decisions, he wouldn't be in danger. Seeing that Xiang Shan was so determined, Lu Zhiping didn't say anything more. Before half a day was up, the Eastern and Western armies had been successfully formed, and each division and battalion was organized and ready, releasing murderous intent into the air. Until this moment, the Black Ink clan was still attacking, and they seemed to be pushing harder than before. The entire Wind and Cloud Pass seemed to be filled with the reverberating echoes of explosions from outside attacks. Though several shields and barriers were blocking the fallout, the rumbling could still penetrate the inner sanctum. The Wind and Cloud Pass originally had 50,000 soldiers, and they relied on this great army, which exceeded the other great passes in number, to ward off the enemy. However, 15,000 out of the original 50,000 soldiers were chosen to join Great Evolution's Eastern and Western armies. In other words, the number of Wind and Cloud Pass soldiers was now around 35,000. Though relying on the great strength of the Great Pass could help those 35,000 soldiers defend Wind and Cloud Pass for a time, they were still in a disadvantageous spot on the battlefield with their diminished numbers. The current range of movement for Wind and Cloud Pass soldiers had been reduced to within a 10,000-kilometer radius of the outer walls. Such a region was the most effective range for the defensive artifacts and arrays of the Great Pass. Any further away and the amount of support that could be given would drop off significantly. The Black Ink clan army was ecstatic about the humans' sudden weakened force. After many years of battling each other, the Black Ink clan had never gained such a large advantage. Though they weren't sure why the human army's strength had suddenly weakened, the territory lords responsible for organizing this siege saw hope for victory. It was as if the Black Ink clan only had to fight a little harder, and they would be able to take down this human Great Pass and make it into the second Great Evolution Pass. The Black Ink clan had yet to gain any further ground in this vast Black Ink battlefield since the successful conquest of their first human Great Pass 30,000 years ago, because the humans' persistence and tenacity rendered them unable to do so. If they could secure Wind and Cloud Pass, it would definitely be a big blow to the humans' morale, and the Black Ink clan soldiers at Wind and Cloud Theater would become heroes. Therefore, the Black Ink clan had almost deployed all of their forces to the battlefield, wanting to successfully conquer Wind and Cloud Pass in one fell swoop and kill off every human here. A royal lord hid inside a large Black Ink cloud, silently watching everything. It had been 20 years since his army began attacking Wind and Cloud Pass, and he had fought with the old ancestor, keeping watch over the Great Pass 3 times. Every time they battled, it would cause a huge commotion, yet it would always end in a tie, with both of them suffering some minor injuries. But those injuries wouldn't affect the overall situation on the battlefield, nor would they have any effect on his strength. He noticed the changes on the humans' side and knew it was a strange phenomenon. Though he had no idea what the humans were up to and why they would intentionally weaken their own forces, he had an instinctive feeling that Wind and Cloud Pass was plotting something. At first, he wanted to find a chance to sneak a look at the inner sanctum situation, but the Wind and Cloud Pass had all sorts of barriers protecting it, and despite his strength as a royal lord, he couldn't see through them. After hesitating for almost half a day, the royal lord decided that no matter what the humans were scheming, it was a great chance for his army to defeat their enemy. Moreover, he had gotten a message from the front lines, saying that 200,000 Black Ink clan soldiers from Great Evolution Theater would be coming to reinforce them soon. Once this 200,000-strong army arrived, no matter what the humans had in mind, his side would have an absolute advantage over them, so the humans could forget their plans. All he needed to do now was to create more pressure on the humans and not let them have any time to rest. After the 200,000 reinforcements arrived, they could easily conquer this eyesore of a Great Pass. Just as he was thinking about that, a figure suddenly flew out from within Wind and Cloud Pass and charged straight at the Black Ink cloud where he was hiding. The royal lord was slightly shocked, but soon roared, "Old dog, you court death." He never expected the old ancestor of Wind and Cloud Pass would take the initiative to attack him in this situation. Both races had been at war for countless years, and with the Wind and Cloud Pass special situation, it wasn't easy for the old ancestor to actively launch an attack. Therefore, he had always been the one to initiate the battles with the old ancestor. It was very rare that this old ancestor would come to him to pick a fight. In all 3 times they had battled in recent years, the royal lord had always been the first to make a move, with the human old ancestor having to accept his challenge for a battle. However, he never anticipated that the old man would actually attack him first. Feeling like he was being disdained, the royal lord came forward in a rage. When the 2 figures clashed, chaos erupted all around them. The vigorous battle had only just begun, but the royal lord suddenly sensed something and turned around to look somewhere not far away. What he saw was a child charging at him from the void. That child looked so young that it was as if he could kill her with a snort. The royal lord was stunned. Is this a human child? He had been battling the humans for so many years, yet he had never seen what a human child looked like. All the humans in the Black Ink battlefield were at least 5th Order Open Heaven Masters, so how could there be children here? But at that moment, the seemingly harmless little girl gave the royal lord a huge sense of danger. The royal lord didn't know where that sense of danger came from, as the little girl didn't seem to have a strong aura coming from her. However, just as he was in the midst of his confusion, he saw the little girl smiling mischievously before quickly forming a set of hand seals. Then, the shape of a yin-yang fish appeared and enveloped a huge portion of the void around her. At the same time, the little girl's expression suddenly transformed as she rapidly grew into a lovely young woman. That young woman was exuding the terrifying air of an old ancestor. The royal lord was so frightened his face drained of all color. Another old ancestor? Why do the humans have 2 old ancestors? For so many years, Wind and Cloud Pass only had 1 old ancestor, so it should have been impossible for a second to appear so suddenly. Was she a newly advanced old ancestor? Or did another great pass send her over as reinforcements? In just a short amount of time, the royal lord drew some conclusions. The young woman in front of him was not a recently advanced old ancestor. She was Yin-Yang Pass old ancestor who had been sent here as reinforcements. Because the Black Ink nests were so efficient in spreading intelligence, the royal lords had naturally been communicating with each other. He had once communicated with the royal lord of the Yin-Yang Theater and knew that the old ancestor from Yin-Yang Pass cultivated a strange secret art that allowed her to sometimes transform herself into a young woman or a child. Noting the special and obvious transformation of his opponent, the royal lord was sure that the old ancestor from Yin-Yang Pass had arrived here at Wind and Cloud Pass. That realization shocked the royal lord. Why would the old ancestor of Yin-Yang Pass come all the way here? Had the humans given up on Yin-Yang Pass? This was the first time the royal lord faced such a situation. Every old ancestor was responsible for overseeing their own great pass and would not easily leave. It didn't matter if he couldn't figure out the reason though, because the appearance of the old ancestor from Yin-Yang Pass was the biggest crisis he had faced in his entire lifetime. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5186, Many 8th Order Masters join the fight. If it were a one-on-one fight, this royal lord could easily hold his ground against an old ancestor, but if it were 2 against 1, it would become an impossible fight to win, and if he was the slightest bit careless during the battle, he might even be killed. That was why he knew he had to leave, and he was about to escape when he sensed the old ancestor aura from the former little girl. But how could Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor let him escape just like that? With all kinds of mysterious divine abilities and secret techniques at his disposal, he tied down the royal lord and stopped the latter from quickly escaping the battlefield. During that slight moment of hindrance, the Yin-Yang Pass old ancestor was able to use the yin-yang fish she condensed to envelop the royal lord. At that instant, the yin and yang energy began to swirly, and the universe seemed to invert. The royal lord felt as if an entire universe world was suddenly pressing down on him, causing his knees to bend. Then, because of his slight moment of carelessness, he was hit by Yin-Yang Pass old ancestor hard, the terrifying explosion of power drawing a groan of pain from his lips. When Yin-Yang Pass old ancestor arrived, it became 2 against 1, and the royal lord was quickly overwhelmed. The sudden appearance of another human old ancestor terrified the Black Ink clan army, and all the Black Ink clansmen on the battlefield stared in horror at the direction the old ancestors' aura appeared from, hoping that it was just their imagination. But they knew it wasn't their imagination when they saw their royal lord being besieged by two human old ancestors. The humans really have another old ancestor. Terrified, the Black Ink clan stopped attacking, and the once chaotic battlefield temporarily fell silent. The territory lords were particularly frightened and secretly rejoiced that the newly appearing old ancestor did not seek them out and instead directly went to battle the royal lord. Though the royal lord had to face two enemies at once, he was temporarily safe and didn't need to fear for his life, but if the new old ancestor came and attacked the territory lords, none of them would be able to withstand more than 3 strikes from her. By then, many territory lords would be seriously injured if not killed. Because of the sudden appearance of a second old ancestor, the Black Ink clan army lost all momentum, and just as the territory lords were hesitating about whether to continue the battle or retreat, all the main gates of Wind and Cloud Pass opened. Human warships sailed out in all directions and charged straight into the battlefield, quickly reinforcing the Wind and Cloud Pass soldiers. Great Evolution's 2 armies had a combined might of 30,000 soldiers, and all of them charged into battle at once. Some 8,000 masters dashed out from each gate and instantly doubled the strength of the human army battling against the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clansmen's eyes bulged as the flood of warships appeared from all directions. What terrified them even more was the aura of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that exploded into the air after the warships arrived on the battlefield. The number of auras was so high that the Black Ink clan soldiers felt despair. 50 Great Passes had sent troops to Wind and Cloud Pass, and although each one sent a different number of 8th Order Masters to escort these soldiers, the minimum number was 5 while some had sent as many as 10. As such, when all the troops sent by the other Great Passes had gathered, the number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had reached a shocking 300 plus. Among those over 300 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, dozens of them had been appointed as division commanders of the newly formed Great Evolution's Eastern and Western armies and would be leading them to take back Great Evolution Pass. As for the other 200 plus 8th Order Masters, they didn't leave Wind and Cloud Pass immediately as they were waiting for this very moment. How terrifying would it be when more than 300 new 8th Order Masters swarmed into the battlefield all at once? The Black Ink clan hadn't dared to think about such a scenario before, but now they were witnessing it with their own eyes. Their confidence was immediately crushed like dry weeds. Suddenly, the odds were absolutely against them. The territory lords finally understood why the new old ancestor hadn't come to find trouble with them. There was simply no need for her to. The old ancestor had her own opponent, which was the royal lord, and the 2 old ancestors could easily suppress their opponent and if they were lucky, might even be able to kill him. In comparison with a few territory lords, of course, it was more valuable to kill a royal lord. As for the territory lords, the swarm of 8th Order Masters would deal with them. How many territory lords were there in the Wind and Cloud Theater? While there might be a few more than in other theaters, the number was definitely not higher than 90. With reinforcements from the Great Evolution Theater, that number might reach as high as 100 territory lords. With that amount of territory lords, the Black Ink clan had always had an advantage over the 8th Order Masters from Wind and Cloud Pass, but that balance was shattered today. What's more, not all 100 territory lords were taking part in the siege, as some of them naturally had to remain in the Black Ink clan's territory to stand guard and oversee the steady deployment of reinforcements. The huge difference in strength between the 2 armies made the territory lords immediately fall into a desperate struggle. When all of Great Evolution's Eastern and Western armies charged out of Wind and Cloud Pass, 3 to 4 8th Order Masters were able to target each territory lord. It only took a few breaths for the first territory lord aura to be extinguished. That unlucky territory lord just happened to be close to the very front of the Black Ink army and was swiftly surrounded by 5 8th Order Masters. He was killed on the spot without even being given a chance to defend himself. The first territory lord's demise was like a catalyst, and soon, the auras of territory lords were being snuffed out all across the battlefield. Not only had the territory lords fallen into a desperate situation though, the armies that belonged to those territory lords were all caught completely off guard by the sudden turn of events. The humans were attacking so viciously, and their army had dramatically increased in strength. This great change of fortunes made the Black Ink clan's originally advantageous situation fall into a complete rout. As the warships sailed across the battlefield, swaths of Black Ink clansmen were slaughtered. All across the battlefield, large patches of void were wiped clean by powerful divine abilities and secret techniques or the offensive arrays of the swarming warships. Since Great Evolution's eastern and western armies charged out of Wind and Cloud Pass, it only took them a cup of tea's time to severely injure or kill countless Black Ink clan soldiers and execute more than 10 territory lords. Though the rest of the territory lords weren't dead, they were all in dire states and were at risk of perishing at any moment. A long roar suddenly sounded throughout the void, and its sharp pitch seemed to echo right beside everyone's ear. That roar belonged to the royal lord. After he roared, rich Black Ink strength erupted from his body and he turned into a black-colored cloud before shooting away. The royal lord had ordered a retreat and fled. He knew that if he stayed any longer, all the territory lords he brought to this battle would die. If they left now, they would surely suffer heavy casualties while being chased down, but at least some of them could survive. Moreover, the longer they delayed, the fewer of them would be able to escape. If things went particularly poorly, even the royal lord himself might not be able to leave with his life. After so many years of battling each other, the royal lord knew the Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestors' temperament and methods very well. On the other hand, it was his first time battling the Inyang Pass old ancestor, so he knew practically nothing about her capabilities. Moreover, the single divine ability she had shown today had already made him feel wary of her. He could still remember the painful feeling when that Inyang fish pressed down on him, slowing all his movements while seemingly grinding apart his body. Unlike the Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor, Inyang Pass old ancestor's attack wasn't quick and penetrating, but instead longer-lasting and difficult to grasp. Now that these two old ancestors had banded together, their seemingly opposite methods complemented each other and compensated for what the other lacked. Seeing the royal lord's obvious attempt to escape, both old ancestors naturally wouldn't let him go so easily. Trying to escape? In your dreams? Inyang Pass old ancestor mocked as her figure was engulfed in a stream of light, and she raced after him like a shadow. At the same time, the Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor was right behind the royal lord and was continuously launched a barrage of attacks at the fleeing enemy's back. While the three figures entangled with each other, they rapidly flew off into the distance. On the other hand, right after the royal lord's roar, one by one, the territory lords began to utilize their life-saving techniques to try and escape from the battlefield. But every territory lord had several Eighth-Order masters surrounding them, so how could they escape that easily? In the end, only about 20 territory lords managed to escape by using secret techniques that damaged their own foundations in exchange for bursts of strength and speed. As for those who failed, they were like cornered beasts that fought back wildly, despite knowing that death was inevitable. After the royal lord and a couple dozen territory lords escaped from the battlefield, the already flailing Black Ink clan army lost all will to resist. Along with the increasing number of fallen territory lords, it was certain that they would soon be wiped out, so the surviving Black Ink clansmen no longer even tried to fight back and only did everything they could to escape. It was foreseeable that after this battle, the Black Ink clan in Wind and Cloud Theater would be beaten half to death, and the Wind and Cloud Pass would gain a similar period of peace to Blue Sky Pass and Inyang Pass. In the void to the east of Wind and Cloud Pass, Yang Kai had taken point with 6 other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in a spearhead formation. Dawning Light took up position in the middle of this formation, while Bai Yi stood at the bow of the warship with her longbow. The squad had been rampaging across the vast battlefield like wild horses since the moment they emerged from Wind and Cloud Pass. Everywhere Dawn passed, they would wipe out every last Black Ink clansman they came across. Working together, they were all but unstoppable, and no matter how many Black Ink clansmen stood in front of them, none could even slow their momentum. Ren Bingbai was assigned to the rear left side of the formation. Since he joined Dawn, this was his first time fighting alongside Yang Kai and the others. He and Yu Ziyu had previously discussed in private how important it was for them to perform well this time. After all, they were both 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so it would look bad if they didn't show their mettle. The two were originally a squad leader and vice squad leader of a 10-man squad, so they were well versed in how to cooperate with a warship to kill their enemies. But after they followed Dawn into battle, they realized that all of their past experiences couldn't be used in this special operations squad. They found themselves unable to make a big contribution on this chaotic and enemy-filled battlefield. The entire Dawn squad's soul was on the man in the lead. Feudal lords were like chickens or dogs before him, and with every strike of his spear, he would kill such an enemy. Even if he didn't manage to kill a feudal lord in one move, the other 7th Order Masters in the squad only had to attack once more to end the enemy's life. It had not been long since they charged out of the Wind and Cloud Pass, but Yang Kai had already slaughtered more than 10 feudal lords. And that was just the amount he had killed. There were even more that were injured. Meanwhile, on the bow of Dawning Light, Bai Yi, who hailed from Divine Feather Paradise and had transcendent archery skills, would kill a feudal lord every time she drew her bow. Though she didn't attack frequently, every arrow she fired struck its target and greatly decreased the pressure Dawn was facing. All the arrays on the warship also released their power continuously, taking aim at the largest groups of Black Ink clansmen, causing severe casualties whenever they attacked. To Ren Bingbai, Dawn was like a red-hot knife cutting into butter, reducing every enemy that blocked their path to mist. Martial Peak, Chapter 5187, Army Marches Towards Great Evolution Pass. How much of a terrifying tacit understanding and astonishing efficiency in killing enemies did Dawn have? Was this the heritage of a special operations squad? They had killed more than a dozen feudal lords and thousands of weaker Black Ink clansmen in the time it took to burn half an incense stick. In the past, Ren Bingbai would never have dreamed about having such accomplishments, but he had witnessed this with his own eyes today. He had killed a feudal lord in this battle, which was already a good result in the past because, according to their equivalents in realm, a feudal lord was on par with a 7th Order master. Thus, it was not that easy for a 7th Order human to kill a feudal lord. However, when compared to Yang Kai's gains, his were paltry. Even the feudal lord he had just killed had already been heavily injured by Yang Kai. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been that easy for him. Ren Bingbai felt like he was taking advantage of Yang Kai while following behind him, and such a feeling made him not know whether to laugh or cry. Under his observation, though, not only was he like that, but the other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around the warship were also in the same situation. With Yang Kai, who was at the forefront as the tip of the blade, the entire squad became like a sharp knife, killing all the Black Ink clansmen on the battlefield. Ren Bingbai felt a surge of pride. This is what a special operations squad should be like. If a special operations squad had the same level of difficulty in killing the enemy as an ordinary squad, what kind of a special operations squad would that be? Now he was also a member of a special operations squad, the one leading the charge. The special operations squad's advantage in having their own freedom to act was magnified to its absolute limit at this moment. An ordinary squad would only have 10 to 15 members, and in such a vast battlefield, it was very difficult for a single squad to do much in the face of an enemy several times more numerous than themselves. Moreover, it was very likely that they would find themselves under the enemy's besiegement if they moved independently. Therefore, an ordinary squad had to coordinate with other squads on such a battlefield. The squads under the same battalion would have tactics and strategies they were familiar with to ensure their safety while killing as many enemies as possible. Because of the need to coordinate with other squads, there was also a certain degree of restraint, and it was impossible for them to act as freely as Dawn, who could go wherever they wanted. Most squads took a slow and steady approach to clearing the battlefield, but when it came to Dawn, though they had exited from the East Gate, they had moved around so much that they had almost killed their way to the South Gate and were now heading in the direction of the West Gate. Dawn's strategy had always been very straightforward. which was to hit and run. This strategy focused on mobility and prevented Dawn from being targeted by a powerful master because of their conspicuous performance. Of course, now that all territory lords on the battlefield were surrounded by Eighth Order masters, none of them had the time to keep an eye on Dawn. The territory lords were fleeing and dying, and those who still remained on the battlefield were struggling to live. Yang Kai's overwhelming combat strength was Dawn's biggest guarantee to ensure that they could still effectively kill their enemies while maintaining such high mobility. Without interference from the territory lords, the strongest enemies that Dawn had to face were the feudal lords. However, Yang Kai could basically deal with feudal lords with one thrust of his spear, and if he didn't manage to kill them with his initial attack, the other Seventh Order Masters of Dawn would finish the job. Therefore, even if a feudal lord had managed to survive Yang Kai's attack, they would soon be killed off by the others. Years of crusade and hunting experience had led everyone in Dawn to develop a tacit understanding and the ability to work together seamlessly. Even if there was a Black Ink clan army blocking their way, they could use the artifacts and arrays on Dawning Light to easily tear through them. As time passed, the Black Ink clan army on the battlefield was wiped out, and the pressure on all the squads decreased. During a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly stopped, and following in his footsteps, Dawning Light and the other Seventh Order Masters of Dawn all stopped together. Ren Bingbai was a little confused as to why Yang Kai had suddenly stopped, but after turning his head and looking around, he was surprised to find that the battle was already over. 90% of the Black Ink clan army that had been swarming outside Wind and Cloud Pass before had been killed, while the rest were desperately trying to flee, leaving scattered pieces of flesh and broken limbs everywhere throughout the void. It's over? Ren Bingbai was taken aback. The end came so quickly. It felt like only a few hours had passed. Wind and Cloud Pass had been under siege by the Black Ink clan army for some 20 years, yet could only maintain a defensive posture. But once the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies joined in, everything was over in the blink of an eye. The Black Ink clan army that attacked Wind and Cloud Pass was quite massive, and under normal circumstances, even if they were defeated while battling the humans, they wouldn't have suffered such heavy casualties. However, the humans caught them unawares. Firstly, it was the sudden appearance of Inyang Pass Old Ancestor, who cooperated with the Wind and Cloud Pass Old Ancestor to corner the Royal Lord. Then, it was followed by hundreds of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters appearing on the battlefield, catching the territory lords by surprise and beating them to the point where they couldn't fight back. A short while later, following the demise of many territory lords, the Black Ink clan's morale hit rock bottom. When the Royal Lord and territory lords fled, the Black Ink clan army was at a loss for what to do. The humans had a huge advantage with so many powerful masters on their side, which was the fundamental reason why the battle ended so quickly. In fact, when the Royal Lord and Territory Lord started to flee, the Black Ink clan army had already lost all will to fight. However, the human army's pursuit made it impossible for them to escape even if they wanted to, which eventually led to the annihilation of almost the entire Black Ink clan army. There were no cheers or celebrations from the humans, as it was only to be expected that they won such an overwhelming victory given their luxurious lineup. After the battle, the human army silently gathered together and regrouped. Half an hour later, Great Evolution's Eastern and Western armies assembled at the east gate of Wind and Cloud Pass. The 30,000 soldiers had naturally fewer losses during the battle, but the casualties were minimal. The soldiers were somewhat spent and needed time to recuperate, however, and some of their warships were also damaged in the fight. Still, those weren't much of a problem, as they had many artifact refiners, alchemists, array masters, and other support personnel following the army to Great Evolution Pass. While they were on the move, those artifact refiners had ample time to repair the damage those warships had suffered. Soon, all the divisions and battalions had finished gathering their troops. The motivation of all the soldiers was boosted to the peak because of the great task that lay before them. Without stopping, the 30,000-strong army immediately turned towards Great Evolution Pass, and Xiang Shan gave the order, "Set sail." In a flash, division by division, one warship after another sailed in the direction of Great Evolution Pass. With 30,000 men and nearly 2,000 warships, they formed a mighty fleet. Yang Kai had no idea what the higher-ups had planned, but with such a large-scale lineup, there would certainly need to be a distribution of forces and overall strategy, but that wasn't something he needed to worry about because the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would make those decisions. Since Dawn did not have any special tasks, they simply gathered together with the other warships and moved together. Back at Wind and Cloud Pass, after the army set out, the tens of thousands of soldiers who remained saw them off solemnly until the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies disappeared from sight. Following that, they returned to the Inner Sanctum, and those Eighth Order Masters who escorted soldiers from the other Great Passes to Wind and Cloud Pass began returning. While the army moved forward, the members from each squad took turns to rest and recuperate, and the artifact refiners got to work, heading over to the warships that had been damaged in the battle and repairing them carefully. On the other hand, Dawn's squad suffered almost no damage and were simply recuperating on their own. After only half a day's travel though, a man suddenly appeared, landed on the deck, looked around and bellowed, "Where is the squad leader for this warship?" Yang Kai, who was on the deck, turned his head and looked over to find that the visitor was a fellow Seventh Order Master whom he did not recognize and did not know the origins of. Immediately, Yang Kai cupped his fist and said, "I am the squad leader. Does Senior Brother have any orders to relay?" The Seventh Order Master replied, "By order of the two army commanders, the squad members here are to report to the Purifying Black Ink battleship and leave their imprints behind." While saying so, he pointed his finger in a specific direction. Yang Kai was surprised. Did the army commanders bring a Purifying Black Ink battleship with them? He then moved his fingers and partially activated the universe transference law, which allowed him to sense a vague connection coming from that direction. Since it was a Purifying Black Ink battleship, it naturally had a universe array that Yang Kai had personally arranged to board it. No matter where the Purifying Black Ink battleship was brought from, Yang Kai would be able to sense a connection to it. As he thought about it though, the Purifying Black Ink battleships did play a huge role in all the Great Passes. Besides the purifying light that was sealed inside having the ability to purify black ink strength, the universe array aboard was useful for soldiers to use as a return point when they found themselves in danger. If the humans wanted to recover Great Evolution Pass, bringing along a Purifying Black Ink battleship was a given. However, Yang Kai was a little confused because he could sense not one but two universe arrays when he activated the universe transference law. In other words, this fleet had two Purifying Black Ink battleships. It seemed like Xiang Shan not only brought one out from Blue Sky Pass, but Lu Zhiping also brought one out from Yinyang Pass. There was no need for him to head over and leave his imprint because he was the one who set up those universe arrays, so all of them had his imprint already. However, the other members of the squad had to go, just in case they needed it later. I've relayed the message. I have to inform the other squads. Farewell. After the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master said so, he leapt off the warship and rushed towards another nearby warship to inform the other squads one by one. Though this method was time-consuming, there was no other way because an Open Heaven Realm army lineup differed from a mortal army. Mortal armies traveled together as one unit, but Open Heaven Realm Masters moved quickly, and in order to avoid collisions in the void, warships needed a fair amount of space between each other. For example, the closest warship to Dawning Light was hundreds of kilometers away. The Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies had nearly 2,000 warships and was thus spread out over a radius of several thousand kilometers, which for mortals was farther than the eye could see. However, for an Open Heaven Realm Master, it was just a matter of a few breaths to reinforce each other in battle. Martial Peak, Chapter 5188, Seek the Gates of Death. Yang Kai turned to face the crowd and ordered, "You all heard it, right? Separate yourselves into two groups and take turns heading over." Having received their orders, the members of Dawn quickly grouped themselves into two teams. Following that, the first group of 20 or so, led by Feng Ying, flew away in the direction of the Central Army. In fact, it would have been easier for them to leave their imprints on the purifying black ink battleship while they were still at Wind and Cloud Pass because all 30,000 soldiers were already gathered there. Xiang Shan and Lu Zhiping would only have had to summon their respective purifying black ink battleships before letting the soldiers take turns leaving their imprints. However, when all soldiers from all Great Passes were gathered together, the priority was to organize Great Evolution's Eastern and Western armies. Once both armies were completely formed, they immediately charged out of Wind and Cloud Pass to engage the Black Ink clan. There was simply no time for them to take care of such things. After they successfully defeated the Black Ink clan, the Great Evolution army immediately set out. Xiang Shan deeply understood the principle of, in war, speed is everything, so he naturally wouldn't delay the start of the campaign by having the soldiers leave their imprints on the purifying black ink battleships while at Wind and Cloud Pass. As a result, such things could only be done during their voyage. Though it was more tedious, the benefit was that they wouldn't be wasting any time, and if they had made suitable arrangements, it wouldn't delay their speed either. About half a day later, Feng Ying and the others returned, letting the other half of Dawn's members head over to the two purifying black ink battleships. Another half a day passed, and the second team of Dawn members also returned to the ship. Just like that, all members of Dawn had left their imprints on the two purifying black ink battleships. The days during their deployment to Great Evolution Pass were dull, so everyone decided to cultivate on their own. 4 days after the army's departure from Wind and Cloud Pass, Yang Kai, whose eyes were closed while adjusting his breathing on the ship's deck, suddenly felt something and turned his head to look in a specific direction. What he saw was a stream of light coming from behind the army and heading right towards them. The speed at which the stream of light was moving had already surpassed the speed ordinary cultivators could comprehend, and even Yang Kai's instantaneous movement couldn't surpass such speed. The stream of light should be heading in the direction of the Central Army, but then, as if it had sensed Yang Kai's gaze, it changed directions and landed on Dawning Light. The stream of light dispersed and revealed a stunning figure. Yang Kai was taken aback but quickly got up and saluted, "Greetings, old ancestor." There were other members in charge of operating various arrays on the deck, and at first, they were curious about the young woman who had suddenly appeared and why she came here. But when they heard how Yang Kai addressed her, all of them paled in shock and quickly rose to their feet to greet her. This uninvited guest is actually the old ancestor. Although they had heard about Yin Yang Pass old ancestor being a woman, the others had never met her before. It was then that they realized that this old ancestor was different from how they had imagined her and that she was actually a beautiful young woman. Now that they thought about it, they wondered if a woman's cultivation was incomparable to a man's or something along those lines because the higher the cultivation realm, the smaller the ratio of women to men became. It was especially true for the old ancestors. There were only around 20 women among all the old ancestors, with the rest being men. In the presence of an old ancestor, even an unruly and untamed squad like Dawn, who had achieved many military merits on various battlefields, became respectful and didn't even dare breathe loudly. The old ancestor swept her gaze across Yang Kai's figure, and there seemed to be a flash of divine light in her eyes when she commented in surprise, "Looks like your cultivation has increased rapidly." With her level of vision, she could see that Yang Kai's strength had significantly increased compared to 200 years ago. The speed at which his cultivation had increased was not typical for an ordinary 7th Order master. However, she soon remembered the various mysteries of Yang Kai's small universe and felt that his huge advancement was quite reasonable. While thinking of that, she was looking forward to seeing how long Yang Kai would take to advance to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. In the Black Ink battlefield, though 7th Order masters could take charge of a squad, they weren't considered the backbone of any army. "Thanks to you, old ancestor, there haven't been many huge events recently, so I have been in retreat all this while," Yang Kai replied respectfully. The old ancestor nodded lightly. "A fast increase in cultivation might not be a bad thing, but your foundation must remain stable." "Junior understands," Yang Kai nodded with a serious expression. Then the old ancestor added, "The fact that your small universe can help me heal my injuries is also one of the considerations I had when requesting you for this campaign. During the process of retaking Great Evolution Pass, I will have to fight against the Royal Lord there a number of times, so I will be depending on you when the time comes." Nodding, Yang Kai responded, "That won't be a problem. If the old ancestor needs my help, I will definitely do my best to assist." The old ancestor reached out and patted his shoulders before chuckling innocently, "Enough with the old ancestor nonsense. I'm just someone with a cultivation that is a little higher than yours." Yang Kai leaned forward from the slap and couldn't help but stifle a grunt, knowing that he might have said the wrong thing. It looked like no matter how high a woman's cultivation realm was, references to their age were still taboo. So, he quickly changed the topic. "By the way, how long will it take for us to reach Great Evolution Pass?" Withdrawing her hand, the old ancestor looked in the direction where the army was heading and explained, "The distance between each great pass is quite large. Judging by the speed the army is moving, it might take 1 or 2 years for us to reach Great Evolution Theater." Yang Kai was shocked. "That long?" The old ancestor smiled. "Why do you think the great passes aren't able to send large numbers of reinforcements to each other in times of need? The distance between each pass is too great, and every great pass has its own enemies to face. If reinforcements are sent out, they won't be able to call them back if the enemy suddenly appears, which will put them in a bad situation. Suppose the distance between each great pass was closer, the situation at Black Ink Battlefield wouldn't be as anxious as it is now. Of course, another reason is that we can't advance too quickly as we need to maintain formation and keep a wary lookout for ambushes." While nodding to indicate his understanding, Yang Kai asked, "How's the situation with the Royal Lord of the Wind and Cloud Theater?" The person before him and the old ancestor of Wind and Cloud Pass had jointly fought with a royal lord, and when the latter fled, the two old ancestors had given chase beyond the horizon. In such a high-level battle, it would be perilous even for Eighth Order masters to interfere. However, now that she had returned, it meant that the battle was over, and judging by her appearance, Yang Kai guessed that the Yin Yang Pass old ancestor hadn't been injured. Since the one before him wasn't injured, the royal lord might be in quite a miserable situation. As he had expected, the old ancestor said, "The royal lord has been badly injured and will need a few hundred years of recuperation before he can restore his strength, but senior brother Zhang and I found it inappropriate to push him too far, lest he decide to use drastic measures, so we let him go." The senior brother Zhang she was referring to should be the old ancestor from Wind and Cloud Pass. In a 2-against-1, they had the upper hand, but if they wanted to kill the royal lord, they would need to pay a huge price, so no matter whether it was the person before him or the old ancestor from Wind and Cloud Pass, they both quit after gaining an advantage. After the battle at Wind and Cloud Pass, the Black Ink clan army suffered a great loss. About 70% of their territory lords were either dead or heavily injured, and their royal lord was seriously wounded, so the Black Ink clan in that theater could be considered as completely crippled. This was also the main reason why Wind and Cloud Pass could contribute 15,000 soldiers to the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies. As for Azure Void Pass, their situation would probably a bit worse compared to Wind and Cloud Pass, but not by a large margin. The number of troops there was on par with Wind and Cloud Pass, but they only had one old ancestor, therefore, they weren't able to do as much damage to the royal lord as the two old ancestors at Wind and Cloud Pass had. While watching their squad leader talking to an old ancestor, all the members of Dawn were shocked. Although every great pass had an old ancestor assuming command, these figures were all like hidden dragons who show their tails but never their faces, so ordinary people wouldn't even have the chance to meet them. Even back at Blue Sky Pass, the members of Dawn had only seen the old ancestor from afar and never had any close contact with him. But today, an old ancestor came to Dawning Light and was now chatting casually with Yang Kai. It seemed like he was the only 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had such a privilege. While they were chatting, the old ancestor suddenly raised her head and looked in the direction the army was heading in before raising an eyebrow. "Someone dares to seek the gates of death? Interesting." After saying that, the old ancestor didn't waste any time and shot right into the sky. Then, from afar, her voice sounded in Yang Kai's ears, "Prepare for battle." Yang Kai was stunned at first, but quickly reacted and echoed, "Prepare for battle." With his command, everyone immediately assumed their post, and dawning light turned into a stream of light as it flew forward. Aboard the main purifying black ink battleship, where the Central Army was located, Xiang Shan was listening to a scout reporting their findings at this moment. When deploying such a large army, the commanders naturally arranged for scouts to survey the area ahead of the main force. They were heading straight for Great Evolution Pass, and it was unlikely that they would encounter any Black Ink Clan army because of the vast distance between the two passes, but it was better to be safe than sorry. However, a moment ago, the scouts actually came to report that they spotted a Black Ink Clan army. According to their observation, the Black Ink Clan army had about 300,000 members with about a dozen territory lords, and they were heading straight for Wind and Cloud Pass. Also, after calculating the speed of both armies, the scouts estimated that the two would meet in about an hour. Just as the scout finished reporting, the old ancestor arrived at the purifying black ink battleship. Xiang Shan and the others stood up and greeted her. After the old ancestor sat down, Xiang Shan reported, "The scouts have just reported that there is a Black Ink Clan army of approximately 300,000 heading right for us." When the old ancestor heard that, she nodded, "I've sensed them too. They're obviously reinforcements sent over from Great Evolution Pass." In the 30,000 years after the Black Ink Clan took over Great Evolution Pass, they would occasionally send reinforcements to help the Black Ink Clan armies in the Wind and Cloud and Azure Void theaters. Although it was a long distance to travel and the effectiveness of these reinforcements wasn't very high, the Black Ink Clan had never stopped doing it. It was also due to these reinforcements from the Great Evolution Theater that Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass suffered more pressure than the other Great Passes. About 2 years ago, this Black Ink Clan army departed from the Great Evolution Theater and traveled to aid the Black Ink Clan army besieging Wind and Cloud Pass. The 300,000 Black Ink Clansmen were expected to arrive at the Wind and Cloud Theater in a few days, at which point they would join the battle, adding tremendous pressure onto Wind and Cloud Pass. Unfortunately for them, the battle at Wind and Cloud Pass had ended before they got there. Also, since it was hard to communicate with others in the Void, this reinforcement army had no way of knowing the drastic changes that occurred at Wind and Cloud Pass and was still moving forward according to their previous plan. The two sides were heading in opposite directions, so they would inevitably encounter each other. "Old Ancestor, please issue your command." Xiang Shan asked for instructions from the old ancestor. The old ancestor smiled and replied, "Marching and planning for battles aren't my strong suits, so everything on this trip will be up to you and Lu Zhiping's will. Just treat me as a soldier with a higher cultivation, and you don't have to ask for my opinion if you have an idea." Most old ancestors acted as more of a deterrent than as a commander for their armies in battle, and formulating strategies was generally the responsibility of army commanders and division commanders. Therefore, many of the old ancestors weren't as proficient as those actively doing the job, so rashly intervening might not necessarily yield better results than when the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were allowed to take charge. Without a doubt, the old ancestor from Yinyang Pass had great self-awareness, and her choosing not to intervene made Xiang Shan feel less restrained and have a place to show his talent. Martial Peak, Chapter 5189, Xiang Shan's Ability. Since the old ancestor had spoken, Xiang Shan naturally carried out his duties. The 300,000 troops of the Black Ink Clan army might sound like a lot, but those numbers were not actually very high. It had to be said that the Black Ink Clan generally dispatched nearly 1,000,000 troops whenever they attacked Blue Sky Pass. This number did not include the troops that would continually be dispatched to the battlefield as reinforcements. If those numbers were included, then their numbers would swell even more. Moreover, there were only a dozen or so territory lords among the ranks of the 300,000 troops of this Black Ink Clan army. In contrast, the Great Evolution Army had some 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders. The combat power of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders alone was enough to form a crushing advantage in terms of numbers. Not to mention, the Great Evolution Army also had a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Old Ancestor personally assuming command. If a war broke out, this Black Ink clan army would crumble without much effort as long as they removed the territory lords quickly. That was why it was not difficult for Xiang Shan to defeat this enemy even though they only had 30,000 against 300,000. All he needed to consider at the moment was how he could reduce the damage dealt to the human army. Furthermore, he had deeper considerations. It might be possible for him to use the reinforcement army from the Great Evolution Theater's Black Ink clan as a research subject to better plan out the recovery of Great Evolution Pass. As the army commander of Great Evolution Pass Eastern Army, Xiang Shan could be considered the highest authority after the old ancestor. Therefore, he could not be so short-sighted as to only plan for what he could see in front of him. Following a brief discussion with Lu Zhiping, the two of them formulated a strategy. The armies from the human race and the Black Ink clan were bound to encounter each other in the void, so battle was inevitable. At present, the Black Ink clan had yet to detect the human army and probably never imagined that humans would march over from the direction of the Wind and Cloud Pass. For the past 30,000 years, the Black Ink clan had sent reinforcements to their clansmen in the Wind and Cloud Theater countless times, and the process had always been smooth sailing with no unexpected incidents. This kind of long-term experience gradually lowered their vigilance. As a result, they didn't even bother to send any scouts to investigate the situation of the route ahead. That was why the initiative of the current situation was completely in the hands of the Great Evolution Army. Xiang Shan initially wanted to seek a more suitable location to carry out an ambush, but there was no such place in the vicinity. The void was vast and silent, with many places completely devoid of anything that could be used to conceal themselves. Coupled with the lack of time and their unfamiliarity with the nearby terrain, they could only choose a small field of universe fragments as their ambush location in the end. This location was not perfect, for as long as the Black Ink clan was even the slightest bit vigilant, they would not step into such a location so easily. Unfortunately, that could not be helped. If their ambush was exposed, then they could only opt for a direct confrontation. Once everything was ready, various orders were conveyed throughout the fleet. The speed of the army increased sharply as they headed straight for the area filled with universe fragments. When all the preparations were in place, Xiang Shan finally turned around to look at the old ancestor. "Old ancestor, please do not kill them all. It's better if we let one of the territory lords escape alive." The old ancestor was astonished by his words. "Won't doing that alert the enemy of our presence?" He replied, "That's exactly what we want." She frowned slightly and asked, "Why? What's the purpose of doing that?" Xiang Shan answered succinctly, "Great Evolution Pass has been occupied by the Black Ink clan for the past 30,000 years, but, if my speculations are correct, the Royal Lord probably does not live in Great Evolution Pass. After all, his Black Ink nest is his foundation, so he most likely lives in the Royal City. As for Great Evolution Pass, there will only be a few territory lords overseeing the area at most. Old ancestor, would you rather fight the Royal Lord in the vicinity of the Royal City or the vicinity of Great Evolution Pass?" She smiled. "If I have to choose, I am naturally more inclined to fight in the vicinity of Great Evolution Pass. If the battle took place near the Royal City, the Royal Lord would have the support of his Black Ink nest. Even if she had the opportunity to injure the other party, he would be able to rely on the strength of his Black Ink nest to recover from his injuries quickly and also boost his strength in moments of need. Not to mention, the Royal City was located in the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory. Fighting the Royal Lord there meant that the Black Ink clan would be able to receive large numbers of reinforcements in short order. On the other hand, it would be different if the battle took place near Great Evolution Pass. Without the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest, his rate of recovery would be greatly reduced. That would be beneficial to her. Xiang Shan broke into a grin. "That's right. If the Black Ink clan learns about the arrival of a human army that appears to be trying to recover Great Evolution Pass, then the Royal Lord would definitely come forward in order to prevent the invasion of the human race." Luring the tiger from the mountain. The old ancestor's eyes lit up. She had to admit that Xiang Shan's idea was interesting. This move would allow them to secure control over the initiative of the battle and create an advantage for themselves in the process. After further consideration, she continued, this plan might have its advantages, but if there are only a few territory lords at Great Evolution Pass, why don't we secretly swoop in and secure Great Evolution Pass? This was not an interrogative question but a genuine inquiry of curiosity. She might have a higher cultivation compared to Xiang Shan, but from his various arrangements, it could be seen that his ability to conduct military strategy was superior to hers. With a simple deployment, he could pave the way for the future, which was something she could never hope to achieve. When she detected the Black Ink clan army approaching them, her first instinct was to simply obliterate it entirely. She never even considered allowing a territory lord to escape. It was only natural for her to inquire further since she thought of another possibility. Besides, she believed that it was impossible for Xiang Shan to overlook something so simple. Sure enough, Xiang Shan nodded. It is as you have said, old ancestor. If the army marched forward in secret, we would definitely be able to capture Great Evolution Pass with ease. From when the Black Ink clan took over Great Evolution Pass until now, we have never shown any signs of trying to take it back, so the Black Ink clan has no reason to station many troops there. Even if the Black Ink clan prepared many defensive mechanisms at Great Evolution Pass over the past 30,000 years, they will not be able to stop the might of our army without sufficient troops. What happens after we retake Great Evolution Pass? The old ancestor followed his train of thought and soon came to a realization. Lu Zhiping, who was standing by the side, nodded and continued, even if our army can take back Great Evolution Pass, the Black Ink clan will not just stand by idly and watch. I'm sure they will gather a large army and attack us in short order. Indeed. Xiang Shan nodded. However, we will have just recaptured Great Evolution Pass and won't have had time to make any arrangements. When the time comes to face the Black Ink clan's attack, how will we defend ourselves? If we don't defend the Great Pass, then what was the point of attacking and retaking it in the first place? But, if we defend the Great Pass, without restoring the various facilities of Great Evolution Pass, our army will have no place to fall back to. We will be forced to engage in an all-out battle in the void against the Black Ink clan, where their advantage in numbers and willingness to sacrifice lives will be greatest. The Black Ink clan has never been afraid of suffering losses as thanks to the Black Ink nests, they can produce a steady stream of troops as long as they have resources. In comparison, how long can Great Evolution Pass's army of 60,000 last? 10 years? 20? There will come a day when our army simply cannot hold any longer. Lu Zhiping nodded lightly. As the former army commander of Yinyang Pass Western Army, though she had considerable talent in commanding military operations, she seemed like a novice when compared to Xiang Shan. His ability to see the long-term consequences and formulate strategies to obtain optimal outcomes was beyond her. For that reason, the primary goal of the Great Evolution Army is not to retake Great Evolution Pass, but to cripple the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater. That is the only way we can gain enough time to recover and restore the Great Pass to its original glory. In order to recover Great Evolution Pass, they deployed troops from all the Great Passes and formed Great Evolution's 4 armies. Be that as it may, the primary objective of this campaign was not to recover Great Evolution Pass. Although these words sounded rather ridiculous, it was also the best method to achieve their goals. Lu Zhiping cupped her fist solemnly. Many thanks for your guidance. She had long heard of Xiang Shan despite belonging to a different Great Pass. As the former Blue Sky Pass Western Army's army commander, Xiang Shan was famed for being the nightmare of the territory lords in the Blue Sky Theater more than 3,000 years ago. During his active years, all territory lords trembled wherever he appeared. Lu Zhiping had never had any in-depth contact with him before though, so she only learned today that Xiang Shan was not only fierce in terms of personal strength, but he also boasted an extraordinary ability in strategy and tactics. It was no wonder the old ancestors allowed him to serve as the Great Evolution Eastern Army's army commander. Compared to him, she was greatly lacking in terms of ability. While the executives were analyzing the situation, the Eastern and Western armies had already entered the designated universe fragment field. This location was only a few days away from Wind and Cloud Pass, so it could be considered within the vicinity of Wind and Cloud Pass. There used to be several universe worlds here, but they had been picked clean by Wind and Cloud Pass long ago. After extensive mining and many years of drifting, these universe worlds had broken down into numerous universe fragments, which left behind a region filled with universe fragments. These universe fragments would provide cover for the Great Evolution Army to a certain extent. The warships flew towards different universe fragments and concealed themselves as best they could. Meanwhile, the members of each squad swiftly prepared various spirit arrays to disguise their auras and hide their figures. They could not do a thorough job since time was short, but their efforts were better than nothing. The reason this place was not considered a good spot for an ambush was that the number of universe fragments here was not very large. Moreover, they were far too scattered for the troops to form an effective encirclement. If the terrain was better, the warships could take action as soon as the Black Ink Clan army entered the range of these universe fragments to form a watertight encirclement. Unfortunately, based on the current ambush location of Great Evolution's eastern and western armies, the encirclement they formed would be filled with gaps. Even if the Black Ink Clan entered the center of the ambush, they would be able to escape through these openings when the situation turned unfavorable. Be that as it may, Xiang Shan had already made arrangements for these possibilities. There were at least 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters monitoring each of the largest gaps, so even if there were escapees, they would need to pass these division commanders first. At present, the only issue that the Great Evolution Army had to consider was whether the Black Ink Clan would pass through this area or not. If the Black Ink Clan had even the slightest sense of vigilance to send somebody to scout the route ahead, or simply took a detour around the universe fragments, the preparations of the Great Evolution Army would be all for naught. Regardless, that was not something the Great Evolution Army could determine. They had done their best to make these preparations in the short time they had, the rest was up to the heavens. On top of a small universe fragment, Dawn and 2 other squads squeezed together and secretly observed the situation in front. Less than an incense stick later, Yang Kai frowned and whispered, "They're coming." This universe fragment was located relatively far forward, so its field of view was quite wide. What entered Yang Kai's eyes at that moment was a Black Ink Clan army approaching slowly. Their numbers seemed vast and endless, resembling a long black dragon swimming through the void. A rough estimate indicated that there were at least several hundreds of thousands of them. The location of the ambush was well chosen though, and judging by the marching route of the Black Ink Clan army, they were bound to pass through this exact location shortly, and they showed no signs of changing direction whatsoever. The human army fell silent and concealed themselves as best they could, not daring to expose themselves in the slightest. Martial Peak, Chapter 5190, The Shocked Shichong. The Black Ink Clan army continued marching forward and soon flew past the hiding spot of Dawn and the others to head deep into the field of universe fragments. From Yang Kai's point of view, the Black Ink Clan army resembled a huge black snake plunging headlong into a death trap. The black snake's head soon entered the center area, quickly followed by its body. Everything was going smoothly. Just as the tail was about to enter the universe fragment area, one of the feudal lords marching at the head of the army suddenly raised his hand. Dense black ink strength surged, and a universe fragment blocking his way forward was shattered to pieces. He had struck out casually and without much thought, simply because the universe fragment was blocking his way. However, the result of this blow was startling indeed. When the universe fragment shattered into pieces, several human warships suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, there were many silhouettes standing on the warships. The feudal lord was instantly stunned by the sight. Likewise, the humans on the warships were speechless. They had been hiding in ambush, using the universe fragment as a cover to conceal their figures and auras. How did they get exposed without any warning? When the universe fragment shattered to pieces, the humans thought that the Black Ink Clan had discovered their whereabouts. It was not until their gazes met those of the Black Ink Clansmen that they realized this was nothing more than a coincidence. The feudal lord who attacked earlier would not have seemed so startled otherwise. Regardless of whether it was intentional or coincidental, These squads had already been exposed. Just as the squad leaders were wondering how they should deal with the situation in front of them, a loud whistle resounded across the void. It was the signal to attack. The squad leaders no longer hesitated. With the order given, the power of countless artifacts and spirit arrays aboard the warships was activated in an instant. A thick ray of light containing horrifying destructive power suddenly blasted into the middle of the Black Ink Clan army. Before the stunned feudal lord could react to the situation, he was devoured by the light and suffered serious injuries. The many low-rank and high-rank Black Ink clansmen beside him also suffered heavy casualties. It was not just these few squads. When the signal to attack sounded, all the humans hiding in ambush behind the universe fragments attacked all at once. Thanks to the overwhelming power of the secret techniques and artifacts, the colorful brilliance instantly rendered the dead and silent void into a bright world, one filled with death and destruction. The sudden attack shocked and frightened the Black Ink Clan. The 300,000 Black Ink Clan army had been marching forward leisurely. After all, this was the standard route taken whenever they attacked Wind and Cloud Pass. The dozen territory lords overseeing the army had taken this route countless times and had never encountered any unexpected occurrences before, but today, a huge human army was actually lying in ambush for them. How could there be a human army lying in ambush here? The territory lords were in shock. Ever since Great Evolution Pass was occupied by the Black Ink Clan, the humans at Wind and Cloud Pass had been heavily suppressed. It was impossible for the human race army to leave Wind and Cloud Pass and travel millions of kilometers away, let alone come to such a place and lay in ambush. After all, this place was more than just a few million kilometers away from Wind and Cloud Pass. Where did this army of humans come from? If they came from Wind and Cloud Pass, then what about their clansmen at Wind and Cloud Pass? However, if these humans weren't from Wind and Cloud Pass, where did they come from? The Black Ink Clan had almost unimaginable advantages in conveying various messages to each other thanks to the black ink nests. Nevertheless, it was impossible to bring a black ink nest along when the army was on the march. Transmitting messages to each other was extremely inconvenient in the void, so how could the Black Ink Clan army know that the Black Ink Clan at Wind and Cloud Pass had almost been wiped out completely? That was why they had still been on their way to provide reinforcements to the Wind and Cloud Pass Black Ink Clan as originally planned. In that brief moment when the territory lords fell into a daze, almost 10% of the 300,000 Black Ink Clan army was either killed or critically wounded. The large number of humans shocked the territory lords. Although there was no way to accurately calculate the numbers, the dense number of warships in front of them indicated that there were at least tens of thousands of humans hiding in ambush here. The sight left them furious. Since when did the humans become so bold and reckless as to act in this manner? The Black Ink Clan who came from Great Evolution Theater carried an arrogance that normal Black Ink clansmen did not have. That was because Great Evolution Pass was the only great pass that the humans had ever lost. It was also the only great pass that the Black Ink Clan ever occupied. Just that point alone was enough for the Black Ink clansmen who came from the Great Evolution Theater to be proud of themselves. Over 30,000 years of subtle influence from their environment had given these Black Ink clansmen the impression that the humans were mediocre. They also believed that the clansmen in the other theaters were useless for being unable to take over a single great pass. That was why they did not panic even though they faced a sudden ambush and suffered heavy losses. They believed that the human race would fall apart as long as they counterattacked. After all, the difference in numbers could not be denied. On the other hand, the human race troops who jumped out from behind the various universe fragments were stunned to discover that the Black Ink clansmen did not even flinch after being attacked but rushed forward bravely and fearlessly. The Black Ink clansmen faced the powerful assault of the warships head-on and charged towards them. It was absolutely haphazard, and countless casualties piled up along the way. Behind the Black Ink Clan army was a large, ornate ship. This ship was not a mobile palace artifact but a simple flight-type artifact. Artifact refining among the Black Ink Clan relied entirely upon Black Ink disciples. There were very few artifact refiners among the Black Ink disciples to begin with, and those with decent skill were even rarer. For the Black Ink clan, only the territory lords were qualified to possess a large ship artifact of their own. Tremendous amounts of energy and resources were required to refine such artifacts, so ordinary feudal lords were not qualified to possess them. The person in charge of this large ship was a territory lord known as Jichong. A Black Ink clan army of 300,000 was not a small one. Therefore, he had been tasked with bringing up the rear. He was responsible for monitoring the army to prevent any eccentric Black Ink clansmen from messing around during the march. Fortunately, things had been peaceful throughout the journey. Jichong immediately noticed as soon as the humans attacked. With a shift of his figure, he flew out of the cabin and came to the deck to observe the situation. What entered his field of vision was the warships emerging from among the universe fragments, and the multicolored flashes of lights blasting out from those warships. The sight made his heart sink to the bottom of his chest. Unlike most of the Black Ink clansmen here, Jichong was a veteran territory lord who had been alive before Great Evolution Pass had fallen to them. He had personally participated in the war 30,000 ago, so he knew how tenacious and difficult the human race could be. Two royal lords had joined hands back then. One of them had attacked and severely injured the old ancestor at Great Evolution Pass, but in the end, the veteran royal lord was dragged down and lost his life along with the human old ancestor. Ever since then, Jichong knew that he should never underestimate the human race. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer instead. That was why he immediately had an ominous feeling when he saw such a large human army hiding in ambush here. There's such a large army of humans here. Have our clansmen at Wind and Cloud Pass been defeated? He watched as countless Black Ink clansmen died on the spot due to the sudden ambush, and even more Black Ink clansmen counterattacking after being attacked. Then he saw the troops on both sides engaging in fierce battles among the universe fragments. All of a sudden, he widened his eyes with a look of horror on his face. That couldn't be helped as the auras of 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters burst out from the middle of the battlefield. Like bright lights shining in the dark, they were so blinding that he couldn't ignore the sight even if he wanted to. That was 68th Order humans. Any one of them would be able to fight him on equal footing. In fact, he would be no match for an 8th Order Master who was slightly stronger than average. It's over. Our entire army of 300,000 will be obliterated right here. The humans definitely came here prepared, otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to have such an overwhelming lineup. The human race army might have been small in numbers, with only several tens of thousands in total. However, 68th Order Masters were an unstoppable force. Not only would the Black Ink clan army of 300,000 be obliterated here, but even his fellow territory lords among the army would suffer a tragic fate. Just as he was hesitating over whether he should go over and help the others try to withdraw, an aura that was even more powerful than an 8th Order Master suddenly exploded out. Jichong saw a stream of light flashing out from a certain corner of the battlefield and coming to a stop beside one of the territory lords. A breath later, the aura of that territory lord flared up before vanishing. Then, the light dissipated to reveal a petite figure. Jichong immediately felt as though his soul had leapt out of his body. An old ancestor. There's a 9th Order old ancestor here. Moreover, it's a completely unfamiliar old ancestor. I've never seen her before. This isn't the old ancestor from Wind and Cloud Pass. He had been providing reinforcements to the battlefield at Wind and Cloud Pass over the past 30,000 years, so he knew that the old ancestor from Wind and Cloud Pass was a man. However, the old ancestor in front of him was clearly a woman. With the appearance of the old ancestor, it only took a breath for a powerful territory lord to be killed. That territory lord's strength was not inferior compared to Jichong's. In other words, if Jichong was the one facing that old ancestor instead, he would not have survived any longer. At that moment, what Jichong needed to consider was not whether he should step forward to help the others, but how he was going to escape alive from under the nose of a human old ancestor. He was stationed at the rear of the army to monitor the troops, which placed him in a relatively lucky position. Even though 90% of the Black Ink clan army had entered the range of the human encirclement, He remained outside and was temporarily untouched by the chaos of the battlefield. After confirming that the woman was a ninth-order open heaven realm old ancestor, Shichong quickly looked away and did not dare to take another glance. A ninth-order master was generally extremely sensitive to the gaze of others, so he was afraid that he might be targeted if he stared for too long. Activating a secret technique, Shichong concealed his aura. He couldn't even bother to care about his precious ship at this point. Instead, he leapt off the ship without a word and secretly rushed off in the direction of Great Evolution Pass. He did not dare to make large movements. In fact, he only hoped that one of his fellow territory lords could distract the old ancestor as much as possible so that he would have the opportunity to escape. Shichong was not the only Black Ink clansman on the large ship. There were also many feudal lords and even more high and low-rank clansmen. Shichong's sudden escape surprised these feudal lords. Nevertheless, they quickly followed suit and activated their respective secret techniques to flee in all directions. Having sensed the overwhelming aura on the battlefield, they knew that staying behind would only lead to a disastrous ending for them. Therefore, it was only natural for them to prioritize escape. The actions of the Black Ink clan masters on the ship left the 20,000 or 30,000 Black Ink clansmen outside the encirclement at a loss for what to do. They did not know whether they should rush forward and confront the enemy or flee like the higher-ups behind them. Be that as it may, it did not take long for the notion of escape to gain the upper hand. Their leaders had already fled, so what could they do even if they stayed behind? Hence, they quickly began running for their lives. Martial Peak, Chapter 5191, Rest and Recover. The figure of the Inyang Pass old ancestor stood alone in the middle of the battlefield. Several ignorant and fearless low-rank Black Ink clansmen charged towards her. However, her sharp aura alone was enough to cause them to explode into mist before they could even approach her. Her gaze swept lightly in the direction that Shichong had escaped, and the corners of her mouth curled into a slight smile. Xiang Shan had asked her to allow one of the territory lords to escape so that the royal lord would be informed of their presence. She had initially wondered how she could seamlessly succeed at something like that. For a ninth-order open heaven realm master like her, it was not easy for her to pull off such a trick as the gap in strength was too large. If her actions were too obvious, they would only arouse suspicion. She never imagined that there would be a territory lord who did not step into the universe fragments at all. Moreover, he immediately decided to flee as soon as he detected her aura. It was undoubtedly an outcome that she was happy to see, so she simply pretended not to notice his presence. Out of the dozen territory lords, she only needed to allow one to escape. The rest would die without exception. Xiang Shan had mentioned that the primary goal of Great Evolution Army was not to recover Great Evolution Pass but to beat the Great Evolution Theater Black Ink clan half to death. Only then would they gain the opportunity to build a stable foothold at Great Evolution Pass. The deaths of 300,000 troops and nearly a dozen territory lords was probably not a small loss to the Black Ink clan of the Great Evolution Theater. The more opportunities the human army had to weaken the forces of the Black Ink clan, the lesser the pressure they would face when they arrived at the Great Evolution Theater in the future. After confirming that the territory lord had escaped into the distance, the old ancestor no longer held back and cast a divine ability. An enormous yin-yang fish manifested behind her, its black and white colors enveloping the entire battlefield with herself as the center. The human race army caught up in the divine ability was not affected in any way, but the Black Ink clan felt like they were sinking into a quagmire. Their figures seemed to become stagnant and the strength of those below the feudal lords was reduced by some 30%. Even the feudal lords were considerably weakened, only the territory lords seemed unaffected. That was not to say that the old ancestor's divine ability was ineffective towards the territory lords, it was just that the range she cast it over was too large, so the effects of its suppression on the territory lords were minimal. Even without the suppression from this divine ability though, the territory lords were caught in a terrible situation. There were 3 to 5 eighth-order masters surrounding each territory lord to begin with, so which one of them withstand the countless divine abilities and secret techniques that came raining down on them? Only half of the Eighth Order Masters were tasked with attacking the Territory Lords. The other 30 were moving back and forth across the battlefield, working together with the troops to reap the lives of the Black Ink clan to their heart's content. Everywhere these Eighth Order Masters went, their presence would give rise to a reign of terror. The Black Ink clan were mowed down in droves, like harvesting wheat in a field. The battle began hastily, and the ambush was rather imperfect, but nevertheless, with the help of the 38th Order Masters, the human army of 30,000 obtained a crushing victory over the Black Ink clan. Even so, the reaction of the Black Ink clan puzzled many people. In the beginning, these Black Ink clansmen had shown no fear towards the humans regardless of their cultivation. Even the low-rank clansmen had charged towards the humans without any scruples. Forget the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, many Black Ink clansmen even dared to attack the old ancestor. The reason for this situation naturally stemmed from the fact that these Black Ink clansmen came from the Great Evolution Theater and most of them had never fought with the human race before. Every time Great Evolution Theater provided reinforcements to attack Wind and Cloud Army, only the Territory Lords who led the army and some lucky feudal lords would return alive. The rest generally died on the battlefield. Consequently, many of the Black Ink clansmen had never experienced a battle against the humans before. However, they were the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Theater. Their ancestors were the only ones who successfully seized one of the Great Passes. Almost all the Black Ink clansmen below the feudal lords believed that the human race was extremely weak. That was why the Black Ink clan army of 300,000 had bravely fought back despite being ambushed and severely outmatched. As time passed though, and the number of clansmen decreased, they finally realized that the information passed down from ancient times did not match up to reality. The humans were not as weak as the rumors claimed. It turned out that every one of them was extremely strong. Not to mention, they could borrow the power of large artifacts that came in varying shapes and sizes to fight. As long as the defenses of these artifacts remained intact, the Black Ink clan could barely cause any damage towards them. After about half of the army had died in battle, the Black Ink clan finally understood their situation. The humans seemed to be much fewer in number, but they were still a force they could not compete with. Unfortunately, the realization had come too late. Under the command of Xiang Shan and Lu Zhiping, the entire universe fragment field had already turned into a perfect encirclement. Aside from the 30,000 or so Black Ink clansmen who had originally been outside the ambush zone, the remaining Black Ink clan army no longer had the opportunity to flee even if they wanted to. What followed next was a one-sided massacre. All the territory lords quickly fell in battle, leaving the surviving Black Ink clansmen leaderless. They all fought independently, resulting in an extremely chaotic situation. On the other hand, the human army had dozens of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and even an old ancestor assuming command. It was only natural that they would hold the absolute advantage. In just one day, the Black Ink clan army was completely obliterated. All the universe fragments in the nearby void had been shattered to dust. Severed limbs and hashed meat were everywhere. Dense Black Ink strength had condensed together to form an enormous Black Ink cloud that filled a vast swath of the void. Looking out into the distance, the entire scene resembled a dark shadow. The Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies gathered outside the Black Ink cloud. However, they did not rush to set off immediately and decided to stop to rest and recover instead. Since Xiang Shan had decided to alert the enemy of their presence, it stood to reason that he would need to give the Black Ink clan enough time to react, so there was no need to rush. The territory lord who escaped needed a head start. Although there was no knowing how he would report the situation back to the royal lord, the royal lord would surely realize that something was wrong as long as he was not a fool. For example, where did the human race army come from and where were they going? The battle situation at Wind and Cloud Pass would have been reported to the Great Evolution Theater's royal lord via the Black Ink Nest by now, so when the territory lord who escaped earlier reported the current situation to the royal lord, the latter would surely understand the intentions of the Great Evolution Army. The reason for the humans' decision to stop and reorganize was to give the Black Ink clan some time to make the necessary arrangements. The Great Evolution Army's losses in this battle were minimal. After all, the difference in combat power between the two sides was immense. Once again, the warships played a huge role in limiting the number of casualties to the hundreds. An army of 30,000 troops had defeated 300,000 enemies, yet they only suffered a few hundred casualties. The losses could be considered negligible. Meanwhile, Shichong fled at the speed of lightning. Never before had he ever felt death so close to him. He had practically believed that he was as good as dead when he saw the old ancestor appearing on the battlefield. Fortunately, it seemed luck was on his side. The old ancestor did not seem to have noticed him in the first place. Following his escape, a few tens of thousands of Black Ink clansmen outside the human ambush had scattered everywhere, which provided him with a good cover to conceal his tracks. Be that as it may, Shichong remained extremely uneasy. He was terribly afraid that the old ancestor would pursue him. If that were the case, then he could only resign himself to his death. It was fortunate that there were no signs of pursuit coming from behind. On any battlefield, fleeing was a huge crime. Shichong was sure he would be punished upon his return, but he couldn't care less about such things at this moment. He simply wanted to inform the royal lord about the current crisis as soon as possible. The human race was acting very differently from the usual. He did not know what they were planning, but he was certain the royal lord would know. After escaping for a month, Shichong finally felt relieved and became certain that the old ancestor was not chasing after him. Otherwise, he would have been caught by now. The other Black Ink clansmen who escaped with him had been left behind, but he didn't care about their survival. At this moment, he was simply trying to return to the Great Evolution Theater as quickly as possible. Back at the original battlefield, Great Evolution's Eastern and Western armies spent some time recovering. According to the orders passed down from the higher-ups, they would have 3 days of rest before they resumed marching. Most of the troops did not understand the meaning behind these orders. After all, they had only departed from Wind and Cloud Pass a few days ago. Although they encountered a big battle, there was no reason to take a rest yet. If that was the case, then why did they rush off from Wind and Cloud Pass in the first place? Regardless, they didn't question the order. Many had exhausted their energy during the battle, so they indeed needed some time to recover. Hence, nobody had any objections despite not understanding these strange orders. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was doing some repair work on Dawning Light. During the previous battle, Dawning Light had suffered some minor damage, and as a Grandmaster artifact refiner who also participated in the Black Ink Clan's warship project, it was not a problem for him to repair a few dents and cracks. Unfortunately, some of the damaged spirit arrays would require the help of the array masters traveling with the army to fully repair. Feng Ying was helping by the side while the rest of the members of Dawn were either idling around with nothing to do or cultivating diligently. While Yang Kai was busy working, a divine sense suddenly fluctuated throughout the entire area. A message was transmitted via the divine sense. Squad leaders of the Western Army 4th Division are to assemble immediately. The divine sense covered a large area, which happened to include the area where Dawning Light was located. Therefore, Yang Kai and the others heard the orders clearly. The person who sent out the divine sense message was the 8th Order Division Commander of 4th Division. Just as that divine sense vanished, another divine sense came out. This time around, it was the division commander of the 1st Division who issued orders to assemble together. The members of these two divisions happened to be located near Dawn, which was why the orders from both division commanders also reached their ears. Yang Kai couldn't help looking around. In the next moment, he saw numerous 7th Order squad leaders emerge from the warships nearby and gather in the direction of their respective division commanders. What's going on? Yang Kai looked confused. Feng Ying replied, "Why don't you go and ask?" After giving the suggestion some thought, Yang Kai stopped what he was doing and headed towards one of the gathering points. Two division commanders had transmitted messages that obviously indicated that some sort of special deployment order had come from the higher-ups. It was not just these two division commanders, though. The other division commanders had most likely sent out their own messages via voice divine sense, It was just that they were located at different positions, so Yang Kai could only hear the transmissions of these two division commanders. Dawn was a special operations squad, so unlike ordinary squads, they did not belong to any division or battalion. They were under the direct command of the army commanders. The same was true for the old turtles. While a special operations squad generally enjoyed many benefits and preferential treatment, it became apparent that they were a slightly isolated existence at times like these. Even if the higher-ups had deployment orders for them, they had no division commander to inform them. Although the army commanders would have made the necessary arrangements for them, Yang Kai preferred to understand the situation in advance. It didn't take long for him to arrive on one of the battalion-class warships. Warships could generally be classified into three types. The most basic squad-class warships were used by ordinary squads. Next came the battalion-class warship that was much larger and more imposing. In addition, the battalion-class warships usually carried far more firepower. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5192, Gathering Materials. Before Yang Kai came to the Black Ink battlefield, the battalion-class warships were basically the largest among the human race. There was no such thing as a division-class warship. High-rank open heaven realm masters mainly relied upon their own respective means to slaughter their enemies on the battlefield in cooperation with the warships under their command. Therefore, they would never have to hide themselves away inside a warship during battle. That was especially true for the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. During the war, their main responsibility was to target and hold down the territory lords. Even if they had the cooperation of the warships would only be a burden to them. A battalion-class warship basically served as the headquarters of a division. For example, every division had its own battalion-class warship during the March of the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies. The 8th Order division commanders would generally issue various orders from where they were stationed on the battalion-class warships. There were 60 divisions in the Eastern and Western armies, which meant that there were 60 battalion-class warships. Each battalion-class warship not only had an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commander overseeing its operations, but also other auxiliary personnel. Nevertheless, these personnel roughly numbered no more than half the numbers of a battalion or 50 people. Battalion-class warships were much larger and had greater destructive power compared to squad-class warships. The role that a battalion-class warship could play on the battlefield was no less than dawning light under Dawn's command. It was not until Yang Kai came to the Black Ink battlefield that the human race finally created the larger purifying Black Ink battleships for the sake of carrying purifying light. From a defensive and offensive aspect, a purifying Black Ink battleship was not much stronger than a battalion-class warship. However, the purifying light sealed within the purifying Black Ink battleship was the human race's biggest reliance against Black Ink strength. Not to mention, the universe array set up on the purifying Black Ink battleships also played a significant role. That was why the purifying Black Ink battleships generally had a more significant meaning compared to a battalion-class warship. Yang Kai came to the warship where the division commander of the 1st Division was located. The division commander of the 1st Division was also one of those who sent out a divine sense transmission earlier. Each division consisted of roughly 500 troops, with 5 battalions under its command. Each battalion subsequently consisted of 8 or 9 squads, so there were approximately 45 7th Order Open Heaven Realm squad leaders gathered here. The division commander of the 1st Division was Xu Yongde, who was personally appointed by Xiang Shanbak at the central square of Wind and Cloud Pass. Yang Kai remembered him from back then. Xu Yongde stood on the deck with his hands behind his back. The squad leaders rushed over in droves and obediently stood in line before him. When he saw Yang Kai in attendance, he simply glanced at him briefly and said nothing. It was evident that he knew Yang Kai came here to obtain information as the squad leader of a special operations squad. Not long afterwards, the adjutant next to him leaned over and reported in a low voice, "Sir, everyone is here." He nodded and finally opened his mouth to speak. "I called you over because I have orders from above." While Xu Yongde was speaking, the adjutant reached up and swept his hand out before him. Materials of various elements suddenly appeared in front of him. There were almost a dozen of these materials in varying shapes and sizes. Moreover, these materials were of varying orders. Everybody was confused by the sight before them. Xu Yongde stepped forward and pointed at the materials. When you return to your respective squads, you must collect the materials that are shown here. There are no requirements in terms of order, so just collect as many as possible. There were times when the same materials might not have the same order. Those with better formation conditions and enough time would have a higher order. On the other hand, the reverse would result in materials with a lower order instead. One of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm squad leaders asked curiously, "Sir, what is the purpose of collecting these materials?" Xu Yongde replied, "The higher-ups have their own considerations. Don't ask so many questions and simply collect what you have been told to collect. The time limit is half a day. Each squad leader will be responsible for their respective squad. Please gather all the materials presented in front of you and deliver them here promptly." Yes. The squad leaders received the orders and dispersed back to their squads. There was an unwritten rule on the Black Ink battlefield that every cultivator would leave all their resources behind in their residence whenever they were dispatched from the Great Pass where they resided, especially during wartime. They normally did not carry many materials with them on the battlefield. This practice was to prevent the loss of resources should they fall in battle or suffer from any unexpected accidents on the battlefield. By leaving all their materials in their residence, the property they left behind could be used by others if they lost their lives in battle. The humans on the Black Ink battlefield used to live a difficult life where materials were desperately lacking. Although their situation had improved considerably, their deep-rooted habits formed over the years had not changed. However, the situation among the troops of the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies was different. They planned to retake Great Evolution Pass, so regardless of whether they survived the campaign, they would not be returning to their original Great Passes. They were part of the Great Evolution Army now. For that reason, they had packed and brought all their belongings with them before the campaign began. That was not all though, as the various Great Passes had also distributed large amounts of cultivation resources to the deployed troops, lest they lacked the necessary resources when they arrived at the Great Evolution Theater. Therefore, all the troops in the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies could be said to be extremely wealthy. It would not be difficult to complete the order from the higher-ups to collect the specified materials, as there were 30,000 troops in the armies, and the number would not be too small either. If nothing else, there were piles of materials stacked up like mountains in Yang Kai's small universe, so there would no doubt be many of the requested materials there. Nevertheless, Yang Kai could not understand why the higher-ups wanted to gather these items. Looking at the situation, it would seem as though it was a sudden idea. Otherwise, they would have prepared these materials back in the inner sanctum and not while the army was on the march. Since it was a sudden idea, then the higher-ups must have come up with some kind of special plan while on the march. It might even have something to do with the battle earlier. Deep in thought, Yang Kai quickly returned to the dawning light. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master immediately came forward, "Junior Brother Yang." Yang Kai looked up and recognized that person as Li Xing, who also came from Blue Sky Pass. A total of 500 people had been dispatched from Blue Sky Pass, so even if he was not acquainted with all of them, Yang Kai would at least be familiar with their faces. Yang Kai was not close to Li Xing, but they had met each other at Blue Sky Pass on several occasions. Furthermore, Li Xing currently served as Xiang Shan's adjutant in the Great Evolution Army. "Senior Brother Li." Yang Kai cupped his fist in greeting and asked, "Do you need something, Senior Brother?" Li Xing solemnly replied, "The army commander has summoned you. If you have nothing urgent going on, please come with me." Yang Kai nodded, "Please wait a moment, Senior Brother. I received orders from Division Commander Su to gather some materials, so I would like to convey the orders to the others first." Li Xing had no objections. Yang Kai immediately informed Feng Ying about the several dozen materials that Xu Yongde had displayed earlier. Then he asked her to gather these materials from the squad members and deliver them to the division commander. Feng Ying diligently memorized the information and got to work. After settling this matter, Yang Kai finally stretched out his hand in a polite gesture. "Please lead the way, senior brother." Li Xing nodded and took off. The two of them navigated through the void and passed by numerous warships before quickly arriving at the purifying black ink battleship stationed in the middle of the army. The Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies had two purifying black ink battleships. Xiang Shan and Lu Zhiping had each brought one from their respective pass. It was just that Lu Zhiping had retrieved the Western Army's purifying black ink battleship after everybody had left their imprint on its universe array, so there was currently only one purifying black ink battleship with the army at the moment. In this way, it was more convenient for the two army commanders to discuss various matters and receive intelligence since they were gathered in one spot. When Yang Kai arrived at this place, he was startled to discover a bunch of people sitting down cross-legged on the ship's deck. Moreover, it was not just the deck. There were also people floating nearby in the void. Meanwhile, the person seated in the middle of this gathering was none other than Ma Fan. Xiang Shan, Lu Zhiping, and even the old ancestor were also present, but they stood not far away and watched quietly with no intention of intervening. Yang Kai did not know what was happening, but Grandmaster Ma Fan seemed to be explaining the method of refining something at the moment. If Yang Kai was not mistaken, all the people gathered here were artifact refiners. On this trip to recover Great Evolution Pass, there were more than 1,000 artifact refiners marching along with the army. That was the only way to ensure that the warships would be repaired in a timely manner when damaged. Besides, if the Great Evolution Army could successfully retake Great Evolution Pass, they would ultimately require the strength of these artifact refiners to restore the Great Pass to its former glory. The army not only had 1,000 artifact refiners, but also quite a few alchemists and array masters as well. Among the 1,000 artifact refiners, there was another artifact refining Great Grandmaster aside from Grandmaster Ma Fan, as well as some 50 Grandmasters. The rest were mostly artifact refining Great Masters. The artifact refining elites of several great passes had been gathered together in this place. In order to successfully retake Great Evolution Pass, each Great Pass had not been stingy to contribute their own talents. With 1,000 such people gathered in one place, it was impossible for the deck to accommodate them all even if the purifying black ink battleship was quite large. That was why Yang Kai was greeted with the sight of Grandmaster Ma Fan being surrounded by a huge crowd. Following Li Xing to stand in front of Xiang Shan and the others, Yang Kai respectfully bowed in greeting. Xiang Shan nodded and waved his hand. "Go over there and listen with the others." "Yes." Yang Kai obeyed and headed towards Grandmaster Ma Fan. After squeezing his way through the crowd, he finally managed to occupy a spot and carefully listened to the lecture. A short while later, Yang Kai grasped the contents of this talk to an extent. Grandmaster Ma Fan was explaining the refining method of a mechanical puppet. A mechanical puppet could be considered a kind of puppet, but the mechanical puppet developed by Grandmaster Ma Fan was clearly more agile and realistic than ordinary puppets. Not to mention, he was explaining the refining method of a humanoid puppet. The refining method was not complicated. Under normal circumstances, an artifact refining Grandmaster would be more than qualified to refine these puppets. It was just that the quality of the refined puppets would depend on the refiner's personal attainments and the materials used. The refining method of these humanoid puppets was probably created by Grandmaster Ma Fan himself, and that was why he was the one to teach them the method. Whatever the case, his explanation was extremely thorough. All the artifact refiners gathered here were talented beyond their peers, so it was easy for them to quickly master the refining method. Some people also asked some questions and received detailed answers from Ma Fan, which gave them a deeper understanding of the refining method for these puppets. Less than half a day later, the lecture ended and Grandmaster Ma Fan looked around the surroundings. "Does anybody else have any questions? If you have a question, please feel free to ask and this old master will explain to the best of his ability." Nobody said anything. Clearly, they had no questions regarding the contents of the lecture. Ma Fan nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, this old master has prepared a jade slip for each of you. The jade slip contains a detailed refining method for the mechanical puppet. After receiving the necessary materials, you will have to figure out the refining by yourselves. If there is anything you don't understand, you may come and ask this old master at any time." After saying that, he raised his large hand and numerous streams of lights appeared and drifted towards each person in attendance. Every single stream of light contained a single jade slip. Although a thorough explanation had been given, there were bound to be many problems once these people started refining the puppets even though they understood the contents of the lecture. That was why he went the extra length to prepare these jade slips. These jade slips not only contain the detailed refining method but also some of his insights. In this way, they could reduce most of the difficulties by comparing their results with the jade slip during the process of refining. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5193, Refining Puppets. Taking the jade slip, Yang Kai immersed his mind into it. He discovered that the jade slip contained the refining method of the humanoid mechanical puppet Grandmaster Ma Fan had explained earlier, but it was much more detailed and comprehensive. It was almost like a complete pill recipe. The problems that should be watched out for during the refining process, when to use what materials, what issues might arise, and the solutions to fix these issues, everything was recorded neatly inside the jade slip. With this jade slip in hand, refining the puppet would not be difficult even if they didn't have someone to guide them through the process. So what more was needed when Grandmaster Ma Fan was willing to explain everything in person? While Ma Fan was explaining the refining method for the humanoid puppet, numerous 8th Order masters rushed over from various directions and handed the space rings in their hands to Xiang Shan before leaving once more. As a steady stream of 8th Order division commanders came and went, the number of space rings that Xiang Shan was carrying gradually increased. Xiang Shan handed these space rings to Li Xing, along with some instructions. Nodding lightly, Li Xing walked directly to a group of artifact refiners and said, "Please come to me, one at a time, to receive the necessary materials for refining the mechanical puppets." The artifact refiners quickly gathered around him upon hearing those words and soon surrounded him tightly. Yang Kai did not go immediately and instead walked towards Ma Fan and asked, "Grandmaster, the division commanders issued an order earlier to gather some materials. Are those the materials needed for refining the mechanical puppets?" Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded, "That's right." Yang Kai was puzzled. What's the point of refining so many of these things? Grandmaster Ma Fan answered patiently, "I'm not too sure about the exact details either. I simply received a request from Army Commander Xiang Shan to teach the refining method of these puppets. As for what he plans to do with them, that's up to his own considerations. However, the refining method of these puppets is something I learned on a whim when I was younger. Although they seem quite realistic from a distance, they aren't much use in reality. According to my guess, these puppets can only be used as a distraction at most." Yang Kai seemed pensive. On the other side, Xiang Shan spoke up once most of the artifact refiners had received the supplies. "After receiving the materials, please refine them carefully. Do your best to refine as many puppets as possible." Everybody nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Kai guessed that he had been summoned here because he was now decently proficient in artifact refining. Since he already knew the reason behind this matter, there was no need to continue staying here. The other artifact refiners had to wait to receive their supplies, but he did not. Therefore, he turned around and rushed towards Dawning Light after informing Grandmaster Ma Fan about his intentions. Upon returning to Dawning Light, Yang Kai began refining the humanoid puppets right on the deck. The members of Dawn watched his movements curiously at the beginning, but they lost interest and went back to their own affairs as time passed. 3 days later, the army set off again and continued to sail towards the Great Evolution Theater. The marching speed of the army was neither fast nor slow. Another few days later, Yang Kai's refining process came to an end. It was not difficult to refine the humanoid puppets as the process was easy to master as long as one had the standards of a great master, and Yang Kai was already a grandmaster. After the various components were refined, one simply needed to assemble them together. In that way, a mechanical puppet could be completed in just 7 or 8 days. A group of Dawn members gathered on the deck and observed the finished product curiously. They were rather familiar with puppets as each of them had more or less seen similar objects throughout the journey of their growth. From the external appearance, the humanoid puppet that Yang Kai refined did not look particularly special. It could even be said to be rather ugly. Although it had a humanoid frame, anybody who was not blind could see that it was not a living thing at a glance. Yang Kai made the final checks to ensure that nothing was missing from the puppet he refined before nodding. Shen Ao rubbed his chin as he muttered, "Say, why do the higher-ups want to refine these puppets?" Chi Tai Chu thoughtfully suggested, "Maybe they will be used to increase the combat power of our Great Evolution Army? Speaking of which, how much strength can this puppet exert upon activation?" Feng Ying shook her head. "They are probably not meant to strengthen the combat power of the army. The Tao of puppetry is profound and mysterious, so even if you refine a puppet, you will need to master special puppet arts in order to bring out their full strength. There are a few cultivators in Blue Sky Pass who are proficient in the Tao of puppetry, so they might be able to make some use of these puppets, but with such a large number being produced, it's obvious that these puppets were not prepared for them. Besides, most of them didn't even come along on this campaign. If they are not meant to strengthen our combat power, then what are they for? Are they meant to be nothing more than ornaments?" Ning Qiji laughed. "Don't tell me the higher-ups are planning to use these puppets to scare the Black Ink Clan away." "I don't know whether they can scare the Black Ink Clan away, but these puppets probably aren't meant to just be ornaments," Yang Kai, who was busy working, suddenly interjected. Feng Ying inquired, "Squad leader, do you know what they are for?" He shook his head. "I don't. The higher-ups did not state their intentions clearly. They simply asked us to refine as many of these puppets as we could. Be that as it may, the resources consumed during the refining process are not particularly valuable and can even be considered common items. The refining method is not too advanced either, so even if these puppets were given to those who cultivated the Tao of puppetry, they would not be able to play a significant role in battle. Any random low-rank Black Ink clansman would be able to destroy one of these puppets in a single blow." During the conversation, he finished doing the final checks and confirmed that there were no issues with the puppet. According to the instructions written in the Jade Slip given by Grandmaster Ma Fan, only the final activation step was left. If there were no problems with this final step, then the refinement of the puppet could be considered a success. Activating the puppet was simple. One only needed to inject world force into the puppet. Needless to say, after consuming the injected world force, the puppet would stop moving. This was typically why the power source of a puppet would generally be something other than a cultivator's own strength. There was no need for Yang Kai to worry about these details, though, as his job was simply to refine these puppets. The higher-ups would make their own arrangements when the time came. Raising his hand, Yang Kai pressed his palm against the chest of the puppet, circulated his world force, and poured it into the puppet. As the world force entered the puppet, the patterns on the body of the puppet lit up. Immediately after that, the puppet seemed to come alive and radiated a vibrant aura. He immediately sensed an inexplicable connection forming between him and the puppet in front of him. This connection came from the world force he poured into the puppet earlier. In other words, he could now easily control the puppet. Be that as it may, what shocked everybody was that the puppet exuded the aura of a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master after being activated by Yang Kai. Shen Ao was so shocked that he blurted out, "Are you serious? Fifth Order?" The puppet that Yang Kai spent 7 or 8 days to refine had the aura of a fifth-order master. If it could exert the strength of a fifth-order master as well, then that would be beyond astonishing. After all, the human race would only need to refine these puppets on a large scale and send them into battle to never have to worry about the casualties again. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai seemed thoughtful. "The aura is realistic, but it's just the aura." Thanks to the inexplicable connection between them, he had a deeper understanding of the puppet. The mechanical puppet developed by Grandmaster Ma Fan had a slightly different approach to the norm. Generally speaking, any puppet could exert a certain amount of strength when powered and controlled properly. Unfortunately, this puppet seemed to only imitate the aura of a master and couldn't actually utilize much strength at all. Its greatest use would be to frighten and mislead others. With a simple thought, the puppet immediately began moving around on the deck. It could jump, run, and walk with ease. Judging by its posture, it was not very different from an actual person in terms of mobility, with its movements being agile and fluid. Next, Yang Kai controlled the puppet to throw a punch. As soon as the puppet punched out, the anticipation and excitement overflowing from the members of Dawn immediately turned into bitter disappointment. This couldn't be helped though, as in their eyes, the punch was so weak that it was practically powerless. None of them would even need to block this blow, as they could simply stand there and take it without suffering any damage. Sure enough, it was just as Yang Kai had mentioned earlier. The refining method for this puppet was not very advanced, and the materials used were not particularly valuable. It was not surprising that the puppet turned out so useless. Hence, everybody couldn't help feeling confused by the orders from the higher-ups. Why refine such useless puppets in such large quantities? Having satisfied their curiosity, the members of Dawn lost interest in the useless puppets and returned to their own affairs. Meanwhile, Yang Kai gave the puppet the order to move around freely before he began refining a second one. The refining process went much smoother than the first time, and the time he took was shortened by half a day. Everybody would go through a period of practice before they became skilled at anything after all. Yang Kai estimated that he would only need 4 to 5 days to refine another puppet to completion once he became proficient in this process. After a series of checks, he confirmed that there were no problems with the second puppet. He then poured his world force into it for the final activation. The puppet once again released the aura of a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, almost identical to the first puppet. The first puppet had already been stored in his space ring. Since Yang Kai had not provided it with much world force to begin with, and did not continue to provide it with more, the puppet completely stopped moving after an incense stick or so. The army continued to march forward slowly, and the days gradually slipped by. During this period, Yang Kai concentrated on refining the humanoid puppets, and his speed increased with practice. Half a year later, he only needed 5 days to finish refining one. In addition, as he became more proficient in this process, the aura released by the mechanical puppets he created were no longer limited to the 5th order. Oftentimes, the puppets he refined would release the aura of a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master when powered up. When his luck was particularly good, the puppets he refined would release an aura that was comparable to a 7th-order Master. Unfortunately, that was his limit. Yang Kai had the feeling that if Grandmaster Ma Fan and the other artifact refining Great Grandmaster were the ones to refine these puppets, they might be able to exude the aura of an 8th-order division commander. In any case, regardless of how powerful the aura the puppets exuded, their foundation remained the same. They were still weak and useless existences that would be destroyed by any random blow from a low-rank Black Ink clansman. Another half a year later, Yang Kai had refined almost 80 of these puppets. All of them had been stored inside a single space ring, ready to be delivered to the higher-ups at any time. After sailing for over a year, the Great Evolution Army had finally arrived within the Great Evolution Theater. They would be able to see Great Evolution pass from a distance if they continued marching forward for another 2 or 3 months. At this time, the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies began to reduce the size of their formation. They used the power of various artifacts and spirit arrays to conceal the whereabouts of the 30,000 troops, and in addition, many teams of scouts were dispatched to investigate the route ahead and prevent any possibilities that their presence might be revealed. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5194, One Step Ahead. At the same time, the higher-ups suddenly issued another confusing order for collection. The last order for collection from the higher-ups had been to gather the various materials required for the refinement of the puppets. This time around, the order for collection was to gather spare clothing. They were neither limited to gender nor body shape or size. It was acceptable as long as the clothing could be worn. Combined with the order to refine the puppets in large quantities, many people were starting to understand the intentions of the higher-ups. First, it was collecting the materials to refine large amounts of humanoid puppets, then it was collecting various kinds of clothing. Their intentions no longer required much explanation at this point. Those puppets were going to be used as some kind of ruse. Every one of those puppets exuded the aura of a fifth-order open heaven realm master and above. It was conceivable that the puppet army would seem extremely imposing when gathered in one place. At the right time in the right place, they would easily be able to attract the full attention of the Black Ink clan. Meanwhile, the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies would take advantage of this opportunity to take action. Although there were speculations about the purpose of these puppets, it was unfortunate that Yang Kai and the others could not figure out the where and how these puppets were going to be used. Truthfully speaking, these puppets would easily be seen through if they were observed closely. While they could move around as smoothly as a real person and exude the aura of an open heaven realm master, that would only fool others when they were far away. However, just the open heaven realm aura exuded by these puppets alone would likely be enough for them to be mistaken for a real army if they were dressed in proper clothes and seen from a distance. The army had already stepped foot into the Great Evolution Theater, so there was a chance of encountering the Black Ink clan at any moment. The 30,000 troops prepared themselves for battle and conserved their energy so that they were ready for the possibility of war. The members responsible for controlling the various spirit arrays and artifacts on the squad-class warships were carefully inspecting their weapons to ensure that there were no issues before the battle began. The Great Evolution Army progressed through the void as silently as a phantom, exuding a chilling aura. Upon receiving a summons from Xiang Shan, Yang Kai came to the purifying Black Ink battleship in the middle of the army once more. The old ancestor and the two army commanders were gathered together as though they were waiting for him to arrive. After Yang Kai greeted them, Xiang Shan got straight to the point. "We have a mission for you." "Please give me your instructions, sir." Yang Kai cupped his fist. Xiang Shan said, "If we march forward for another 2 months, we will reach Great Evolution Pass. I want you to circle around ahead and search for the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies on the other side of Great Evolution Pass." At the moment, the Great Evolution Army had been split into 2 parts. One part was the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies that had gathered at Wind and Cloud Pass, while the other part was the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies that had gathered at Azure Void Pass. There were 2 reasons for this deployment. The first reason was that Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass had always been besieged by larger than normal Black Ink armies. If the Great Evolution Army assembled at both these 2 great passes, then they could easily break these sieges. The second reason was that half of the troops from the Great Evolution Army came from these 2 great passes. Both Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass had each dispatched 15,000 troops each to cobble together the Great Evolution Army of 60,000 troops. Therefore, the Great Evolution Army was bound to depart from these 2 great passes and advance together regardless of the circumstances. That was what Yang Kai understood. What he didn't know was that the 2 armies departing from different great passes had originally agreed to march towards Great Evolution Pass at full speed so that they could arrive as soon as possible and join forces to launch a coordinated attack. However, the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies had encountered the Black Ink clan reinforcement army from Great Evolution Pass along their march. That had given Xiang Shan the idea for a better strategy, and he quickly made various arrangements during the march. If there were changes to the original plan, then it was only natural to inform the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies about the changes so that they were not completely blindsided by the actions of the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies. The inconvenience of communication on the battlefield could lead to extremely large losses. Since they wanted to inform the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies about the changes, they had to choose a suitable candidate for the task. For Xiang Shan, the first person that came to mind was Yang Kai. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, and as a result, his speed was something that even an 8th Order Master would not be able to match. Even if he ran into a territory lord on this journey, he would not be in danger as long as he was careful. Not to mention, Xiang Shan did not know the current whereabouts of the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies even though he had a prior agreement with their army commanders. If he sent somebody else, they might need to spend time searching slowly. On the contrary, the situation would be different if he sent Yang Kai on this trip. That was because all the universe arrays on the purifying black ink battleships of each great pass had been installed by Yang Kai himself. He had a unique advantage when it came to searching for the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies. After Xiang Shan explained his reasons to Yang Kai, the latter naturally did not refuse. I exchanged communication artifacts with the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies in the past. As long as we are within a certain distance of each other, we will be able to contact each other. But there's no need to go to such trouble to search for them. The Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies brought their purifying black ink battleships along, so when the time comes, you will only need to use the universe transference law to arrive directly at their side, Xiang Shan explained. Yang Kai nodded. Junior understands. Lu Zhiping added, just in case, you should bring the communication artifact with you. Having an extra method of communication will give you an extra layer of guarantee. Since she had already said so, Xiang Shan did not object to her suggestion. She thus handed a communication bead to Yang Kai, which he carefully stored away. When you locate the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies, tell them that there have been changes to the original plan. The Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies will be taking action to draw the Black Ink Clan's attention as we charge straight into the Black Ink Clan's territory. I'm certain that the Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass will receive news about the attack when the fighting breaks out. It would be great if the Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass did not take any action, but that is unlikely, so the Northern and Southern armies need to intercept the enemy once the Black Ink Clan leaves Great Evolution Pass. Yang Kai was extremely surprised by those words. Is the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies planning to attack the Black Ink Clan's territory? He had always assumed that the goal of this campaign was to retake Great Evolution Pass, so he never imagined that Xiang Shan's plan would be so bold. Upon further consideration though, this plan was clearly more beneficial. If the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies attacked the Black Ink Clan's territory, the Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass would not be able to remain still once they received the news. They would surely head out to provide reinforcements, and at that time, the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies would make their move and catch the enemy by surprise. This approach was clearly much better than attacking Great Evolution Pass directly. Yang Kai initially had some worries regarding this matter. The Black Ink Clan had taken over Great Evolution Pass some 30,000 years ago, so they were bound to have prepared various defensive measures. If the humans had attacked the Great Pass head-on, they would surely have suffered great losses. On the contrary, the situation would be different if they lured the snake out of its hole in this manner. Without Great Evolution Pass for protection, the Black Ink Clan would lose a huge advantage in this battle. If the humans could obliterate all the Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass, they would be able to retake Great Evolution Pass with ease. It could even be said that if they could beat the Black Ink Clan in the Great Evolution Theater half to death, then the Great Evolution Army would gain ample time to establish a stable foothold in Great Evolution Pass after they retook it. Following the various thoughts that ran through his mind, Yang Kai vaguely understood Xiang Shan's plan and couldn't help admiring the foresight of the army commander. Inform them that there's no need to provide aid to the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies. They only need to keep the Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass contained and kill as many enemies as possible to ensure we aren't attacked from the rear. Yes. Yang Kai acknowledged the order. If you don't have anything to prepare, then please set off immediately. It was true that Yang Kai had nothing to prepare, but the 100 or so puppets that he refined previously were still inside his space ring, so he immediately took it out and handed it to Xiang Shan. Then he cupped his fist in farewell. Junior will depart right now. Be careful and stay safe. The old ancestor, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly urged. Yang Kai nodded and flashed out of the purifying black ink battleship. There was no need to inform Dawn. Even without him as the squad leader, Feng Ying and the others would be perfectly fine. After all, they were all people who had spent hundreds, if not thousands of years on the black ink battlefield. Manipulating space principles, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared out of sight. When he looked back again, he could no longer see the great Eastern and Western fleets. There were various artifacts and barriers to conceal their whereabouts, so it was impossible to discover them unless one was close enough. Yang Kai did not linger. Making use of instantaneous movement over and over again, his figure flashed through the void without pause. According to the information given by Xiang Shan, the marching speed of the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies was probably faster than that of the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies. Yang Kai guessed that the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies were about to arrive in the vicinity of Great Evolution Pass. However, they would never carry out any rash actions before receiving contact from the Eastern and Western armies. Hiding in the shadows and observing the situation was definitely the safest method. What he needed to do at this moment was circle around Great Evolution Pass, locate the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies, and deliver Xiang Shan's message. After Yang Kai departed, the conversation continued inside the purifying black ink battleship, with Lu Zhiping saying, "It's almost time. We should act according to the plan." Xiang Shan nodded, "Collect all the puppets." The order was conveyed to the others, and soon, all the artifact refiners delivered the puppets they refined during the past year to the purifying black ink battleship. The puppets were personally inspected and counted by Ma Fan himself. There were more than 1,000 artifact refiners, including 2 great grandmasters and 50 grandmasters, so the results of the past year could be said to be extremely bountiful. As many as 70,000 puppets had been refined. Yang Kai alone had refined more than 100 puppets, with the other grandmasters achieving similar results. The 2 great grandmasters had refined even more. Although the number of puppets refined by the great masters was slightly lower, refining 70,000 puppets in this timeframe was a terrifying feat nevertheless. That was a number that was accumulated from piling up various materials, but the preparations did not end there. Every puppet also needed to be charged and activated, which was another huge expense. It was fortunate that the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies had brought enough supplies with them when they first set off on this journey to support such profligacy. It took several days to install energy sources for the tens of thousands of puppets. Afterward, the puppets were divided into 5 portions and stored into 5 separate space rings. These 5 space rings were carried by 5 8th Order Division commanders, who jointly set off in the direction of Great Evolution Pass. Following the departure of these 5 8th Order Division commanders, the huge fleet that had been marching straight towards Great Evolution Pass since they first set sail changed course. It was also on this day that Zhicheng Territory Lord, who had been fleeing for more than a year, finally arrived back at Great Evolution Pass. The reason he was able to arrive at Great Evolution Pass 2 months earlier than the Great Evolution Army was that he had been acting alone, so it was only natural that his movements were less restricted. He had mustered all his strength to escape back then and subsequently continued to run for his life for the next whole month. On the other hand, the Great Evolution Army had to maintain their formation, so it stood to reason that their speed could not compare to a lone territory lord. Be that as it may, it was the exact situation that Xiang Shan had been anticipating. It was crucial for Zhicheng to return to Great Evolution Pass ahead of them so that the Black Ink clan had enough time to make some arrangements. Zhicheng was a territory lord, but even his complexion was a little haggard at the moment. Traveling through the void for a year was no big deal for a master in his realm, so the reason he looked so disheveled was mainly due to the mental stress he had suffered. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that his pursuers were right behind him. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5195, The Human Race is Planning to Attack Great Evolution Pass. When Zhicheng was only a few days away from Wind and Cloud Pass, he was ambushed by a human race army. The 300,000 troops of the Black Ink Army had been completely annihilated, and all other territory lords other than him had lost their lives. However, fleeing for the past year had taken a huge toll on him. He felt as though there was an overwhelming sense of crisis pressing down on him, giving him the illusion that he was constantly being chased. Be that as it may, there were no signs of pursuers no matter how many times he checked his surroundings. Seeing the majestic Great Pass in front of him once more, Zhicheng felt as though he had never found a more welcoming sight in his entire life. His tense nerves finally relaxed as soon as he stepped into Great Evolution Pass. More than 30,000 years had passed since the Black Ink clan conquered Great Evolution Pass. The troops that generally departed from here to provide reinforcements to the two adjacent theaters had always been defeated after arriving at Wind and Cloud Pass or Azure Void Pass. There was never once when they were ambushed and completely annihilated by the humans along the way. During his escape, Chichong had been wondering about something. He simply could not understand how the humans at Wind and Cloud Pass could gather the manpower to prepare an ambush in that place. Logically speaking, the humans at Wind and Cloud Pass should have been overwhelmed by the siege of the Black Ink Clan army by now. After much thought, a possibility occurred to him, one that left him feeling very uneasy. Great Evolution Pass was originally one of the great passes under the human race's control. It had taken countless generations of blood, sweat, and tears from the elites of Great Evolution Paradise to build up the Great Pass little by little. More than 30,000 years ago, this place was not that different from the other Great Passes. Tens of thousands of human troops had protected this place under the leadership of their old ancestor and prevented the Black Ink Clan from taking one step across the boundary. However, the entire Great Evolution Pass was now shrouded in a layer of dense black ink strength. There was also an enormous black ink nest standing tall in the middle of Great Evolution Pass Central Square. The black ink nest resembled a pitch-black flower bud that was on the verge of blooming. Whenever it contracted and expanded slightly, large amounts of thick black ink strength leaked out from within. This particular black ink nest was thousands of meters tall, and its base practically occupied the entire central square. Looking at it from a distance, it resembled a towering black mountain. It was clearly a mid-grade black ink nest. Black ink nests were the foundation of the Black Ink Clan. The presence of a mid-grade black ink nest here indicated that this was now the home territory of a territory lord. In other words, there was a territory lord guarding this place at all times. This situation was nothing out of the ordinary. Great Evolution Pass was the first and only Great Pass to be conquered by the Black Ink Clan in history, so it was impossible for the Black Ink Clan to neglect it. Even if only to boost morale, a territory lord was always standing guard here. Furthermore, the territory lord stationed here was the strongest territory lord in the entire theater, Hong Di. It was rumored that this territory lord was only one step away from becoming a royal lord. Unfortunately, the rumor had been circulating for tens of thousands of years, yet there were no signs of Hong Di advancing so far. Although there were no signs of his breaking through, it was true that Hong Di territory lord was very diligent in his cultivation. Even though he was stationed at Great Evolution Pass, he basically stayed within the Black Ink Nest and borrowed its power to cultivate. All the Black Ink clansmen under his command believed that he was trying to overcome the last step to become a royal lord. Of course, Hong Di was not the only territory lord stationed at Great Evolution Pass after the Black Ink Clan first conquered it. There were also several others besides him. That was because they had been wary of the human race trying to retake Great Evolution Pass. However, more than 30,000 years had passed since then. The human race seemed to have little regard for Great Evolution Pass and never showed signs of trying to retake it. Therefore, the Black Ink Clan no longer took this matter too seriously. Except for the most powerful Hong Di, who was ordered to remain here, all the other territory lords returned to their respective territories. Leaving the strongest territory lord at Great Evolution Pass was part of the precautions taken by the Black Ink Clan. They knew that the humans would eventually attempt to retake the Great Pass, but they did not know when the counterattack would come. In this way, Great Evolution Pass became Hong Di's personal territory. Nevertheless, this place remained very lively since the reinforcement armies for the Black Ink Clan in the Azure Void Theater and the Great Evolution Theater generally gathered and departed from this place. Roughly 3 years ago, an army of 300,000 troops had set off in the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass. Hence, Hong Di was very surprised when Zhichong suddenly appeared at Great Evolution Pass. He was not surprised by the fact that Zhichong had returned so quickly though, but by the fact that Zhichong had returned at all. As the person in charge of Great Evolution Pass, he could easily obtain various pieces of information with the help of Great Evolution Pass. Likewise, Zhichong was also rather taken aback. That was because he basically never saw Hong Di even though he had been to Great Evolution Pass on many occasions. Hong Di had always been in a state of secluded cultivation after all. Many territory lords had maliciously speculated about him, wondering whether he had died inside his black ink nest since they had not seen him in so many years. The two territory lords met inside a grand hall. Compared to the travel-weary Zhicheng, Hongdi was undoubtedly full of vigor. There were no rules for courtesy like those among the human race, so after they each took a seat, Hongdi glanced at Zhicheng and asked probingly, "Did you encounter anything worthy of attention during your deployment?" He did not ask where the army of 300,000 troops had gone or why Zhicheng was the only one out of a dozen territory lords to appear here. Just by looking at Zhicheng's miserable appearance, Hongdi had a guess as to what happened. His question was simply to confirm his speculations. Zhicheng quickly nodded. Among a field of universe fragments located only a few days away from Wind and Cloud Pass, we were ambushed by the humans. They were led by a 9th Order Old Ancestor and had some 50 to 68th Order Masters with them. Our army was no match for them, and almost everyone was slaughtered on the spot. I was the only one to escape alive. Hongdi nodded lightly at those words and revealed an expression that seemed to indicate he had expected as much. The Black Ink Clan army of 300,000 troops had almost zero chance of survival against such a lineup from the human race. Zhicheng was very lucky to escape and return alive. Zhicheng was stunned. "You knew?" Hongdi waved his hand in denial. "I didn't know anything, but I did receive news from the Wind and Cloud Theater approximately 1 year ago. It was said that an additional Old Ancestor had appeared at Wind and Cloud Pass, along with hundreds of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. In the end, even the Royal Lord was severely injured and forced to escape back to the Royal City. The territory lords suffered massive casualties, and the army of several million under their command was all but wiped out. It will be difficult for them to recover without at least 1,000 years of recuperation." Zhicheng was shocked to hear the news. He had thought that he was very unlucky, but compared to the fate of his clansmen at Wind and Cloud Theater, he could be considered quite fortunate. The Black Ink Clan had originally been suppressing the human race in the Wind and Cloud Theater, but an additional Old Ancestor and hundreds of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. How could the Black Ink Clan of the Wind and Cloud Theater possibly withstand such a force? Have the humans gone insane? Why did they gather so many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in one place? Did they abandon the other great passes? Was the Old Ancestor you encountered a woman from the human race? Hongdi asked. Zhicheng nodded solemnly. Indeed. Although it was only a brief glimpse at the time, Zhicheng had definitely seen the appearance of the human Old Ancestor. Hongdi said, "In that case, it has been confirmed. The Old Ancestor you encountered is most likely the one who suddenly appeared at Wind and Cloud Pass. The Royal Lords have conferred with each other and confirmed that this woman was originally the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master protecting Yinyang Pass." Zhicheng raged. If she is the Old Ancestor of Yinyang Pass, then why did she suddenly appear at Wind and Cloud Pass? Are they planning to ignore and disregard the Royal Lord at Yinyang Pass? He was lucky to have escaped the notice of that 9th Order Master, which allowed him to survive by a narrow margin, but what if he had not been so lucky? He would have suffered the same fate as the other dozen territory lords and become nothing more than severed limbs and hashed meat floating about in the void by now. Zhicheng had no place to vent all the bitterness and panic he felt while fleeing for his life. Furthermore, thinking about how a territory lord like him had never been in such a wretched position before and learning that the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was somebody from the distant Yinyang Pass, he forgot to be mindful of his speech in his annoyance. "Watch your tongue." Hongdi glared at Zhicheng. The prestige of a Black Ink Clan Royal Lord was not something a mere territory lord could disparage. Zhicheng immediately shrunk his neck. In the end, he heaved a heavy sigh. Taking pity on Zhicheng, Hongdi explained the situation. "To tell you the truth, there's a reason why that 9th Order woman from Yinyang Pass appeared at Wind and Cloud Pass. It's because a new 9th Order human has appeared at Yinyang Pass. That's why she could leave with peace of mind." Zhicheng was stunned. The humans gained an additional 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? The Ninth Order Masters and the Royal Lords were the strongest combatants among the human race and the Black Ink clan. The addition or loss of even one of them was something that could shake the entire Black Ink battlefield. That was why Zhicheng lost his composure when he heard that there was an additional Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master at Yinyang Pass. Hong Di nodded. When news that the Ninth Order Old Ancestor from Yinyang Pass appeared at Wind and Cloud Pass, the Royal Lord in the Yinyang Theater probed the situation at Yinyang Pass and confirmed that there was a Ninth Order Master there. It seems that one of the army commanders at Yinyang Pass broke through. Zhicheng immediately gritted his teeth in fury. The human race sure is cunning. When a human advanced from the Eighth Order to the Ninth Order, the disturbance caused was extremely large. If they had chosen to advance in the Black Ink battlefield, then the Black Ink clan would have known about it a long time ago. Seeing as they suddenly gained a new Ninth Order Old Ancestor out of nowhere, it could only be assumed that the newly advanced master had not chosen to advance on the Black Ink battlefield. The humans had been planning this from the beginning. They secretly nurtured a new Ninth Order Old Ancestor, which led to the complete defeat of the Black Ink clan at Wind and Cloud Pass. Zhicheng had simply gotten involved by extension. That can't be right. Hong Di suddenly seemed to realize something, and his expression changed slightly. Zhicheng, did you say that you were ambushed by the human race army when you were a few days away from Wind and Cloud Pass? Zhicheng nodded, In other words, you encountered each other on the road. Naturally, he secretly thought to himself, why is Hong Di asking such nonsensical questions? Hong Di's expression changed drastically. He had not been surprised by what happened to Zhicheng because he had already heard about the situation beforehand. The Black Ink clan army had suffered a crushing defeat at Wind and Cloud Pass, so he naturally assumed that the reinforcement army led by territory lords like Zhicheng had also been defeated on that battlefield. Therefore, he had been slightly surprised to see that Zhicheng had returned alive. Many territory lords had perished in that battle, so Zhicheng was very lucky to have survived. Be that as it may, it turned out that the reinforcement army had not participated in the battle at Wind and Cloud Pass. It was impossible for the humans to know about the reinforcement army dispatched from Great Evolution Pass and set up an ambush in the middle of their route. In other words, it was because Zhicheng and the others were unlucky that they were ambushed in the first place. They had encountered the human race army that had departed from Wind and Cloud Pass. But why would an old ancestor lead a human army out of Wind and Cloud Pass? This is bad. Hong Di abruptly jumped to his feet. They are coming to attack Great Evolution Pass. Zhicheng frowned. Do you have evidence? The truth was that he had considered this possibility while on the run for his life, but there was no evidence to back up this speculation. Although he had encountered the human race army outside of Wind and Cloud Pass, he could not say that they were planning to attack and retake Great Evolution Pass. That was a huge claim to make, so Zhicheng had not dared to voice his opinion even though this idea had crossed his mind. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5196, Northern and Southern Armies. Zhicheng had originally planned to use the Black Ink nest at Great Evolution Pass to report his encounter to the Royal Lord. At the same time, he planned to mention his conjecture despite the lack of evidence. Unfortunately, there were various pros and cons to be considered. If his conjecture was true, then the Black Ink clan would have time to prepare themselves in advance. However, if he was wrong, then he would definitely be punished. There was also the fact that he had fled the battlefield during his encounter with the human race army. He was bound to suffer horribly if he was simultaneously condemned and punished for both crimes. Seeing that Hong Di had the same suspicions, Zhicheng felt a sense of relief. It would save him the trouble of informing the Royal Lord himself. Hong Di quickly said, "If you consider the timing, you probably encountered the ambush from the human race army after the battle at Wind and Cloud Pass ended. It was also after the battle at Wind and Cloud Pass that the Royal Lord sent me a message, telling me not to enter retreat for the time being. I couldn't understand why he issued such a strange order at the time, but it would seem that he already anticipated this turn of events." The Royal Lord had indeed anticipated this situation. Hong Di was stationed at Great Evolution Pass, so the only information he could receive was the information circulating within the Great Evolution Theater. It was also information that the Royal Lord could access, but unlike Hong Di, the Royal Lord had a high-rank black ink nest. The Royal Lord could communicate with the other Royal Lords with their high-rank black ink nests and obtain information from the other theaters. Hong Di was only aware that the humans at Wind and Cloud Pass had significantly increased the number of their troops. They also seemed to have welcomed an additional old ancestor. However, he was not aware that the humans at Azure Void Pass had seen a similar increase in troop strength. Although they did not have an old ancestor among them, they had mobilized hundreds of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The Black Ink clan at Azure Void Pass had suffered a crushing defeat as a result. The human race at the two Great Passes neighboring Great Evolution Pass had shown strange movements at the same time. That was a clear indication that they were plotting something. It was only natural for the Royal Lord to have some guesses. Hence, he immediately sent a message to Hong Di, telling the latter not to enter retreat for the next few years. That was also why Zhichong could meet with Hong Di at this moment. This is an urgent matter. I must report this information to the Royal Lord immediately. After saying that, Hong Di rushed out. It was evident that he wanted to borrow the power of the Black Ink Nest to report the information he just received. Seeing that, Zhichong naturally had no reason to stop Hong Di, so he stood up and said, "I'll go with you." There was no telling what the Royal Lord might ask, therefore, it would be easier for him to answer the questions if he were present. A short while later, Hong Di stood inside the Black Ink Nest and communicated with its consciousness to report all the information he received so far. He originally thought that it would take some time before he received a response, but contrary to his expectations, the Royal Lord responded immediately. Another short while passed before Hong Di withdrew his consciousness with a solemn expression. Zhichong asked, "What did the Royal Lord say?" He had wanted to report his experience to the Royal Lord himself, but who could have imagined that the Royal Lord had no intention to question him whatsoever? Zhichong did not know what the Royal Lord had said to Hong Di. Hong Di quickly said, "Our clan suffered a crushing defeat at Azure Void Pass after the humans dispatched a large number of reinforcements there. As a result, nearly half the territory lords were killed or gravely injured. Although the Royal Lord is safe, he won't be able to take action within a short period of time." Zhichong was shocked. "Are you saying that something similar happened at Azure Void Pass too?" Hong Di nodded heavily. "So, the Royal Lord speculates that the humans might be coming to retake Great Evolution Pass. Zhichong, the Royal Lord commands you to return to your territory as soon as possible and gather an army in order to reinforce the defenses at Great Evolution Pass." Are they really coming? Zhichong felt a little faint. For more than 30,000 years, the humans had been ignoring the loss of Great Evolution Pass. Even so, the Black Ink clan had always known that the humans would never abandon Great Evolution Pass entirely. They would come back to retake the pass one day, but the Black Ink clan never expected the wait to last 30,000 years. "I understand. I will return to my territory immediately." A short while later, Zhichong's figure transformed into a small black ink cloud that sped off into the void. He secretly rejoiced that he had returned quickly. According to his estimations, it would still take some time for the human race army to arrive even if they were coming to attack Great Evolution Pass. Therefore, he would have enough time to make preparations. In fact, all the territory lords in the Great Evolution Theater would have ample time to prepare themselves for the difficulties ahead. At the same time, inside Great Evolution Pass, Hong Di issued various orders to his subordinates. Numerous Black Ink clan squads scattered across the void in two separate directions, tasked with searching for possible movements of the humans from Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass. Unfortunately, this endeavor not only took time, but also required a touch of luck. If the humans intended to retake Great Evolution Pass, they were bound to act with utmost secrecy. It would not be easy to discover their whereabouts. Great Evolution Pass was not the only place to take action. All the territory lords in the Great Evolution Theater had received orders from the Royal Lord. They had been tasked with gathering the armies under their command in the shortest time possible. As such, all the Black Ink clansmen in the Great Evolution Theater took action almost immediately. The ominous feeling that a storm was approaching enveloped the entire theater. Hongdi initially thought that it would be difficult to receive news about the human race army, but contrary to his expectations, it only took the Black Ink clan search teams that he previously dispatched 6 days to return with intelligence to report. They had mysteriously lost contact with one of the Black Ink clan squads that set off in the direction of Azure Void Pass. The loss was not great, just a single feudal lord along with some high-rank and low-rank clansmen. Nevertheless, this anomaly quickly caught Hongdi's attention. It was impossible for a search party he sent out to disappear for no reason. For the past 30,000 years, the Black Ink clan had never encountered any enemies in the vicinity of Great Evolution Pass. The only possibility was that the Black Ink clan squad had discovered the hiding place of the human race army and were eliminated as a result. Therefore, he sent out more people to investigate the region where the first team had gone missing and simultaneously reported this information to the Royal Lord. At a place located several days away from Great Evolution Pass in the direction of Azure Void Pass, a large fleet concealed the traces of their whereabouts and quietly remained hidden in the void with the help of various artifacts and arrays. The method of concealment they deployed was very clever and sophisticated, so as long as nobody came within 1,000 kilometers of the various artifacts and arrays, they would remain invisible. However, there was nothing they could do if the Black Ink clan came too close. Unlike with individual cultivators, it was not easy to conceal the whereabouts of such a large-scale fleet. After all, a lone cultivator could at least use some obscure secret techniques to conceal themselves, whereas a giant group of warships could not be missed. This fleet was none other than the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies that had departed from Azure Void Pass. Just as Xiang Shan had expected, the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies had marched at a faster pace compared to the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies. They arrived in the vicinity of Great Evolution Pass half a month ago. Needless to say, they would never act rashly before they made contact with the Eastern and Western armies. That was why they stopped at a location approximately 3 days away from Great Evolution Pass to wait for news from Xiang Shan. This location was neither too close nor too far from the Great Evolution Pass. Under the premise that they could effectively conceal their whereabouts, this distance would also allow them to easily communicate with the Eastern and Western armies. Unfortunately, the Northern and Southern armies had extremely terrible luck. Their large fleet was carefully hiding in the void when a Black Ink clan squad suddenly barged into their defense perimeter. The void was so vast that 1,000 kilometers was truly not far. Therefore, the two army commanders of the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies simply could not understand how the Black Ink clan could randomly bump into them. They didn't even know whether to consider those Black Ink clansmen lucky or unlucky. Needless to say, a mere squad of Black Ink clansmen led by a lone feudal lord was nothing to the Northern and Southern armies. They weren't even capable of filling the gaps between the armies' teeth. After swiftly annihilating the Black Ink clan squad, the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies deliberately changed their location just to be safe, shifting the fleet's hiding spot to a place several million kilometers away. Be that as it may, they just received another report from the patrols that another Black Ink clan team had stumbled upon their location again. The Southern Army's army commander, O Yang Lai, the Northern Army's army commander, Mi Jingluan, and several other 8th Order Division commanders gathered together aboard the main purifying Black Ink battleship. It was clearly not a coincidence for them to be found by 2 Black Ink squads in succession. There were no such coincidences in the world. What do you think? O Yang Lai was a red-haired old man. Just from his name alone, one could tell that he had a fiery personality. Moreover, there was a hint of impatience coloring his brow while he was speaking. How could the others not know the reason for his impatience? The main reason was that the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies were already in position, but there was still no news from the Eastern and Western armies. There was no way to tell where the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies were currently located. O Yang Lai could not wait to attack Great Evolution Pass, so he was naturally impatient at this delay. An 8th Order Division commander spoke up. According to the scouts who were previously dispatched, there seems to have been an increase in the number of Black Ink clansmen in the vicinity recently. Moreover, they seem to be searching for something. Yang coldly snorted. What else can they be searching for? Clearly they're looking for us. It looks like the news that our human race army is planning to retake Great Evolution Pass has been exposed. The Great Evolution Northern Army's army commander, Mi Jinglun, had a scholarly appearance. He had a feathered helmet on his head and a feather fan in his hand. Although he was not young, he had the appearance of a fair-skinned youth. Anybody who saw him for the first time would never associate him with the post of army commander. He smiled lightly. It's within our expectations. The movements at Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass were not small after all. It's only natural for the Black Ink clan to guess our intentions. Yang raged. I want to know where Xiang Shan led the Eastern and Western armies. We've already been here for some time, so why are they nowhere to be seen? Are they planning to give up on Great Evolution Pass? Mi Jinglun persuaded earnestly. Please calm down, Brother Yang. Judging by the number of days, the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies should have arrived in the vicinity of Great Evolution Pass by now. I'm sure somebody will come and contact us soon. He knew that Yang was upset that the old ancestor had appointed Xiang Shan as the Great Evolution Eastern Army's army commander. Combined with the current situation, Yang couldn't hide his contempt for Xiang Shan in his words. What we need to do right now is to wait. But, since the Black Ink clan has taken precautions, it isn't safe for our northern and southern armies to remain here. This place is just 3 days away from Great Evolution Pass, which if the enemy is alerted is clearly too close. We should withdraw to a position further away. Yang said nothing, so a division commander inquired, Senior Brother Mi, how far back do you think we should retreat? Mi Jinglun pondered for a moment. We should retreat another 2 days' distance, so that we are 5 days away from Great Evolution Pass. Otherwise, the northern and southern armies may not be able to respond in time if the Royal Lord decides to take action. The other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders who were participating in the strategy meeting nodded in agreement. Then, Mi Jinglun glanced at Yang. Yang said, We'll do as you say. Although the army can withdraw, we will still need to send somebody to approach Great Evolution Pass in order to better monitor the movements there. Mi Jinglun nodded at those words. Your words make sense, Brother Yang. Do you have any candidates in mind? Yang stood up and said, I'll go myself. Mi Jinglun heaved a sigh in his heart, knowing that he could not dissuade the other party. Yang had a rather irritable personality, and the more one tried to dissuade him, the more counterproductive it would be. In any case, it was not dangerous for him to go in person. He was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all, so it would not be difficult for him to conceal his presence, unlike a large fleet that could not remain hidden no matter what they did. Martial Peak, Chapter 5197, Come take a walk with your master. Even if Yang went to scout in person, the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies would still have Mi Jinglun in command, so nothing would go wrong. It was just that Yang could not be allowed to go alone. There was no saying what trouble he might cause with his violent temper otherwise. For that reason, Mi Jinglun said, You should bring your disciple with you, Brother Yang. That way, you can send him back to inform us if you discover anything. Yang immediately turned to look at Mi Jinglun. What's wrong? Are you afraid I might cause trouble? Are you trying to get my disciple to watch over me? Mi Jinglun burst out laughing. How could I possibly dare to do something like that? Although he said that, it was obvious he had that exact intention in mind. Yang considered the suggestion for a moment and coldly snorted, Fine. I'll bring him with me. Honestly speaking, Mi Jinglun was not the only one who was worried that he might cause a ruckus. Yang was worried that he might cause a ruckus too. Under normal circumstances, his strength as an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would have prevented anything too troublesome from occurring even if he kicked up a storm. However, things were different this time. The Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies had not gotten in touch with the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies, so they had yet to discuss their deployment strategy to retake Great Evolution Pass in detail. If he were to stir up trouble at this time, his actions would affect many other people as a whole. In the worst-case scenario, he might even disrupt the plans of the entire army. If he brought his disciple along with him, then his disciple would act as a constraint. Yang Lai would first need to carefully weigh his actions before he caused any trouble. "Brat, did you hear? Come take a walk with your master." He turned to look to the side. There was a young man leaning against a nearby pillar, with his arms folded in front of his chest. The two army commanders and several 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders in charge of deciding the movements of the army were currently in deep discussion with each other. In contrast, this young man looked extremely bored and almost seemed as though he was about to fall asleep while listening to their discussion. He would yawn widely from time to time until his eyes were watery. This young man was in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, so logically speaking, his cultivation should have allowed him to break free from the constraints of ordinary mortals. It should be impossible for him to feel sleepy or yawn. Be that as it may, he not only yawned, but also yawned without stopping. He looked so drowsy that he might fall asleep at any moment. Everybody else in the hall was in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, and he was the only 7th Order junior present. Mi Jingluan and the other 8th Order masters were not surprised by this youth's behavior though. Rather, it could be said that they had long gotten accustomed to it. Speaking of which, Yang Lai and his disciple were definitely a pair of weirdos. The master had a fiery personality, and his general behavior was rather impulsive even though he was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm master. Therefore, it was rather surprising for him to take in such a lazy disciple who seemed so laid back and apathetic to almost everything. Their personalities could be said to be complete opposites of each other, but Yang Lai had very high expectations of this disciple of his and usually spoiled him rotten. It was for these reasons that he always brought his disciple along with him whenever he felt that he might act recklessly and get into trouble. That was because he would constantly remind himself to act extremely carefully so as not to cause any trouble when his disciple was by his side. After all, his disciple might also get dragged into the mess if he caused a ruckus. The young man stared blankly ahead and yawned as usual. Meanwhile, Yang Lai did not receive a reply to his question. Mi Jingluan smiled bitterly. The bad habit of Brother Yang's disciple, who cultivates the divine wandering, is another problem in itself. Is it really okay for the two of them to act together? "Martial Nephew Gong, your master is speaking to you," one of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders reminded helplessly. "Disciple is awake." Gong Lien hurriedly straightened up and lowered his head. "Honored master, what orders do you have for me?" "Bullshit. What orders?" Yang Lai became impatient and walked out in large strides. When he walked by Gong Lien, he simply grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and dragged him along. "Come with me." Afterward, he left the purifying black ink battleship in quick steps. Yang Lai's voice drifted over from a distance. "Brother Mi, please just act according to plan. If this old master obtains any information, I will send my disciple back to inform you." Mi Jingluan and the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders exchanged a glance with each other and shook their heads helplessly. After a while, the huge fleet retreated slowly as previously discussed. They moved back by another 2 days' distance in order to prevent any unexpected incidents. In the void, Yang Lai used various secret techniques to conceal his and Gong Lien's auras. Be that as it may, his speed was not slow in the slightest as he headed in the direction of Great Evolution Pass. Meanwhile, Gong Lien neither resisted nor struggled. He simply allowed himself to be carried in that manner and did not look disgruntled at all. In fact, judging by his expression, he seemed accustomed to such behavior. For him, it was great that he didn't need to use his own strength to travel. What did it matter even if he was in an unsightly posture? Fortunately, he did at least ask a single question. "Honored master, where are we going?" "We are going to spy on the Black Ink clan," Yang Lai replied. Gong Lien grunted in response and said nothing else. While Yang Li and his disciple were traveling through the void and quickly approaching Great Evolution Pass, Yang Kai was also charging through the void from the opposite side. Yang Kai's journey required him to cross Great Evolution Pass and head towards its opposite side to search for the whereabouts of the northern and southern armies and report Xiang Shan's intentions to them. There were two possible routes in order to cross Great Evolution Pass. One was to go around from the front, and the other was to go around the back. According to the map of the entire Black Ink battlefield that Ding Yao had shown him back at Blue Sky Pass previously, the boundary between the Black Ink battlefield and the 3,000 worlds was connected by a single path. This path was none other than the No-Return Pass guarded by the Dragon and Phoenix clans. With the No-Return Pass as the center, the human race had established more than 100 great passes to form an outer defense perimeter. The distribution of these great passes in the Black Ink battlefield resembled an inverted semicircle that encompassed the No-Return Pass at its center. In other words, the No-Return Pass was located behind all the great passes. If one were to set off from any of the great passes and traveled in the direction of the 3,000 worlds, they would eventually arrive at the No-Return Pass. More than 30,000 years ago, the area covered by the semicircle was regarded as an absolutely safe area for the human race. That was because this area was located at the rear of every great pass. As long as the great passes stood strong, it was impossible for the Black Ink clan to set foot in the area within the semicircle. After Great Evolution Pass was captured by the Black Ink clan, though, the Black Ink clan finally had the opportunity to experience the noble bearing of the No-Return Pass. However, the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass no longer dared to target the No-Return Pass again after suffering heavy losses from multiple attempts. Even though they remained active around Great Evolution Pass, in the direction of the No-Return Pass, their numbers were few and they generally did not venture too far away from the pass. Needless to say, Yang Kai chose the easier option to get around Great Evolution Pass. The area within the semicircle was relatively safer as there was a much lower chance of encountering the Black Ink clan there. If he went around the front of Great Evolution Pass instead, he might run into various troubles as a result. At a sudden moment, Yang Kai abruptly came to a halt and turned his head to look in a certain direction. There seemed to be a mysterious force coming from that direction that called to him and made him burn with excitement. Even the dragon vein in his body seemed to boil, and his blood began to flow at a faster rate than usual. Yang Kai immersed his mind into the feeling and perceived the situation. It didn't take long for him to understand what was happening. The source of that mysterious force was the place where the dragon altar was located. Thanks to the dragon vein in his body, Yang Kai naturally formed a connection with the dragon altar. More importantly, the No-Return Pass was also located in that direction. The No-Return Pass was guarded by the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Could it be that the dragon altar was at the No-Return Pass? Ever since he came to the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai had always wanted to visit the Dragon clan. After all, he had a dragon vein in him, and there were also many other Dragon clan members in Voidland. If he could locate the Dragon clan on this side, he would be able to cultivate his dragon vein better in the future. Unfortunately, his wish had yet to come true. All the public knew was that the dragon altar was part of the 36 cave heavens, but they did not know where it was located. According to the rumors, the dragon altar was an ethereal place that was impossible for anybody to enter unless they were part of the Dragon clan. The elders of the cave heavens and paradises most likely knew the secret of the dragon altar and the No-Return Pass. Be that as it may, they would never publicize this knowledge. Yang Kai once visited the divine spirit ancestral land in the Shattered Heaven, where he was able to experience the past and witnessed an ancient battle. In that ancient battle, the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of the time had joined forces to seal and suppress the Black Ink giant spirit god. He also obtained the Dragon clan's sacred treasure known as the Crystal Palace in the Black Ink sealing land. However, there were no Dragon clan members or pure-blooded Phoenix clan members in the Divine Spirit ancestral land. The Divine Spirits in the ancestral land didn't even know anything about the ancient battle that took place all those eons ago. It was possible that the Dragon and Phoenix clans had left the ancestral land after that great battle to guard the No-Return Pass. Yang Kai had failed to sense the existence of the dragon altar back at Blue Sky Pass because the distance between them had been too great. Now that he had deliberately taken a large detour around the rear of Great Evolution Pass, though, he finally had the opportunity to perceive the dragon altar. It was just that his current position was very far from the no-return pass, so the resulting connection he felt was not that strong. Glancing in the direction of the no-return pass, Yang Kai suppressed the excitement boiling in his dragon vein and continued on his journey. The dragon altar was a place he was bound to visit one day, but now was not the time. He had more important things to do right now. His journey went smoothly without encountering any Black Ink clansmen, hence, he boldly traveled by manipulating space principles without fear of being discovered. On the other side of Great Evolution Pass, Yang Lai carried his disciple, Gong Lien, and snuck towards Great Evolution Pass. Along the way, he found a large number of Black Ink clan squads searching in all directions. Of course, it was not difficult for him to avoid these Black Ink clansmen with his powerful cultivation and skills. Gong Lien continued to yawn throughout the journey with a drowsy look in his eyes. Anybody who saw him would think that he was about to fall asleep at any moment. In reality, he had always maintained such behavior without changing. Even though he was being carried by his honored master, he did not bother to resist at all. A few days later, Yang Lai finally arrived at the periphery of Great Evolution Pass. From where he stood in the void, he could clearly see the majestic Great Pass towering upward in the void. He couldn't help sighing when he saw the Great Pass that was completely shrouded in Black Ink strength. This place used to be part of the territory that belonged to the human race, but it was now dominated by the Black Ink clan, which made him feel indignant. As a result, he was tempted to rush over and attack the Black Ink clan in order to reclaim the pass and wash away the shame of losing it. Nevertheless, it was just a thought. No matter how rash his personality, Yang Lai knew that nothing good would happen if he attacked the Great Pass alone. They would only stand a chance to reclaim Great Evolution Pass if the entire army took action. While this position was considered quite close, he had yet to reach the limits of his ability. Yang Lai was about to head closer when Gong Lien, who had been carried all this time, abruptly reacted. Gong Lien widened his eyes in surprise, the usual lethargic expression on his face vanishing in an instant. More importantly, he involuntarily shuddered in fear. Martial Peak, Chapter 5198, I suddenly feel a little scared. Yang Lai had been carrying Gong Lien all this while, so he immediately noticed the sudden change in his disciple. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation, he heard Gong Lien sending a divine sense transmission to him. "Honored Master, I suddenly feel a little scared." He frowned. "Are you certain?" Gong Lien nodded solemnly. Yang Lai's expression immediately turned serious. There was no denying that his disciple had extremely outstanding aptitude, as Gong Lien had advanced directly to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Even among the cave heavens and paradises, he was a rare talent with the hope of reaching the 9th Order Open Heaven realm one day. Why else would Yang Lai value him so much? What's more, Gong Lien's cultivation speed was astoundingly fast. It had been less than 1,000 years since he advanced to the Open Heaven realm, but he had already reached the peak of the 7th Order and was only one step away from the 8th Order. Although his cultivation was one step lower than Yang Lai's, he had a unique ability, and that was that his perception of danger was much more acute than ordinary people. His perception was not so much a skill as an innate talent. Therefore, it was impossible for others to imitate. Gong Lien might not know what triggered it, but he could always predict approaching danger in advance. The greater the crisis he faced, the stronger the perception he experienced. Similar incidents had occurred in the past, and Gong Lien had relied on his innate talent to avoid many dangers along his cultivation path. However, there had never been an incident where his perception of danger had caused him to panic. Being aware of his disciple's innate talent, Yang Lai immediately knew that something was very wrong when Gong Lien trembled in fear and claimed that he was scared. Between the both of them, one of them was in the peak of the 7th Order and the other was in the 8th Order. Even if they encountered the Black Ink clan army, they would be able to escape alive as long as they were not completely surrounded by the enemy. For that reason, the source of danger that Gong Lien sensed was most likely the royal lord. Only the Royal Lord, who was comparable to a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Old Ancestor in terms of strength, could frighten him so badly. Yang did not sense the aura of the Royal Lord, but he did not hold any doubts towards his disciple's ability, hence, he immediately sought a hiding spot. It just so happened that there were some asteroids of varying sizes nearby, so he quickly sped towards one and hastily set up a spirit array to conceal their auras. Similarly, Gong Lian stopped being lazy and lent a hand in the preparations. Thanks to the joint efforts of both master and disciple, they completed a spirit array in less than half cup of tea's time. Yang swiftly activated the spirit array after they slipped inside without delay. Almost at the same time, a majestic will swept past their hiding place and spread out into the distance at a rapid rate. It was immediately followed by a gigantic cloud of darkness that came from the depths of the void and rushed past them, no more than 10,000 kilometers away from their hiding spot. Yang lowered his eyes and did not look in that direction. Then he stealthily sent a transmission, "What do you see?" In stark contrast to Yang cautious actions, Gong Lian's current behavior could only be said to be extremely bold and reckless. Gong Lian squinted his eyes slightly, his gaze slowly becoming slack again as he watched the gigantic figure rushing into Great Evolution Pass. From beginning to end, the gigantic figure did not show any reaction whatsoever despite being watched so fixedly. This could be said to be another of Gong Lian's unique abilities. If anybody else were watching that figure, it would have been difficult for them to escape notice even if they were in the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. However, Gong Lian was different as he could practically reduce his presence to the point where he seemingly didn't exist. "It's the Royal Lord," Gong Lian replied via transmission. Both master and disciple would not have avoided the Royal Lord's perception if Gong Lian had not warned Yang in time. In fact, they would likely have been exposed immediately. There was no doubt that they would be killed on the spot if they were seen. Tisk! Even though he had already formed a guess in his heart, Yang couldn't help clicking his tongue in frustration when he heard Gong Lian's reply, and he scolded irritably, "Xiang Shan's blunder has caused us to miss a great opportunity to win this battle." The Royal Lord had come from deep within the Black Ink clan's territory. In other words, there was no Royal Lord guarding Great Evolution Pass previously. If the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies under Xiang Shan's command had arrived just a little sooner and joined forces with the Northern and Southern armies, they would have been able to retake Great Evolution Pass easily with the additional support of a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Old Ancestor. Now that the Royal Lord had arrived to guard Great Evolution Pass personally, it would not be easy to retake Great Evolution Pass anymore. Moreover, the Black Ink clan army would not be far behind since the Royal Lord had already arrived at Great Evolution Pass. Sure enough, Black Ink clan troops were not far from Great Evolution Pass. Just half a day after the Royal Lords arrived at Great Evolution Pass, a Black Ink clan army of 20,000 to 30,000 rushed over under the leadership of a territory lord. It didn't take long for many other territory lords to arrive in quick succession with their respective troops. Over the course of 3 days, Yang watched as dozens of Black Ink clan territory lords arrived with their private armies. At this point, there were as many as 300,000 to 400,000 enemies gathered. Yang's expression became solemn as the more prepared the Black Ink clan was, the harder it would be for the human race army to retake Great Evolution Pass. However, there was still no news about the whereabouts of the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies led by Xiang Shan. Several days passed, and during that time, more and more Black Ink clansmen had gathered in Great Evolution Pass. The busy figures of random Black Ink clansmen could be seen flitting around Great Evolution Pass at all times. They were setting up various deployments inside the walls in preparation to confront the human race army. 10 days later, Yang and Gong Lian counted almost 800,000 to 900,000 Black Ink clansmen at Great Evolution Pass. In addition, there were dozens of territory lords and even a royal lord assuming command. It could be said that the Black Ink clan's deployment at Great Evolution Pass practically left it impenetrable to attack. "Honored Master, the situation is not looking good for us." Even Gong Lian, who often spent his time cultivating the divine wandering, could see that the current situation was not good for the human race. Yang Lai remained silent with a sullen expression. The communication device he carried with him to contact the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies could be used as long as both parties were within a certain distance of each other. However, there had been no contact even up until now. Just what is going on with the Eastern and Western armies? Why haven't they contacted me? Could it be that something has happened to them? But they have the protection of an old ancestor. What can possibly happen to them? Yang Lai simply could not understand the situation. At Great Evolution Pass, many territory lords had gathered together inside the spacious Grand Hall. There was a throne at the highest position, a hideously shaped one made entirely from bones. Even after countless years, the bones continued to exude monstrous ferocity. After conquering Great Evolution Pass, the Black Ink clan had collected the corpses of countless human masters and used their bones to create this throne. Only the corpses of those in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm and above were qualified to be used in its construction. The throne was immeasurably huge, so it was conceivable just how many bones from the human masters had been used to build it at the time. At the same time, it was also a glimpse into how many human masters had perished in that battle at Great Evolution Pass. This was the Black Ink clan's spoils of war. Despite being placed here all this time, even Hong Di, who was in charge of overseeing Great Evolution Pass, did not have the qualifications to sit on this throne. It was an exclusive throne specifically for the use of the Royal Lord. At this moment, the Royal Lord was sitting on this throne. Judging from his appearance alone, he was not very different from the humans. It was just that his body was several times larger, and he had a pair of jet black wings on his back. He propped his face up on one hand and narrowed his eyes slightly, listening to the reports from the territory lords. It was mainly Hong Di's report. Great Evolution Pass was his home territory after all, so he had previously dispatched many Black Ink clansmen to investigate the surroundings, so he was now reporting the information he obtained in quick succession. Several of our squads have gone missing in the direction of Azure Void Pass. Although I've sent more people to investigate their disappearance, the investigation did not reveal any clues. We are fairly certain that those clansmen encountered humans and were eliminated. The human race army is most likely hiding somewhere there, but I don't know their exact location. On the other hand, nothing strange has been detected from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass. All the scouts we dispatched have returned alive. There have been no losses and they did not discover any traces of an army there. At the moment, over 30 territory lords have arrived at Great Evolution Pass with a force of more than 900,000 troops. The defenses of Great Evolution Pass deployed over so many years would surely be enough to stop the invasion of the human race army. It's no big deal if they don't come, but if they do, they will not leave this place alive. The rest of the territory lords cheered loudly in response. Most of them had participated in the battle to conquer Great Evolution Pass more than 30,000 years ago. Back when the humans still had control over Great Evolution Pass, the Black Ink clan had suffered greatly every time they attacked the Great Pass as it acted as a huge defensive fortress. As a result, the humans often won many battles despite their fewer numbers. The time had finally come for the humans to have a taste of the helpless feeling that the Black Ink clan experienced whenever they attacked the Great Passes. Thus, the territory lords could not wait to see that scene before their very eyes. Needless to say, 30 territory lords and an army of more than 900,000 troops were not everything that the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater could muster. In fact, that number was merely half of the troops that the Black Ink clan could immediately mobilize. It was not that the Black Ink clan could not muster more troops, it was just that Great Evolution Pass could not accommodate more people despite its enormous size. An army of 900,000 troops was more or less the limit. If they added any more troops to the mix, those troops would only become a burden instead of a boon. That was why the Royal Lord had only ordered 30 territory lords and the respective armies to assemble. As for the other territory lords, they were on standby and ready to support Great Evolution Pass at any time. In reality, there should have been close to 100 territory lords in the Great Evolution Theater. However, They had been tasked with providing reinforcements to Wind and Cloud Pass and the Azure Void Pass in recent years. Almost 10 territory lords had died in battle on each side, leading to the loss of nearly 20 territory lords. Consequently, there were only some 70 territory lords left in the Great Evolution Theater. This was not a large number. After all, there were reportedly 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commanders in the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies alone, with more than 100 8th Order masters in the entire The Great Evolution Army. Comparing the number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters and territory lords, the human race had an absolute advantage. This decision had taken into account the dangers and risks of assaulting the Great Pass. It was impossible to reclaim Great Evolution Pass without an absolute advantage over their enemies. After Hong Di finished his report, the Royal Lord did not respond for a long time and the territory lords did not dare to pester him for a response. A long while passed before the Royal Lord commanded, "Continue investigating. Try to find a way to learn the exact location of the human race army." What he could ascertain at this moment was that the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master came from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass. In other words, the human race army coming from Azure Void Pass did not have the protection of a 9th Order Master. If he could learn the location of the human race army from Azure Void Pass, then he could take the initiative to attack them. In that way, it would be much easier for him to deal with the human race army from Wind and Cloud Pass. The human race's decision to split the army during their march towards Great Evolution Pass would result in their complete defeat. The Black Ink Clan Royal Lord was full of confidence towards this upcoming battle. After all, the situation today was not the same as 30,000 years ago. Yes. Hong Di responded and relayed the orders to his subordinates. It didn't take long before even more Black Ink Clan squads came out from Great Evolution Pass and split into two directions to investigate and obtain information on the movements of the human race army. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5199, Change of Plans. In the void, Yang Kai's figure flickered constantly as he moved forward rapidly. The huge void was vast and silent with no suitable objects to be used as a reference for the universe chart. Therefore, he did not know his exact location. It was truly fortunate that he could still use the universe array. Under normal circumstances, those who left behind their imprint at the universe array could use the universe transference law to create a connection to it as long as both were located in the same world. In that way, they could directly teleport themselves back to the universe array. It was just that the difference in the teleporting distance would lead to a difference in the pressure that one faced when teleporting themselves. If the pressure was too great, they might end up in an awkward situation where their body is torn apart. A few days ago, Yang Kai started to use the universe transference law to determine the position of the universe array and correct his direction accordingly. Unfortunately, the distance between them was still too large. Even for him, it would be difficult to withstand the burden of teleporting over such a large distance. Hence, he had been working on getting closer towards the universe array. All of a sudden, he stopped in his tracks and formed hand seals to activate the universe transference law. A huge array bloomed beneath his feet a moment later, forming a vague connection with something a long way away. It was the place where the universe array was located. More importantly, the location of the universe array corresponded to none other than the location of the purifying Black Ink battleship belonging to the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies. Yang Kai quietly perceived the situation. His current location was still quite far from the location of the universe array. An ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would not be able to teleport themselves over such a distance safely. Only an 8th Order Master could pull off such a feat. Be that as it may, this was no longer an issue for Yang Kai as he was a master of the Tao of space. He thus relaxed his mind and allowed the intangible pulling force to wrap around him. Following a burst of bright light, his figure vanished out of sight. The Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies were currently hiding in an area filled with universe fragments. This place was located a full 10-day journey away from Great Evolution Pass. Ever since their location was first discovered by the Black Ink Clan, the large fleet had changed its hiding spot several times. Unfortunately, it would not take long before their new location was discovered again. In order to learn the whereabouts of the human race army, the Black Ink clan had dispatched many search teams as though casting a wide net in the direction of Azure Void Pass. As a result, the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies were forced to retreat again and again until they reached their current position. If they were discovered again, then they would be forced to withdraw even further. After all, they did not have the protection of an old ancestor and would be defenseless if the royal lords suddenly attacked them. Therefore, it was better for them to stay as far away from Great Evolution Pass as possible for safety's sake. On the deck of the purifying Black Ink battleship, Mi Jinglun stood quietly at the bow of the ship with his feather fan in hand as he stared outward in the direction of Great Evolution Pass. Nearly 10 days had passed since Yanglai and his disciple headed towards Great Evolution Pass to spy on the situation. There had been no news from them since their departure, so Mi Jinglun did not know anything about the situation over there. What puzzled Mi Jinglun in particular, though, was the movements of the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies. According to the original plan, the Eastern and Western armies should have arrived in the vicinity of Great Evolution Pass and made contact with the Northern and Southern armies by now. However, there had been no news from the other side so far. The communication device was in Yanglai's possession, and he was currently located in the vicinity of Great Evolution Pass. If the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies wanted to contact him, then they would be able to do so directly. Without the cooperation of the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies, it would be difficult to achieve victory with the 30,000 troops of the Northern and Southern armies alone. It was a pity that there was nothing Mi Jinglun could do at the moment. He could only do his best to conceal the whereabouts of the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies and wait patiently. At that moment, an unfamiliar aura suddenly appeared on the purifying Black Ink battleship and was immediately followed by an uncertain inquiry, "Who are you?" Mi Jinglun abruptly turned to look in that direction. That was where the space array was located. Moreover, this spirit array was linked to the secret room where the universe array was arranged on the purifying Black Ink battleship. If one of the soldiers returned to the Black Ink battleship with the help of the universe transference law, they would immediately be teleported into the secret room with the universe array. It was just that the purifying light was sealed inside the secret room, so there was another space array inside the secret room that allowed them to be teleported back to the deck of the ship without wasting any purifying light. For that reason, a special guard was tasked with monitoring the corresponding space array on the deck. The one who asked the question earlier was none other than the person guarding the space array. Somebody arrived on the purifying Black Ink battleship via the universe array. Mi Jinglun immediately snapped back to his senses and sent a transmission to the guard, "Quickly bring that person over." The guard responded affirmatively and brought a young man to Mi Jinglun a short while later. Needless to say, the person who arrived was Yang Kai. Looking at the person with a scholarly appearance in front of him, Yang Kai immediately recognized him and cupped his fist in greeting. "Junior greets Senior Mi." Mi Jinglun was slightly surprised. "Do you know me? I don't believe we've met, have we?" Yang Kai replied, "No. But this junior is familiar with the names of the two army commanders of the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies. Senior Yang's name sounds like it belongs to a hot-tempered person, so he would never dress like you. Since you are not Army Commander Yang, then you must be the other army commander." Mi Jinglun smiled. "So that's how it is. You must be Yang Kai, right?" This time around, it was Yang Kai's turn to look surprised. "Do you know me, sir?" Mi Jinglun explained. "Since you appeared on the purifying Black Ink battleship, it's obvious that you've left your imprint on the universe array. Be that as it may, you are not a soldier from the Northern or Southern armies. Throughout the various Great Passes, there is only one person who has left their imprint on all the purifying Black Ink battleships. After all, you were the one who arranged them on the purifying Black Ink battleships." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Mi Jinglun's expression turned solemn, and he directed the conversation to the main topic. "Did you come because you have a report for me?" Yang Kai cupped his fist. "I came here under orders from Army Commander Xiangshan to inform the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies that there has been a change to the original plan." Mi Jinglun raised his hand to interrupt. Please wait a moment. His divine sense surged for a moment before he beckoned towards Yang Kai. Come with me. A short while later, Yang Kai followed Mi Jingluan into the purifying black ink battleship and soon arrived at a conference hall. It didn't take long for the 8th Order Division commanders who received the news to arrive in quick succession. Many of them were surprised to see an unfamiliar face and wondered why this 7th Order Junior was here. Most just assumed that Yang Kai was part of the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies. After all, the Great Evolution Army was composed of people who came from various Great Passes. It was impossible for the division commanders to recognize every single soldier in the army. However, there were actually a few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had met Yang Kai before and recognized him. Back when Blue Sky Pass first spread the refining method of the purifying black ink battleship, every Great Pass had constructed 4 purifying black ink battleships. Afterwards, the Great Passes dispatched an 8th Order Master to bring the purifying black ink battleships to Blue Sky Pass so that Yang Kai could install universe arrays and seal purifying light within them. Needless to say, the 8th Order Masters who met Yang Kai before were the ones who went to Blue Sky Pass back then. Upon seeing Yang Kai standing here, these 8th Order Masters were slightly surprised but soon became delighted. That was because they remembered that the troops from Blue Sky Pass had been dispatched to the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies. In other words, Yang Kai's arrival indicated that he brought news from the Eastern and Western armies. The Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies had been waiting for this day for a long time. Hence, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were filled with anticipation when the news secretly spread out among themselves. It didn't take long before all the 8th Order Division commanders arrived. Mi Jingluan then got straight to the point. Yang Kai came from the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies. He has a report for us, so please give him your attention. Yang Kai cupped his fist and bowed in greeting. Yang Kai greets seniors. I have come under orders from Army Commander Xiang Shan to inform the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies that there have been changes to the original battle plans. He did not know what the original plans discussed by the higher-ups of the Great Evolution Army were, but it must have been something along the lines of gathering the strength of the 4 armies to attack Great Evolution Pass. However, the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies seemed to have new ideas after their encounter with the Black Ink Clan's reinforcement during their journey. What's going on? Why have there been changes? If there have been changes to the original plans, then what are we supposed to do now? The 8th Order Masters went into an uproar. It was not that their hearts were not strong enough, but rather that such important military matters concerned both the recovery of Great Evolution Pass and the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers. Therefore, the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies' unilateral announcement about changes to the original plans had caught them by surprise. Mi Jingluan raised his hand to suppress the noise, and only then did the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters calm down. Turning to look at Yang Kai, Mi Jingluan inquired, did the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies encounter an unexpected incident? Yang Kai replied succinctly, there were no unexpected incidents, but we did encounter a Black Ink Clan reinforcement army heading towards Wind and Cloud Pass a few days after our departure. Although the enemy had 300,000 troops, it was an easy victory for our side under the leadership of the old ancestor. Mi Jingluan nodded lightly. A force of 300,000 troops might sound like a lot, but they were simply the reinforcements dispatched by Great Evolution Pass to Wind and Cloud Pass. It was obvious that they did not have many territory lords among them, so it was not difficult to defeat them with the strength of the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies. What did senior brother Xiang say? He probed further. Yang Kai continued. The army commander said that the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies would figure out a way to attract the attention of the Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass and use this opportunity to charge straight into the Black Ink Clan's territory. When the news reaches Great Evolution Pass, the Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass will surely make a move. If they dispatch their army back to reinforce their territory, he hopes that the Northern and Southern armies will intercept them so that the Eastern and Western armies do not get attacked from the rear. As soon as those words left his mouth, the Eighth Order masters who had fallen silent earlier showed signs of causing a commotion again. Although the orders that Yang Kai delivered were exact and accurate, there were many puzzling points too. Mi Jinglun frowned. The Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies planning to draw the attention of the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass? How will they achieve that? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before responding. During the march, the army commander summoned all the artifact refiners who came along with the Eastern and Western armies and gathered large amounts of materials to refine an extremely unique type of puppet. These puppets are humanoid in shape, and although they did not have great combat abilities, they can exude the aura of a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master and above once they were activated. It should be enough to confuse them for real people from a distance after dressing them up a bit with the spare clothing that was later collected. Puppets? Mi Jinglun was slightly taken aback. Collecting materials for refining and spare clothing while on the march indicated that the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies came up with the plan on the fly. It was not something that was premeditated, otherwise, they would not have left the Northern and Southern armies in the dark. Besides, Xiang Shan should have known that the army was supposed to proceed forward with great caution. Rashly changing the original plans could only mean that he had a better plan in place. Although Yang Kai was only explaining what the Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies had done during their march and did not provide any speculations of his own, just hearing the words, puppets, and clothes, was enough to make most people come to the same conclusion. The Great Evolution Eastern and Western armies clearly wanted to use these refined puppets to draw the eyes of the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass. How many of these puppets did you refine? Mi Jinglun's question hit the nail on the head again. A small number of puppets would not achieve any effect. They would only attract the attention of the Black Ink clan if they refined an astounding number of them. I refined more than 140 puppets myself, and there were 1,000 or so artifact refiners who came along with the Eastern and Western armies. Considering that each person's attainments in the Tao of artifact refining is different and the number of puppets that they could refine is also different, this junior conservatively estimates that around 50,000 puppets were refined. The number might be even higher than that. Martial Peak, Chapter 5200, Mi Jinglun. 50,000? One of the Eighth Order Division commanders immediately frowned in response. That was not a small number. If every single puppet could exert the aura of a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master or above, then their might would indeed be very imposing if they were gathered together in one place. It was just that the resources required to refine so many puppets would also be equally staggering. Besides, they would surely need to prepare large amounts of energy sources inside the puppets in order to activate so many at once. Xiang Shan, you spendthrift. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were not the only people who were secretly feeling distressed. Not much time had passed since things began looking up for the human race on the Black Ink battlefield, but they were already starting to splurge on resources. It was one thing if these 50,000 puppets could play a decisive role in battle, but it would be a total waste if they could not bring out any real potential. An Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Division commander asked, if the puppets can exert the aura of a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master and above, what about their true strength? If these puppets could also exert the strength of a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master and above, then the 50,000 puppets alone would be enough to teach the Black Ink clan a harsh lesson. Yang Kai replied honestly, that's the peculiarity of these puppets. Although the aura they can exert is not weak, they are not very useful in reality. Moreover, their flaws are very obvious since they were refined in a rush. While there is no risk of these flaws being noticed from a distance, the Black Ink clan will be able to see the truth at a glance once they get close enough. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters fell silent. It would seem that they could not place their hopes on the puppets. They could only be dispatched as bait for the Eastern and Western armies at most. But what was the use of such bait for Xiang Shan to refine so many of these puppets without regard for the cost? While the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were pondering these questions, Mi Jinglun fanned himself with the feather fan in his hand. There was a pensive look on his face, and his eyes constantly flashed with an unusual light. Those were the signs that indicated he was thinking with all his might. The East-West Army refined these puppets on the march, which meant it was an impromptu decision. Otherwise, these puppets would have been prepared in advance before Wind and Cloud Pass even formed such a large army. What could have led the East-West Army to make such a choice? It was impossible for such a change to occur for no reason in this world, especially when it was related to a matter as significant as the recovery of Great Evolution Pass. Xiang Shan knew better than to be so irresponsible. What's more, there was an old ancestor overseeing the East-West Army. If Xiang Shan failed to convince the old ancestor, then it would have been impossible to make changes to the original plans. Mi Jingluan suddenly raised his head to look at Yang Kai. Did he order the refinement of the puppets before or after they encountered the reinforcements from the Black Ink clan? After, Yang Kai replied. Right after defeating the reinforcements from the Black Ink clan, Army Commander Xiang Shan began to gather materials to refine the puppets. To this end, the army even took several days to rest and recover before proceeding. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were speechless when they heard that the East-West Army even took several days to recover and reorganize. It had to be said that the North-South Army had departed from Azure Void Pass with all haste, for fear of missing the opportunity to strike while the element of surprise was on their side. In comparison, the East-West Army's actions were simply unimaginable. The Black Ink clan reinforcements only consisted of 300,000 troops, so with an old ancestor and 68th Order Masters, the East-West Army could have wiped out the enemy without much effort. Why would they need to rest and reorganize? Mi Jingluan suddenly nodded. So that's how it is. One of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who was fairly close to Mi Jingluan asked, "Brother Mi, what have you realized?" Listening to Yang Kai talking about the East-West Army's behavior during the march had left these Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters scratching their heads over the reason why Xiang Shan had made changes to the original plans. However, Mi Jingluan now claimed that he understood everything. Leaving aside these Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, even Yang Kai, who came from the East-West Army, could not understand what Xiang Shan was planning. He only knew that the puppets must play a special role in the grand scheme of things. Mi Jingluan smiled slightly. Brother Xiang is planning to lure the tiger out of the mountain. What do you mean? One of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters asked humbly. Mi Jingluan did not explain immediately. On the contrary, he glanced at Yang Kai and inquired, "If my guess is correct, did the East-West Army deliberately allow one of the territory lords to escape when they wiped out the 300,000 Black Ink clan army?" Yang Kai shook his head. This junior does not know. When the war began, both he and Dawn had focused on killing their enemies. There was no time for them to pay attention to other things. Then, how many territory lords did the East-West Army kill in that battle? He replied, 11. This disciple detected the aura of 11 territory lords vanishing during the battle. Exactly. In general, a territory lord will command between 20,000 and 30,000 troops in battle. For an army of 300,000, there should have been 10 to 12 territory lords in total. Since only 11 territory lords lost their lives, then one of them must have escaped. Yang Kai frowned in confusion. There was an old ancestor overseeing that particular battle, so even if one of the territory lords had escaped, she would not have failed to notice him escaping. Putting it that way, it was just as Mi Jingluan said. The old ancestor must have deliberately allowed that territory lord to escape. Thinking back now, the East-West Army had set up an ambush in a hurry, and before the entire Black Ink clan army had entered the ambush zone, they had been exposed, so the battle began in haste. It was true that some of the Black Ink clan had escaped the encirclement and survived as a result. In addition, a large ship under one of the territory lords seemed to have been left behind. At the time, Yang Kai had assumed that the territory lord on that ship had been killed, but it would now seem that there was a high possibility that the enemy had escaped instead. Nevertheless, it was an undeniable fact that the auras of 11 territory lords had disappeared during the battle. Mi Jingluan continued, Azure Void Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass both underwent great changes, with a second old ancestor even appearing outside Wind and Cloud Pass. Such news would not remain a secret for long, and would surely spread throughout the entire Black Ink battlefield very quickly. If the Royal Lord at Great Evolution Pass learned about this incident, he would undoubtedly become vigilant and wonder whether the human race was trying to recover Great Evolution Pass. However, such thoughts are nothing more than conjectures without evidence. There would be no way to prove his suspicions until the humans actually launched an attack. Be that as it may, the East-West Army deliberately allowed a territory lord to escape. If this territory lord returned to Great Evolution Pass and reported his experience to the higher-ups, then the Royal Lord will be at least 80% certain his conjectures are correct. Our North-South Army has repeatedly been discovered by the Black Ink clan because they are already aware of our presence. Therefore, it is not a secret to the Black Ink clan that the human race is trying to recover Great Evolution Pass anymore. The Eighth Order Masters listened quietly. Likewise, Yang Kai was also listening. He felt as though he had received the answers to the various questions in his heart thanks to Mi Jingluan's explanation. If my guess is correct, then the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass are not only searching for the location of the North-South Army but also trying to figure out where the East-West Army is. The area around Great Evolution Pass is most likely filled with scouts of the Black Ink clan. Under these circumstances, the Black Ink clan will surely deploy their troops ahead of time to garrison Great Evolution Pass in order to prevent any unexpected occurrences. Having said this, Mi Jingluan's eyes flashed brightly. At this moment, the defenses deployed around Great Evolution Pass will be practically impregnable. Not to mention, the Royal Lord will definitely come to Great Evolution Pass in person to confront our Ninth Order Old Ancestor. If that's the case, doesn't that mean we have lost the opportunity to fight back? How can Great Evolution Pass be retaken? An Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master frowned. Mi Jingluan shook his head slowly. The East-West Army is intentionally trying to alert the enemy to their presence. In that case, it stands to reason that they have no intention to storm Great Evolution Pass. That's also the reason why they made changes to their original plans. These puppets are enough to attract the attention of the Black Ink clan for a long time. Using this opportunity, the East-West Army will be able to head straight into the Black Ink clan's territory. Now that the troops of the Black Ink clan have gathered at Great Evolution Pass, the defenses of the Black Ink clan's territory should be relatively thin, and without the presence of a Royal Lord acting as a restraint, the Old Ancestor will be able to act without restraint. If a battle breaks out and news reaches Great Evolution Pass, the Black Ink clan will not be able to remain calm once they realize that they have been tricked and will surely deploy their troops stationed at Great Evolution Pass to reinforce their lines. At that time, the North-South Army will be able to deal a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan if they can find the right opportunity. Fighting in the void will reduce many of the risks that come with attacking the Great Pass. Seeming to realize something all of a sudden, Mi Jingluan's eyes brightened. He struck his fan closed against his palm and exclaimed, "Amazing! Brother Xiang is a genius. How absolutely admirable! I can't believe he saw that far into the future. Brother Mi, your explanation is so obscure that we look like fools in comparison." One of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't resist complaining. Many people chuckled in response. Even Mi Jingluan smiled slightly. To put it in another way, if we followed the original plans, the North-South Army and the East-West Army were supposed to launch a quick, decisive strike. We should have joined forces nearly a month and a half ago, then subsequently launched an attack on Great Evolution Pass. Our current Great Evolution Army is mighty, and the Royal Lord was not in Great Evolution Pass back then. The only troops stationed there would have been a few territory lords and their respective armies, so it would not have been difficult to recover Great Evolution Pass. Everybody nodded in understanding. Recovering the Great Evolution Pass with a swift and sudden strike was the original plan formulated by the higher-ups. There was no nuance to the plan, only an emphasis on speed. In other words, they had planned to conquer Great Evolution Pass before the Black Ink clan had time to react. After recovering Great Evolution Pass, we would surely need to rely on its strength to defend against the Black Ink clan army's inevitable counterattack. Although the Great Evolution Army is mighty and consists of more troops than any other Great Pass, we would not have much time to prepare ourselves once we took Great Evolution Pass. Hence, We would not be able to exert most of Great Evolution Pass power when the Black Ink Clan army arrived and could only meet them head-on. The Black Ink Clan army would have endless reinforcements coming to their aid, while we would be few in number and our reinforcements would come from afar, if they came at all. Without any foundation to rely on, we would surely suffer great casualties. In the worst-case scenario, Great Evolution Pass would be retaken by the Black Ink Clan. However, there would be nothing we could do to stop them. But things will be different if we act according to Brother Xiang's plans, Mi Jingluan explained excitedly. The East-West Army will charge into the Black Ink Clan territory and reduce the Black Ink Clan's strength as much as possible. Simultaneously, the North-South Army will be able to restrain the Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass. It's not a big deal if they do not come out, but if they do, we will find a way to ambush them and weaken their strength. If things continue in this manner, then the Black Ink Clan will eventually be overwhelmed and run out of troops. At that time, we will have enough time to build up our strength after conquering Great Evolution Pass. When we regain a firm foothold in Great Evolution Pass, why would we need to fear the trivial Black Ink Clan? The realization dawned upon them after listening to his explanation. They had originally felt unhappy with the East-West Army for making unauthorized changes to the original plan. Nevertheless, looking at the current situation, the new plan was indeed much better than the original one. To put it simply, Xiang Shan's plan was to ignore Great Evolution Pass for now. Be that as it may, their end goal was still to recover Great Evolution Pass. In the long term, this plan had a higher chance of success, which was why Mi Jingluan fully endorsed it. Since they had a better plan than before, it stood to reason that the North-South Army would cooperate. After some consideration, Mi Jingluan suddenly asked, "Yang Kai, how long did it take for you to travel here from the East-West Army?" "About 20 days or so," Yang Kai replied. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5201, The Human Race Army is Coming. How far away was the East-West Army from Great Evolution Pass when you departed? More than a month's journey, but less than 2 months. Yang Kai had used over 20 days to complete a journey that would have taken an ordinary person nearly 2 months to complete. Even if he borrowed the power of the universe array on the purifying Black Ink battleship, that was an astounding speed. Nevertheless, considering he was a master of the Tao of space, this result was within the acceptable range. Mi Jingluan quickly made some calculations before saying out loud, "In other words, if the East-West Army charges straight for Great Evolution Pass, then they are currently less than 20 days away from contact. But I believe the East-West Army has changed direction already. They are planning to attack the Black Ink Clan's domain after all. It should be almost time. In approximately half a month, the East-West Army will launch an attack on the Black Ink Clan territory. At that time, their whereabouts will be exposed. But before that, they will release the thousands of puppets as bait to distract the Black Ink Clan garrisoned at Great Evolution Pass. Once it becomes known that the East-West Army appeared in the Black Ink Clan's territory though, the Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass will surely take action." Mi Jingluan seemed to be talking to himself, but he also seemed to be explaining the situation to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around him. What the North-South Army needs to do right now is find a suitable position to set an ambush. When the Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass show themselves, we will greet them with a painful assault. With a snap of his fan, he made up his mind. He raised his head and looked at Yang Kai. "Do you have any other orders aside from delivering this message?" Yang Kai shook his head. "The army commander only asked me to inform the North-South Army of the change in plans. He did not give me any other orders." "Good. In that case, please cooperate with the North-South Army for the time being." "Yes." Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Did you bring the communication device with you?" Yang Kai nodded and took out a communication bead. "The army commander gave this to me before I left." Mi Jingluan nodded. "There's no need to trouble another when one alone is enough for a task. Since you are proficient in the Tao of space, I would like to ask you for a favor." "Please give me your orders, sir." "Head towards Great Evolution Pass and use this communication device to search for Army Commander Yang Lai and inform him about the situation here. He has been monitoring the movements around Great Evolution Pass for some time. Ask him whether the Royal Lord has arrived at Great Evolution Pass and whether the Black Ink clan are showing signs of building up their defenses. After getting the answers, deliver the information back here as quickly as possible. Also, ask him to remain in place to monitor the movements of the Black Ink clan. If the Royal Lord leaves Great Evolution Pass, he should inform us as soon as possible. Understood. Proceed with caution. The Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass have dispatched many of their troops as scouts to try to locate the North-South Army. Do your best not to be discovered. Yang Kai nodded again. Go! Mi Jingluan gestured for Yang Kai to leave. Yang Kai left with his orders. After Yang Kai left, Mi Jingluan addressed the division commanders. What we need to do now is find a suitable position. This position cannot be located too far from Great Evolution Pass. If we are too far away, we will not have enough time to stop the Black Ink clan once they dispatch their troops. But we cannot be too close either. If we are too close, we run the risk of being discovered by them. Our best choice is a place located approximately a 3 to 5 day journey away. Do you have any good suggestions? One of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters replied, We are not familiar with the topography near Great Evolution Pass. In order to choose a suitable location, we will need to investigate carefully. Furthermore, it's not easy to conceal our fleet. Why don't we have our troops stow away all the warships? That will make it easier for us to remain hidden. Moreover, it won't be too late to summon them when the battle commences. Mi Jingluan nodded lightly. That works. However, the purifying Black Ink battleship has to remain, lest Brother Ouyang have no means to contact us. Following a brief discussion, numerous orders were relayed throughout the fleet, and it didn't take long for almost all the warships to be put away, leaving only the purifying Black Ink battleship behind. Without the constraints of the warships, it was easier and more effective for the soldiers of the North-South Army to rely on their various secret techniques and artifacts to conceal their presence. Afterwards, numerous squads were subsequently dispatched to search for a suitable ambush location. On the other hand, Yang Kai left the purifying Black Ink battleship and sped towards Great Evolution Pass. If he could manipulate space principles, this trip would not have taken him much time to complete. However, Mi Jingluan had asked him to remain hidden as much as possible. The Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass had dispatched many troops to search for the North-South Army's location, so if he traveled by instantaneous movement and accidentally appeared too close to the Black Ink clan scouting parties, he would surely be exposed. Therefore, Yang Kai could only travel with great haste using normal means. Before he left, he had asked about the direction and location of Great Evolution Pass, learning he was currently about 10 days away. Hence, there was no rush time-wise. 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sped through the void towards Great Evolution Pass from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass. These 5 8th Order Masters were the ones who departed from the East-West Army previously. Each of them carried a space ring filled to the brim with puppets. After Yang Kai's departure, the East-West Army acted according to Mi Jingluan's prediction. Be that as it may, these 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had acted differently and hurried towards Great Evolution Pass instead. They were only half a month away from Great Evolution Pass at the moment, and up until recently, they had not encountered a single Black Ink clansman. But they had constantly run into various Black Ink clansmen over the past few days. Most of these Black Ink clan teams were led by a single feudal lord, so they were naturally no match for the 5 division commanders. Needless to say, the 8th Order Masters slaughtered all the Black Ink clansmen they came across without any mercy. Nevertheless, their frequent encounters with the Black Ink clan indicated that their presence had been noticed. All of a sudden, the leading 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master came to an abrupt halt and sent out a divine sense transmission. It's about time. Let's begin. The 4 others nodded in agreement. They each took out a space ring, and with a surge of their divine senses, large batches of puppets began to appear. Each of these puppets radiated with the aura of a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master or higher, up to the 7th Order. One puppet alone might not be very noticeable, but they became a mighty force when so many of them were gathered together in one spot. As the number of puppets increased, the aura they released became more and more imposing. Soon, the entire void became distorted by their mere presence. A total of 70,000 puppets were quickly summoned by the 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. These puppets were neatly dressed, and their energy sources had been installed and charged in advance. The divine senses of the 5 8th Order Masters surged once more to relay an extremely simple instruction to the puppet army gathered in front of them. In the next moment, the puppet army silently embarked directly in the direction of Great Evolution Pass. Issuing an order to some 70,000 puppets at once meant that each 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was responsible for more than 10,000 puppets. Even if their cultivations were deep and profound, they could not prevent their complexions from turning pale. That was also why 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been dispatched together. If their numbers were reduced in any way, they would not have been able to control so many of these puppets at once. After releasing the puppet army of tens of thousands, the task of these 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could be considered complete. They watched the puppet army drifting away into the distance, and after resting for a short while, they turned around and sped towards the depths of the void. It was necessary for them to join up with the rest of the army, as their strength would ultimately be required to contribute during the attack on the Black Ink Clan's territory. The puppet army marched forward. In less than an hour, a Black Ink Clan search party soon detected the aura of this army from a distance. There was no helping it. The aura radiating from the puppet army simply stood out too much, like a bright moon in the middle of the night. It was difficult for the Black Ink Clansmen in the vicinity to not notice their presence. This scouting party was led by a feudal lord who had received the orders to investigate the possible locations of the human race army. Over the last couple of days, his search had been fruitless, hence, he never expected to make such a big discovery today. He originally wanted to investigate more carefully, but he was frightened by the overwhelming aura and did not dare to approach too closely. Even just sensing them from so far away made his face turn pale. At a glance, he could tell that there were several tens of thousands in the human race army marching towards Great Evolution Pass without any intention of concealing themselves. Therefore, he did not dare to delay and hurriedly relayed the news to the rear. At the same time, he continuously retreated into the distance while monitoring the movements of the humans from afar. A few days later, the information was finally delivered to Great Evolution Pass thanks to the efforts of several Black Ink Clan squads. Inside the spacious Grand Hall, a group of territory lords were locked in a heated discussion. Meanwhile, the gigantic royal lord with a pair of pitch-black wings on his back simply sat there with his head resting on his hand and his eyes closed. He looked as though he had not moved at all since arriving. All of a sudden, a feudal lord rushed into the Grand Hall and whispered something to Hong Di before he quickly left again. The territory lords fell silent and turned to look at Hong Di. Hong Di stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Royal Lord, we have discovered the movements of the human race army." The royal lord opened his eyes slightly. "Speak." "I received a report just now, stating that the human race army has been detected in the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass a few days ago. The number of enemies is estimated to be between 60,000 and 70,000. Moreover, they are marching directly towards Great Evolution Pass. A feudal lord has been monitoring their movements from a distance, but he has found no signs to indicate that they planned to change their course." Impudence! Does the human race believe that they can retake this great pass with a trivial force of 60,000 to 70,000? They clearly do not know their place. That's just coming from Wind and Cloud Pass. What about Azure Void Pass? There might be another army no less than these numbers coming from the other direction. If they join together, their numbers would reach over 100,000. So what if they have 100,000? With Great Evolution Pass acting as a shield and nearly 1 million of our Black Ink Clan soldiers, forget a mere 100,000, they would never succeed even if they had double those numbers. That's right. It's one thing if they didn't attack us, but since they dared to come, then we'll make sure they never return. Royal Lord, please allow us to meet the humans in battle. The territory lords clamored noisily. Since they occupied the geographical advantage and their military strength far exceeded that of the humans, they naturally had the qualifications to dismiss the approaching threat. However, as long as the royal lord said nothing, they did not dare to act rashly no matter how much noise they made. The royal lord remained silent for a time before finally opening his mouth to ask, "Did you learn the location of the Ninth Order Master?" Hongdi replied, "The feudal lord did not mention anything about this matter. But the Ninth Order Master will surely come from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass." The royal lord responded flatly and added lightly, "Prepare yourselves. It looks like the human race will attack soon." "Yes." The territory lords answered loudly and rolled up their sleeves in anticipation. News from the front line continuously arrived at Great Evolution Pass. The human race army was less than an 8-day journey away from Great Evolution Pass. Furthermore, they showed no signs of stopping, slowing down, or changing direction. The human race army was less than a 5-day journey away from Great Evolution Pass. The human race army was less than a 3-day journey away from Great Evolution Pass. The human race army was only 1 day away from Great Evolution Pass. Somewhere outside Great Evolution Pass, Yang Lai and his disciples secretly concealed themselves in one of the scattered asteroids. Their current location was much closer to Great Evolution Pass compared to their previous hiding spot. It could even be said that they were so close that they were being reckless. Martial Peak, Chapter 5202, This is Bad, Honored Master. At this location, if the whereabouts of the master and disciple were discovered by the Black Ink clan, then they would not be able to escape even though Yang Lai was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. That was because the Royal Lord at Great Evolution Pass could arrive at this spot in the blink of an eye and kill them. Gong Lian was very unhappy. He felt as though his honored master was being ridiculous and reckless. However, as the disciple, he could not criticize the actions of his honored master and could only act as carefully as possible. As they were simply too close, Yang Lai did not dare to glance around Great Evolution Pass at all despite their auras and figures being concealed. He was worried that his careless gaze might arouse the vigilance of a powerful Black Ink clan master. That was why he instructed his disciple to investigate the situation around Great Evolution Pass from beginning to end. Gong Lian's innate abilities not only allowed him to have a very keen perception of any approaching danger but also minimized the presence of his existence whenever he wanted to investigate something. For that reason, even the Royal Lord would not notice him as long as he remained careful. The recent days had been very exhausting for Gong Lian. He had always been lazy. Be that as it may, he was now required to monitor the situation at Great Evolution Pass at all times and report every movement to his honored master. He didn't even have the time to fall into a daze. It had to be said that the trance achieved during the divine wandering was his greatest hobby in life. Under those circumstances, he could empty his entire mind and receive an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Stinking brat! Yang Lai suddenly elbowed his disciple because he had not moved in a long time. "Are you in a daze again?" Gong Lian shrank back and flatly denied, "No, I wasn't. I was checking the movements of the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass. You shouldn't always slander me like that, honored master. You should trust in your disciple." How could Yang Lai not understand his own disciple's personality? Nevertheless, he did not say anything regarding that matter and simply inquired, "Have there been any changes?" "There aren't any huge changes, but there seem to be many additional Black Ink clan masters on the 4 walls of Great Evolution Pass. It's like..." "Like what?" Yang Lai asked. "Like they're preparing for something?" Gong Lian replied with uncertainty. The corners of Yang Lai's mouth twitched. "They have gathered nearly 1 million troops here. It's obvious that they are guarding against an attack from our army." "It's not the same," Gong Lian shook his head. "Although they stationed their troops here in the past, they've never mobilized such a great force before. Their current movements give me the sense that our human army is about to attack, and they're making final preparations." Yang Lai raised his brow. "The Black Ink clan is making preparations for war? Could it be that Brother Mi has made a move?" "But that shouldn't be. If Mi Jinglun were to make a move, he would surely find a way to communicate with me. He wouldn't attack without notifying me first. But if it isn't the North-South army, then Could it be the East-West Army? He quickly probed further. Which direction is the Black Ink clan's defense focused on at the moment? Is it the left? Or the right? If it was the left, then the Black Ink clan was defending against the East-West Army. If it was the right, then they were defending against the North-South Army. Gong Lian replied, "From where I stand, it's the left. There are more than a dozen territory lords standing on the walls and looking out into the distance." Yang Lai scowled at those words. The Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass seems to be guarding against something from the direction of the East-West Army. But if that's the case, why didn't the East-West Army contact me beforehand? Is the East-West Army planning to attack the Great Pass alone? Xiang Shan can't be that reckless, right? Besides, even if Xiang Shan is unreliable, there's still the old ancestor. While Yang Lai was stewing in his doubts, Gong Lian suddenly frowned. "Honored master, I can sense something coming from over there." "What is it? Is it the royal lord?" Yang Lai was startled. Gong Lian shook his head. "It's not the royal lord. There is no sense of danger coming from that presence, but the aura of what's coming is very strong. Extremely strong." Yang Lai could not understand what his disciple was saying, but he also understood that his disciple would not speak nonsense. Therefore, he was resentful of the fact that he could not act recklessly while he was currently in this position. Otherwise, he could have extended his divine sense to perceive his surroundings. Fortunately, there was no need for him to carefully probe his surroundings, as not long after Gong Lian finished speaking, Yang Lai detected the powerful presence his disciple mentioned just now. It was certainly extremely powerful. Even though there was a great distance between them, the aura transmitted clearly across the void. However, what puzzled him was that the aura was rather messy and complicated despite being very powerful. It was as though the presence was formed from the fusion of countless auras. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Yang Lai's expression changed drastically. The presence was completely unlike Yang Lai and his disciple, who acted carefully so that they remained undetected. More than a dozen territory lords stood side by side on the towering walls of Great Evolution Pass that faced Wind and Cloud Pass. Under their powerful perception, they could clearly perceive the overwhelming aura coming from the human race army that was about half a day's journey away from Great Evolution Pass. That aura was akin to an unsheathed blade that moved forward indomitably. It was extremely imposing and frightening. Although the territory lords had previously spouted various grand statements back in the meeting hall, they couldn't help grimacing slightly after sensing the approaching aura. Had the humans gone crazy? It was beyond unreasonable for them to attack so directly without the slightest intention to conceal their intentions. They were looking down on the Black Ink clan too much. Seeing as the human army was about to arrive, the Black Ink clan did not remain idle. As the territory lords conveyed their orders to their subordinates, countless Black Ink clansmen sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, the entire Great Evolution Pass felt as though a storm was coming. A chilling and murderous atmosphere enveloped the entire Great Pass as a result. "Honored Master, this is bad. It's the human race army." Half a day later, Gong Lian suddenly let out a strange cry. Yang Lai looked grim but remained silent. The truth was that he had already speculated about this outcome. That overwhelming yet disordered aura was clearly the forward march of an army. Besides, the only ones that could come from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass was the Great Evolution Pass East-West Army. What is Xiang Shan trying to do? Is he courting death? Yang Lai held the communication device in the palm of his hand and his divine sense surged, trying to communicate with the other party. However, he did not receive any response at all. Damn it. He cursed at Xiang Shan in his heart. What are the old ancestors thinking? I can't believe they allowed such a fool to serve as the Eastern Army's commander. The East-West Army is about to die under his leadership. How will the North-South Army deal with the fallout if the East-West Army is destroyed? Should they ignore the situation? Or do their best to rescue their comrades? Besides, doesn't the East-West Army know to investigate the situation at Great Evolution Pass before taking action? How can they be so reckless? They are looking down on the Black Ink clan too much. Or Did they just assume that there are not many Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass? Yang had seen with his own eyes that there were nearly 1 million enemy troops in Great Evolution Pass. There was also a royal lord personally overseeing this area, so forget the East-West Army acting alone. Even if they gathered the strength of the Great Evolution Army, they would not be able to conquer Great Evolution Pass in a short time. What about the old ancestor? Even if the East-West Army wanted to act so reckless, why didn't the old ancestor overseeing the army stop them? There was too much off about this whole situation. Are you sure that it's the East-West Army? Although it was almost certain, it was necessary to verify the truth. Gong Lian nodded. I can see them now. There's no doubt it's a human army. Yang Lai was heartbroken. A long while passed before he questioned, how many people? At this moment, he could only hope that the East-West Army had not committed all its forces to this attack. If that was the case, then the losses would not be too great. Gong Lian replied, tens of thousands. Yang Lai couldn't stop himself from cursing angrily. That childish buffoon is not qualified to participate in strategic planning. Yang Lai could already foresee the complete annihilation of the East-West Army. However, there's way too many people. There are at least 60,000 auras, Gong Lian replied. Startled, Yang Lai turned to look at his disciple. Open your eyes wider and look harder. How many are there? Gong Lian shook his head. I can't give you an exact number, honored master. I might be discovered if I observe too closely, but I'm certain there is somewhere between 60,000 to 70,000 people. With Gong Lian speaking with such certainty, it could only mean that he had not seen wrongly. Yang Lai was immediately confused. 60,000 to 70,000 people? Where did the 60,000 to 70,000 people come from? The forces of the East-West Army and the North-South Army should only contain around 30,000 soldiers each. Even if they combine their forces together, they would only have about 60,000. Since the army came from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass, then it could only be the East-West Army. So how did their numbers double? Could it be that they combined forces with the North-South Army? But Mi Jinglun had not sent anybody to inform him about the situation. This is bad, honored master. The East-West Army is heading directly towards Great Evolution Pass. This is bad, honored master. The East-West Army is about to enter the attack range of Great Evolution Pass, but they are showing no signs of stopping. This is bad, honored master. The Black Ink clan has started attacking. The front lines of the East-West Army have suffered heavy casualties. This is bad, honored master. Every time Gong Lian shouted, Yang Lai's heart twisted in response. Despite being a powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he could barely withstand the shock at this moment. He was tempted to block out his ears so that he could not listen to his disciples' words, but even if he did not listen, the losses of the East-West Army were unavoidable. He even considered taking the risk to warn the East-West Army about the situation at Great Evolution Pass. However, he still carried a glimmer of hope that this was all part of the East-West Army's strategy. They had the protection of an old ancestor after all, so there might be a different result if it came down to a fight. Unfortunately, it seemed that those were nothing more than his wishful thoughts. Honored master, something is strange, Gong Lian suddenly observed. What? Yang Lai asked solemnly. There's something strange about the army. Although they are being attacked, none of them are fighting back. Tens of thousands of them have already fallen in such a short time, but there are no signs of them trying to resist. More importantly, there have been no traces indicating the deaths of Open Heaven Masters. After Gong Lian mentioned that, Yang Lai suddenly realized the oddity of the situation. That's right. Traces were generally left behind following the death of any Open Heaven Realm Master. Leaving aside those below the high-rank Open Heaven Realm, the phenomenon that followed the death of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was extremely noticeable. Be that as it may, he had yet to sense the phenomenon that should have occurred following the death of a single high-rank Master. Tens of thousands of people had died on the battlefield, yet none of them had been a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. That did not make any sense. What's more, the auras of the Open Heaven Realm Masters simply faded away continuously with every death that occurred, which did not make any sense either. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan's attacks continued without pause. The various artifacts and spirit arrays that had been set up along the city walls in advance blasted out at full strength, turning into devastating destructive power that plowed through the human race army. Yang Lai could clearly perceive these movements. However, he could not sense any attacks coming from the human side. It seemed as though only the aftermath of the artifacts and spirit arrays raged across the battlefield. There was no eruption of world force at all. The East-West Army isn't fighting back. Why aren't they fighting back? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5203, the human race army was completely wiped out. Even just by watching from afar, both Yang Lai and his disciple could sense the abnormality of the human race army. Therefore, it was impossible that those powerful Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass had failed to detect the oddity. The truth was that they had noticed this abnormality much earlier than Yang Lai and his disciple. The human race army of 60,000 to 70,000 people had arrived with such an imposing force. Although the Black Ink clan seemed nonchalant about the matter on the surface, the truth was that they had responded to the attack with extreme prudence. Therefore, the Black Ink clan did not dispatch their troops to fight in the void. Their current strategy was similar to what the human race at Great Evolution Pass had done more than 30,000 years ago. They relied on the defenses of the Great Pass and used various artifacts and arrays to hit the human race army from afar. That was why the spirit arrays and artifacts set up across the walls began to blast out with countless attacks under the orders of the territory lords as soon as the human race army entered their attack range. The quality of these spirit arrays and artifacts could not be compared to those at any other Great Pass. Although their numbers were large, their strength was vastly inferior. That couldn't be helped though, as both artifact refiners and array masters were very rare among the Black Ink clan. Their only source of artifact refiners and array masters came from the Black Ink disciples who were corrupted by Black Ink strength. Many Black Ink clansmen had devoted themselves to cultivating the Tao of artifact refining and the Tao of spirit arrays over the years, but whether due to a difference in races or something else, the Tao of artifact refining and the Tao of spirit arrays of the human race could not be perfectly mastered by the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clansmen could never attain significant achievements in these Taos. Therefore, the quality of the refined artifacts and the prepared spirit arrays remained extremely low. It was only natural that their strength would not be too impressive either. Nevertheless, the preparations that spanned over 30,000 years resulted in a rather large number of spirit arrays and artifacts. According to the estimation of the territory lords, they might be able to cause some casualties to the human race army by borrowing the power of these spirit arrays and artifacts. Nonetheless, they expected the number of casualties to be low. The humans were not fools after all. They would naturally know how to construct defenses in preparation for their invasion. In any case, the most important factor was to take down the humans' arrogance by a notch. Contrary to their expectations though, when the war broke out, the power of these spirit arrays and artifacts achieved an unexpected effect that shocked the entire Black Ink clan. Under the shroud of the countless rays of light, the humans collapsed like flies and exploded upon death. The outcome both shocked and pleased the territory lords. Although they did not know why the human race was so weak and fragile, they were happy to see such an outcome. Nevertheless, as the human race army rapidly dwindled in number, the situation on the battlefield became increasingly strange. Faced with the overwhelming attack from the Black Ink clan, the human race army showed no intention of fighting back or even defending themselves. It did not matter how many people died, they simply bowed their heads and rushed forward in silence. It was almost as though they did not know how to write the word death. What bothered the territory lords the most was that there were no signs of the phenomena that should have come with the death of the human race. Besides that, where were the human warships? No matter which theater it was, the human race's greatest reliance after the Great Passes themselves had always been their warships that served both offensive and defensive roles. Although more than 30,000 years had passed since the last time Great Evolution Theater had experienced a real war, which territory lord among those that were present did not lead an army to provide reinforcements at Azure Void Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass at least a dozen times over that period. Hence, they generally fought a battle against the human race every few hundred years. They all had a deep understanding of the strength of the warships used by the human race and would never forget such experiences. It was clearly unusual that there was not a single warship accompanying this human army of several tens of thousands. Less than an hour had passed since the human army entered the attack range of the Black Ink clan, but after such a brief period, only several thousand enemies remained from the original tens of thousands. Following an order from Hong Di, the endless humming of the spirit arrays and artifacts on the city walls slowly subsided. The various anomalies were far too obvious, so how could he fail to notice them? Even the other territory lords had noticed the oddness of the situation by now. Under the watch of the territory lords, the remaining few thousand troops of the human race army continued to march directly towards Great Evolution Pass and soon arrived within a few hundred kilometers of its walls. At this distance, the territory lords could clearly see some clues about the oddity of the situation. Hong Di frowned and reached out to grab at something in front of him. One of the human soldiers was captured by him and drawn over. The other territory lords observed with solemn expressions. The object in front of them contained no vitality at all. It was not a human at all, but rather some kind of puppet wearing a layer of clothes. Shockingly, this puppet was giving off the aura of a sixth-order open heaven realm master. It was conceivable that the entire human army of several tens of thousands was made up of similar puppets. It was just that their numbers were too great, and their combined aura was too powerful when they were gathered together, so that from far enough away, even the territory lords failed to notice anything strange. As a result, the Black Ink clan had mistakenly thought that the human race army was preparing to storm Great Evolution Pass. What are the humans trying to do? One of the territory lords was absolutely baffled. The other territory lords remained silent as none of them knew the intentions behind the actions of the human race. Hong Di quickly took charge. There must be a reason for this strange situation. It could not have been easy to refine tens of thousands of puppets. The humans must be plotting something to go through all this effort. We need to report this matter to the royal lord immediately. Saying so, he turned around and left with the puppet in his grasp. It was evident that he was going to meet the royal lord. Outside Great Evolution Pass, where Ouyang Lai was hiding with his disciple, Gong Lian observed with a frown, "Honored master, the human army has been completely annihilated." That news would normally have been enough to send anybody into despair. However, at this point, Ouyang Lai had calmed down considerably after noticing that something was strange about the situation. Although he did not understand what had happened, he could be certain that this was part of the East-West Army's strategy. Just as he made the decision to return to the purifying Black Ink battleship and contact Mi Jingluan to ask about this matter, a subtle reaction came from the communication bead in his possession. He quickly took out the communication bead and focused his mind on it. It was an unfamiliar divine sense claiming to be Yang Kai from the East-West Army of Great Evolution Pass. This person also claimed to have military information to report and asked him for his location. Ouyang Lai had been waiting for the East-West Army to contact him, so now that they finally made contact, he immediately told the other party about his location. A short while later, a figure silently sped over from a distance. It was not until that figure was within a mere 1,000 kilometers of Ouyang Lai that he noticed its presence. This was an amazing feat that also indicated just how extraordinary this person's ability to conceal his aura was. Ouyang Lai continuously guided the other party towards his location. After a short search, Yang Kai arrived at the universe fragment where Ouyang Lai and his Gong Lian were hiding and couldn't help feeling startled. Army Commander Ouyang sure is bold. From this position, Yang Kai could clearly see the situation at Great Evolution Pass as it was only about 30,000 kilometers away from Great Pass. Yang Kai had not encountered any difficulties along his journey, but he did waste a lot of time in order to avoid the Black Ink clan scouts that were patrolling the surrounding areas. That was why he only managed to contact Ouyang Lai now. Upon arriving at the universe fragment, he did not see Ouyang Lai anywhere. Just as he was feeling confused, he felt a weak energy fluctuation coming from nearby and received another message from Yang Lai on the communication bead at the same time. Yang Kai immediately understood and headed in that direction. It didn't take long before he passed through a spirit array and came to a hidden spot. There were two people in front of him. One of them was a burly red-headed old man, while the other was a young man who looked no older than himself. However, for some reason, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking of the word lazy when he looked at the young man. The young man's entire body seemed to be radiating a lethargic and carefree aura. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Yang. Yang Kai cupped his fist in greeting. Are you from the East-West Army? Yang Lai examined Yang Kai carefully. Yes. Yang Kai replied. Why does it feel as though Army Commander Yang is barely holding back his anger? What military information does Xiang Shan have for me? Why hasn't the East-West Army met up with the North-South Army? Yang Lai questioned grimly. Yang Kai explained, the East-West Army will not be rendezvousing with the North-South Army for the time being. There have been some changes to the original plans. Yang Lai forced himself to calm down and patiently asked, explain the situation. Therefore, Yang Kai reiterated his previous conversation with Mi Jinglun. Yang Lai originally listened with a gloomy look on his face, but his expression was changing constantly as time passed. When he finally understood the whole plan, his displeased expression finally relaxed. I knew it. I was wondering how Xiang Shan could be so stupid. So that's how it is. He rubbed his chin. In other words, the army of 70,000 that the Black Ink clan annihilated just now were merely puppets. Yang Kai was taken aback. This junior felt some movements coming from Great Evolution Pass just now. Was that the annihilation of the puppets? Yang Lai nodded. Those 70,000 or so puppets have almost been wiped out completely. Pausing for a moment, he abruptly continued, now that we have attracted the attention of the Black Ink clan, the East-West Army must have made their move, right? This junior does not know, but since Army Commander Xiang Shan has a plan in place, I'm sure he will have arranged the timing perfectly. In addition, when this junior separated from Senior Me earlier, Senior Me instructed me to ask whether the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass was showing signs of mobilizing. Yang Lai nodded. The Black Ink clan gathered nearly 1 million troops in Great Evolution Pass recently. Even the Royal Lord rushed over to oversee this place in person. After saying that, he couldn't help snorting softly, Xiang Shan, that old fox. He lured the Royal Lord here but led the army to attack the Black Ink clan territory instead. I wonder just how mad the Royal Lord will be when he learns about it. Yang Kai said nothing. At this point, combined with the information he learned recently, he was beginning to form a clear understanding of the plan designed by Xiang Shan. Thus, he was filled with a sense of admiration. If Mi Jingluan's inference was correct, then this series of plans was all a result of encountering the Black Ink clan's 300,000 reinforcements. It might be that Xiang Shan thought up this new strategy when he first discovered the Black Ink clan's reinforcement army, and all his actions afterwards were in preparation to carry it out. This plan might have been made up on the spot, but the preparations taken during the march of the army were enough to make it foolproof. It was truly a blessing for the Great Evolution Army to have such a far-sighted army commander. It was just as Yang Lai mentioned earlier. Xiang Shan had lured the Royal Lord to Great Evolution Pass but led his army to attack the Black Ink clan's territory instead. The Black Ink clansmen left behind to oversee their domain were surely in for an unpleasant surprise. Mi Jinglun was amazing too. He had managed to deduce the East-West Army's plan with only a few clues. Compared with these old foxes who had lived on the Black Ink battlefield and fought the Black Ink clan for countless years, Yang Kai felt like a blank slate of naivety. Nevertheless, as just one of the soldiers of the human race army, Yang Kai did not need to consider too much. With his current cultivation and status, all he needed to consider was how to lead Dawn so that he could kill more enemies on the battlefield. As for the big picture and the deployment of troops, he could leave such matters to the people above him. It might be that he would only be eligible to participate in various high-level decisions once he advanced to the Eighth Order. Martial Peak Chapter 5204. the panicked Royal Lord. Inside the main conference hall of Great Evolution Pass, the Royal Lord remained seated on the throne of bones as usual. In addition, there were more than a dozen territory lords lined up on both sides below him. More than 30 territory lords had currently gathered at Great Evolution Pass. In order to confront the human race army of 70,000 that came from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass, nearly two-thirds of the territory lords had been deployed to defend the walls under Hongdi's leadership. Meanwhile, the other third of the territory lords stayed in the main hall and quietly waited for news. The current arrangement was due to the presence of a large human race army hiding nearby, in the direction of Azure Void Pass. Nobody knew when this particular human race army would appear, so the Black Ink clan had to conserve a certain amount of strength for their defenses. They originally thought that the human army would march on them from both sides and attack Great Evolution Pass in a pincer maneuver, but contrary to their expectations, only one side experienced a fierce battle while the other remained completely silent. There was no news from the human race army stationed closer to Azure Void Pass, let alone any information on where they were hidden. If the Royal Lord made a move personally, he might have been able to discover the hiding spot of the human race army. However, his opponent was destined to be the human old ancestor, so he had to conserve his energy before that battle. While the territory lords were silently discussing matters regarding the human race army's movements amongst themselves, Hongdi barged into the hall in a hurry. The discussion among the territory lords came to an abrupt halt, and they swiftly glanced towards Hongdi. Hongdi bowed deeply. Royal Lord, the human race army was fake. All 70,000 of the soldiers were mere puppets dressed up to look real. Moreover, they are extremely weak. Almost the entire army has been annihilated by now. While speaking, he tossed the captured puppet in his hand to the ground. The territory lords looked down in shock. The entire human race army of 70,000 was fake? They were just puppets? Meanwhile, the Royal Lord sitting on the throne opened his eyes slightly with a confused expression. He might be a Royal Lord with overwhelming power, but he was not a spy hiding among the human race, so it was naturally impossible for him to figure out what the humans were trying to do with the little information he had on hand. More importantly, if the human race army was made up of mere puppets in disguise, where was the real human army? Throughout the years, the Black Ink clan had deeply suffered from the treachery of the human race on countless occasions. Seeing how the humans were willing to go to such lengths to refine so many puppets just to draw their attention, there was clearly some sort of conspiracy going on. The Royal Lord vaguely felt a sense of unease coursing through him. At that moment, a feudal lord ran into the conference hall from the outside, shouting and stumbling around in a panic, "Sir Hongdi, this subordinate has received an urgent report." Hongdi turned to look in that direction and discovered that it was the feudal lord in charge of overseeing the Black Ink nest and gathering information from the entire theater. Seeing how panicked the other party looked, it was evident that something major had occurred. Hongdi turned back to the Royal Lord with a look of inquiry in his eye, and after receiving permission from the Royal Lord, he asked solemnly, "What is it?" The feudal lord bowed and reported the situation. "A moment ago, I received news from the Zhichong territory lord's Black Ink nest. In his territory, they discovered a large number of people suspected to be a human army composed of some 30,000 people in total." "What?" Zhichong turned pale in shock and jumped up in horror. He had fled across the void for more than a year without any rest and finally escaped to Great Evolution Pass. Afterwards, he received an order from the Royal Lord and returned to his territory, hastily gathered an army of some 30,000, and brought them to Great Evolution Pass to help defend it. It was precisely because his territory was relatively close to Great Evolution Pass that he arrived fairly quickly. In fact, the Royal Lord had gathered all the territory lords whose territories were located on the periphery of Great Evolution Pass. That was the only way the Black Ink clan army could have gathered so many troops at Great Evolution Pass so quickly. Of course, it wasn't as though the territory lords in the deeper areas remained idle with nothing better to do. Every one of them had gathered a force of between 20,000 to 30,000 and set out towards Great Evolution Pass. Their task was to temporarily take over the territories that were currently without a territory lord and remain there on standby. Although Zhicheng was not stationed in his own territory and a force of some 30,000 had been deployed to Great Evolution Pass, there was another territory lord from a different territory temporarily overseeing his domain, so Zhicheng's territory was not completely defenseless. Nevertheless, against a human race army of 30,000, the ability of a single Black Ink clan territory to resist was minimal at best. The Black Ink clan had an extensive understanding of the composition of the human race armies. For an army consisting of 30,000 soldiers, there would be at least a few dozen 8th Order masters among their ranks, and although their overall numbers were few, each human was an elite. In this aspect, the human race was very different from the Black Ink clan, whose strength varied greatly from individual to individual. Moreover, the humans also had warships. That was why Zhicheng immediately became anxious when he heard that an army of 30,000 had appeared in his territory. He abruptly recalled the human race army he encountered on the way to Wind and Cloud Pass and couldn't help wondering. That army also had a force of 30,000. Could there be such a coincidence? If it really was the army he encountered the other day, then the territory lord overseeing his territory at this moment had probably already met a disastrous fate. Forget the several dozen 8th Order masters, that army even had a 9th Order old ancestor leading them. What about now? Where is the human race army now? Zhicheng asked anxiously. The feudal lord shook his head. I don't know. We lost contact with the Black Ink nest in Sir Zhicheng's territory after we received the report regarding the sighting of the human race army. Furthermore, according to the reports from the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest, the mid-grade Black Ink nest at Sir Zhicheng territory can no longer be contacted. Even the traces of its existence have been erased. Zhicheng immediately turned pale and slumped down in his chair. A Black Ink nest, owned by a territory lord, could no longer be contacted, and even the traces of its existence had been erased from the network. In this case, there was only one possibility: it had been destroyed. The feudal lord who reported the situation earlier mentioned that he received the report not long ago. In other words, not much time had elapsed between the appearance of the human race army and the destruction of the territory lord Black Ink nest. Therefore, there was an extremely high possibility that it was the work of the human army under the command of the old ancestor. There could be no other reason for Zhicheng's mid-rank ink nest to be destroyed so quickly. The humans' plan was to lure the tiger from the mountain. Hong Di snarled through gritted teeth. They used those puppets to distract us and make us think that they were attacking the Great Pass when in reality, their goal was not Great Evolution Pass but our territories. As soon as the words left his mouth, the other territory lords who initially just sympathized with Zhicheng's situation immediately panicked. They had initially rejoiced slightly when they heard that Zhicheng's Black Ink nest had been destroyed, feeling thankful that the human army had not invaded their homes. Otherwise, the unlucky ones would have been them instead. Unfortunately, it would now seem that Zhicheng's Black Ink nest was simply the first to be destroyed, while it would not be the last. The Black Ink nests were the foundation of the entire Black Ink clan. If they were all destroyed, then it would be impossible for them to spawn new clansmen. They would eventually lose their numerical advantage against the human race in the war if that happened, and defeat would become inevitable. Although a territory lord's Black Ink nest could be produced by the royal lord's Black Ink nest, the birth of each and every territory lord Black Ink nest required an exorbitant price in exchange. If too many mid-rank Black Ink nests were destroyed, the territory lords would need to wait a very long time before they could obtain new ones. If the royal lord's Black Ink nest was destroyed, the territory lords couldn't help shuddering in fear, not daring to let their thoughts continue down that road. On the other hand, a sudden and thunderous rumble resounded throughout the conference hall before Hong Di could even finish his sentence. The rumbling sound was accompanied by a black shadow shooting out at the same time. The territory lords looked in that direction only to see that the royal lord, who had been sitting on the throne of bones, was now nowhere to be seen. The dark shadow that rushed past them earlier was none other than the royal lord himself. Although he had remained as calm as a mountain since coming to Great Evolution Pass, He could no longer keep his composure after hearing that the human race army had destroyed the territory belonging to one of his subordinate territory lords. He had evidently realized the dire consequences that would follow if his high-rank black ink nest was destroyed. Therefore, he had to prevent that from happening at all costs. It was fortunate that he still had some time. Having only just stepped foot into the Black Ink clan territory for the first time, the human race was surely not familiar with the topography, so it would not be easy for them to locate the royal city in short order. In the next moment, the royal lord's order spread to the ears of the territory lords. Half of the army will remain here to guard Great Evolution Pass. The other half will set off for the royal city at full speed. The territory lords who received the order hurriedly gathered together to discuss the situation. The royal lord had not mentioned any names in his command, so they had to come up with a plan to decide who would stay and protect Great Evolution Pass and who would head towards the royal city. Needless to say, everybody would prefer to remain at Great Evolution Pass, for it was much safer here. If they set off for the royal city now, there was no saying whether they would encounter the human army on the way. Who could resist against the strength of the human old ancestor if that happened? Nevertheless, they neither dared to disobey the command of the royal lord nor drag their feet in this matter. After a series of compromises and concessions, they soon came up with a plan. Out of the 30 or so territory lords, half of them would remain at Great Evolution Pass under Hongdi's leadership. Great Evolution Pass was originally Hongdi's territory, so it stood to reason he should remain. That was an advantage that the other territory lords did not have. Meanwhile, the other half of the territory lords departed for the royal city under Zhichang's leadership. It did not take long for the Black Ink clan army at Great Evolution Pass to start moving as the territory lords summoned their respective armies. In the vast void, the royal lord flew in the direction of the royal city at a terrifying speed. He had to return to the royal city immediately, otherwise, it would be too late if the human army arrived before him. If his black ink nest was destroyed, then all the black ink nests in this entire theater would wither and die as well. The Black Ink clan would be powerless to replenish their forces if that were to happen, and that would effectively guarantee their extinction in the not-so-distant future. The royal lord never imagined that the human race would be so bold. When he predicted that the humans were coming to retake Great Evolution Pass, he immediately gathered many territory lords and deployed various defenses in preparation for the confrontation. Contrary to his expectations, the humans seemed to have no intention of attacking Great Evolution Pass whatsoever. They simply sent out an army of puppets to distract him while their real army marched directly into the Black Ink clan territory. They made a fool of me. The royal lord was filled with fury. Along the way, he suddenly raised his hand and dense black ink strength condensed and twisted in the palm of his hand, gradually transforming into the shape of a miniature black ink nest. This was not an actual black ink nest, but he could borrow its power to communicate with his own high-rank black ink nest and then issue commands to the other territory lords through it. The human race army with a force of 30,000 soldiers had already appeared in the Black Ink clan's territory. There was bound to be an old ancestor and a few dozen Eighth Order masters among their ranks. With such strength, it was impossible to repel the humans with the military strength of a single territory alone. The only way for the Black Ink clan to stand a fighting chance was if they rallied together at one spot. In this case, the royal city was the battlefield chosen by the royal lord. That was because the human race would surely target the royal city. Regardless of whether they knew about the secrets behind the black ink nests or not, they were bound to aim for the destruction of his high-rank black ink nest as their biggest goal. If he wanted to protect his black ink nest, then he had to gather the strength of all the territory lords under his command. However, doing so would completely deprive the other territories of any troops even if the royal city did not suffer any consequences. In other words, the Black Ink clan would be abandoning a vast swath of their territory. There would be countless slaughtered Black Ink clansmen and destroyed Black Ink nests as a result of this decision. Despite being completely heartbroken by the losses, the royal lord had no other choice. He had never imagined that the human race would be so cunning and difficult to handle without the constraints of a great pass. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5205, The Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass has moved out. A long time ago, this particular royal lord had discovered an interesting fact. That was the impact of the Great Passes on the human race. It was undeniable that the Great Passes provided great help to the human race over countless years. By borrowing the power of these Great Passes, the humans managed to guard their land and prevent the Black Ink clan from moving forward despite their much smaller numbers. No matter how strong the individual strength of each human, it would have been difficult for them to hold the line without the Great Passes. However, these Great Passes that provided such significant assistance to the human race were also a form of restriction and constraint. These Great Passes had effectively locked them up inside a prison because they did not dare to abandon their positions and move around freely. It could be said that their reliance on the Great Passes was extremely strong. As a result, all the wars throughout history had always been initiated by the Black Ink clan. Meanwhile, the humans had always relied upon the strength of the Great Passes to defend against the attacks. This long-standing situation on the battlefield was with very few exceptions. It was not until today, when the human race traveled great distances across the void in order to recover the Great Evolution Pass that was lost 30,000 years ago, that the royal lord finally understood what kind of threat the human race could pose towards the Black Ink clan once they were freed from the constraints of the Great Passes. The human army came from afar, acting as though they were charging straight towards Great Evolution Pass. Nobody could have imagined that it was just an army of puppets. On the contrary, the actual human army had already invaded the Black Ink clan's territory. The humans successfully deceived both the royal lord and the territory lords, causing their attention to be focused on Great Evolution Pass and lowering their guard in other areas. Despite standing in opposing positions, the royal lord could not help admiring the decisiveness of the humans. Faced with such an opponent, a difficult battle was unavoidable. At this moment, the royal lord could only hope that his message would be delivered in time and that the Black Ink clan's losses would not be too severe. On the universe fragment, Yang Kai continued after reporting the current situation to Yang Lai. Senior Me instructed this junior to report back on the current situation as soon as possible. If you do not have any other orders for me, Senior Yang, this junior will return first. Yang Lai nodded lightly. Before Yang Lai could speak though, Gong Lian, who had been silent ever since Yang Kai arrived, suddenly shouted with a drastic change of expression, "Quiet! Conceal your aura!" Yang Lai immediately withdrew his aura into his body and became as still as a piece of driftwood. Although Yang Kai did not understand the sudden turn of events, his reaction was very fast and he quickly concealed his aura. No more than 10 breaths of time after Gong Lian spoke, an extremely powerful aura rushed out from Great Evolution Pass and charged straight into the depths of the void. The figure rushing out from Great Evolution Pass moved at an astonishing speed, brushing past them and speeding off into the distance, crossing less than 10,000 kilometers away from their hiding spot. Yang Kai looked down and did not move. If his perception was not wrong, the aura that just passed them by belonged to the royal lord. This place was concealed by a spirit array and a barrier, so even without Gong Lian's warning, the royal lord might not have discovered them if he was not paying attention. Be that as it may, concealing their auras was an additional layer of protection for them. There was no saying what flaws the royal lord might notice if he happened to glance in their direction by accident. Yang Kai glanced at Gong Lian in surprise. He did not know this young man, but this person had given him a strong impression of being lazy and carefree during their first meeting. Nevertheless, Gong Lian was not weak. After all, he was in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Just his ability to detect the royal lord's movements in advance was shocking enough. What's more, Yang Kai did not sense him activating any kind of divine sense or secret technique whatsoever. How did he detect the royal lord's movements and warn us in time? The royal lord might have disappeared into the distance, but the three of them did not dare to act recklessly. They did not know whether the royal lord would suddenly turn around and return the way he came. Therefore, they remained as still as possible. They didn't even dare to reveal the slightest hint of disturbance from their divine senses, so they could only communicate with their eyes. Yang Lai shot a look at Yang Kai, most likely telling him that there was no need to rush to report to Mi Jinglun. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. An incense stick passed just like that, and only when the royal lord showed no signs of returning did Yang Lai finally sigh in relief and softly whisper, "It looks like the East-West army has begun moving." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Only the news that the East-West army had taken action could have made the royal lord leave in such a hurry. While speaking, Yang Lai raised his head and looked towards Great Evolution Pass. The East-West army had taken action, and the royal lord had left, so would the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Pass remain quiet? As soon as that thought passed through his mind, he quickly said, "Move back a little." At the same time, he hurriedly removed the concealment that had been set up here and began to withdraw together with Yang Kai and Gong Lian. They retreated some 20,000 kilometers before they stopped. This position was basically the limit of where they could observe the movements of Great Evolution Pass without worrying about being discovered by the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass. Only then did Yang Lai turn to look at Yang Kai. "Go back and report everything you witnessed to me, Jinglun. This old master will stay here and continue to gather information." Yang Kai cupped his fist and responded, "Senior Mi also asked that you continue gathering information and monitoring when the Black Ink clan would depart from Great Evolution Pass, Senior Yang." Yang Lai nodded, "This old master will be fine. Go now." Only then did Yang Kai turn around and rush off into the distance. His movements might alert those in Great Evolution Pass if he activated the universe transference law at this position, therefore he planned to withdraw further before doing so. A short while later, Yang Kai formed a set of hand seals and activated the universe transference law somewhere in the void. The array lit up beneath his feet, and after waiting for a moment, a bright light erupted and enveloped him. He felt the world spinning around him, and by the time he came back to his senses, he was already standing in the purifying Black Ink battleship of the North-South Army. Approximately 10 breaths later, Yang Kai met up with Mi Jinglun aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship and gave a report on the situation with Yang Lai. Mi Jinglun and several other 8th Order Division commanders nodded after listening to the report, with one of the 8th Order masters observing, "It's just as you predicted, Senior Brother Mi. The Black Ink clan has been gathering its troops at Great Evolution Pass." Mi Jinglun nodded. "The East-West Army has painstakingly arranged for this situation to occur. Even we could not have known in advance whether the Black Ink clan would be fooled, but in any case, the Royal Lord has left Great Evolution Pass. The East-West Army must have done something for him to leave in such a rush. I'm afraid the nearly million-strong Black Ink army guarding Great Evolution Pass will mobilize soon." With a snap of his fan, he continued, "Give the order. Each squad and battalion is to summon their warships and travel at full speed. We need to arrive at the predetermined ambush location within 3 days." In order to hide better, the North-South Army had stored away all their warships except the purifying Black Ink battleship. Then, they searched for a suitable place to launch an ambush. However, in this situation, there was no need to hide anything anymore. The East-West Army had already made their move, so the rest was completely up to the North-South Army. If the North-South Army could successfully stop the Black Ink clan army coming from Great Evolution Pass, then the East-West Army would not be attacked from behind. On the other hand, if the North-South Army failed to stop the Black Ink clan, then the East-West Army was bound to suffer heavy casualties. The success of the entire plan hinged on the North-South Army getting the timing right, so they had to travel as quickly as possible. The orders were conveyed throughout the army, and the soldiers who had been in hiding all this time immediately summoned their respective warships. In an instant, a huge fleet took shape and sailed out of their hiding place in a mighty procession. It just so happened that there was a Black Ink clan search party in the void nearby. They had received orders from Great Evolution Pass and had been scouting in this direction for traces of the possible presence of the human race army. Unfortunately, their search had not been fruitful despite many days of effort. They never expected to detect a large number of energy fluctuations out of nowhere. The feudal lord in the lead took a good look and immediately became dumbfounded. A mighty fleet had suddenly appeared in the void that had been empty just a moment ago. The human army! One of the high-rank Black Ink clansmen in the team exclaimed in shock. There was no need to say anything though, for as soon as the feudal lord laid his eyes on this fleet, he knew that it was the target that the territory lords had been searching for. "Let's go!" The feudal lord shouted and turned around to lead his subordinates away. He had to report this information as soon as possible, no matter what happened. Just as they turned around to retreat though, one of the larger warships suddenly released numerous flashes of lights and brilliant divine abilities rained down on them. The terrifying power swept outward like the waves of a stormy sea, swallowing up the Black Ink clan squad within its deathly embrace. When the dust settled, the entire Black Ink clan team had practically been annihilated on the spot. Only the feudal lord survived. Although he was alive, he was in a terrible condition and his aura was flickering weakly. He didn't even dare to look back as dense black fog erupted from his body and he hurriedly fled the scene. Aboard the warship, an 8th Order Division commander coldly snorted but showed no intention to pursue the other party. As far as the current situation was concerned, there was no need to conceal their presence any longer now that the North-South Army had decided to act. Even if a feudal lord escaped, how could he affect the situation in any way? Besides, after taking a direct hit from that divine ability, he would not survive for long even if he wasn't dead yet. Everywhere the North-South Army passed, the Black Ink clan was annihilated on the spot. These Black Ink clan scouts had been searching for traces of the North-South Army, but they never imagined that the moment they caught a glimpse of the humans would also be the moment of their deaths. Approximately an incense stick after Yang Kai arrived back, Gong Lian also returned to the purifying Black Ink battleship and rushed straight towards the conference hall. "Where is your honored master?" Mi Jingluan glanced behind Gong Lian but did not see Yang Lai. Gong Lian replied, "Honored master says he wishes to monitor the movements of the Black Ink clan army and confirm the direction of their march so that we can find the best opportunity to strike." Mi Jingluan's eyes flashed. "Has the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass begun to move?" Gong Lian nodded. Before this junior returned, the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass dispatched around 15 territory lords along with an army of 400,000 to 500,000. They are marching towards the Black Ink clan's territory. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Division commander observed, 15 territory lords along with an army of 400,000 to 500,000. In other words, half of the Black Ink clan forces at Great Evolution Pass. Mi Jingluan smiled. "It looks like the Black Ink clan has not forgotten us. Leaving behind half of their forces is clearly a precaution against our army. They are afraid that we might take the opportunity to attack Great Evolution Pass." The 8th Order Division commander who spoke earlier immediately broke into a smile. "The Black Ink clan probably never imagined that we have no intentions of attacking Great Evolution Pass whatsoever." It was evident that the human race army had traveled across a great distance to recover Great Evolution Pass. However, one of the armies had charged straight into the Black Ink clan's territory to wreak havoc while the other army was planning to intercept the Black Ink clan army marching out from Great Evolution Pass. They were completely ignoring the Great Pass itself. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5206, he's the one who should be careful. In accordance with the order from the Royal Lord, half of the Black Ink clan army was dispatched from Great Evolution Pass to head towards the Royal City. At the same time, a figure quietly followed the army from approximately 50,000 kilometers away. That person was none other than Yang Lai. Yang Kai and Gong Lian had returned to the purifying Black Ink battleship in quick succession to deliver information to the other side, so Yang Lai was acting alone. Now that he was on his own, his movements were even more covert than before. In any case, the Black Ink clan were completely unaware that an 8th Order master was monitoring their movements from so close, so he had no reason to worry about his presence being discovered whatsoever. The East-West Army had already taken action in the Black Ink clan territory. As for the North-South Army, Mi Jinglun would surely lead it to intercept the Black Ink clan's reinforcement army from Great Evolution Pass after receiving a detailed report. It was just that the North-South Army had only just arrived here not long ago. Given that they were not familiar with the terrain of this theater, choosing a suitable battlefield would be difficult. By following the march of the Black Ink Clan's reinforcement army from Great Evolution Pass, Ouyang Lai would be able to grasp their movements instantly. When the timing was right, he could then return directly to the North-South Army and guide the army in the right direction himself. On the other side, the East-West Army headed by Xiang Shan and Lu Zhiping was sailing rapidly through Black Ink Clan territory. The speed of the warships had been adjusted to the highest, so the huge fleet streaked across the void like a river of lights. The 30,000 troops of the East-West Army arrived at the first Black Ink Clan territory several days ago. This Black Ink Clan territory was guarded by a territory lord, tens of thousands of strong Black Ink Clansmen who were battle-worthy, and hundreds of thousands of miscellaneous Black Ink Clansmen who were not worth counting as combat forces. Be that as it may, these forces were as vulnerable as a piece of paper in front of the imposing East-West Army. Xiang Shan had personally taken action, and within just a half cup of tea's time, the territory lord was beheaded and the Black Ink Clan's combat forces were annihilated. As for the miscellaneous Black Ink Clansmen, they were swiftly mopped up with very few escaping. Likewise, the mid-grade Black Ink nest was also destroyed quickly. The entire Black Ink Clan territory was turned into a dead zone, and the severed remains of the Black Ink Clan could be seen everywhere. Moreover, Black Ink strength that spilled out into the void due to the deaths of so many Black Ink Clansmen condensed into huge Black Ink clouds that covered the entire void. The human race army didn't even stop to loot the battlefield. They immediately moved forward after razing this entire Black Ink Clan territory and continued their march deeper. This was the time to focus on speed. According to the original plan, the Royal Lord should have been lured to Great Evolution Pass. So if the East-West Army could take the opportunity of the Royal Lord's absence to obliterate the Royal City and destroy the high-rank Black Ink nest, then it would only be a matter of time before they ruthlessly wiped out the entire Black Ink Clan in this theater. That was why the East-West Army's only goal was to destroy the Royal Lord Black Ink nest. During the attack on the previous Territory Lord's territory, the old ancestor had personally entered the Territory Lord's Black Ink nest and followed the information Yang Kai provided earlier to communicate with the consciousness of the Black Ink nests in order to ascertain the location of the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest. Yang Kai used this method to locate the positions of the Territory Lord Black Ink nests when he was raising chaos in the rear of the Black Ink Clan in the Yinyang Theater back then. He later reported this information to the Yinyang Pass old ancestor, so it was only natural that she knew about this method. Seeing as it was something that Yang Kai could accomplish, there was no reason she would fail. Furthermore, she had a much easier time than him in this task. With the help of the mid-grade Black Ink nest, the old ancestor quickly located the approximate location of the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest. Fortuitously, the direction in which the East-West Army was now marching happened to be this exact location. The East-West Army encountered some feudal lord fiefs along the way, but they did not delay their progress. In fact, they showed no intent to attack whatsoever. Nevertheless, Xiang Shan and the others soon discovered a problem. There were practically no Black Ink Clansmen worth mentioning in these territories. According to the information provided by Yang Kai earlier, there would always be several feudal lords overseeing a mature feudal lord fief. In addition, there should be no shortage of high-rank and low-rank Black Ink Clansmen, with even more Black Ink serfs. In this way, a feudal lord could easily gather hundreds of subordinates whenever the territory lords summoned their armies. Meanwhile, the armies of the feudal lords would continuously merge together and grow stronger to become an army under the command of the territory lords. However, the territories the East-West Army crossed were not only devoid of feudal lords, but even high-rank and low-rank Black Ink Clansmen were nowhere to be seen. There were only weak Black Ink Clan serfs who were born from the Black Ink nest not too long ago and had no strength to traverse the void. This situation was within the East-West Army's expectations. The rate at which the information spread throughout the Black Ink Clan was far too fast. The Black Ink nests were basically nodes in a giant information network that the Black Ink Clan could use to deliver messages instantaneously amongst themselves. Whenever there was any news, the Black Ink clan could swiftly relay the information throughout the entire theater by borrowing the power of this network of Black Ink nests. News of the East-West Army's appearance in the Black Ink clan and the destruction of a territory lord's territory had already become widespread. The Black Ink clan in the entire Great Evolution Theater were surely aware of those incidents by now. Xiang Shan and others originally wanted the army to march forward as quickly as possible so that they could rush to the royal city and destroy the royal lord's Black Ink nest, but judging by the current situation, the Black Ink clan's response had made this plan somewhat difficult to implement. The Black Ink clan in those feudal lord fiefs along their way must have received the news and all rushed towards the royal city. That was why only miscellaneous serfs with no real strength were left behind. It could be predicted that the East-West Army would be greeted by a mighty Black Ink clan army when they arrived at the royal city. Inside the purifying Black Ink battleship, Xiang Shan's expression was the same as usual. The Black Ink clan had responded faster than he predicted, but this situation was also within his expectations. Besides, it was also a situation that the East-West Army had deliberately created. If they wanted to recover Great Evolution Pass, then they needed to deal a severe blow to the Black Ink clan first. That was the only way to give the Great Evolution Army enough time to restore the various defenses in Great Evolution Pass. Otherwise, it would be a useless endeavor to simply occupy Great Evolution Pass. The situation would be rather unfavorable for the East-West Army if the Black Ink clan wanted to confront them at the royal city. However, it should not be a huge issue as long as the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Pass did not come and add trouble from their rear. A scout came to report that a territory lord's territory was found ahead. However, after the scouts investigated the area, the situation in this domain was the same as the feudal lord fiefs they encountered before. All the powerful Black Ink clansmen were gone, and only the miscellaneous serfs without much strength were left behind. After the scout withdrew, Xiang Shan finally spoke. It looks like the Black Ink clan is planning to confront us at the royal city. Lu Zhiping nodded lightly. Since that's the case, it's better if the old ancestor travels ahead. The Black Ink clan army is coming from various directions to gather in the direction of the royal city, and the royal lord will also need some time to travel from Great Evolution Pass to the royal city. If the old ancestor leaves now, she might stand a chance to destroy the royal lord Black Ink nest before the enemy can muster a resistance. Although the East-West Army was marching rapidly, their speed could not compare to the speed of the old ancestor traveling on her own. It was just as Lu Zhiping mentioned. The Black Ink clan army was gathering from various directions towards the royal city, so it would take them some time to assemble. Moreover, the royal lord was currently absent from the royal city, so the old ancestor would be unparalleled and unmatched if she rushed there right now. The old ancestor sitting next to Lu Zhiping smiled at those words though and shook her head. No. Although I have roughly determined the position of the high-rank Black Ink nest with the help of the previous Black Ink nest, it is still unclear how far away or exactly where it is located. Even if I move alone, it will take some time for me to search for the target. Besides, the royal lord is on his way back to the royal city. What if the East-West Army encounters him when I am absent? The East-West Army had 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 30,000 troops. While they were not afraid of being completely wiped out by the royal lord, or even repelling him, the casualties they would suffer would be extremely severe if the old ancestor was absent. If nothing else, at least 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were likely to lose their lives just to force the royal lord back. The Great Evolution Army had a total of 60,000 people, but they would need their forces to guard Great Evolution Pass in the future, so minimizing their losses was pivotal to their long-term strategy. Lu Zhiping immediately fell silent and said nothing more after listening to the old ancestor's reasoning. Xiang Shan said, "In that case, let's proceed with the original plan. The East-West Army will ignore the Black Ink clan and charge straight towards the royal city. Since the Black Ink clan wishes to confront us there, we should heed their wishes." In the battle between the human race and the Black Ink clan, strategy was the biggest factor that determined the success or failure of the war. Nevertheless, being strong enough to defeat one's enemies was the ultimate guarantee of victory. The words had just left Xiang Shan's mouth when the old ancestor sitting beside him abruptly turned to look in a certain direction. Her bright eyes seemed to penetrate across tens of thousands of kilometers of space. Immediately after that, she smiled and said, "I can't believe he found us." Xiang Shan's expression turned serious. "Is it the royal lord?" The old ancestor nodded lightly. Is he simply passing by? Or are his actions intentional?" The old ancestor pondered in silence for a while before grinning. He did not bother to conceal his aura. It would seem that his actions were intentional. Very smart of him. It was evident that the royal lord was worried that the old ancestor might charge directly towards the royal city, and based on time and distance, he might not be able to stop her if that were to happen. As such, from the moment he departed from Great Evolution Pass, while the royal lord had been heading directly in the direction of the royal city, most of his attention had been fixated upon finding the human race army. With the help of the black ink nests scattered all over the theater, it was not difficult for him to roughly follow the movements of the human army, which was why he came to confront them directly. If the old ancestor had not gone directly to the royal city, then that would be the best-case scenario. He could intercept her along the way and gain more time for the armies of the Black Ink clan to gather. If she had gone directly to the royal city, then it would be too late for him to rush back now, but since the human army would no longer have her protection, then they were no threat to him. He could massacre them and severely damage their forces to make up for the losses of the royal city. That was undoubtedly the most sensible approach, and by taking it, it could be inferred that this royal lord was no fool. The old ancestor had clearly considered the same reasoning, which was why she had disagreed with Lu Zhiping's previous proposal asking her to go on ahead of them. While speaking, she stood up. "Since he is looking for me, I will go and greet him." Xiang Shan quickly said, "Old ancestor, please be careful." To which she snickered, "He's the one who should be careful." Having guarded Yinyang Pass for tens of thousands of years, she had fought with a royal lord countless times. Under normal circumstances, both supreme masters would hold back in their attacks since neither of them stood a decent chance of killing the other. Naturally, there were occasions when they lost their tempers and fought ferociously, but in the end, both parties would at most be severely injured from the fight. They would then need to rest and recuperate until their next battle. However, today was different. If the human race wanted to retake Great Evolution Pass as quickly as possible, then they would need to struggle desperately in this fight. It could be said that the old ancestor was planning to face the royal lord with the sole intention of bringing the battle to a draw where both sides were severely injured. When Xiang Shan first made his plans, he had intended to lure the royal lord out of the royal city so that the royal lord could not use the power of the black ink nest to heal his wounds. It would now seem that the plan was not going to work. If the royal lord wanted to set the battlefield at the royal city to obtain the geographical advantage there, then there was nothing the Great Evolution Army could do to stop him. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5207, There's News. A few days away from Great Evolution Pass, the North-South Army was moving through the void, hurrying to the spot designated for the ambush. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had scouted the place beforehand, and according to him, there was a high chance for the Black Ink clan to pass through this spot if they were to send their army. However, there were no guarantees when it came to such things. Their likelihood of success hinged on how lucky they were. The North-South Army had originally hidden in the direction of Azure Void Pass, so they had to move at lightning speed. From the looks of it, their path took them to a place between Great Evolution Pass and the Black Ink clan's territory. Several days passed by in a flash. In the conference hall aboard a purifying black ink battleship, Mi Jingluan and the few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were in charge, were all silent. It was as if they were waiting for something. Meanwhile, Gong Lian was leaning against a pillar on the side with a blank look in his eyes. His mind was wandering as usual. Yang Kai was on the other side with a communication bead in his hand. He kept pouring his divine sense into it, to try and get in touch with Ouyang Lai. Previously, when Yang Kai came from beyond Great Evolution Pass and returned to the purifying Black Ink battleship, Ouyang Lai had to stay back to keep an eye on the Black Ink clan's movements at Great Evolution Pass. If the Black Ink clan were to send forth their troops, then the North-South Army and the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Pass would inevitably cross paths. The distance between them would decrease as time went on, and he would surely be able to get in touch with Ouyang Lai once more. Still no news. One of the 8th Order Division commanders turned to Yang Kai all of a sudden. Yang Kai shook his head. Not yet. The 8th Order Division commander frowned. Judging by how long it's been, it should be any time now. We should have been able to get in touch with Brother Ouyang half a day ago. It was evident that something must have happened that caused half a day's delay. However, just as soon as the division commander finished his sentence, Yang Kai became excited. There's an update. Yang Kai immediately began probing into the communication bead with his divine sense. Everyone had their eyes on him. Once Yang Kai got the gist of the message, he informed everyone else. Senior Ouyang said that the Black Ink clan who came out of Great Evolution Pass seemed to have their guards up against the North-South Army. So, they circled around and took a less direct route. Mi Jingluan had a look of realization. No wonder Brother Ouyang took so long to get in touch with us. Great Evolution Pass's Black Ink clan army did not know much at the moment, only that there were 2 human armies nearby. The first army came from the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass. This army had evaded their detection and then sent tens of thousands of puppets as a distraction while they launched a sneak attack on their territory. The Black Ink clan also knew that there was a second group which came over from Azure Void Pass. Numerous Black Ink clan scouts had mysteriously disappeared, and this proved that a group of humans were hiding in the vicinity of Great Evolution Pass in the direction of Azure Void Pass. Unfortunately, this human army seemed to be continually changing their location, and the Black Ink clan could not gather any information on them. The Royal Lord had given the command, so 15 or so territory lords from Great Evolution Pass had no choice but to lead their army out and rush towards the royal city. However, knowing that an unknown number of human soldiers were hiding nearby, the territory lords had a simple discussion and decided to take the longer way around to avoid them. Naturally, they chose a route in the direction of Wind and Cloud Pass. They were certain this was a safe option, since the human army that came from that direction had already launched an attack within their Black Ink clan territory and exposed their location. If they had a choice, they would choose to ensure their safety by giving a wide berth and making a huge detour to avoid the hidden human army. However, time was of the essence and they were afraid of causing too great a delay, so they could only take a slightly circuitous path, which would delay them by a day or so. This was why Ouyang Lai only managed to get in touch with the North-South Army now. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Yang Kai kept using his divine sense to stay connected to Ouyang Lai, allowing both parties to confirm their respective locations. Still, it was both Yang Kai's and Ouyang Lai's first time in the Great Evolution Theater, and they were unfamiliar with their surroundings. Neither one of them had an accurate universe chart of this place, so it was rather troublesome for them to talk about their positions. Yang Kai could not ascertain where Ouyang Lai was exactly, and similarly, Ouyang Lai had no way of confirming where the North-South Army was. The only thing they both knew was that their distance was within a day's worth of travel, as this was the communication bead's maximum range. Amid their exchange, the North-South Army arrived at the designated ambush point. Initially, based on the deductions by the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who scouted the place, it was highly likely that the Black Ink clan would pass through this place if they were to send their army out from Great Evolution Pass. As long as the North-South Army set up here in advance, they would be able to deal a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan. As it was, the North-South Army had arrived, but there was no sign of the Black Ink clan. Furthermore, based on the update from Ouyang Lai, it was unlikely that the Black Ink clan army would be passing through this region. Uncertainty was to be expected on the battlefield, as it was impossible for people to know everything and have a contingency for all possibilities at all times. Things could change at any given moment, and the only way to ensure victory was to be highly adaptable. Yang Kai carried on communicating with Ouyang Lai, but he was still unable to pinpoint the latter's location. Both of them described what the area around them looked like, but it did not ring any bells for either one of them. Ouyang Lai had a fiery temper, and since it was impossible to communicate effectively, he decided to cut things short, Just wait. That was the last Yang Kai heard from him, even though he kept trying to reconnect with Ouyang Lai. After relaying this to the 8th Order Division commanders, they all wore helpless, exasperated expressions. However, soon enough, Ouyang Lai's burly figure came striding in while grumbling, "It's so troublesome without a universe chart." It would have been a lot easier for them to communicate if both of them had a universe chart, as it would have allowed them to confirm their locations and the distance from each other. Nevertheless, Great Evolution Pass had been lost for 30,000 years, and the humans who were stationed here in the past had been annihilated. Thus, the universe chart of that time was no longer usable. If they wanted a universe chart now, they needed to make one themselves. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lai managed to get back quickly thanks to the purifying Black Ink Battleship's universe array. "Brother Ouyang, where are the Black Ink clan reinforcements now?" Mi Jingluan quickly asked. "I don't know, but I left behind a bit of my aura before I left. Let me check where it is and I'll know where the Black Ink clan army is," Ouyang Lai replied. Saying so, his hands started rapidly forming seals. A few breaths later, a burst of red light shot out from his fingertip and pointed in the direction of the aura he had left behind. Mi Jingluan took note of the location and nodded. "We are about a day's travel away from there. Taking into account the difference between our travel direction and the Black Ink clan armies, the North-South Army should adjust our position so that we can encounter them within a day or two." Ouyang Lai nodded. "Good." The two of them talked for a bit and soon decided on where they should reposition the North-South Army. The order went down and the fleet, which had only just arrived at the ambush location, set off again without even having time to do anything. All the 8th Order Division commanders cupped their fists. "We should go and prepare." If everything went smoothly, then in a day or two, the North-South Army would engage in a huge battle with the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Pass. Naturally, it was best to start preparing as soon as possible. Mi Jingluan nodded. "I'll be off too, honored master," Gong Lian bowed. Ouyang Lai waved him off casually in response. Mi Jingluan finally addressed Yang Kai. "Martial nephew, what's your plan now? Are you going to join us here or head off to find the East-West Army?" "Since there's going to be a battle here, it's best if I remain to help," Yang Kai said. He could have left now if there were no battle, but since the fight was imminent, it would not be right for him to leave just like that. Furthermore, taking part in the upcoming battle was a good way for him to gather more information about the situation here. That way, he would be able to inform Xiang Shan and the others about what was happening here when he reunited with the East-West Army. "Good," Mi Jingluan said. "Since you're staying, you can choose a squad or a battalion to join. This junior would like to act alone. Would that be all right?" Yang Kai asked. He was unfamiliar with the people here in the North-South Army, and it may not be a good thing for him to join a squad so abruptly. Hence, he preferred acting alone without having any ties to anyone. Mi Jingluan eyed him with a smile. "Since you're so confident, martial nephew, I won't stop you, but do be careful on the battlefield." "Understood." Yang Kai cupped his fist and bowed before leaving. Once he left, Ouyang Lai piped up, "That brat sure is confident to want to act alone, and you even gave him your permission. That's not at all like you." Mi Jingluan chuckled. "I don't know if you've heard much about him, Brother Ouyang. If any other 7th Order junior made the same request, I would have rejected them immediately, but if it's him, it's fine for me to make an exception just this once." Ouyang Lai nodded. "I've heard quite a lot about him, so you can't take advantage of me being ignorant and uninformed, Brother Mi. Now that we're on the subject, it's quite unbelievable that a 7th Order brat had the guts to disguise himself as a Black Ink disciple to infiltrate the Black Ink clan. He even managed to destroy the warship that the Black Ink clan was building and come back alive. It's practically a miracle." "That's right. Although the old ancestor went out to receive him in person, before that he managed to kill a territory lord while he was in the Blue Sky Theater, which is quite the feat even if the territory lord was badly wounded at the time," Mi Jingluan said. "New talents rise up with every generation. We're getting old now." Ouyang Lai lamented. Mi Jingluan smiled at him. "It's rare for you to pay such a high compliment to someone of the younger generation, Brother Oh Young. What's the matter? Are you regretting the fact that you didn't encounter him sooner to take him as your disciple? Ha! Oh Yang Lai snorted loudly. Why would I regret that? I have a disciple now. Even though my disciple isn't the same as him, he's not worse off in any way. In fact, my disciple has more potential than him. Mi Jinglun sighed. Things never go the way you want them to in life. Yang Kai is a peerless talent, but it's a pity he will not enter the Ninth Order. If he could make it to the Ninth Order, he would make a huge difference for the entire human race. Nothing's perfect in life, Oh Yang Lai remarked. Speaking of which, we're partly to blame for his current situation since it's the unfortunate result of the cave heavens and paradises interfering with him. If it had not been for those cave heavens and paradises working together to suppress Yang Kai, he would have directly advanced to the Seventh Order and would have stood a chance to become a Ninth Order Old Ancestor. Mi Jinglun shook his head. They were doing it to prevent uncertainty in the future, and there's historical precedent for their actions. All along, the cave heavens and paradises have maintained the same attitude towards all those who had the possibility of directly advancing to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. Based on their perspective, they didn't do anything wrong at the time, but looking back now, they've made a monumental mistake. Martial Peak, Chapter 5208, Lack of Combat Experience. There was no point in discussing mistakes made in the past. Yang Kai had directly advanced to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Although there was hope that he could become an Eighth Order Master because he had consumed a mid-rank world fruit, he was not going to be able to become a Ninth Order Master. That was unless he could find the innate open heaven pill which was produced in the universe furnace. However, there was no sign of the universe furnace and no one knew when it would next appear. Even if it did, Yang Kai might not have the chance to obtain one of its innate open heaven pills. There were tons of people in all the cave heavens and paradises who were stuck in the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm and could not rise any further. Who among them was not in even more urgent need of those open heaven pills than Yang Kai? As the two were speaking, an alarming fluctuation came out from the faraway depths of the void. Mi Jinglun and Oh Yang Lai exchanged glances before instantly heading to the deck and stared in the direction where the fluctuation was coming from. Yang Kai was also there staring into the distance. However, although everyone could sense the fluctuations, they could also tell that the source was incredibly far away. The old ancestor and the royal lord are exchanging blows, Oh Yang Lai quickly said. Mi Jinglun nodded lightly. An Eighth Order Master and a Territory Lord would not have been able to create such powerful fluctuations when they clashed. Across the entire theater, only a battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord could cause such a huge disturbance. This was the first fight between Enyang Pass Old Ancestor and the royal lord of Great Evolution Theater. No one could predict the outcome. That being said, based on the information they had received, they were certain that Enyang Pass Old Ancestor would not be the one suffering. Even just by the number of years of cultivation alone, the royal lord could not compare with her. The current royal lord was the one who rose to that position 30,000 years ago. The veteran royal lord who had been alive for much longer had died along with the Great Evolution Pass Old Ancestor. Both were the strongest among their respective sides and had immense power. The two silhouettes continued clashing in the depths of the void, and just the fallout from their fight was enough to destroy the barren universe worlds around them. Everything within 100,000 kilometers of their clash was thrown into chaos and turmoil. At this very moment, the royal lord was suffering in silence. When the royal lord found out that the human race army had invaded his domain, he left Great Evolution Pass in a fluster. Along the way, he searched for signs of the humans and he finally managed to intercept the old ancestor. Everything would be fine in his royal city as long as he stopped the old ancestor. However, before he even had the time to relax, the following turn of events caught him off guard. Initially, he assumed that since it was his first time exchanging blows with this human old ancestor, both parties would focus on feeling each other out since they were both the most formidable on their respective sides, and neither could afford to take any big risks. The best option was to test the waters and get a sense of what their respective strengths were before breaking off the fight and leaving it for another day once they were more prepared. That was what the royal lord thought, and he assumed the human old ancestor had the same idea. Except, the old ancestor thought very differently. Although she was a woman, her actions bordered on madness. As soon as they started fighting, she threw all caution to the wind and attacked as if she was prepared to fight to the bitter end, even if it meant sacrificing her life in the process. Waves of ferocious divine abilities and merciless secret techniques followed, dumbfounding the royal lord. It had to be said that although this royal lord had risen to his position 30,000 years ago, he had only ever fought an old ancestor once in that entire time. It was just after he had become a royal lord and joined forces with the original royal lord of Great Evolution Theater to kill the old ancestor here. Ever since then, the Black Ink clan claimed Great Evolution Pass and no other battle occurred. For the past 30,000 years, he stayed within his theater. Now and then he would send his territory lords out to help in battles at Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass, but he himself had never left. Thus, it could be said that he barely had any experience when it came to fighting with an old ancestor. Moreover, this particular old ancestor was attacking ruthlessly and relentlessly. The royal lord had been suppressed from the moment the fight began, and the momentum was now decidedly against him. Even the old ancestor was a little shocked by this too. However, she soon realized why this was the case. This royal lord lacks combat experience. This was an unexpected surprise for her. Back at Inyang Pass, she would get into minor scuffles with the royal lord there every century or so, and a serious battle happened every millennium. It was no secret what each other's divine abilities, secret techniques, battle strategies, and personalities were. As the saying went, those who truly understood a person the best were not their friends, but their enemies. In the Inyang Theater, as soon as the old ancestor made a move, the royal lord there could immediately tell what she was up to and formulate a counter on the spot. That was why the two clashed frequently over the years without ever deciding on a victor. That was not the case here. The old ancestor had a wealth of experience fighting against a royal lord, and even though it was a different opponent, the experience still counted for something. This was not the same for the royal lord here. He had probably forgotten all about the fight 30,000 years ago, and such a long period of peace was enough for him to lose his will to better himself, which was why he found himself in such a state when he got into a fight with a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master all of a sudden. The old ancestor's line of thinking was rather simple. Since she brought Yang Kai here, she did not need to hold back out of caution. All she had to do was focus on attacking as hard as she could and wounding the royal lord as much as possible, even if she was injured in the process. It did not matter if she got wounded because she could borrow Yang Kai's small universe to rapidly heal and restore herself. Although the royal lord could also use his black ink nest to recover from his injuries, the rate at which he would heal would never be as quick as her. She would be gaining on him with every single round of recovery. Perhaps that would not be immediately noticeable, but given enough time in battles, the royal lord would at some point not be able to handle it anymore. When the time came, she might even have the chance to kill this royal lord. Therefore, she fought him now without holding back at all, as if she wanted to perish together with him. Her opponent's obvious decline in combat effectiveness over time only strengthened her resolve to commit to her initial plan. Meanwhile, the East-West army paid no mind to the clash between the two powerhouses. As the old ancestor headed out to take the royal lord head-on, the East-West army changed course and continued forward. Even though the East-West Army's 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would undoubtedly be of great help to the old ancestor if they joined the fight, no one could guarantee that they would all come out alive if they got involved. The East-West Army had an even more important task on hand, and that was to wipe out the Black Ink Clan army and take back Great Evolution Pass. That was their ultimate goal. Passing through Black Ink Clan territory, they saw that only the weakest Black Ink clansmen remained in the outskirts, which they could not be bothered to deal with. They made a beeline in the direction of the royal city instead. Right now, they still did not know where the royal city was exactly or how far away it was, but as long as they continued in this direction, they were bound to reach the royal city at some point. Upon arrival, they would lay siege to the city. The further the East-West Army went, the more dangerous it was for them, as the likelihood of receiving help from the North-South Army decreased with the increasing distance between the two armies. However, as long as the North-South Army managed to stop the Black Ink Clan coming from Great Evolution Pass, the East-West Army would not need to worry about being attacked from behind. Since arriving at this theater, the 30,000-man strong East-West Army had only engaged in a single significant battle. They had been marching in haste all this while after that, but even so, the army's fighting spirit had not diminished at all. On the contrary, it was even stronger than before. It was safe to predict that when the army reached the royal city, they were sure to strike fear into the hearts of the Black Ink Clan. The North-South Army led by Ouyang Lai and Mi Jinglun soon reached a new location after a day of hastened traveling. Mi Jinglun was the one who deduced that they would encounter the Black Ink Clan army at this spot. However, looking out into the void around them, all was quiet and there was no sign of the Black Ink Clan army. Even then, Mi Jinglun was not particularly disappointed, even though there were no signs of the enemy, since they had to take into account the difference in the two armies' traveling speed as well as the possibility of changes in the opposing armies' routes. Several scouts were sent out for reconnaissance in the surrounding area. Soon, they received word that there was a sighting of the Black Ink Clan army coming from Great Evolution Pass. They were passing through a location that was less than an hour away from the North-South Army's current position. Mi Jinglun exhaled slowly before commanding the army to attack. Under the circumstances, an ambush was impossible as there was no time for them to find suitable spots to set up and hide. The North-South Army's only choice now was to charge straight into battle with the Black Ink Clan and take them head-on. Fortunately, they knew about the Black Ink Clan's movements while the other party knew nothing about them, so they had the advantage. The mighty fleet sailed through the void, and 1 hour later, the Black Ink Clan army came into sight. By now, the Black Ink Clan had naturally discovered the humans as well. One of the feudal lords immediately rushed to Zhichong and reported frantically, "Sir Territory Lord, we've spotted human warships." Zhichong had been uneasy the past few days, like something bad was about to happen, and that was the reason why he chose to take a longer route when leading the army out of Great Evolution Pass. He was doing everything he could to avoid the human army that had not revealed itself just yet. All had been calm and peaceful for several days, and his only worry had been the human race army that had been attacking the Black Ink Clan territory. He did not know when or even if his army and the human army would meet, but if they did, the Black Ink Clan might not be able to stand against them. After all, he had personally witnessed just how mighty that human army was. Furthermore, there was still the human old ancestor with them. Thus, he could not stop himself from jumping in fright when his subordinate reported the news to him. "We're running into a human race army in a place like this. Is it the one led by the old ancestor? Where are they? How far away from here?" Zhichong asked in alarm. The feudal lord pointed with his finger. "They're in that direction. We'll probably run into them in less than an hour." Zhichong looked out in that direction, and sure enough, he spotted a massive fleet approaching. It was a sea of human warships, at least 2,000 to 3,000 of them, just like the one he saw over a year ago. Based on the direction the human army was heading, it could be seen that it was not charging into the Black Ink Clan's territory. The humans were positioning themselves in advance so that they could meet the Black Ink Clan army, make contact an hour later, and block their way forward. Why are we running into them here? Zhichong could not figure it out, and he was not about to dwell on it now. His fear of the old ancestor made him lose his composure as he bellowed in terror, "Enemy attack!" The other dozen or so territory lords gasped in fright when they heard him. They turned to check for themselves, and sure enough, they saw the human fleet in the distance. All at once, the territory lords started to panic. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5209, Two Armies Clash. None of the territory lords had expected to run into the human race army here, but from the looks of it, the humans were fully prepared for this. It was the Black Ink Clan who had been too careless and only noticed their enemy when they were right in front of them. On the battlefield, there were terrible consequences to not being the one who held the initiative. All the territory lords turned to Zhichong, and one of them asked frantically, "Do we engage them?" The two armies were only an hour's distance apart, so they needed to decide right away whether they were going to fight or flee. The territory lords considered Zhicheng their leader, so naturally, the decision depended on his opinion. Zhicheng's brow twitched. There could be an old ancestor among them. In other words, if they were to fight, the Black Ink clan would suffer massive casualties. Even the territory lords might be losing their lives here. The territory lord who asked earlier frowned. Didn't we sense the fluctuations from the fight between an old ancestor and the royal lord just now? Since their old ancestor is fighting with Sir Royal Lord, why would their old ancestor be here? Zhicheng froze upon hearing that. That's right. We did feel the fluctuations from a battle between two of the most powerful masters coming from a great distance away just now. It was clearly caused by the human old ancestor and our royal lord. Since they're fighting over there won't be an old ancestor here then. The humans couldn't have sent two old ancestors over, right? Zhicheng realized that he had jumped to conclusions just now. When he saw that the enormous fleet of the North-South Army was so similar to the one he had seen over a year ago, he subconsciously assumed that the old ancestor would be with them too, causing his fear to override his judgment. Regardless, even if the enemy did not have an old ancestor among them, it was probably still too late for them to flee now. Zhicheng was a decisive individual and immediately came to a decision: relay my orders, prepare for battle. A fleet of 2,000 to 3,000 warships meant there were some 30,000 humans. Although this was not even a tenth of the Black Ink clan army's numbers, the territory lords knew that numbers alone would never be able to determine who was the stronger of the two. Furthermore, a group of 30,000 humans implied that there were dozens of Eighth Order masters among them. Meanwhile, there were only 16 territory lords on their side. If they chose to flee instead, it would be giving the humans a chance to chase after and attack them from behind. Thus, meeting the enemy in battle was the best option. It would minimize the number of casualties and they might even be able to deal a heavy blow to the humans. Orders were passed down and the hundreds of thousands of Black Ink clansmen formed rank in the void. They fused Black Ink's strength together to form a massive Black Ink cloud that covered a vast swath of the void, hiding them from view. This was the sight that greeted the human army when they arrived an hour later. All they could see was an enormous Black Ink cloud that had gathered within the void. There was some movement within the cloud, but there was no sign of the Black Ink clan. Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai stood on the deck of the purifying Black Ink battleship with deep, profound looks on their faces. It had to be said that the Black Ink clan had made a clever move with their defensive action. They formed a Black Ink cloud to mask their army, which meant that the humans had no way of determining what the Black Ink clan was up to or what they were planning. If the humans charged forward hastily, they would be wounded and suffer heavy casualties. Yet, if the humans chose not to strike, they would be doing exactly what the Black Ink clan wanted. The Black Ink clan could use this opportunity to arrange their formations and decide on a battle strategy, and the longer the delay, the less of an advantage the human army would have. Confronted with this situation, the humans had no other choice. The only thing they could do was rely on the power of their warships to disperse the Black Ink cloud and force the Black Ink clan army to show themselves. This was likely what the Black Ink clan hoped for too, as this would mean that they could expend a lot of the human army's strength, even though it also meant that they would suffer a lot of casualties on their end. Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai exchanged looks before nodding at each other. The very next moment, an order went out from the purifying Black Ink battleship. The warships began moving forward again, separating into different lines in the void before coming to a stop at around 1 million kilometers away from the Black Ink cloud. Following that, all of the warships started powering their arrays. Lights flashed, and a raging surge of energy waves began to fluctuate. Next, the points of light transformed into a myriad of attacks of different forms, all of which shot straight into the Black Ink cloud. The warships had separated into 5 smaller fleets at this moment, with each one consisting of 400 to 500 vessels. The small fleets took turns attacking one after the other, allowing for a continuous barrage to be maintained. Each attack was akin to hundreds of Seventh Order masters launching a full-force attack together. The onslaught of attacks kept striking the black ink cloud and causing it to disappear. Blinding lights flashed within the black ink cloud. It was a terrifying sight even from a distance. There were signs of life auras withering constantly, but at a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers and combined with the chaos of the energy fluctuations, even the Eighth Order Masters could not sense everything clearly. Even so, the withering life auras were clearly a sign of death among the ranks of the Black Ink clan hidden inside the black ink cloud. The humans' attack went on for a half-day. Throughout the whole time, the warships did not let up on the bombardment. The artifacts and the spirit arrays mounted on the warships kept shooting straight into the black ink cloud. However, the humans were surprised at the lack of a response from the Black Ink clan army. They seemed to be lying in wait for the right moment to strike, or perhaps they had even fled the battlefield. Nevertheless, even though they had the black ink cloud to hide them, the Black Ink clan could not flee the battlefield with so many Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around. Thus, the Black Ink clan army was certainly still hidden inside the black ink cloud. They were waiting. The optimum window for them to strike back would be when the human strength was depleted from their attacks. It had to be said that the territory lords who led this army were all remarkably patient. Anyone with a fiery temper would have led the army out of the black ink cloud to start attacking the humans by now. Still, this was the exact opposite of what the humans wanted. Half a day later, the enormous black ink cloud that had loomed over the void was beginning to thin out. Even though the Black Ink clan kept channeling their black ink strength to strengthen the black ink cloud, they could not withstand the constant attacks from the warships. They would have long since revealed themselves if it had not been for the large amounts of black ink strength that escaped from the dead bodies of the Black Ink clansmen, which helped thicken the black ink cloud. They were at their limit after holding out for half a day though. The thinning black ink cloud could no longer hide all of the Black Ink clan army, and the powerful Eighth Order Masters were beginning to break through the black ink cloud and survey the state of the enemy inside. They were dissatisfied with what they found. A half-day's worth of ceaseless attacks did cause some casualties on the side of the Black Ink clan, but it was far less than what they expected. Less than 50,000 had died out of the Black Ink clan army, which was almost 500,000 strong. It was only a 10% casualty rate. These were not results to be pleased about, as they had expected to clear out at least 30% of the Black Ink clan. The human warships continued their attacks, but by now, the black ink cloud was thin and wispy, meaning they could launch targeted attacks, which made the number of casualties rise seriously. Evidently, the Black Ink clan realized this problem too. The territory lords gave out an order and 400,000 of the Black Ink clan army swiftly retreated out of the black ink cloud before rushing off into the distance. The Black Ink clan was trying to escape. The human army was not about to ignore that, so Yonglai immediately gave the order to pursue. However, the attempt to flee was merely a feint. As soon as the human army entered the wispy black ink cloud, the Black Ink clan army suddenly turned around and launched its attack. The Great Evolution Theater had been at peace for 30,000 years, but on this day, an explosive battle took place between two armies just a few days' travel away from Great Evolution Pass. Although the East-West Army had already attacked some of the territory lords' territories, that was not the same as this fight. Yonglai and the others were a little startled by the Black Ink clan's strategy, but that was all. Mi Jinglun had already been on guard back when Yonglai gave the order to chase after the supposedly fleeing army. Even though the Black Ink clan had suffered some casualties, the fight had not truly begun, and there was no way the Black Ink clan would flee without a fight when they still had 400,000 soldiers. The territory lords who led the army would surely know that they would be doomed the moment they fled. He was proven right. The Black Ink clan did not plan on fleeing. They merely wanted to lure the human warships into their black ink cloud so that they could gain a geographical advantage. Although the black ink cloud was thin and sparse now, it was still a significant help to the Black Ink clan and a hindrance to the humans once they were inside. Purifying black ink pills were readily available for use on the battlefield now, and all the humans had to do was consume one in advance, and they would have a temporary window of time where they did not have to worry about the black ink's strength invading them. That being said, as time wore on, the medicinal efficacies would wear off, and things would be less rosy then. Furthermore, repeated consumption of the purifying black ink pills in short order reduced their effectiveness. Those at Blue Sky Pass had done a systematic test and figured out that a 6th-order master could use 2 purifying black ink pills within the span of a month. Any more than that and the medicinal efficacies would be greatly diminished. A 7th-order master could use 3 pills. There was a limit to the medicinal efficacies of each purifying black ink pill as well, making them only effective for 6 hours at most. Thus, if the humans fought against the Black Ink clan within the Black Ink cloud, they would need to end the fight as quickly as possible, for the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantaged they would be. The Black Ink clan had launched their attack at just the right time. They had perfectly positioned the battlefield within the area that still had the wispy Black Ink cloud. Despite that, they were still shocked by the humans' reactions. They thought that the humans would be disadvantaged if the fight happened in such an environment, but how could they have anticipated that the humans would not be affected at all? As the two armies clashed head-on, the 7th-order masters swiftly leaped out of the warships without caring about being affected by the Black Ink's strength at all. The Black Ink clan was thunderstruck. They had preconceived notions that the humans avoided Black Ink's strength like the plague, especially those with lower cultivation. Only some of the 8th-order masters could withstand the encroachment of Black Ink's strength for an extended time in battle. However, from the looks of it now, even the 7th-order masters could move freely within the Black Ink cloud without being affected at all. What was going on? While the Black Ink clan was reeling from shock, the human squads began to unleash their full strength. The 7th-order masters all stuck close to their warships and coordinated with the other squads in their battalions to launch concentrated attacks. The face-to-face confrontation was quickly decimating the Black Ink clan army. It was 30,000 against over 400,000, which was a huge disparity in numbers, yet to the humans, being heavily outnumbered was not a problem at all. Throughout the ages, humans had always battled against the Black Ink clan under such circumstances, so they amassed a ton of experience. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5210, Black Ink Disciples. Although the two armies clashed fiercely, it was evident that both sides were still exercising caution and restraint. No one pressed forward recklessly as neither the humans nor the Black Ink clan had anywhere to fall back to for safety in the vast, unending void. Pushing too aggressively would not benefit either party, especially if things started deteriorating for them. It could even lead to the destruction of the entire battlefield and a devastatingly high number of casualties. Thus, if anyone had a distant overview of the battle, they would notice that the fight between the two armies on the battlefield was fairly straightforward. The human race army of 30,000 and the Black Ink clan army of over 400,000 were like two waves oscillating back and forth as both parties continued to engage, retreat, and then engage once more. Every time the two armies collided, both parties would attack with all their might. All manner of secret techniques burst forth in the thick of the skirmish, only to stop when both parties retreated to regroup. The leaders of the human army did not expect to achieve a decisive victory in short order. They were using these small but frequent skirmishes to exhaust the Black Ink clan army's strength and endurance and slowly gain the upper hand. However, Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai never expected that the Black Ink clan army's strategist also had the same thought. The commanders on both sides were thinking along the same lines. Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai even felt a glimmer of kinship with the territory lord who was commanding the opposing army. Naturally, it was Zhicheng who was in charge of commanding the Black Ink clan army in this battle. Among the territory lords, Zhicheng was competent and, more importantly, cautious by nature. If it had not been for his prudence, he would not have made the snap decision to escape when he was ambushed by the human race army back at Wind and Cloud Pass. But he did, and therefore he survived. Although he was a territory lord of the Great Evolution Theater over the past 30,000 years, he still gathered considerable combat experience as a result of leading armies to aid in the battles at Wind and Cloud Pass or Azure Void Pass dozens of times. Though in all fairness, his army often suffered crushing defeats and few would come back alive. Still, his wealth of experience going into battle against the humans was the reason why he could come up with the appropriate strategy for this battle. He was also the one who came up with the idea of forming the black ink cloud to conceal their movements when they discovered that the North-South Army had come to launch a surprise attack. If it had been any other territory lord at the helm when they saw the human race army's sudden arrival, they would have most likely rushed headfirst into battle without a second thought. It had to be said that even though his strategies seemed rather cowardly, Zhiqiang did manage to make things a lot more difficult for the humans. Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai had hoped that they would encounter a reckless Black Ink clan army that believed they would win based solely on their overwhelming numbers. They never thought they would run into an army led by a shrewd mind. This was something worthy of marvel, as after so many years of going to battle against the Black Ink clan, it was their first time coming head-to-head with a Black Ink clan commander like that. The two armies continued to engage in battle, and each time they clashed, life auras would wither, with the vast majority of the casualties being on the side of the Black Ink clan. The humans would not be in much danger if their warships were intact, but if their warships were to be destroyed, then the whole squad would be in great danger. After clashing over 10 times, things started becoming less orderly and more chaotic. The humans were not at fault for that. Despite only numbering 30,000, the human army was disciplined and trained to listen to their superiors without question. Thus, they carried out their commander's orders to the letter. It was not the same with the Black Ink clan. There were over 400,000 Black Ink clansmen, and while Zhiqiang was considered the commander, they were actually made up of the individual armies that belonged to over a dozen different territory lords, each with a mind of his own. Upon seeing that there were so many fatalities within Black Ink clan after each clash while few if any occurred on the human side, many of the territory lords lost their cool and started pushing more aggressively. The more reckless they were, the more casualties there were on the Black Ink clan side. It was humiliating, and that resulted in angering them further, so much so that they joined the battlefield in person. The Eighth Order Masters were not about to let the territory lords have their way on the battlefield. While the territory lords stayed out of the battle, the Eighth Order Masters also hung back and observed, but now that the territory lords were making their move, the Eighth Order Masters were not going to stand idly by either as they came forward to stop them. Thus, after 2 hours of skirmishes, the battle suddenly intensified. The battlefield began to fill with the fluctuations from the fights between the territory lords and the Eighth Order Masters. Meanwhile, on the purifying Black Ink battleship, Ouyang Lai declared, "I'm joining them. I'll leave things here to you, brother Mi." Mi Jingluan simply nodded. Ouyang Lai took one step and instantly appeared in front of a territory lord many thousands of kilometers away. He threw out his fist with great force, and the territory lord who was caught unaware ended up flying backwards. That being said, he was still a territory lord. Despite being a little dazed after the blow from Ouyang Lai, he quickly regained his composure and started fighting back. In the ferocious clash between the two, it was Ouyang Lai who was unable to unleash his full powers, while the territory lords attacked without holding back at all. It could not be helped as the two were fighting in an area that not only had a lot of Black Ink clansmen but also a number of humans. The territory lord attacked in a frenzy as he did not care about the deaths of his clansmen, but Ouyang Lai could not disregard the lives of the humans in the same way. Therefore, even though he gained the upper hand with his initial sneak attack on the territory lord, he still could not finish or defeat his opponent in short order. Ouyang Lai was not the only one confronted with this situation. Most of the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were faced with the same predicament. The territory lord's despicable behavior was forcing a lot of the Eighth Order Division commanders to hold themselves back. The purifying Black Ink battleship hovered in the void at approximately 1 million kilometers from the battlefield. It was not far by any means, and if a territory lord wanted to launch a surprise attack, he could get to the battleship quite rapidly. Though, of course, it was not considered close either. It was a good spot for Mi Jingluan to oversee the entire battle. Of the two commanders of the North-South Army, Ouyang Lai was the one who adhered to the principle of talking with his fists, and thus, Mi Jingluan was the one who commanded the army in battle. The purifying Black Ink battleship was not alone in the void as several battalion-class warships hovered around it, each one crewed by an Eighth Order Division commander and an entire battalion. All of this was to ensure that the purifying black ink battleship would stay safe even when they were so far away from home. One could not claim that the humans were acting too conservatively. On the contrary, the purifying black ink battleship was just far too important. Not only did the battleship have a great variety of strategic functions, but both the battleship and the battalion-class warships around it were carrying quite a number of specialists who followed the army to this battle. The East-West Army had over 1,000 artifact refiners with them, along with alchemists and array masters in similar numbers. It was the same with the North-South Army. These humans were at the very least in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm, with a few even being in the 8th Order. Even so, they spent all their time fully focused on their respective daos such as artifact refining, alchemy, and spirit arrays. Thus, they lacked combat power and were not suited to step foot on the battlefield. The loss of any one of them would be a notable loss for the human race. They could only remain in safety until the battle came to an end. If they were to remain here, then there had to be people here to protect them as well. Therefore, even though the North-South Army had 30,000 soldiers in total, in reality, 3,000 to 4,000 of them were not taking part in the battle against the Black Ink clan. Mi Jingluan's brows were tightly furrowed as he surveyed the battle from the deck of the purifying Black Ink battleship. What was happening was unlike anything he had expected. Initially, he assumed that it would not be hard for the North-South Army to come out victorious, as a Black Ink clan army of 500,000 would only have slightly over a dozen territory lords commanding it. The North-South Army had nearly 68th Order masters, which was several times more than their opponent's number of territory lords. The advantage they had in high-level combat power was enough to make up for the huge difference in numbers between the two armies. That being said, it would be impossible to ruthlessly slaughter the entire Black Ink clan army, as they would undoubtedly flee once things did not look good for them. The situation at this battle was different from the ambush that the East-West Army had set up at Wind and Cloud Pass. Yang Kai had filled Mi Jingluan in on all the details of that battle, and Mi Jingluan knew that the East-West Army's successful vanquishment of all 300,000 of the Black Ink clan army in such a short amount of time was mainly due to the circumstances of the ambush, and also the fact that they had an old ancestor with them. All in all, the Black Ink clan had no hope of even putting up a strong fight against the humans back then. However, the North-South Army failed to set up an ambush and did not have an old ancestor to assume command, so they could not compare themselves with the advantageous position the East-West Army had. Still, the North-South Army should have been able to achieve victory relatively easily without having to suffer too many casualties on their end. Unfortunately, the reality was quite different. The humans did not seem to have as much of an advantage on the battlefield as they anticipated. Despite the high hopes that Mi Jingluan placed on the 8th Order Masters to turn the battle in their favor, they did not seem to be giving the humans that much of an edge in battle. The reason for this boiled down to the existence of numerous 7th Order and 8th Order Black Ink disciples among the Black Ink clan army. Even after experiencing so many years of everything from great battles to minor skirmishes with the Black Ink clan, Mi Jingluan had never encountered so many Black Ink disciples at once, and all of them had such high orders. It was not surprising to find Black Ink disciples, a rather unique form of being, on the Black Ink battlefield. In the past, in every major battle, there would always be Black Ink disciples taking part. Some unfortunate humans ended up turning into Black Ink disciples and becoming an enemy of the human race in every clash. However, ever since Yang Kai came to the Black Ink battlefield and brought the purifying light to the Great Passes, the number of Black Ink disciples drastically decreased. The Black Ink disciples either died on the battlefield or were caught by human masters who used purifying light to restore their sense of self. Without fresh blood to bolster their numbers, the Black Ink disciples naturally grew fewer and fewer. This had become even more apparent in recent years, as Mi Jingluan had barely seen any sign of Black Ink disciples on the battlefield. Yet now, at the Great Evolution Theater, he saw the Black Ink disciples once more, including quite a number that had 7th Order and 8th Order Open Heaven realm cultivations. Most were in the 7th Order, numbering in the hundreds. Although they did not have quite as many 8th Order Black Ink disciples, Mi Jinglun had counted nearly 30 of them, and he knew that there had to be more than that, as there would be some he did not manage to spot in all the chaos. No one would have ever thought that there were so many high-rank Black Ink disciples in the Great Evolution Theater. And this was only those that belonged to the armies of the dozen or so territory lords present. The situation would certainly be a lot grimmer if all the forces in the Great Evolution Theater were combined. There was no other theater like this one. While the other theaters also encountered Black Ink disciples on the battlefield, it was impossible for them to be confronted with such powerful ones and in such alarming numbers. Nevertheless, after mulling in silence for a brief moment, Mi Yonglun soon realized the reason for this. The Great Evolution Theater situation was unique due to the Great Pass having been lost over 30,000 years ago. No great battles had taken place throughout that time in this theater, which meant that the Black Ink disciples could spend all their time on cultivation. They did not have to worry about going to battle and losing their life, and thus, they slowly managed to reach the 7th Order and 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Martial Peak, Chapter 5211, Collapse. Judging by the number of Black Ink disciples there were on the battlefield now, it proved that not all of the human soldiers who were part of the battle at Great Evolution Pass 30,000 years ago had been killed by the Black Ink clan after the death of the old ancestor. The Black Ink clan must have taken quite a number of them and turned them into Black Ink disciples. There was no other way of explaining why so many Black Ink disciples with high orders would appear in the Great Evolution Theater. Why did all of the cave heavens and paradises in the 3,000 worlds classify everything that had to do with the Black Ink clan? That was because Black Ink's strength was far too tempting for some people. As it was, once a person's body was corrupted by Black Ink's strength, they would undergo a drastic change and become someone who served the Black Ink clan above all else. In other words, they would become an entirely different person, but at the same time, the power that Black Ink's strength provided was enough to enable a cultivator to not be affected by the shackles of the Open Heaven realm. With enough luck and resources, one could continue to cultivate all the way to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. How many 9th Order masters had there been throughout history? Too few that even the most prominent of cave heavens and paradises could easily count them with their fingers. With that being the case, it would be hard for cultivators who had reached the ceiling of their cultivation and failed to break through to not be swayed by the temptation of Black Ink strength. Yuan Du, a vice sect master of Langya Paradise, was a 7th Order Open Heaven realm master. He knew very well the risks and dangers of Black Ink strength, but even then he could not overcome the temptation. In the end, he chose to become a Black Ink disciple. Not only did he turn against his people, but he even threatened the safety of his sect. The sect master, Li Yuan Wang, had no choice but to kill Yuan Du himself. The fact that even the vice sect master of Langya Paradise succumbed to the draw of Black Ink strength proved how hard it would be for most people to resist the temptation as well if the powers of Black Ink strength became public knowledge in the 3,000 worlds. Humans were always unpredictable. 30,000 years ago, the Great Evolution Old Ancestor died and the Great Pass was conquered. Most of the human soldiers died on the battlefield, but a significant number of them must have been captured by the powerful members of the Black Ink clan and turned into Black Ink disciples. 30,000 years of peace was enough time for these Black Ink disciples to cultivate and break through to a higher order. They made full use of the prolonged period of time, which was enough to let a 6th Order Black Ink disciple advance into the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Still, this kind of cultivation came with its own set of dangers. One false move could lead to the cultivator's death while trying to break through to a higher order than they would normally be able to reach, and even if the cultivator succeeded, the process would leave visible marks on their body that would clearly indicate they were no longer human. This was the reason why Mi Jinglun spotted so many 7th Order and 8th Order Black Ink disciples on the battlefield. Although these Black Ink disciples still had human forms, most of them also had some abnormal characteristics that made them stand out. One of the 8th Order Black Ink disciples had a large growth coming out of his shoulder, and from a distance, it looked as if he had 2 heads. Yet another 8th Order Black Ink disciple had 2 tiny, fleshy wings growing out of his back. With one long and one short, the wings looked like knobbly chicken feet. One of the 7th Order Black Ink disciples even had an extra arm growing out of his abdomen. He was creative enough to come up with a combat strategy that made use of his 3rd arm and wielded 3 swords, one in each arm, making him quite a formidable force on the battlefield. All of the Black Ink disciples who had these abnormal traits were those who relied on Black Ink strength to break through their innate limitations. They would never have had the chance to advance any further, but after being corrupted by Black Ink strength, they were able to explore a higher martial Tao. The power that they exhibited was noticeably unstable though, and those around them could feel that it was frenzied and volatile. However, it was exactly due to the efforts of these Black Ink disciples that the humans could not gain a decisive victory with their current strategy. Originally, Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai assumed that since they had dozens of 8th Order masters to deal with only slightly more than a dozen territory lords, the numbers would work in their favor and the territory lords would not be able to put up a fight. As long as the division commanders could gang up on the territory lords, they would surely be able to kill all of them fairly quickly. Once the territory lords were gone, the hundreds of thousands of Black Ink clansmen would amount to nothing more than headless chickens, and the humans could wipe them out with ease. However, it was the presence of numerous 8th Order Black Ink disciples that foiled their plans. The 8th Order Black Ink disciples were fearsome in their violent attacks, but the ferocity also proved that they did not have full control over their strength. In other words, these 8th Order Black Ink disciples were not on even footing with the true 8th Order masters. Their powers did not come from proper cultivation, and as a result, they were even weaker than ordinary territory lords. If it came down to a solo fight, any one of the 8th Order division commanders could easily defeat an 8th Order Black Ink disciple. Even so, it would not be as easy to kill one. Furthermore, both the territory lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples attacked without any restraint, not caring whether they injured or even killed their fellow Black Ink clansmen in the process. On the other hand, the 8th Order masters had to take great care not to harm their fellow humans. Thus, when it came to the battle between the two parties' top masters, although the humans still had the advantage, it was not a significant one and could not produce the result they had hoped for. As the fierce battle progressed, the casualties mounted on the side of the Black Ink clan. The humans also began to suffer more casualties, and there were even signs of 7th Order masters dying on the battlefield. Mi Jingluan frowned as this was not what he wanted to see. If things carried on like this, even if the humans emerged victorious, it would still be at the cost of far too many lives, which would be a crushing blow to them. We must break the deadlock as soon as possible to achieve our goal today. After thinking in silence for a moment, his divine sense surged and in the next moment, 5 figures jumped out of the battalion-class warships around the purifying Black Ink battleship and joined the battlefield. These 5 were all 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Initially, their job was to stay with the battalion-class warships around the purifying Black Ink battleship and protect all of the non-combatants on board the ships, but now, it was time for them to make their move. 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joining the battlefield was enough to change the tides of the battle between both parties' apex cultivators. Once they found the opportunity to kill a few of the 8th Order Black Ink disciples or even some territory lords, they could create a snowball effect and create an overwhelming advantage for the humans. Still, this required time. Mi Jingluan's eyes next fell onto a different side of the battlefield, away from the battlefield between the 8th Order Masters and the territory lords. There was a solitary figure over there who was rampaging about. This person worked alone without teaming up with any of the warships. All he had was a long spear in his hands, but wherever he passed, the Black Ink clan would crumble. Even the feudal lords could not withstand a single blow from his spear. Naturally, it was Yang Kai. Ever since the battle started, Mi Jingluan kept checking in on Yang Kai's situation, yet the 8th Order Army commander was shocked to find that despite his high regard for Yang Kai, he had still underestimated him. Yang Kai was only a 7th Order master, but he was exhibiting powers that vastly exceeded what someone in the 7th Order should be capable of. This was the reason why he could breeze through the battlefield without any difficulty with no one able to stop him. Although Mi Jingluan did not know much about Yang Kai, he had heard a lot of stories in the past. He knew that Yang Kai had made a name for himself across a number of battlefields, and he also knew that Yang Kai had a World Tree clone planted inside his small universe. Apparently, the World Tree clone had the unbelievable effect of purifying and enhancing World Force. From the looks of it now, the effects were even more astounding than Mi Jingluan had expected, as Yang Kai's World Force was both dense and powerful enough that he could launch devastating attacks with great ease. Meanwhile, the 5 8th Order Division commanders joined the battle among the top masters of both armies and worked together to shift the momentum in the humans' favor, though their efforts would take time to produce real results. Someone needed to break the stalemate that was happening between the two armies' forces that were below the 8th Order. That way, by gaining an advantage in both the top and bottom ranks, the humans would be able to decimate the Black Ink clan in the shortest amount of time possible. Yang Kai was the best person for that task. As soon as the thought flashed across Mi Jingluan's mind, his divine sense surged once more. Out on the battlefield, Yang Kai was immersed in the fervor of battle. It had been so long since he could throw caution to the wind and not hold himself back. Ever since the creation of Dawn, he would have to lead the Special Operations Squad into battle each time, and as the squad leader, he had to take a lot of concerns into account. This time, though, he did not need to worry about anything. All he had to do was kill the enemy. He rushed headlong wherever the enemy gathered without having to worry about others failing to keep up with him. He did not have to worry about leading his people into a risky situation with no way out. With the use of space principles, his figure flitted about erratically, and as long as the territory lords did not get involved, no one among the Black Ink clan was a threat to him. Naturally, not needing to worry about others also meant that no one was there to help him. Since the beginning of the battle, countless Black Ink clansmen had died at his hands, but he also suffered a few injuries in the process. Regardless of how strong he was, Yang Kai could not avoid getting hit a few times in the chaos of the battlefield. Still, such injuries did not affect him too greatly, and the pain only increased his bloodlust. Just as the fighting was raging, a warship suddenly approached. It did not look like the regular squad-class warship, as it was a lot bigger and there were clear signs of numerous enhancements. It was the warship that belonged to a Special Operations Squad. Dawn's Dawning Light was an example of such a warship. 8th 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were gathered around the warship, each of them radiating a formidable aura. They were covered in black blood, and there was no telling how many Black Ink clan soldiers they had killed. The one who took the lead was a young man with a dignified appearance, and his voice rang out across the distance. "Brother Yang, the army commander has ordered the Profound Wind Squad and the Snow Wolf Squad to work together with you to break the enemy lines." Yang Kai thrust his spear out, and the resulting shadow pierced through a dozen of Black Ink clan soldiers in front of him. Once he withdrew his spear, he turned around and asked, "Where's the Snow Wolf Squad?" The young man, who seemed to be the Profound Wind Squad leader, pointed with his finger, "Over there. They can't get away just yet. Follow my lead," Yang Kai said before dashing in that direction with his spear sweeping through the enemies along the way. After being on the battlefield for so long, Yang Kai had already sensed the peculiarity of this particular war. The Black Ink clan were not as weak as the humans thought they were, and it was all due to the significant number of 7th Order and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. Yang Kai was surprised by this too. He had encountered numerous Black Ink disciples before and knew what the benefits and consequences were for these Black Ink disciples who relied on Black Ink strength for cultivation. At first, he thought that it would be immensely difficult for a Black Ink disciple to become an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although Black Ink disciples were unshackled from their innate constraints, the risk they faced during the ascension to a higher order than they were naturally capable of reaching was far worse than the average human cultivators. More often than not, Black Ink disciples would fail to control the power within their body and end up exploding, so even though some might reach the 8th Order, there shouldn't be many. Yet he saw so many 8th Order Black Ink disciples here. It was hard for either party to gain the upper hand when it came to the fight between the top masters, so the outcome of the battle was still undecided. Things would only get worse for the humans if they did not break the stalemate. Yang Kai was only in the 7th Order, and although he managed to kill a territory lord before, it was still hard for him to join the battlefield of the stronger fighters. The army commanders seemed to have taken this into account and thus ordered him to lead 2 of the special operations squads instead. He wished to have Yang Kai be the one who gave the humans an opening when it came to the fight among those with lower cultivation. Thus, when Yang Kai heard the order from the Profound Wind Squad, he did not have to dwell on it for long before he surmised what the army commander's plan was. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52:12, Hidden Murderous Intent. A single human charged forward with a mighty aura. The battlefield was havoc as far as the eyes could see, but Yang Kai drifted through the chaos, taking down enemies with great ease and single-handedly carving out a path behind him. The Profound Wind Squad followed closely behind him. All 8 of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had looks of solemn respect on their faces, especially the young squad leader. Only the best among the 7th Order could become the squad leader of a special operations squad. Under the young squad leader's leadership, the Profound Wind Squad had also achieved great success in their own theater. Initially, he did not understand why the army commander ordered the 2 elite squads to work together with Yang Kai, but now that he saw just how unparalleled of a fighter Yang Kai was on the battlefield, he began to understand why the order came down. Only an unstoppable force such as Yang Kai could lead the 2 special operations squads to break the enemy on the battlefield in the shortest amount of time. Yang Kai and the squad charged straight forward, and soon they arrived at a different part of the battlefield. The area was filled with Black Ink clansmen, including many feudal lords. They swarmed the area, which made it impossible for anyone to get in or out, and at the very center was a warship that belonged to another special operations squad that was currently being besieged on all sides. This was the Snow Wolf Squad, which had about the same number of people as the Profound Wind Squad. Both squads had roughly 50 members, with 8 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters assuming command. Special operations squads had a lot more members than regular squads, and when combined with the numerous improvements made to the squad's warship over the years, the Snow Wolves were undoubtedly a formidable force in combat. Although there were only 50 of them, they had the power of the warship and should easily be able to take on at least 1,000 to 2,000 Black Ink clansmen at once, as long as they did not have to face a territory lord as well. Yet, at this very moment, the Snow Wolf Squad was surrounded by the Black Ink clan and had no way of escaping. They were not in a dire situation due to the power of their custom warship, but things were still looking pretty bad for them. Among the 8 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, one was heavily injured and had to return to the warship deck to recover. Under the command of the Snow Wolves squad leader, the remaining 7th Order Masters kept trying to find a way to break out of the encirclement, but every attempt was hindered by the Black Ink clan's frenzied attacks, which forced them back. The Snow Wolves were slowly losing ground and things were taking a turn for the worse. Even so, the squad leader remained calm as he unleashed a series of divine abilities and secret techniques, all the while trying to find a way out for them. A special operations squad was sure to have its own trump cards, such as powerful arrays installed in their warship. The Snow Wolves had such an array that was capable of unleashing an attack on par with an 8th Order Master's all-out strike. It would not be hard for the squad to escape after using this, but the array expended too much power, so once used, the entire warship would lose over half of its combat power temporarily. The battle began not too long ago, and the Snow Wolves were unwilling to pay such a heavy price in a situation such as this, especially since they were not pushed to the brink just yet. Just as the Snow Wolves squad leader was trying to think of a good strategy, a commotion arose among the Black Ink clan. All of a sudden, a spear breached through the ranks of the Black Ink clansmen, and in an instant, a sliver of space was carved out as the siege was split into 2 like a ripped piece of cloth. A solitary figure plowed through the opening. The Snow Wolves squad leader's expression brightened at once, and he quickly ordered his squad to head towards the opening, and at the same time, he frantically called out, "Watch out, junior brother! Behind you!" As soon as he said that, Yang Kai felt his heart clench, and soon he felt a wave of pain coming from his lower back. Someone had indeed snuck up on him. The one who launched the sneak attack had done it so quickly and surreptitiously that he had not noticed anything until he had been hit. Yang Kai instinctively swept his spear out but hit nothing. He spotted a silhouette brushing past him out of the corner of his eye, but when he tried to catch a proper glimpse, he could not find it anymore. Still, he did not remain still. He kept charging forward, and the Profound Wind Squad's warship pushed in through the breach in the Black Ink Clan's lines behind him. The two squad leaders of the Special Operations Squads knew each other, so they exchanged a light nod of greeting but skipped over the usual pleasantries. The Profound Wind Squad leader informed the Snow Wolves Squad leader of the Army commander's orders, and the latter chuckled bitterly before turning to Yang Kai. "Are you hurt, junior brother?" The Army commander ordered both of our Special Operations Squads to work together with junior brother Young, but he suffered a sneak attack just as soon as he showed up. One of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters under his command had suffered from a sneak attack as well. He was the one who was tending to his injuries on the warship's deck. Thus, he knew just how insidious the ambusher who snuck up on Yang Kai was. The Snow Wolves Squad would not have been blindsided by the Black Ink Clan and ended up getting sieged if it had not been for the fact that the attacker had hidden so well that none of them could locate him. Although the squad leader asked Yang Kai if he was hurt, truth be told, he did not think they could rely on Yang Kai for much now. Contrary to his assumptions, Yang Kai just shook his head. "I'm fine." The squad leader was taken aback for a moment before he kindly advised, "Junior brother, don't try to put up a strong front when you're on the battlefield. If you need to tend to your injuries, then it's best not to delay doing so." Yang Kai chuckled, "I'm fine really. Perhaps you don't know, senior brother, though this junior brother here may not have much else to boast about, my skin's thicker and my flesh is stronger than average." It was true that the one behind the sneak attacks was powerful and not to be underestimated. Such an attack on a regular 7th Order Master would at least result in serious injuries, if not worse. However, Yang Kai carried a potent dragon vein, which made his physique a lot stronger than that of a regular human. Thus, something that would have heavily injured someone else was not so serious when it came to him. Furthermore, his body's restorative abilities were quite astonishing, so Yang Kai did not need to bother tending to such injuries. He would fully recover soon enough. What got his attention now was the strength that was contained inside the attack from the one who snuck up on him. Yang Kai could clearly sense the dense black ink strength that lingered in his wound, which was clearly trying to eat into his body and spread to his small universe. This was the most troublesome aspect of this sneak attack. Even if a human could survive the initial blow, they would have to deal with the black ink strength's attempt to invade after. However, Yang Kai was unbothered by black ink strength, so he simply ignored it. So what if it managed to spread into his small universe? It was not as if he did not already have lots of black ink strength sealed up within. Was it a black ink disciple? Yang Kai asked grimly. And it was. The Snow Wolves Squad leader replied. It was just as Yang Kai suspected. At the time, he had a feeling that the one who attacked him was not from the Black Ink Clan. From the looks of it now, it was indeed a Black Ink disciple, and probably a 7th Order one. The attacker was a master of concealment, so even though Yang Kai's divine sense was stronger than average, he could not find any traces of the attacker. That Black Ink disciple seemed to have vanished right after striking him. It went without saying that Yang Kai knew the attacker would not have vanished and was simply hiding somewhere, eyeing them like a venomous snake. I need to get rid of that attacker, or else the other 7th Order Masters might suffer a death blow if they were not careful. After teaming together, the two squads did not come to a halt. Yang Kai and the squad leaders had a quick discussion, and soon, the two warships began their attack under Yang Kai's leadership. Initially, the Black Ink Clan here had managed to rely on the support of that 7th Order Black Ink disciple to keep the Snow Wolves Squad cornered without any hope of escape, but now that the Profound Wind Squad had shown up as well, the Black Ink Clan was having a hard time dealing with the humans. In just a few moments, the enemy's siege was breached yet again. Two feudal lords had been overseeing the situation at the breakthrough spot, but Yang Kai easily cut them down with his spear as if they were nothing more than fish on a chopping block. The rest of the high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen did not amount to much. Wherever the Azure Dragon's spear swept, large swaths of them exploded into black blood mists. This was the first time that the Snow Wolves squad leader ever saw a 7th Order master killing a feudal lord with such ease, causing his eyes to nearly fall out of their sockets. When comparing in terms of realm, a feudal lord was supposedly on par with a 7th Order master. However, as the two races cultivated in different ways, generally speaking, feudal lords tended to be weaker than 7th Order humans. However, despite being somewhat weaker, they were still feudal lords and not just random Black Ink clansmen. The squad leader had killed many feudal lords himself, but he never thought there would be a 7th Order master who could cut down feudal lords as if they were helpless chickens. How the heck did he do that? Is he still human? The Snow Wolves squad leader could not resist checking to see what Yang Kai's order was right now, as he was beginning to suspect Yang Kai was secretly an 8th Order master who was hiding his true cultivation. His actions did not escape the profound Wind squad leader's attention, and the latter chuckled as, just a short while ago, he had the exact same reaction. Before seeing the way Yang Kai slaughtered their enemy with great ease, never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would possess such terrifying strength in combat. Regardless, the two squad leaders were relieved to find that Yang Kai did not seem to be affected by the sneak attack from earlier. Both of them spotted the trail of golden-colored blood on Yang Kai's lower back, but it did not seem to be much of a hindrance to him. That being said, they were startled to see the golden-colored blood as well. The blood of regular humans would not be of that color. Nevertheless, they had no time to waste on such thoughts. The two squads followed closely behind Yang Kai and boldly rushed towards the breach in the enemy lines. However, before they passed through the opening, they saw a flicker of something right behind Yang Kai, and in the very next moment, a shadowy silhouette appeared with an artifact in hand that was similar to a dagger. The silhouette was aiming straight for the back of Yang Kai's neck. The shadowy silhouette had appeared so abruptly that no one noticed anything until it was right there. Evidently, it was the Black Ink disciple who had snuck up on Yang Kai earlier. He had indeed been hiding nearby, waiting for his chance to attack once more. When he saw that Yang Kai was leading the two special operations squads out of the encirclement, he evidently grew impatient and tried to attack again. "Junior brother, watch out!" the two squad leaders exclaimed in shock. However, Yang Kai, who was in the lead, did not seem to hear them at all. It was as if he had not noticed anything amiss. The dagger-like artifact stabbed right into the back of Yang Kai's neck, and everyone in both squads, including the squad leaders, stared in grievous horror. However, they did not see the spurt of golden blood and the sudden loss of a life that they expected, for the moment the dagger was about to cut into the back of Yang Kai's head, Yang Kai's figure became transparent and illusory. A wave of space principles could be seen propagating out. The attacker could not withdraw in time, and he ended up stumbling through Yang Kai's body. It was Yang Kai's Nihility's secret technique. A long time ago, Yang Kai had already comprehended a space principle's secret technique that allowed him to exile his body to the void to avoid certain attacks. While in this state, Yang Kai's body was no longer part of this world. Naturally, someone powerful enough would still be able to attack him by shattering the local space and thus affecting him even in the void, but the Black Ink disciple who snuck up on him did not seem to have expected Yang Kai to employ such a bizarre tactic and was thus unprepared. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5213, cut across the battlefield. Everything happened in a flash, and Yang Kai reacted just as swiftly. When the attack failed, the shadowy silhouette faded away in such an uncanny way that it was almost as if the silhouette never existed in the first place. Even divine sense could not detect any traces. However, Yang Kai simply smirked. "Do you think you can use the same trick twice?" By the time he finished speaking, the attacker had vanished. All of a sudden, Yang Kai whipped his head about and reached out to grab something in that direction. Once again, space principles rippled out and space was locked in from all sides. By the time Yang Kai withdrew his hand, it was clenched around the neck of a figure. His world force surged and crashed into the other person's small universe, which made the person dazed and unable to use his strength. "Attacking me twice, huh? You seem like a rather stubborn person," Yang Kai remarked coolly as he stared at the person. It was clear that the attacker had been highly trained in the art of assassination. When an attack failed, he retreated right away. That was why Yang Kai failed to detect him during the first sneak attack and could not find any traces of him after. However, after taking into account the mystifying powers of concealment that this black ink disciple had, Yang Kai was certain that the attacker would not give up so easily. He would strike again. Yang Kai did not know who the attacker would strike against next, or if he would even show himself once more. Still, the black ink disciple did intend to strike again, and the best and final opportunity would be when Yang Kai led the two squads out of the siege. Therefore, Yang Kai kept his guard up the whole time. He stayed vigilant and aware of everything that was happening around him, including the goings-on near the two squads behind him. Sure enough, the attacker showed himself again, and he even chose to make Yang Kai his target. Why would Yang Kai, who already had his guard up, allow himself to be attacked in a similar fashion twice? To zero in on Yang Kai twice in a row meant that the attacker was stubborn and proud. As he failed to deal a heavy blow to Yang Kai on his first attempt, he did not hesitate at all to try again. Unfortunately for him, he chose the wrong target. His first sneak attack had been successful due to his tactics and Yang Kai's lack of vigilance. That was not the case this time. On the battlefield, one had to pay the price for such willful stubbornness. The attacker could feel the terrifyingly powerful world force that flowed out of Yang Kai's hand and crashed into his small universe. His small universe quaked, and the black ink disciple was terror-stricken. He could sense that Yang Kai was merely a seventh-order open heaven realm master, just like him, but Yang Kai was now holding him by the neck as if he were a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. How could there be such a huge difference in strength between them? What he found even harder to grasp was the way Yang Kai had managed to locate him. His concealment secret technique was exceptional, and in the heat of the moment, even an eighth-order master might fail to notice him. However, when he tried to conceal himself and vanish earlier after the second attack had failed, Yang Kai managed to capture him with just one hand. As the black ink disciple tried to struggle, he caught Yang Kai's eyes and was shocked by the sliver of golden pupil he saw. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Are you from Myriad Demons' heaven? Once the black ink disciple spotted that intimidating golden pupil, he came to a realization. He assumed Yang Kai was from Myriad Demons' heaven and had cultivated the Demon Eye of Annihilation, one of their core secret techniques, to a high degree of mastery. No wonder he knew exactly where I was. After working it all out, the black ink disciple was filled with bitterness. He could not believe how terrible his luck was to encounter someone from Myriad Demons' heaven on the battlefield, and one who even cultivated the Demon Eye of Annihilation to such a high level to boot. This mystical technique of the Myriad Demons' cave heaven could see through all illusions and falsities. If cultivated to the apex, it was rumored to be capable of seeing into a person's past and future. All in all, it was the bane of his concealment secret technique. The concealment secret technique that he relied on was nothing more than a joke before the Demon Eye of Annihilation. Yang Kai had no intention of responding to the black ink disciple's question. Had this taken place 200 years ago, Yang Kai might not have been able to capture the black ink disciple so easily. Although he gained the Demon Eye of Annihilation a long time ago when he was still a fledgling cultivator, he did not actively cultivate it and thus could not utilize much of its powers. Later on, when he left Black Territory and headed for the Black Ink battlefield, an 8th Order Divine Monarch, Mo Sha, from Myriad Demons' cave heaven passed the cultivation technique to him. Throughout these years on the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai kept cultivating the two-eye secret techniques of Myriad Demons' heaven, making some small progress. This carried on until 200 years ago when he used an enormous amount of military merits to head to Myriad Demons' Pass and personally sought guidance from the Myriad Demons' heaven old ancestor. Ever since then, Yang Kai's mastery of these two-eye secret techniques soared tremendously. This was a good thing about the Battle Ink battlefield. With enough military merits, a person could cultivate any secret technique of the cave heavens and paradises. One could even ask an old ancestor for help in the process. This was simply unthinkable in the 3000 worlds. These powerful secret techniques were the foundation upon which all cave heavens and paradises built themselves, so who would ever readily allow an outsider to learn them? However, when on the black ink battlefield, none of the cave heavens and paradises believed in selfishly safeguarding these secret techniques for self-preservation anymore. All of the old traditions and beliefs had been broken, and everyone from the old ancestors to the regular cultivators had one goal in mind: to eliminate the Black Ink clan once and for all. Anything that furthered that goal was acceptable, including teaching others these once carefully guarded secret techniques. By now, Yang Kai's understanding of the two-eye secret techniques far surpassed what it once was 200 years ago. Based on how the myriad demons heaven separated the mastery level of both these eye secret techniques, Yang Kai's cultivation of the demon eye of annihilation could be considered to be far above average now. After all, receiving help from an old ancestor was no small matter. Therefore, it was laughable that the Black Ink disciple attempted to conceal himself in front of Yang Kai. At this very moment, Yang Kai was holding the 7th Order Black Ink disciple by the neck and staring at the lump that came out of the latter's forehead. Seeing it, Yang Kai let out a small sigh. Not all Black Ink disciples were alike. If someone became a Black Ink disciple because their body had been invaded by Black Ink strength, then there was still a way to save them. All they would need to do was remove the Black Ink strength with purifying light. However, if a person chose to rely on Black Ink strength to break through the innate barriers of their cultivation, there was no way of saving them anymore. This was due to the fact that once the Black Ink strength left their body, the person's small universe would no longer be capable of containing their cultivation. The person would end up dying from the explosion of their small universe. The 7th Order Black Ink disciple in front of Yang Kai right now had a bulbous, sore-like mass on his forehead that was surging with Black Ink strength. It was a clear sign that he had used Black Ink strength to break through his natural limits. In other words, this Black Ink disciple could not be saved, and that was the reason why Yang Kai sighed. His world force, which had already been coursing fiercely to begin with, intensified even further as it rushed into the Black Ink disciple's small universe. In less than a breath, the Black Ink disciple's small universe began to rumble and quake as cracks started spreading across it like a spiderweb. The Black Ink disciple was visibly petrified. Soon, his small universe split apart and shattered into a million pieces. As his small universe collapsed, a huge amount of world force madly surged out, along with all of the Black Ink disciple's vitality. By the time Yang Kai tossed the Black Ink disciple aside, there was no longer any sign of life within him. It had only been several breaths from the Black Ink disciple's appearance during his second assassination attempt on Yang Kai till the point where his lifeless body was cast aside. The surrounding Black Ink clansmen did not even have time to register what was happening. Suddenly, the screech of a golden crow reverberated across the void and a brilliant great sun rose into the sky. The golden crow kept awing in joy as the light shone out brilliantly. Yang Kai lifted his spar to the great sun as he shot forward as fast as lightning and roared, "Charge!" Members of both the Profound Wind Squad and the Snow Wolf Squad were still dazed from the death of the Black Ink disciple. Now that they saw a great sun rising and felt its glorious power spreading through the area, they became even more thunderstruck. Following Yang Kai's battle cry, the great sun flew across the immense battlefield like a huge ball, and everywhere it went, the Black Ink clan helplessly fell aside. Those who touched the great sun died upon contact, and all others in its proximity were wounded. 2 special operations squads trailed behind the great sun, the 2 squad leaders exchanging glances, seeing the astounded look in each other's eyes. Both of them could see that the great sun was a divine manifestation. High-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had the power to create a divine manifestation of their own, and as squad leaders of Special Operations Squads, both of them were among the top talents among the 7th Other and naturally had their own divine manifestations. However, they both realized that their divine manifestations were hopelessly weak in comparison to the one that Yang Kai displayed. This junior brother Yang of theirs was wielding a divine manifestation of such astonishing strength. It did not have the power of an attack from an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master just yet, but it was very close. Judging by how quickly the Great Sun was slaughtering the Black Ink clansmen, it showed that those who were beneath the feudal lords were killed by the Great Sun's blinding power before they could even get close. However, after recalling the power that Yang Kai had exhibited earlier, it was not hard to understand why his divine manifestation was this strong. It was hard to miss the sudden appearance of the Great Sun on the battlefield. It smashed through the enemy lines with unstoppable force, and it made its way through the battlefield without even slowing at all. The two squads stayed right behind Yang Kai, one on either side, acting as his wings as they worked together with him to reap as many of the Black Ink clan soldiers' lives as possible. This was the benefit of having squad members to work with. Previously, when Yang Kai acted alone, he did not have to worry about others, but his kill count did not stack up as quickly as it did now either when he did not have help. Right now, Yang Kai could focus his attention solely on charging forward and killing all the enemies in his path. He did not have to care about anything else, for even if he failed to kill those that fell by the wayside, the two special operations squads following him would finish them off. He also did not have to look over his shoulder or worry about being attacked from behind. The army commander had ordered the two special operations squads to join forces with him, and although there was no clear task communicated in the order, Yang Kai could tell that the appearance of numerous Black Ink disciples of high orders had most likely disrupted the North-South Army's plans. They were in a deadlock and they needed to break the stalemate. He could not help with the battle between the Eighth Order Masters and the Territory Lords, so what he could do was give the humans an advantage in the fight among those of the lower orders. Since the army commander hoped that he could break the stalemate, his only choice was to give it all he had. Thus, Yang Kai immediately summoned his divine manifestation. The army commander did not say how he should break the deadlock, and under the circumstances, Yang Kai would not be receiving any advice from anyone else. Therefore, his plan was very simple. He was going to rely on the strength of the two special operations squads and rampage through the battlefield without holding back. Once the Black Ink clan's morale fell far enough and they were routed, the humans could naturally break the stalemate. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52:14, Light of the Sun. Amid the chaos, a great sun flew forward, and with the help of two special operations squads, they cut a large swath right across the vast battlefield. All of the Black Ink clansmen who stood in their path were slaughtered. The Seventh Order Masters behind Yang Kai relentlessly cut down any enemies that managed to survive the initial impact of the Great Sun. Though a large number of Black Ink clansmen died from the Great Sun charging up ahead, many more managed to escape and began to launch frenzied attacks upon the source of the deadly attack. Yang Kai was under such heavy assault that his word force protection faltered and cracked. His skin split open and golden blood oozed out of the wounds all over his body. If no one dealt with these Black Ink clansmen, then they would be a huge hindrance to Yang Kai, and soon he would not be able to fight as ferociously as he did now. The task of getting rid of these Black Ink clansmen fell onto the shoulders of the two special operations squads. The only way to ensure that Yang Kai could continue pushing forward unyieldingly was to stop the Black Ink clan from attacking him. By now, the two special operations squads trailing behind Yang Kai had already killed countless enemies, and Yang Kai, who led the charge, killed even more. Yang Kai and his spear had stormed through over 10 million kilometers of space, and the light of the Great Sun had now grown dim. Once the light completely extinguished, the two special operations squads behind Yang Kai, who had been valiantly killing their opponents, abruptly noticed that there was no one around them. They had cut through the entire battlefield and rushed out into the open void beyond. Not too far behind them was the battlefield upon which tens of thousands of humans and hundreds of thousands of Black Ink clansmen were still clashing. It seemed that all of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who moved around outside the warship were injured. They had traversed the entire length of the battlefield in such a short amount of time, and all the while, they had been surrounded by the enemy on all sides. It was not hard to imagine just how many attacks they had to endure, and even though they were Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with formidable strength, it was impossible for them to come out completely unscathed. Even so, they were still spirited and full of vigor. Despite belonging to special operations squads and having earned glory in numerous battles against the Black Ink clan, They had never done anything quite as reckless as this. 2 special operations squads under the leadership of Yang Kai had carved out a straight path all the way through the entire battlefield. No one had ever heard of anything like this being done before. Their long-lost fervor for battle consumed them once more. They could not resist the urge to roar at the top of their lungs as they only wished to rush into the battlefield to do it all over again. Yang Kai did not disappoint them. As soon as he broke out of the battlefield, he turned around to face the immense battlefield once more. He raised his spear and pointed at the expansive killing field before shouting, "Take your pills. We're going in again." After a brief moment of startlement, all of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters immediately realized what Yang Kai meant. Without any further hesitation, they swiftly grabbed handfuls of pills, some to restore energy, some to aid in recovery, and even some to provide a temporary boost in strength, and stuffed them into their mouths. Even the 5th and 6th Order Masters aboard the warships who were in charge of the arrays and the artifacts did the same. Despite this being their first meeting and their first time working together with Yang Kai, his ferocity had been seared into their hearts and minds. At this moment, the young man who was covered in golden blood looked like a glowing torch in the dark that could lead them down the path of vanquishing all their enemies. They did not need to think about anything, all they had to do was follow him, and they would be able to wipe out all those whom they wished to exterminate. The golden crow screeched yet again, and the blinding great sun rose once more. Just as before, Yang Kai's spear lifted the great sun as he roared, "Kill!" He led the charge as he stormed back into the colossal battlefield, the 2 special operations squads following closely behind. The brilliant great sun started rampaging through the battlefield for the 2nd time. An incense stick later, the light of the great sun went out once more as Yang Kai and the 2 special operations squads appeared on the opposite side of the battlefield. They were in dreadful states as all of them were covered in blood. Even the 2 warships showed visible signs of damage. Again! Yang Kai chose a different direction this time and charged into the battlefield once more. The light of the great sun blazed for the 3rd time. The 4th round started another incense stick later. Then the 5th round began. With each summoning of Golden Crow casts the sun, Yang Kai and the 2 special operations squads under his leadership were able to cut through the battlefield and eliminate their opponents from one end to the other. By the time the 6th round ended, although the 2 warships were still following closely behind Yang Kai, there were 5 or 6 fewer 7th Order Masters moving around outside the warships. Not every 7th Order Master could withstand such intense fighting with such a reckless strategy. Charging forward in such an unbridled manner also meant that they would constantly be confronted with new opponents. After doing so repeatedly, 5 or 6 of the 7th Order Masters of the 2 squads had become heavily injured and had to return to their warships to recover. The remaining 7th Order Masters were not doing too well either. Even though they consumed a lot of pills, it was still taking a toll on them, and those with weaker heritage were beginning to look rather pale. No one knew just how much longer they could keep this up and continue to weave through the battlefield. Perhaps at some point, they would be exhausted halfway through and all of them would end up dying together. Compared to them, Yang Kai was likely the one who had used up the most strength as he unleashed his divine manifestation every single time they charged. Although divine manifestations were powerful, they expended a lot of strength too. The squad leaders of both the Snow Wolves and Profound Wind squads had divine manifestations of their own, but even though they were in the 7th Order, they could only use them 5 times at most before the strength within their small universes would completely dry up. All high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters considered their divine manifestations their trump cards and would not summon them easily. However, Yang Kai had used his divine manifestation for the 6th time, and it was still as powerful as before. It proved just how profound the heritage of Yang Kai's small universe was. The 7th, 8th, and 9th rounds soon followed. In just over 2 hours, they had charged through the battlefield 10 times and killed countless Black Ink Clan soldiers. By now, there were only 7 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters following behind Yang Kai. 3 were from the Snow Wolf squad and 4 were from the Profound Wind squad. The rest had returned to their warships to recuperate. Next, the 11th and 12th rounds. When Yang Kai broke out of the battlefield once again with the light of the great sun going out once more, all the color had drained from his face, but his eyes still radiated a brilliant light. All of the 7th Order Open Heaven Masters who followed him out looked depleted. Even the 2 warships were heavily damaged and flashing with sparks of light, which meant that many of their arrays had broken. The Open Heaven Realm Masters within the squad who were familiar with spirit arrays couldn't help feeling forlorn. Both squads had used up an enormous amount of military merits on their warships. They had requested the artifact refiners from their respective great passes to enhance the 2 warships so that they could withstand more intense battles. Yet, in a little over 2 hours, the warships had been heavily battered and were now on the verge of falling apart. This proved just how violent and ruthless the attacks on them had been thus far. Out of the 16 7th Order Masters that belonged to both squads, 13 of them were heavily injured. There were 3 of them remaining who could still put up a fight, but the strength within their small universes was nearly dried up as well. They could no longer return to the battlefield. Yang Kai was aware of this. He knew that they were at their limits, so he said, "Please head back to the purifying black ink battleship." The Snow Wolves squad leader instantly caught what Yang Kai had left unsaid and had to ask, "What about you?" Yang Kai grinned at him. "The battle is still undecided. I'm going to continue." The Profound Wind squad leader frowned. "Won't it be too dangerous for you to go alone?" Yang Kai shook his head. "Since I've received my orders, I will continue in spite of the dangers, and besides, the situation's different now. The Black Ink Clan army has been seriously weakened, so it won't be too dangerous even if I head back in alone." As veterans on the battlefield, everyone had the ability to make their own judgments and were persistent in their own ways too. Therefore, upon hearing what Yang Kai had to say, neither one of the squad leaders tried to talk him out of it. "It is a pity that I can't stand shoulder to shoulder with you till the end of this fight, Brother Yang. I will buy you a drink once you come back victorious," the Snow Wolves squad leader declared. Yang Kai nodded and smiled. "I'll look forward to it." The Profound Wind squad leader said nothing, but he bowed and saluted Yang Kai. It was easy enough for the 2 squads to return to the purifying Black Ink battleship from here since the Black Ink Clan were not around to stop them. After watching the 2 squads' warships limp off into the distance, Yang Kai finally rejoined the battlefield. The strength in his small universe had also almost dried up after using his Golden Crow casts the Sun Divine Manifestation a dozen times. However, this did not matter as he still had world fruits to replenish himself. He took out a low-rank world fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. The medicinal efficacies were rapidly absorbed into his body and the pure and rich world force swiftly filled his small universe. Yang Kai tore off a scrap of his tattered, blood-soaked clothing and used it to tie back his disheveled hair. He raised his Azure Dragon spear and took a deep breath before pointing the spear in front of him and roaring, "Kill!" The great sun that had gone out not too long ago once again filled the void with its brilliant light as it plowed through the battlefield. The 2 squads had gathered on the decks of their warships as they headed back to the purifying Black Ink battleship and felt their hearts surging as they watched from afar. Just as Yang Kai had said to the 2 squad leaders earlier, the situation on the battlefield now was no longer the same as at the start of the battle. The humans relied on the strength of their warships, their bravery and tenacity, and their collaborative efforts with one another, but the Black Ink Clan did not show the same unity. All of the respective armies under the various territory lords did their own thing and rarely coordinated with each other. Therefore, despite the huge difference in numbers, it was the humans who had the advantage on the battlefield. Furthermore, Yang Kai had led the 2 special operations squads on a reckless rampage through the battlefield over and over again, and they had dealt the Black Ink Clan a devastating blow. After weaving in and out of the battlefield over 10 times, Yang Kai had successfully divided up the battlefield and helped the human race army in various areas to eliminate all of the nearby Black Ink clansmen in the most efficient manner possible. The effects were not so noticeable after only 1 or 2 rounds, but after the 7th or 8th time, the advantage became clear. When Yang Kai stepped back onto the battlefield alone, he was faced with a lot fewer obstacles. However, He did not have the two special operations squads behind him now, so he had to be in charge of making sure he eliminated all the threats around him. He was under a lot more pressure now than before. Even so, Yang Kai showed no signs of trepidation. Relying on just his powerful heritage and the power of the world fruit to restore his world force, he continued to work his way through the battlefield over and over again. At some point, there was suddenly the aura of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master dying somewhere on the battlefield. All of the humans felt a jolt. The humans had fought against the Black Ink clan on the battlefield countless times, and rarely did they ever witness an 8th Order Master dying, but that did not mean that it never happened. Each time they felt this sort of disturbance, it meant that an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had been killed. And if an 8th Order Master died on the battlefield, it meant that the situation was incredibly dire for the humans. This explained why everyone in the human army was deeply shaken by the commotion that signified the death of an 8th Order Master. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5215, Black Ink Clan withdraws. However, the humans soon realized that the 8th Order Master who died might not have been one of their division commanders, as there were many other 8th Order Black Ink disciples on the battlefield as well. Perhaps the one who died was not one of the North-South Army's division commanders, but one of their opponent's 8th Order Black Ink disciples. They could not confirm this for now, as news and updates could not be transmitted easily in the chaos of the battlefield. In a situation such as this, no one would be going the extra length to ensure that such information was reported promptly. The only thing the humans could do was have faith in their 8th Order Masters and trust that they could gain the upper hand in the fight between the top masters, which would influence the trend for the rest of the battle. Not long after, they sensed the death of another 8th Order Open Heaven Master, followed by the last gleaming of a territory lord's vitality. Deaths among the top masters meant that the battle was reaching its climax. Yang Kai's divine manifestation was still making its presence known as he zipped through the battlefield. He fought alone, but even so, he managed to segment out large swaths of the Black Ink clan army, which made it easier for the humans to encircle and crush them. All the while, countless secret techniques rained down on him like a torrential storm. At every given moment, he was straddling the lines between life and death. His senses were heightened like never before, but he could not afford to be distracted, not even for a single breath. This carried on until it felt as if eons had passed. All of a sudden, something changed within the Black Ink clan army, which had been ceaselessly fighting against the humans. Yang Kai, who was still rampaging across the battlefield, was perceptive enough to catch the change. It was a sign that the Black Ink clan's fighting spirit was beginning to crack. Sure enough, it was not long before the Black Ink clan army began to move and gather towards a specific location. They were retreating towards Great Evolution Pass. The territory lords could not cope with the humans' strength and ferocity. Although they, too, had exhibited strength that surpassed the humans' expectations of them, from the start of the battle till now, they failed to gain the initiative in any way. Throughout this relentless battle, the Black Ink clan army suffered heavy casualties and even lost numerous territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. Even though the humans suffered losses as well, if the battle carried on in a similar fashion, the situation would only continue to worsen for the Black Ink clan, and they would run the risk of their army's total annihilation. Therefore, the territory lords could not hold out any longer. Given their current position, they could only retreat to Great Evolution Pass, which was several days' worth of travel away. Once there, they could regroup with the territory lords who were standing guard at Great Evolution Pass, and rely on their combined strength to withstand the humans' dogged attacks. Retreating to Great Evolution Pass was the Black Ink clan's only choice right now. They were not in a position to act in accordance with the Royal Lord's command. How would they be able to carry out the Royal Lord's orders if they were dead? Survival came first. There would still be other chances for them to serve the Royal Lord if they came out of this with their lives. Inside the purifying Black Ink battleship, Mi Jinglun stood by the side of the ship and paid close attention to all the changes on the battlefield. When the Black Ink clan army started retreating, the army commander's heart finally settled back into place. If the Black Ink clan stood their ground till the very end, then from the way the battle was going, the North-South army would still win, but at a devastating cost. It was likely that they would be incapacitated as well, as an overwhelming majority of them would be sacrificed. This was the first time the North-South Army went up against the Black Ink clan, so what else could they achieve in the future if they suffered such alarming losses in this battle? After all, their ultimate objective was to take back Great Evolution Pass. Now that the Black Ink clan showed signs of faltering, the tides turned in the North-South Army's favor. The North-South Army could now hunt down their enemy and gain an even more decisive victory while minimizing casualties. Thus, when it became clear that the Black Ink clan was about to retreat, an order came down from the purifying Black Ink battleship. All of the humans who continued to clash with the Black Ink clan immediately started executing the command as they imperceptibly began to provide opportunities for the Black Ink clan to retreat. 2 hours later, most of the Black Ink clan army had regrouped and were withdrawing towards Great Evolution Pass under the leadership of their territory lords. However, they were not fleeing outright as they kept fighting as they retreated. The Black Ink clan fought back just as fiercely when the human army pressed hard against them and waited until they managed to hold off the attack before they continued heading towards Great Evolution Pass. Despite their massive numbers, they still managed to keep an orderly battle formation under the command of the territory lords. Mi Jinglun could feel a headache coming on as he found himself up against a worthy opponent this time. He did not know which territory lord had command over the Black Ink clan army, but judging from the initial reaction to the clash between both factions, it was evident that this particular territory lord was a talented and insightful strategist. Perhaps, the inordinately high number of defeats suffered on the battlefield had given the Black Ink clan enough experience to strategize against the humans. All of the territory lords who lived long enough would have gone through countless defeats at the hands of the humans. Thus, even though the humans' attempt to give chase had been effective, it did not accomplish as much as they hoped it would. Mi Jinglun had planned to wipe out this entire Black Ink army, but from the situation they were in now, this was unlikely to happen. All the humans could do now was to try their best to weaken the enemy as much as possible. The two armies began to drift apart, while the Black Ink clouds thickened over the battlefield and loomed over the void. The Black Ink clouds were full of broken limbs and scattered corpses from the deaths of both humans and Black Ink clansmen, along with the wreckage of human warships that had been destroyed. In this battle, the Black Ink clan suffered heavy casualties, but the humans also suffered significant losses. A few battered warships hovered outside the Black Ink cloud with squad members gathered within, pale-faced and sporting serious injuries. These squads were the ones who suffered the most casualties during the battle. Usually, a squad consisted of 10 to 15 members, but these squads had less than half of that. Their warships suffered serious damage during the battle, therefore, they were surrounded by danger at every corner without protection. Although they survived, they were gravely injured in battle and could no longer join the fight. When Mi Jinglun gave the order for the human army to pursue the Black Ink clan, he also ordered those who could no longer fight to stay behind and tend to themselves first before regrouping with the rest of the army once they regained their strength. Numerous squads had no choice but to do so. The human army had to soldier on as they went after the Black Ink clan and thus could not linger for long. If the humans who had been injured managed to join one of the other squad's warships, they could follow the rest of the army, but if they missed that chance, their only option was to stay back and recuperate. Once they regained some of their strength, they could use the universe transference law and return to the purifying Black Ink battleship, which would not hinder the army in any way. Yang Kai was one of the ones who received the order to stay back. Even as Mi Jinglun stood aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship, he witnessed Yang Kai's incredible feats on the battlefield. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Yang Kai's presence contributed greatly to the Black Ink clan army's drop in morale and decision to retreat back to Great Evolution Pass. In the battle between both armies' top masters, the humans' 8th Order Division commanders gained the upper hand and eventually pressured the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples into retreating. However, in the open battlefield, Yang Kai had led 2 special operations squads in countless forays across the entire area. In doing so, they managed to slice through the Black Ink clan army and minimize the casualties suffered by the humans. Furthermore, with each pass of the Great Sun, the humans struck a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan's morale. As both their strongest fighters and their regular foot soldiers' spirits dipped, the Black Ink clan army's performance in battle dropped proportionally. Naturally, they had to retreat. The light of the great sun that rose time and time again across the battlefield was probably the most blinding light that Mi Jingluan had ever seen in his life. Others might not know how many times Yang Kai had used his divine manifestation, but Mi Jingluan knew the number very well. 19 times. That was not an ordinary divine ability or secret technique. It was a divine manifestation which all high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters considered a trump card and expended a huge amount of energy with each use. A 7th Order Master had used his divine manifestation 19 times to vanquish the dangers that loomed over the human race army. In the past, Mi Jingluan would not have believed this to be possible as humans simply did not have endless energy. How could a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master possess such a remarkable heritage? However, he had seen it happen with his own eyes today. While he did not know what Yang Kai used to restore the strength he had expended throughout the battle, using his divine manifestation 19 times would still place an extreme burden on Yang Kai's small universe. Thus, Mi Jingluan gave the order for Yang Kai to stay back. He wanted Yang Kai to take this opportunity to recover, as well as look out for the other humans who could not follow the rest of the army for various reasons. Yang Kai naturally obeyed the order. As it was, he did need to take some time to restore himself. Even though he ate a low-rank world fruit to replenish the world force he had expended, repeated use of Golden Crow casts the sun had once again depleted his small universe. If the Black Ink clan army had not begun its retreat, he might have had to consume another world fruit to replenish his strength once more. Even though it was quick and harmless enough to consume a world fruit to restore his world force, such miraculous treasures were meant to be saved for emergency situations. It was far better to take some time to recover his strength in the normal way. In addition to that, Yang Kai was covered in injuries from the battle and was mentally drained as well. Now that the human army was chasing after the Black Ink clan army, victory had been decided. What remained to be seen was how many Black Ink clansmen the humans managed to eliminate in the chase. Yang Kai's participation would not make much of a difference in this situation. Therefore, he agreed without protest when Mi Jingluan's order came down. At this very moment, he was sitting cross-legged near the half-wrecked warships and was silently adjusting his breathing. The survivors gathered in these warships did likewise. They did not have looks of grief and sorrow, but instead exhibited strength and determination. From the moment these soldiers joined the Great Evolution North-South Army, they knew that this was going to be a highly dangerous mission. They would not be able to rely on a great pass the way they did in the past. In the Great Evolution Theater, far from their homes, the only things they could rely on were themselves and their comrades in arms. They knew very well that there would be countless casualties in the fight to reclaim Great Evolution Pass. If they were not the ones who died, then it would be their fellow soldiers beside them. Everyone was mentally prepared to die in this campaign. Therefore, even though some of their fellow squad members had died, no one spent time grieving over this. Dying in battle on the Black Ink battlefield was a worthy sacrifice. The living did not have to mourn in regret, they only needed to kill even more of the Black Ink clansmen and take back Great Evolution Pass. This was the best way for them to honor and pay their respects to their fellow soldiers who died in battle. Even these squads had fared a lot better than some. Although their warships were heavily damaged and half of their ranks were either gravely wounded or died in battle, many other squads had been wiped out entirely. War was always brutal. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52:16, Can you save yourself? There were still humans who stumbled out of the battlefield every now and then. Some came out alone, while others came in groups of 2 or 3. All of them had one thing in common though, they were covered in blood and their auras were weak. Attracted by the auras of Yang Kai and the others, these scattered, weakened soldiers soon gathered together and found a place to rest and recover. As soon as Yang Kai had stabilized his condition, he rushed back into the Black Ink clouds. There were countless living beings within his small universe, including a World Tree clone, which was why his world force recovered far quicker than others. The heritage of his small universe also continued to increase even without the need for him to actively cultivate. The black ink clouds were still looming over the battlefield, and while both of the armies were gone, there could still be human survivors. Perhaps some of these human soldiers still had a bit of vitality left to them but could not move due to the grave injuries they suffered. They would die if no one helped them. Thus, Yang Kai decided to go and take a look. The battlefield spanned over 10 million kilometers, so it took Yang Kai some time to scan the area for life auras. He did end up finding some, however, these mostly came from heavily injured black ink clansmen who were on the brink of death. Yang Kai did not show any mercy, dispatching these survivors with swiftness and precision. He carried on searching for 2 hours. When Yang Kai emerged from the battlefield, he had a female 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with him. He did not know her name, but by the time he found her, she was already unconscious. She had climbed on top of the wreckage of a warship and was covered in wounds, so much so that her clothes were soaked in fresh blood. Apart from this female 7th Order Master, Yang Kai had only spotted numerous dead bodies belonging to other humans, along with the scattered remnants of Black Ink Clan. The vast battlefield looked like the depths of hell. This woman was the only survivor he found. Yang Kai had joined the Black Ink battlefield for hundreds of years now. He had started out as 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and was now in the 7th Order. Throughout all those years, he had been to numerous theaters and taken part in countless battles, both small and large. However, none of his past battles had ever been as tough and fearsome as this one. This could be chalked down to the fact that the Great Evolution Army had to travel so far away without anything they could rely on for help. The situation was different from all the other battles near the various Great Passes. In the Great Evolution Theater, the human race army did not have any backup or safe harbor. Even if they were injured, they did not have a secure place to recover and tend to their wounds. The only thing they could do was win their battles so that they could continue working towards the ultimate goal of reclaiming Great Evolution Pass. It was clear that the battle today would be repeated again and again in the future. How many more humans were going to sacrifice their lives here in the Great Evolution Theater in order to achieve victory? When Yang Kai brought the woman back to where the other humans were gathered, they glanced at him and nodded lightly without saying anything. There were less than 30 of them gathered here to recuperate. It did not mean that less than 30 humans had lost their ability to fight after the battle earlier. These were merely the ones who were too wounded to keep up with the rest of the human army which was pursuing the Black Ink Clan. Most of the other soldiers had joined the rest of the army despite their injuries. After setting the woman down beside him, Yang Kai once again sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breathing. However, at the very next moment, he opened his eyes and stared at the battlefield. He detected an unusual movement over there. He had searched the battlefield for 2 hours and did not find anything noteworthy, apart from the female 7th Order Master who was still alive. Where were these unusual fluctuations coming from? Just as Yang Kai pondered in confusion, the movements became even clearer. It was the result of a trace of vitality that was in rapid recovery. The vitality was strong and its recovery accelerated. A strong aura suddenly emanated from the battlefield. Yang Kai's expression turned grim at once. He leaped to his feet as his divine sense blasted forth a message: use the universe transference law and return to the purifying Black Ink battleship, now. There were over 30 Open Heaven Realm Masters who also sensed the recovering vitality before Yang Kai said anything. They had been staring puzzledly at the battlefield, but upon hearing Yang Kai's words, their expressions hardened as they realized the severity of the situation. No one hesitated. Everyone jumped into action and used the universe transference law. 2 hours of restoration was not enough for these heavily injured cultivators to heal completely, but it was enough time to let them regain the strength to cast this secret technique, which did not require too much of it. The light of an array glowed beneath all of their feet as they cast the universe transference law, and they connected with the universe array on the purifying Black Ink battleship. In just a few breaths of time, everyone would be able to rely on the universe transference law to teleport back to the purifying Black Ink battleship. Just then, as everyone focused on the commotion caused by the universe transference law, a strong divine sense swept out from the recovering vitality on the battlefield. Yang Kai turned pale. That which he had been most concerned about became reality. Earlier on, even though he sensed that the vitality was a powerful one, he could not confirm what cultivation this individual had. Just to be safe, he immediately ordered everyone to evacuate. However, now that this person's divine sense burst forth, Yang Kai could instantly tell what cultivation they had. The recovering vitality from the battlefield belonged to someone in the 8th order. Yang Kai was fairly certain that the cultivator was not an 8th order open heaven realm master from the North-South Army, so there was a high chance that it was an 8th order black ink disciple. Although he did not know whether any of the North-South Army's 8th order open heaven realm masters died in battle, he knew that even if they did, if their bodies were still intact, the other 8th order masters would not leave them just lying around. They would surely take the body back with them. Only territory lords ignored the bodies of the 8th order black ink disciples who died. There's still an 8th order black ink disciple on the battlefield. No one had seen this coming. Yang Kai had not noticed anything when he searched the battlefield earlier. From the looks of it now, this 8th order master most likely cultivated some sort of secret technique that allowed him to fake his death. Otherwise, he would not have escaped the notice of the 8th order division commanders when they searched the battlefield. The human army had left, and the remaining 30-odd humans were weak and injured. Now that they were confronted with an 8th order black ink disciple, things did not look good for them. Yang Kai's heart caught in his throat. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths of time passed. The light from the 30-plus arrays grew brighter. After the 3rd breath of time, some of the lights flared up like an explosion, and the silhouette inside that light was enveloped around instantly disappeared. 3 of them were gone. By the 4th breath of time, even more of them had left. However, there were still over a dozen of them remaining. The universe transference law was incredibly useful, but it had its pros and cons. By using the universe transference law, humans could swiftly return to nearby universe array, in this case, the purifying black ink battleship, but the distance and the user's cultivation both affected the time it took for the teleportation to be initiated. In summary, the higher the person's cultivation and the closer the universe array, the shorter time it took for the universe transference law to take effect. The 3 humans who left after the 3rd breath were all in the 7th order. As for the dozen or so ones who left at the 4th breath, they were all in the 6th order. Their cultivation was slightly lower than the previous ones, so they left a little later. The remaining ones were mostly those in the 5th order, with a couple of 6th order open heaven realm masters among them. They had the lowest cultivation and thus took the longest to be transported. Under the usual circumstances, when humans used the universe transference law, they would do their best to ensure that the process would not be disrupted, as any disturbance would result in the failure to be transported. However, this crisis came upon them too suddenly. By the time they sensed that things were not looking good for them, they could only try to leave as quickly as possible without being able to care about anything else. 2 more breaths of time passed, and just as the remaining humans were about to leave, a figure emerged from the battlefield and charged towards them. Although the figure was still some distance away, a burst of world force in the shape of a wispy hand grabbed at them. Affected by the powerful force, the arrays beneath the dozen or so remaining humans began to shift and contort. If the enormous hand managed to catch them, even if the humans did not die, they would still fail to teleport away. If that happened, then a group of 5th and 6th order open heaven realm masters would be left to face off against an 8th order black ink disciple. They had no hope of surviving the encounter. Yang Kai had been on high alert all along, so as soon as he noticed what was happening, he roared and leapt forward with his spear. The spear soared towards the hand, and at the same time, space principles flared madly. As the spear shadows dissipated, the enormous hand enclosed Yang Kai within its grasp. However, at that very next moment, Yang Kai's silhouette burst back out of the hand. Enveloped by the radiance of his spear, his body swiftly returned to where he had been earlier. At last, flashes of light engulfed the remaining humans. Thanks to the time that Yang Kai had bought for them, the dozen or so 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters managed to leave safely. As they left, every single one of them stared at Yang Kai with shocked and worried expressions. They knew that had it not been for Yang Kai's interference, the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple would have managed to keep them here. Yet now that they were all gone, Yang Kai was left all by himself. How could he fight against an 8th Order Black Ink Disciple? If they had known that this would happen, they would have chosen to remain behind and join forces to battle against the Black Ink Disciple. Even though all 30 or so of them were weakened and injured, they would still be able to put up a fight if they fought together. Still, there was no point in dwelling on this now. When they noticed that the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple's vitality was recovering, they all decided to leave. No one would have expected the Black Ink Disciple to recover so quickly. In the silence of the void, Yang Kai raised his Azure Dragon Spear and watched as the figure emerged from the battlefield. It was indeed an 8th Order Black Ink Disciple. He was shrouded in black ink strength and had a large mass growing out of his shoulder that made him appear as if he had 2 heads. The inky black strength within the mass was surging with great ferocity. The fact that Yang Kai had managed to interrupt his attack and render it useless made him visibly furious. He glared darkly at Yang Kai and murderous intent swirled in his eyes. "You saved everyone else, but can you save yourself?" "I won't know until I try," Yang Kai responded coolly. While speaking, he secretly consumed a world fruit. Although some of his strength had been restored, he had to ensure that he was in his best condition in order to face off against an 8th Order Master. Though this 8th Order Black Ink Disciple did not seem to be all that powerful. Martial Peak, Chapter 52:17, Either you die or I perish. During their earlier exchange, Yang Kai detected something strange. This 8th Order Black Ink Disciple's attack appeared terrifying, but in reality, it seemed to lack true substance. He was heavily injured as well. Even on the surface, he had a large wound along his abdomen, and even though he used his strength to seal it up, blood continued to trickle out. Furthermore, one of his eyes had been destroyed. The remaining, functional eye was glaring darkly at Yang Kai the same way a venomous snake stared at its prey. It was understandable to find him in this state. Someone who needed to fake his death in order to survive the battlefield had to have been incapacitated at some point. The lingering injuries on him proved as much. Plus, he was only an 8th Order Black Ink Disciple and not a true 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, which meant that he was a lot less powerful than a real 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even if he was at the peak of his current strength, he might not even be stronger than any of the territory lords. If Yang Kai was alone, he might not have been willing to take this risk. With instantaneous movement at his disposal, this heavily wounded 8th Order Black Ink Disciple would most likely fail to do anything to him. Thus, even if Yang Kai could not win this fight, he could still escape just fine. However, he was not alone right now. He still had the unconscious female 7th Order Master that he brought back from the battlefield. Yang Kai was a 7th Order Master, and although his small universe could keep cultivators that were not high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, it could not do so with a 7th Order Master. There was very little chance Yang Kai could escape from this 8th Order Black Ink Disciple's attacks if he brought the woman with him, so his only option was to fight. Back then, Yang Kai and Bai Yi joined forces and with great difficulty, they managed to kill a heavily injured territory lord, Zhu Feng. It had been several hundred years since then, and Yang Kai was now up against a heavily injured 8th Order Black Ink Disciple. He did not think it was an impossible fight for him as he was now a lot more powerful than before. Has the younger generation grown so arrogant? The 8th Order Black Ink Disciple snorted coldly. Yang Kai's response clearly infuriated him. Even though you might not have done it willingly, since you've become one with the Black Ink clan, you're my enemy now. You have no right to consider yourself my senior, Yang Kai answered evenly. As Yang Kai spoke, his hand shot out and a gentle force wrapped up the unconscious female 7th Order Master's body that was situated nearby. In the next moment, space principles fluctuated and the woman's body shimmered before disappearing and reappearing hundreds of thousands of kilometers away and continued drifting further off into the void. A fierce battle was about to break out, and Yang Kai had no way of keeping the woman safe in the thick of the fight, so his only choice was to send her away. The Eighth Order Black Ink disciple knew very well what Yang Kai was attempting to do, but he did not try to stop it. To him, he could easily go after the unconscious Seventh Order woman once he dealt with Yang Kai. He would have all the time in the world to decide her fate then. Still, he was deeply displeased by Yang Kai's attitude. After glancing at the female Seventh Order Master that Yang Kai sent away, he withdrew his gaze and extended his arm. A clear sword cry filled the battlefield, and immediately after, a ray of light shot out and was soon drawn to his hand. Yang Kai's expression turned grim as he subconsciously tightened his grip around his azure dragon spear. He had seen it very clearly. A long sword had flown out of the battlefield, one that most likely belonged to this Eighth Order Black Ink disciple. From the looks of it now, this Eighth Order Black Ink disciple cultivated the sword Dao. Yang Kai gritted his teeth at this realization, for those who cultivated sword Dao were extremely well versed in killing. In other words, sword Dao cultivators all had a lot of experience in battle and were incredibly tough opponents. Feng Ying was proof of this as she also cultivated the sword Dao. A long sword that was prized by an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would not be an ordinary artifact. The long years of nurture were enough to bind the life of an Eighth Order Master with his artifact. The only thing that Yang Kai could rejoice at was the dimmed glow of the longsword artifact the Eighth Order Black Ink disciple summoned. Its spirituality was noticeably diminished, and there were numerous dents and cracks along its length. It could be seen that during the clash with the North-South Army's Eighth Order Open Heaven Masters, this Black Ink disciple was so badly defeated that he not only had to fake his death, but even his artifact was damaged as well. Once the Eighth Order Black Ink disciple retrieved his longsword, he created a sword array with a simple flick. However, bolstered by his powerful cultivation, a dangerous aura emanated from the sword array as it formed. This proved that he was indeed highly proficient in the sword Dao. The Eighth Order Black Ink disciple grasped his sword in one hand and held it out in front of him as he said, "The Royal Lord values talent, so this old master will ask you this. Are you interested in serving the Royal Lord? If you agree to do so, I can spare your life today." Truth be told, this old master's condition is less than satisfactory. I do not wish to fight against anyone else. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a hint of grievous melancholy. You were born a human, but you now serve the Black Ink clan. Old sir, have you forgotten your comrades in arms who fought alongside you 30,000 years ago and defended you with their lives? Have you forgotten the countless soldiers who died in battle at Great Evolution Pass? A hint of remembrance flickered in the Eighth Order Black Ink disciple's eyes, but he quickly shook his head. 30,000 years was a long time ago. Who'd clearly remember anything that happened back then? Yang Kai's lowered his eyes. Old sir, this means you must have also forgotten the sincerity of your goals and initial intent when you first stepped onto the Black Ink battlefield. The Eighth Order Black Ink disciple chuckled. Young man, are you trying to advise this old master to turn back after straying down the wrong path? Don't waste your breath. Ever since this old master was enlightened by Black Ink strength, this old master ceased to be a human. You don't need to try and lecture this old master. Yang Kai nodded lightly. In that case, I won't say anything more. Seems to me that you've made up your mind, the Eighth Order Black Ink disciple remarked as he eyed Yang Kai. Yang Kai's fighting intent surged as he pointed his spear forward and answered coolly, right here, right now, either you die or I perish. Good, good, good. The Eighth Order Black Ink disciple nodded. You know, this old master was just as proud and relentless as you at that age. It's a pity. Age creeps up on everyone. Since you've made your choice, this old master will fulfill it for you. How's that? Are you ready to die, young man? In the state that this old master is in right now, it's one thing if I choose to stand down, but if we are to fight, I will do so with full force. I won't hold back at all. He had only just finished his sentence when Yang Kai suddenly flickered and appeared beside him. The azure dragon spear pierced out as he unleashed the full potential of his supreme limitless spear art, sending a storm of blows towards the enemy. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple clearly did not expect Yang Kai to be this treacherous. He was caught unaware and did not have his guard up. In his haste, he raised his sword to fend off the attack and unleashed scores of sword waves at Yang Kai. The two figures immediately engaged in battle. Spear shadows and sword waves filled the void in a constant cycle of disappearing and re-emerging once more. Apart from the sparks from the spear shadows and sword waves colliding, bursts of world force clashed against each other with such ferocity that the local space became unstable. The look of surprise on the 8th Order Black Ink disciple increasingly intensified. Although he was heavily injured, this 7th Order Junior did not seem to be in a much better state than him. Both of them had just survived a bitter battle, so neither one of them was in good condition. Thus, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple assumed that it would be fairly easy for him to kill this 7th Order master. Yet, once the fight started, he realized that things were not as he had expected. This 7th Order Junior had a mysterious movement skill that gave him a huge advantage of mobility. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple had no choice but to focus on defending himself and to try and regain the initiative. Had his opponent been an ordinary 7th Order master, then it would not have been hard for him to regain the advantage. He could easily exhibit to his opponent what the difference in orders signified in terms of strength. However, this young 7th Order master was clearly not ordinary. Each time their world forces clashed, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple could vividly sense the extreme density and purity of his opponent's strength. It was not the kind of strength that a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm master was supposed to have. Judging by the purity alone, it was comparable to his own. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple could not help but feel stunned by this. He could not figure out how this young 7th Order master could cultivate the strength within his small universe to this extent. He had encountered numerous 7th Order Open Heaven Realm masters in his life, but none were comparable to the young man in front of him now. The higher the purity of the world force, the more powerful the cultivator was. Moreover, the rigorousness of this young man's world force was also remarkable. It far surpassed what was to be expected from a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm master. Where did this freak come from? The 8th Order Black Ink disciple was thoroughly perplexed. Apart from that, he was also shocked by the young 7th Order master's accomplishments in the Spear Dao. All his life, he focused on cultivating his Sword Dao. Even after becoming a Black Ink disciple, he never stopped doing so. Thus, after so many years, he had reached a very high state of attainment in it. Yet, right now, a young man who was only a 7th Order master managed to use his Spear Dao to fight against his own Sword Dao. Even though it required a fair amount of effort, he could still tell that the young man was highly accomplished in his cultivation of Spear Dao as well. The young man's Spear Dao was not as refined as his Sword Dao and was not of a domain as high as his, but it seemed to flow freely and effortlessly. The young man wielded his spear with such ease that it was impossible to discern any kind of pattern from his attacks, despite each of them being extremely sharp and precise. A Spear Dao like this perfectly embodied the concepts of freedom and limitlessness. Even just the wielding of such a Spear Dao was enough to give those who witnessed it a sense of joy and satisfaction. With pure and vigorous world force and high attainment in the Spear Dao, this young man had every right to be arrogant. This was why the Black Ink disciple failed to defeat him as quickly as predicted. However, if this was all there was to it, then the outcome would not change in any way. After just a brief exchange of blows, the advantage that the young man gained earlier was beginning to slip away, and soon he would slowly start to be disadvantaged in the fight. Still, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple was a little reluctant to kill off such a fine talent. Even when he was still human, he had already exhibited great appreciation for talented people. Even though he had been corrupted by Black Ink strength for 30,000 years now and prioritized the Black Ink clan over all else, this part of his personality did not change very much. Thus, the more talented Yang Kai seemed, the less inclined the Black Ink disciple was to kill him. Amid the chaotic battle, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple transmitted a message. "Little friend, this old master will ask you one last time. Are you willing to serve the Royal Lord? With your capabilities, if you gain the help of Black Ink strength, You will one day become even stronger than this old master. Perhaps you might even be able to become a ninth order open heaven realm master. Yang Kai did not stop attacking as he said, "So what if I can become a ninth order master? I will be enslaved by the Black Ink clan and forced to kill my fellow humans. How would you know the joys of Black Ink strength if you've never experienced its mysterious power for yourself?" The 8th Order Black Ink disciple argued back. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5218, Jr., you're a difficult one to deal with. If it is a joy that annihilates the self, then I'd rather not know it. Do you persist down your misguided path, little friend? Our beliefs differ. We will never see eye to eye on this. Since you insist on doing things the hard way, don't blame this old master for not showing you any mercy. True enough, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple's attacks became a lot more ruthless. He indeed had a great appreciation for talent, but Yang Kai's staunch attitude dissuaded him from trying to convince him further. Furthermore, it would not be safe to linger too long here. Although the human army had left some time ago, several dozen humans managed to flee earlier, so if the human 8th Order masters found out he survived by faking his death, they might send a division commander over and deal with him. Considering the condition he was in right now, he would be doomed if an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master came. With a flick of his long sword, the sword waves combined together and struck at Yang Kai's head. Under the crushing strength of the Black Ink disciple's blow, Yang Kai's body shook violently. Even though he mustered all of his strength to withstand the blow, it was still too much. The piercing sword chi slashed through his clothes and his blood began to gush out of the wounds. The force of that powerful blow sent Yang Kai flying back as if he had been launched from a cannon. Even so, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple did not let up on the attacks. Again and again, he slashed his sword and sent flurry after flurry of relentless sword chi out. From a distance, the endless waves of sword chi seemed to form a long river that ended where Yang Kai stood. Profound sword paradises chasing stars and moon sword art. At last, Yang Kai realized what this Black Ink disciple's background was. After fighting on the Black Ink battlefield for many years, he became acquainted with many of the elites from various cave heavens and paradises. Thus, he knew a thing or two about the unique divine abilities and secret techniques of the cave heavens and paradises. It was clear that this Black Ink disciple was using the chasing stars and moon sword art, which was one of Profound Sword Paradise's core sword arts. However, this knowledge did nothing to influence the course of this somber fight. Both Yang Kai and the 8th Order Black Ink disciple were survivors of the brutal battle that took place earlier. Even though the 8th Order Black Ink disciple's injuries were a lot more severe than Yang Kai's, he was still one order higher than Yang Kai, and one order's difference was enough to give him a compelling advantage. Any other 7th Order master would have probably died at the hands of this 8th Order Black Ink disciple by now, but as it was, the one up against him was Yang Kai. Even so, Yang Kai seemed to have a hard time dealing with the never-ending storm of attacks. Despite unleashing his supreme limitless spear art to its fullest force, it was still hard for him to withstand the ferocity of his opponent's sword skills. The savage sword chi's overbearing power left Yang Kai's body littered with wounds. As the Black Ink disciple's sword waves continued to wash over Yang Kai, the distance between them grew smaller, and the Black Ink disciple's sword intent grew colder. Yang Kai's instincts flared from the looming sense of danger. He did not know why, but he had a feeling that once the distance between them closed to a certain range, the Black Ink disciple was sure to unleash a devastating divine ability. When that happened, it would be a life-or-death moment for Yang Kai. But why would Yang Kai allow his opponent's plans to come to fruition? As the 8th Order Black Ink disciple's figure continued to approach, Yang Kai suddenly closed his eyes. All at once, his right eye turned into an endless black abyss and the entire void seemed to be shrouded by a curtain of darkness. At the same time, a piercing golden pupil appeared in his left eye. The silhouette of the 8th Order Black Ink disciple was reflected in the golden pupil, and with the casting of Yang Kai's eye secret techniques, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple's reflection mysteriously contorted. It was as if the 8th Order Black Ink disciple who had been launching a storm of attacks at Yang Kai was suddenly struck by lightning. It felt as if a powerful force had popped out of nowhere, struck him, leaving his body twisted up in pain as it instinctively stiffened. After noticing Yang Kai's pair of strange eyes, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple exclaimed in shock, "The demon eye of annihilation and black purgatory eye. This young man is from Myriad Demons Cave Heaven?" However, the Black Ink disciple did not detect any hint of demon chi on Yang Kai. Thus, there were only two possibilities. Either the young man had been hiding his background all along, or he was not a Myriad Demons Heaven disciple, but had instead used military merits he earned from the Black Ink battlefield in exchange for these two powerful secret techniques. It would not be as big of a deal if the former was true, but if the truth was the latter, then this young man was surely a lot more formidable than he assumed. Anyone who gained the chance to cultivate core secret techniques by exchanging them for military merits had to be those who earned a vast number of them on the battlefield. They were all elites who would have the blood of countless Black Ink clansmen on their hands. However, even though the young man was accomplished in both of these secret techniques, the effects were naturally dampened when he tried to use them against someone of a higher order. Thus, in the time it took the Black Ink disciple to think this through, the effects of both the secret techniques wore off. What Yang Kai wanted was precisely this momentary lapse though. The call of the golden crow rang out, and a great sun rose once again to illuminate the void. Just as the Black Ink disciple snapped out of his thoughts, the great sun had already broken through the torrent of sword waves and was charging towards him. Divine manifestation. The Black Ink disciple frowned as he felt a sense of admiration for the young man. Although this youth was only in the 7th Order, beneath his own realm, his combat sense was remarkable. He must have sensed something, which was why he used his secret techniques and followed up with his divine manifestation in the hopes of disrupting his plans. The Black Ink disciple had to admit that it was an astute move to make. Had it not been for the young man's series of counterattacks, the Black Ink disciple might have already used his trump card and taken the young man's life. This was the divine manifestation of a 7th Order Open Heaven Master, so even he, an 8th Order Black Ink disciple, could not afford to take it lightly. He had no choice but to focus his attention on defending against the attack. His fingers swiped across the long sword and his world force burst forth. The sword, which had been dim this whole time, suddenly lit up in a brilliant flare. He then slashed down with force and cut the great sun in half. Even the golden crow, which had been cawing inside the great sun, let out a seemingly mournful cry. The Black Ink disciple did not stop there. He cast another mysterious sword technique and a multitude of swords appeared in the void. When the final sword appeared, Yang Kai's silhouette reappeared, and instantly, Yang Kai felt an enormous pressure weighing down on him. He was suppressed and sealed from all sides. His expression turned grim. As was expected of an 8th Order Black Ink disciple, he was able to decipher what his opponent was doing and act accordingly. Earlier on, after summoning Golden Crow casts the sun, Yang Kai charged towards the Black Ink disciple to try to deliver a sneak attack. Yet, the situation now seemed like he was delivering himself into the lion's den. His actions appeared incredibly foolish. Strictly speaking, this was Yang Kai's first time battling an 8th Order Black Ink disciple. Although his opponent was not a true 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was still close. Yang Kai now knew how difficult and terrifying it was to deal with an 8th Order Master, and this was only a heavily injured 8th Order Black Ink disciple. What if he had been at his peak? What would it be like up against the 8th Order Division commanders? Zhu Feng, the heavily injured territory lord from all those years ago, was a lot easier to take on by comparison. As a former human, this 8th Order Black Ink disciple understood the way humans thought a lot better than any territory lord ever could. Thankfully, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space. He did not know how the Black Ink disciple's mysterious sword techniques worked, or why it had the effect of suppressing and sealing space. That being said, while this effect would have proved useful against any other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the same did not apply to him. With a flicker of Yang Kai's space principles, the local space which had been sealed instantly broke apart. As he hastened to retreat, the black ink disciple's long sword was already slashing at him. The cutting sword waves crackled from the tip of the sword. When Yang Kai came to a stop again, there was a trail of blood that ran from his forehead down to his abdomen. The cut was deep enough that his bones were visible. Had he been the tiniest bit slower in retreating just now, the black ink disciple might have managed to cut him in half. If that happened, then even if he had a powerful dragon vein, it would have been doubtful if he could have survived. Despite the very recent brush with death, Yang Kai's expression remained composed. The black ink disciple charged forward again. This battle was taking far longer than he thought it would, and the more it dragged on, the greater his fear of impending danger grew. He had to end this fight as soon as possible. "Junior, you're a difficult one to deal with." The black ink disciple's world force burst forth in a frenzy. Every single blow he sent at Yang Kai was suffused with a terrifying bloodthirst, as he now seemed to be giving his all in every single attack. Yang Kai had numerous strange and unpredictable methods up his sleeve, so his opponents had to keep their guards up at all times. Thus, the black ink disciple decided to overwhelm Yang Kai with sheer force. No matter what kind of peculiar tricks Yang Kai had, his decisive weakness was the difference in order. The black ink disciple did not plan to rely on strategies anymore. He was going to fight with brute force and crush his opponent from the front. "As are you." Yang Kai grit his teeth and he defended himself against the black ink disciple's fevered attacks. If a cultivator was hell-bent on using his cultivation to overwhelm an opponent who was an order lower, then there was not much the latter could do to overcome the situation. The only choice would be to try and withstand the assault. However, there was a limit to what a person could withstand. Once the opponent was worn down, death would become inevitable. In the span of several dozen breaths, Yang Kai gained over a dozen fresh wounds that cut right down to the bone. The most serious injury was the one on his neck. The black ink disciple's sword seemed to have cut through half of his neck, causing golden blood to pour out. The more serious Yang Kai's injuries became, the weaker his resistance grew. This was to be expected. The black ink disciple surmised that after being on the receiving end of his attacks for so long now, Yang Kai would not only be heavily injured, but even his small universe would no longer be able to take it anymore. It was already shocking that Yang Kai managed to survive this long. "Do you still insist on being so stubborn, young man?" The black ink disciple roared. Yang Kai clenched his jaw and refused to answer, but his dogged determination to carry on fighting was clear. "You court death." The black ink disciple coldly snorted. His long sword swished in the air and aimed straight for Yang Kai's heart. This was going to be the final blow. From the young man's earlier display, the black ink disciple deduced that he would not be able to withstand this attack. However, at that very moment, the 8th Order black ink disciple saw Yang Kai raise his spear and throw it at him. Even though it was just a careless throw, his opponent's formidable strength was enough for the spear to break apart the void and fly straight towards him. Naturally, the black ink disciple would not allow such a crude attack to land, and with a quick flick of his long sword, he deflected the azure dragon spear and sent it flying. At the same time, he saw the young man opposite him charging towards him with his fist raised to strike at him. Instinctively, the 8th Order black ink disciple had a feeling that something was amiss, but how could he mull this over at a time like this? The long sword pierced right through Yang Kai's chest, and the savage sword chi poured into the wound. Yang Kai's fist did not touch the black ink disciple, stopping less than a forearm's length away. The black ink disciple eyed Yang Kai coolly, not showing any kind of emotion on his face. He had given his opponent a choice, and since the latter chose death, he merely granted him passage. However, just as the sword touched Yang Kai's body, the black ink disciple was able to detect that his opponent had shifted slightly, so the blow failed to hit his vitals. Still, that did not matter. Even if the young man survived this attack, his condition would be dismal right now. Just as all of this went through the black ink disciple's mind, all of a sudden, Yang Kai grinned at him and called out lightly, "Cow punch!" Martial Peak, Chapter 5219, Narrow Victory. If Yang Kai had a choice between fighting against a territory lord or an 8th Order Black Ink disciple, he would definitely choose the latter. Although an 8th Order Black Ink disciple was the more unpredictable opponent between the two when it came to battle tactics and thus was harder to guard against, Yang Kai still preferred facing an 8th Order Black Ink disciple over a territory lord. After all, he had his cow punch secret technique that used space principles to specifically target the enemy's small universe. It was a secret technique that enabled him to win even if his strength was lower than his opponent's. Among all the cave heavens and paradises, there were several secret techniques that targeted the small universe of Open Heaven Realm Masters, but after all the years, Yang Kai had never found one with effects as superb as his cow punch. Unfortunately, this secret technique of his relied on the use of space principles, so no one else apart from him could cultivate it. Plus, as purifying light and purifying black ink pills were distributed to all the great passes, the number of black ink disciples on the battlefield steadily decreased, and the human secret techniques that targeted the small universe lost their utility. The Black Ink clan did not have a small universe, so such secret techniques would be useless against them. It had been years since Yang Kai last used his cow punch secret technique. If he recalled correctly, the last time he used it was back in the Shattered Heaven when he fought Blood Crow. Several hundred years later, he was using it once more. Although it had been a long while since he first created cow punch, the strength of this secret technique increased as he grew stronger. From the moment Yang Kai noticed that his opponent was an 8th Order Black Ink disciple, he had counted on using cow punch to win the battle for him. As for his previous display of struggling to keep up in the fight, some of it could be chalked up to his genuine weakness against a stronger opponent, but some of it was on purpose as well. He wanted to lull his opponent into a false sense of security so that the 8th Order Black Ink disciple would let his guard down. While the secret technique was fairly powerful, it took time to implement. The profoundness of the cow punch secret technique was in the way it traced back and targeted the core source of the opponent's world force, which was their small universe. It was a time-consuming process to perform this trace. With his cultivation being in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, Yang Kai needed approximately an incense stick of time to accomplish this against an 8th Order Black Ink disciple. So, the battle between them thus far lasted for approximately that amount of time. Now was his chance. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to survive an incense stick worth of time against an 8th Order Black Ink disciple, so this secret technique would become meaningless the moment they failed to continue holding out. But once cow punch was successfully used, it meant that the battle outcome had been decided. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple wanted to use brute force in lieu of strategy, but Yang Kai chose to engage in a battle of wits, which was the real key for someone of a lower order than their opponent. When the long sword pierced into Yang Kai's chest, all the 8th Order Black Ink disciple had to do was ruthlessly flick his sword. Then he would be able to cut Yang Kai in half. However, he no longer had the chance to do so. Just as the 8th Order Black Ink disciple wanted to finish Yang Kai off, a wave of fierce and intense force exploded inside his small universe. All at once, his small universe was thrown into chaos and began shaking violently. All of the 8th Order Black Ink disciple's strength dissipated due to the instability of his small universe. In that instant, he could barely even hold onto his sword. Yang Kai was not about to miss his chance. His fist swung out with great force and smashed it straight into the 8th Order Black Ink disciple's head. With Yang Kai's current cultivation combined with the terrifying physical strength that his dragon vein bestowed upon him, as well as the proximity between him and his opponent, the Black Ink disciple's head would certainly explode if struck by such a blow. However, his opponent was still an 8th Order Master, and in this life-or-death crisis, he still managed a response, causing the huge growth on his shoulder to explode and eject a concentrated mass of Black Ink strength. The Black Ink strength swiftly formed into a massive jaw that swallowed Yang Kai's approaching fist. The sudden disruption made Yang Kai freeze in shock for a moment. He never thought that the abnormal growth on his opponent's shoulder possessed such a strange ability. All along, he assumed that the growth was merely a malformity left behind when this Black Ink disciple relied on Black Ink strength to break through beyond his natural limits. When Yang Kai's fist entered the gigantic jaw formed by the black ink strength, he immediately felt as if something sticky was clinging to it. The further his fist traveled, the more its strength was weakened. By the time Yang Kai's fist struck the 8th Order Black Ink disciple's head, the power behind it had been at least halved. Even though it was a weakened blow though, it still managed to send the 8th Order Black Ink disciple flying backwards. However, his head did not explode the way Yang Kai had predicted it would. The sword was yanked from Yang Kai's body just as the Black Ink disciple flew backwards, drawing a grunt of pain and a splash of blood from him. Even so, Yang Kai did not have the time to dwell on his injury. Now that he had finally managed to use his cow punch, everything he had done that led up to this would be wasted if he could not defeat his opponent before the latter was able to recover. Yang Kai estimated that his cow punch's effects would only last another 3 breaths of time. Thus, when the Black Ink disciple went flying backwards, Yang Kai stepped forward as well, and with a surge of space principles, he followed closely behind. Drawing on the remaining world force in his small universe, Yang Kai summoned a new Great Sunday. The Golden Crow's calls echoed. Yang Kai raised the Great Sun and sent it crashing down on the Black Ink disciple. The moment the Black Ink disciple flew backwards though, he was already wary of Yang Kai's subsequent actions. He was at the weakest he had ever been as his small universe continued to shake and rumble. Never would he have thought that a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could push back against an 8th Order Master like him to this extent. It was humiliation beyond compare. None of his previous admiration or appreciation for Yang Kai's talents remained. All he wanted to do now was to take Yang Kai's life to make up for the indignity he felt. His opponent charged at him and once again used his divine manifestation that appeared like a great Sunday. The Black Ink disciple had to admit that this divine manifestation's strength was formidable. Even an 8th Order master like him dared not underestimate it. However, he had seen this move before and understood its power, so knew how to defend himself from it. He could not wait until his small universe stabilized, so he bit down on his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto his sword. The blood essence fully seeped into the sword, and suddenly, the dim artifact glowed radiantly. With his sword empowered by his blood essence, the Black Ink disciple slashed out at Yang Kai ferociously. This attack was enough to deflect his opponent's Great Sun divine manifestation. Although he would also suffer the aftereffects of using this attack, it was still better than dying on the spot. All he needed was to buy himself a little more time. Once the shaking in his small universe calmed, he would easily be able to crush his gravely injured opponent. However, just as he struck this blow, to his horror, yet another gust of force appeared all of a sudden. If the Great Sun gave off scorching heat, then this force felt like a frigid winter. Together with the dazzling Great Sun, a full moon rose up above his 7th Order opponent's head. The sun and moon appeared together. In all the years that this Black Ink disciple had lived, he had never seen such a mystifying scene. However, together with his awe, he felt an even greater sense of danger. With a loud roar, he forcefully channeled even more force into his attack, trying to execute it before it was too late. He did not know what divine ability his opponent was using, but he could tell that in his current state, he could not defend against it. All he could do was try to preempt his opponent for the chance of survival. As the Black Ink disciple's sword slashed towards Yang Kai, he used the cover of the Great Sun to cast Water Reflects the Moon. The Great Sun to his left, the full moon to his right. When they began to revolve around him, yin and yang intertwined, and the sun and moon combined into a spinning kaleidoscope as space principles erupted out. In an instant, a mysterious force manifested. Formless and undetectable, this force seemed from the swirling sun and moon. Space shattered and time froze. Terror filled the remaining eye of the 8th Order Black Ink disciple who had his long sword held out in front of him. At that moment, he could feel his thoughts coming to an abrupt halt as everything around him seemed to warp and distort. He had never felt anything like this before, and the sensation left him petrified. He watched as the sun and moon locked together and spiraled towards him, enveloping him in a kind of domain that he had no way of escaping. That singular moment seemed to stretch out as if it lasted millions of years. As the dazzling light of the sun and moon that had lit up the void slowly died out, the Eighth Order Black Ink disciple stood frozen in place, his long sword still stretched out in front of him, barely a palm's length away from Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai's face was ghostly pale and his aura was completely depleted. Fresh blood continued to flow out of the wound in his chest where the long sword had previously impaled him. There was also a long wound that stretched from his forehead down to his abdomen. His body was a mangled mess of flesh and blood which made him look completely wretched. What divine ability was that? The Eighth Order Black Ink disciple suddenly asked. Yang Kai's eyelids hung low as he replied, "Sun and Moon Divine Wheel." A manifestation of space-time strength? The Eighth Order Black Ink disciple pressed further. Merely scratching the surface, Yang Kai nodded. The Eighth Order Black Ink disciple did not say anything else. He simply nodded lightly and withdrew his sword before sitting down cross-legged with a half-lidded eye. "Black Ink Eternal," he whispered. As soon as he spoke, his entire being seemed to turn into a statue that had been exposed to the elements for thousands of millennia, crumbling apart and drifting away like dust scattered in the wind. The only thing left was a dim longsword. Corroded by the space-time strength from the sun and moon divine wheel, this longsword lost all spirituality. It was now nothing more than a weapon made out of somewhat decent quality material. The Eighth Order Black Ink disciple had managed to fake his death to survive the chaotic battlefield earlier, but now he was well and truly dead. Yang Kai was consumed by a level of exhaustion that he rarely felt before. He could not stop his body from growing weak as he crumbled down. It was a narrow victory. If Yang Kai had failed to kill his opponent with his sun and moon divine wheel, he would not have been able to put up any further resistance as the Black Ink disciple's small universe would soon recover from the effects of his cow punch secret technique. Once that happened, the Black Ink disciple would be able to access his full strength once more. Fortunately, the Black Ink disciple had miscalculated. After seeing the great sun, he assumed that Yang Kai was just using his golden crow casts the sun divine manifestation. He never expected that the great sun was only one half of an even greater divine ability. He spat out his blood essence to deal with golden crow casts the sun, but he was caught off guard by the sun and moon divine wheel. How could the Eighth Order Black Ink disciple survive when his small universe had been rendered powerless and he was attacked with Yang Kai's strongest trump card? Yang Kai quietly lay in the void, not feeling any joy from this victory. That was because even at the moment of death, that Black Ink disciple still showed utmost loyalty to the Black Ink clan, even though he was a human by nature. Perhaps Black Ink's strength might not change a human's personality, but the corrupted Black Ink disciples would reject their own nature and willingly be servile to the Black Ink clan. How woeful and lamentable that was. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5220, North-South Army's Casualties. Yang Kai's nearly dried-up small universe slowly began to restore its strength, but the progress was akin to water trickling into a bottomless well. Thus, he mustered the energy to stuff a pill into his mouth to speed up the process. The very next moment, he leaped to his feet and warily observed the surroundings. He sensed the aura of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master somewhere out there, and it was swiftly approaching. However, after realizing which direction the aura was coming from, Yang Kai sighed in relief. The aura was coming from the direction of Great Evolution Pass, and if his guess was correct, the source was one of the North-South Army's 8th Order Division commanders. From the looks of it, the 30 or so humans who returned to the purifying Black Ink battleship via the Universe Array must have reported the news to the higher-ups. As a result, the North-South Army swiftly dispatched one of the 8th Order Masters to check on the situation. Sure enough, just moments later, a short and slender 8th Order Open Heaven Master appeared in front of Yang Kai with a grim expression. He studied Yang Kai for a moment and was secretly shocked by the severity of his wounds. Although he did not know what happened earlier, from the state that Yang Kai was in now, he knew enough to tell that Yang Kai had just fought a desperate life-or-death battle. After looking around and noticing that Yang Kai was alone, he asked, "This old master is Cha Pu, Northern Army, 4th Division Commander. I am here on a rescue mission under the orders of the Army Commander. Are you Yang Kai? I am, Yang Kai nodded. Where's the 8th Order Black Ink disciple? Dead. You killed him? Cha Pu was visibly taken aback. That Black Ink disciple was heavily injured and lost most of his combat ability. This junior was fortunate enough to eke out a victory, Yang Kai answered. Cha Pu nodded lightly without asking further. In that case, come with me. We'll reconvene with the rest of the army. He did not ask Yang Kai how the latter managed to kill an 8th Order Black Ink disciple. Even if the Black Ink disciple was gravely injured, he was still an 8th Order master. However, since Yang Kai was still standing here and that 8th Order Black Ink disciple was missing, it meant that Yang Kai did emerge victorious, so there was no reason to continue probing. Please wait, sir. There's still one more person, Yang Kai said as his figure flickered and disappeared all of a sudden. Cha Pu raised his brow. Space principles? Naturally, Yang Kai left to find the female 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master he had pushed out into the depths of the void earlier. He was in no position to take care of anyone else while engaged in a battle against an 8th Order Black Ink disciple, so he had no choice but to send her far away before the fight began. When he sent her away though, Yang Kai left a space beacon with her, so it was easy enough for him to locate her. With a ripple of the space principles, he emerged beside the unconscious woman. Yang Kai was slightly heartened to find that she was not harmed by the fight between him and the 8th Order Black Ink disciple. She was still unconscious and drifting through the void due to the force he exerted earlier. He caught her and swiftly returned. Soon he was back with Cha Pu. You did well, Cha Pu praised. Do you have the strength left to trigger the universe transference law? Yes, I do, Yang Kai replied with a smile. Excellent. Do it and return to the army's purifying black ink battleship. Cha Pu took the woman from Yang Kai and placed her inside his small universe. He then waited until Yang Kai had successfully left with the universe transference law before using it himself. Once the two of them walked out of the purifying black ink battleship's universe array and stepped foot on the deck, Yang Kai immediately sensed the constant fluctuation of unrelenting forces some distance away. It seemed as if life auras were being extinguished with every breath. It seemed the North-South Army was still pursuing the Black Ink Clan Army which was fleeing back to Great Evolution Pass. From the way the situation looked now, the two armies had been clashing for quite some time. Mi Jinglun was standing on the deck of the ship and staring off into the distance with a pair of gleaming eyes. Upon noticing someone's approach, Mi Jinglun turned around and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Yang Kai was alive and well, albeit looking extremely miserable and exhausted. The lower-order cultivators might not know of Yang Kai's importance, but as an army commander, Mi Jinglun was fully aware of the situation. Although Yang Kai was merely in the 7th Order, his presence had a direct correlation with the speed at which the old ancestor's strength could be restored. In this campaign to reclaim Great Evolution Pass, the old ancestor had specifically requested for Yang Kai to come along with them in order to take advantage of his small universe to rapidly recover from her injuries. If a sudden misfortune fell upon Yang Kai, the old ancestor would lose an important source of support. Would that not multiply the difficulty of reclaiming Great Evolution Pass? Earlier on, Mi Jinglun instructed Yang Kai to stay back and recover because he did not want Yang Kai to join the subsequent fight and endanger himself. How could he have known that there was an 8th Order Black Ink disciple who had survived by faking his death back at the initial battlefield? Mi Jinglun had nearly jumped up in fright when he heard the news and had immediately sent Cha Pu over to rescue Yang Kai. Thankfully, Yang Kai was safe. Cha Pu came over to Mi Jinglun and used his divine sense to give a summarized report of what he knew. Mi Jinglun's expression became a little peculiar as he nodded lightly. Cha Pu brought out the female 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master that he had placed inside his small universe and passed her to one of the nearby soldiers before he jumped back into the battlefield. You don't need to join the rest of the fight. Just rest and tend to your injuries. Mi Jinglun eyed Yang Kai and added, the sword wounds are going to be a little trickier to tackle. Remember to clear out the sword chi and sword intent when you tend to them. Junior understands. Yang Kai nodded and looked out into the distance. Although the battle was fierce, he could not tell what the situation was like for the two armies, so he had to ask, "How are things going, sir?" Mi Jinglun smiled faintly, "Reasonably well." "Can we take them all down?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Mi Jinglun shook his head. "That's going to be a little tough. They still have quite a number of 8th Order Black Ink disciples among them. It'll be hard for us to wipe them out." No one expected to find so many high-order Black Ink disciples here at the Great Evolution Theater. That being said, Great Evolution Pass had been lost for 30,000 years, so it was obvious that the large number of Black Ink disciples who had been corrupted all those years ago had enough time to grow in strength. No one knew what the situation would be like here, and now that they finally noticed this after going up against the Black Ink clan, it was too late. If the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass don't come over to rescue them, then it's still possible for us to take them all down, but if they do send reinforcements, then we'll just have to avoid the clash for now. The Black Ink clan army had acted quite strategically. When their commander realized that things were looking bad for them, he immediately ordered a retreat to Great Evolution Pass. Clearly, he wanted to rely on the strength of the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass to hold the North-South army back. If fresh enemy troops came over to help, the North-South army would be forced to back away. After observing the battle from the deck for a little longer, Yang Kai bowed and took his leave. "This junior will go and tend to the injuries now." "Go ahead," Mi Jinglun waved him off. Someone led the way and helped him settle down in one of the rooms aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship. The room had been reinforced with numerous spirit arrays that blocked out everything, so Yang Kai could tend to his injuries in peace. His impressive restorative powers were now serving their ultimate function. In just a few days, Yang Kai had pretty much recovered from his injuries and cleared out all the sword intent and sword chi that had wreaked havoc within his wounds. All that was left now was for him to slowly continue restoring his depleted strength. As such, Yang Kai did not continue tending to his injuries and opened the door and left. All was quiet, with no discernible energy fluctuations nearby, nor any sound of battle. From the looks of it, the battle had come to an end at last, though he had no idea what the outcome was. After figuring out the right direction, Yang Kai left his room and headed for the purifying Black Ink battleship's conference hall. Along the way, he heard someone calling out to him. He turned to look and spotted a familiar face. It was the 7th Order squad leader of the Profound Wind Squad. "How are your injuries, Brother Yang?" the squad leader queried in concern. "I've almost fully recovered now," Yang Kai said. The Profound Wind Squad leader nodded and said, "That's good. I heard that you stood guard at the battlefield when the rest of the army left and encountered an 8th Order Black Ink disciple who survived by faking his death. We were so worried about you. Later on, we heard that Marshal Uncle Cha personally went over to bring you back." During the earlier fight on the battlefield, the Profound Wind Squad and Snow Wolves Squad, two special operations squads, had worked closely with Yang Kai. Yang Kai took the lead, and the two squads stuck close by him as they snaked through the battlefield, slaughtering their enemies. They had fought side by side and forged a connection through that. Furthermore, the strength of the heritage that Yang Kai exhibited on the battlefield left both special operations squads deeply in awe of him. Thus, despite this being only their second meeting, neither of the two men felt like they were strangers. Such was often the case on the battlefield. Prior acquaintanceships or connections did not matter, just being comrades in arms was enough to bridge all distances between people. During the main battle, the Profound Wind Squad and Snow Wolf Squad had drained themselves of all their strength and had no choice but to return to the purifying Black Ink battleship. However, Yang Kai continued to weave his way through the battlefield alone and did so multiple times. The two special operations squads stood aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship and witnessed everything clearly. They sorely wished they could rush out to fight alongside Yang Kai, but they did not have any strength left in them. Not being able to stand with him till the end was an immense regret. "Pardon me for asking, but may I know how I should address you, senior brother?" Yang Kai asked a little apologetically. They had fought a life-or-death battle together, but Yang Kai still had no idea what the other man's name was. The profound Wind Squad leader chuckled heartily. I forgot to tell you my name, Brother Yang. I am Ma Gao. So it is Senior Brother Ma. Yang Kai cupped his fist in greeting before asking a little solemnly, Senior Brother Ma, what was the outcome of the battle? As you know, I've been tending to my injuries after my return, so I don't know what happened in the end. Yang Kai had intended to find out from Mi Jingluan, but since he ran into Ma Gao, it was easy enough to ask him instead. Ma Gao sighed when he heard the question. Yang Kai's heart lurched at Ma Gao's response. What's the matter? Did things go badly for us humans? Yang Kai felt this was unlikely, having spoken to Mi Jinglun before he went to recover from his injuries, as the latter had said that things were going well for the humans. Did something happen after that to turn the tides? No, it didn't go badly for us humans. During the battle, our Great Evolution North-South Army managed to slaughter over 300,000 of the Black Ink Clan army, along with 6 territory lords and over 28th Order Black Ink disciples. You could say it was a great victory for us. Ma Gao paused for a moment before continuing, but we suffered quite a number of casualties too. How many? 4 8th Order Division commanders, and 3,000 of those beneath the 8th Order, Ma Gao reported sorrowfully. Yang Kai froze for a moment before sighing heavily. Just by numbers alone, the humans did not lose even a tenth of what the Black Ink Clan did, but this was not the way to quantify the battle casualties. Ever since the humans began standing guard on the Black Ink battlefield of all the various Great Passes, there had never been a battle with this many casualties aside from the one where Great Evolution Pass had been lost. The loss of 4 8th Order Division commanders was particularly damaging to the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5221, Current Situation. One had to know that in a typical war against the Black Ink Clan that spanned 100 years, it was quite normal for none of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to die, and usually less than 1,000 human soldiers below the 8th Order would perish. That was because the humans had the Great Passes behind them. They could return to Inner Sanctum anytime and recuperate to prevent a large number of casualties. Usually, there were only 30,000 to 40,000 people stationed at any Great Pass. If too many people were killed in a single war, the cave heavens and paradises from the 3,000 worlds couldn't possibly send enough reinforcements over to make up for the losses. Even though the cave heavens and paradises had deep heritages, it wasn't easy for them to nurture open heaven realm masters that were above the 6th Order. If extensive casualties were the norm, as more people were killed over time, the Great Passes would inevitably be snatched by the Black Ink Clan. With the help of the Great Passes and warships, the humans were able to effectively kill the enemy while protecting themselves during the battles against the Black Ink Clan. However, it was a different case when it came to retaking Great Evolution Pass. They could still rely on warships to engage the enemy, but they no longer had a Great Pass behind them, just like what happened in the previous battle. When the war broke out, the North-South Army had no other choice but to continue fighting the Black Ink Clan regardless of the situation. Hence, it was understandable that there were a larger number of casualties. After the war, 3,000 out of 30,000 soldiers were killed. In other words, they had lost 10% of their forces in a single battle, which was truly heartbreaking. Furthermore, 4 8th Order Division commanders had lost their lives. A martial uncle told me that, in comparison, 8th Order Black Ink disciples pose a greater threat to the division commanders than the territory lords. Ma Gao looked slightly dejected. That's not just because Black Ink disciples are humans, so they're more familiar with our capabilities, but primarily because of their mindset. Regardless of how powerful they are only loyal to the Black Ink Clan. If the territory lords are unable to defeat the division commanders, they will run away. However, the Black Ink disciples are different. Following the territory lords' orders, they're willing to risk their lives to fight against the division commanders despite knowing that they might perish. None of the deceased division commanders were killed by territory lords. It's all because of the Black Ink disciples' madness. Yang Kai felt his heart sinking. 8th Order Black Ink disciples were not as powerful as the true 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, if they were not concerned about their own survival, they would still be extremely dangerous foes. That was the reason so many Black Ink disciples lost their lives during the war this time. Following the Territory Lord's orders, they were willing to sacrifice themselves so that the Territory Lords had a chance to flee. It was imaginable that even though only 4 8th Order Division commanders were killed, there must be a lot of others who were seriously injured. Those 8th Order Black Ink disciples are all humans, but they've sided with the Black Ink clan and killed their own people. Outrageous! Ma Gao angrily swung his arm, as though there was an invisible enemy standing in front of him. Fortunately, they were well prepared when they were assembling an army to retake Great Evolution Pass. Although there were only 30,000 soldiers in the North-South Army, they had some 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It was thanks to this large number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that the North-South Army could gain an upper hand when fighting against the top masters from the previous Black Ink clan army, which only had between 40 and 50 Territory Lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples combined. There was no doubt that the humans held an advantageous position in such a battle. If not for the fact that the Black Ink disciples had gone mad during the pursuit and were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the Territory Lords, which caused the division commanders from the North-South Army to be wary, all of the Territory Lords would have been killed during the battle. The North-South Army chased after the Black Ink clan army for 4 days, but just as the enemy seemed ready to break, the Black Ink clan reinforcements from Great Evolution Pass arrived. When the Black Ink army had retreated from the initial battle, they must have sent some people to seek help from the garrison at Great Evolution Pass. Upon learning that the humans had ambushed their clansmen, the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass were shocked. Figuring that the humans would be exhausted from a protracted battle, the Black Ink clansmen from Great Evolution Pass decided to make a move. About a day's travel from Great Evolution Pass, the retreating Black Ink army and their reinforcements met. The North-South Army dealt with this grouping for a while. However, knowing that they were unable to kill all these Black Ink clansmen, they had no choice but to retreat to recuperate. The North-South Army then established a base about 2 days' march from Great Evolution Pass. They didn't intend to cover themselves up as they blatantly hovered in the void in front of Great Evolution Pass, as if declaring they would attack anyone who dared to come out. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan had suffered immense losses this time. They had lost about 30 Territory Lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples in total, so they didn't dare to provoke the humans for the time being. Both parties peacefully coexisted for now, but they all knew that it was just the calm before the storm. Perhaps an incident would take place at any moment and shatter the peace. Regardless, this was the situation that those from the North-South Army wanted to see. The previous battle was the most dangerous they had ever experienced, and many were either killed or injured, so they needed time to recover. Hence, they were glad to see the Black Ink clan not make a move for now. After the talk with Ma Gao, Yang Kai had a better understanding of the current situation. Ma Gao had other matters to attend to, so he soon left the place. After watching him leave, Yang Kai continued shuffling towards the conference hall. When he arrived, he waited for the person on guard to inform the army commander about his arrival. Soon, he was told to see the army commander. Upon entering the hall, he saw that Mi Jingluan and Yang Lai were having a discussion. They soon made a decision, then Yang Lai left the place in a hurry. It was only then that Mi Jingluan had time to attend to Yang Kai. He lifted his gaze and asked, "Why don't you rest for a bit longer? I doubt you've fully recovered." Yang Kai cupped his fist. "I'm fine. I just came here to bid you farewell. The old ancestor and the royal lord must have fought with each other, so perhaps the old ancestor will need my help." Mi Jingluan nodded. "I agree. In that case, you'd better get going now. Do you have a word that you want me to pass on to others?" Yang Kai asked. After giving it some thought, Mi Jingluan replied with a smile, "Please tell Brother Xiang and Junior Sister Lu that I won't allow the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass to trouble the East-West Army, so they can act without constraints." "I'll be sure to tell them." Yang Kai nodded and cupped his fist again. "Farewell." "Be careful on your way," Mi Jingluan nodded. Yang Kai didn't have to bid anyone else farewell, so after leaving Mi Jingluan's office, he flew off towards the depths of the void. Although he hadn't fully recovered, it didn't affect his mobility. As he manipulated space principles, his figure flickered. He would also try to activate the universe transference law from time to sense the location of the East-West Army's purifying black ink battleship. He faced no obstacles along the way. One day later, Yang Kai arrived at the outskirts of the Black Ink clan's territory. Usually, there would be a lot of Black Ink clansmen in such a place. However, there wasn't even one Black Ink clansman in sight at this moment. He even passed by a feudal lord's fief and realized that there were no living creatures around. It seemed that the Black Ink clansmen had completely vanished. This place was close enough for him to activate the universe transference law and return to the purifying Black Ink battleship in the East-West Army, so he came to a stop before doing so. A glowing array appeared beneath his feet, and by the time the light faded, Yang Kai had disappeared. He was extremely familiar with the universe array and the interior of the purifying Black Ink battleships, so when he arrived, he promptly headed to the space array on the side, and through it arrived on the deck of this purifying Black Ink battleship. There would always be a person guarding the space array of the purifying Black Ink battleship in the North-South Army, and similarly, there was a person guarding this place. The moment this Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master saw Yang Kai, his eyes brightened. "Senior Brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded lightly. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master quickly followed up. "The Army Commander has ordered that you are to immediately see him on your return." "I'll head over now." As Yang Kai spoke, he turned to look in a certain direction. "When he left the North-South Army one day ago, he told me Jing Lun that the old ancestor and the Royal Lord should have exchanged moves. Now, it seemed that they were still fighting. He could tell because he could still feel the horrifying energy fluctuations coming from the depths of the void even though he was far away from their source. Those were clearly the repercussions of the fight between the old ancestor and the Royal Lord. Many days had passed, but they were still locked in an intense battle. Yang Kai was astounded. Before the North-South Army ambushed the Black Ink Clan army, he had already felt the initial fallout of the beginning of their battle. 7 or 8 days had passed since then, but they were still fighting. It seemed that they were in a deadlock. After giving it a thought though, Yang Kai realized that this wasn't too surprising. Once powerful beings like the old ancestor and the Royal Lord got into a fight, there wouldn't be an outcome in a short time. If they wanted, they could fight for 7 or 8 years without halting, not to mention 7 or 8 days. However, Yang Kai reckoned that even if the Royal Lord wanted to drag the fight out, the old ancestor wouldn't cooperate. She had asked Yang Kai to join this campaign, so it was apparent that she wanted to make use of his small universe to rapidly recover from her injuries. If he were in the old ancestor's shoes, he would have found a chance to engage in an all-out clash with the Royal Lord with the goal of causing mutual damage. Hence, he supposed the battle would end in no time. He then cast these thoughts away and headed straight to the conference hall. This time, he didn't even need to inform the army commander about his arrival, as the moment a senior brother standing guard saw him coming over, he promptly led him inside. It seemed that the army commander had given orders in advance. Xiang Shan and Lu Zhiping, as well as some 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, were all inside the conference hall. Upon Yang Kai's arrival, Xiang Shan ended the discussion they were having and asked, "You're finally back. How was the trip?" Yang Kai saluted them. "Greetings, sirs. Fortunately, I've managed to complete my task." Xiang Shan nodded. "How is it going in the North-South Army now?" Yang Kai replied, "They fought an intense battle before I came back. The 30,000 soldiers of the North-South Army intercepted the Black Ink Clan army that departed from Great Evolution Pass. They managed to kill more than 300,000 Black Ink clansmen, including 6 territory lords and over 28th Order Black Ink disciples." One of the 8th Order Division commanders was elated upon hearing that. "That's wonderful." On the other hand, Xiang Shan looked at the matter from a different perspective and asked with concern, "How about their own casualties?" Yang Kai reported honestly, 4 division commanders and 3,000 soldiers below the 8th Order died in battle. Lu Zhiping sighed, "That's more or less the same as what we'd estimated." Xiang Shan rubbed his forehead. No one could have expected there to be so many high-rank Black Ink disciples in the Great Evolution Theater. Every territory lord seems to have 2 or 3 8th-order Black Ink disciples serving them. His words suggested that they were already aware of the existence of the excess of high-rank Black Ink disciples. It showed that the East-West Army had at least exchanged moves with the Black Ink clan already. This saved Yang Kai the trouble of explaining. He initially wanted to report to them about the Black Ink disciples as a kind of warning, but since Xiang Shan and the others were already aware of the situation, he didn't have to anymore. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5222, Army approaches the city. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai realized that it wasn't surprising. The North-South Army only had to attack the Black Ink clan coming out of Great Evolution Pass. On the other hand, the East-West Army had to charge through the enemy's territory, so there was no way that the journey would be smooth sailing. Those high-rank Black Ink disciples could be said to be the tumors left behind in Great Evolution Pass 30,000 years ago. Those tumors were the losses that the humans had suffered and also the obstacles that the humans would face in the future. Sir Mi Jing Lun gave me a message to pass along, Yang Kai said. Xiang Shan replied, "Go on." He said for the East-West Army to act freely, and that he will ensure that the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass won't pose a threat. Xiang Shan nodded, "Got it?" He then examined Yang Kai. "Are you injured?" Yang Kai replied, "I'm fine." Xiang Shan went on to say, "Since you're injured, you should go back to recuperate now. Good work." "It's my duty." Yang Kai cupped his fist and withdrew. After he was gone, Lu Zhiping let out a sigh. It seems that the North-South Army will have to suffer quite a bit to deal with the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Pass. Xiang Shan remarked, "It's the same everywhere. The situation we're facing is not optimistic either. There's still a long road ahead if we want to destroy the Black Ink clan and retake Great Evolution Pass." The other 8th Order Division commanders nodded as they understood what he meant. The Black Ink clan was able to react remarkably quickly to any changes in the war, as Black Ink nests were unparalleled when it came to the transmission of information. The plans that Xiang Shan had devised could be said to be immaculate. First of all, they let go of a territory lord in the Wind and Cloud Theater to alert their enemies. Then, they sent a puppet army to Great Evolution Pass to keep the Black Ink clan focused on that front. Even the royal lord had personally headed to that place. That way, the Black Ink clan's territory would be void of any powerful masters. Without the royal lord in charge, the East-West Army could directly storm into their territory. If they could shatter the royal city and destroy the royal lord's Black Ink nest, it would be much easier to retake Great Evolution Pass. The Great Evolution Army was divided into 2 groups. One of them headed straight to the Black Ink clan territory while the other ambushed the Black Ink clansmen that left Great Evolution Pass. It was a well-thought-out plan. If the transmission of information between the Black Ink clan wasn't so swift, the East-West Army could gradually weaken the Black Ink clan's power along the way while they headed to the royal city. At the very least, they could weep clean a dozen territory lords' territories, killing off those territory lords and their subordinates one by one. Once that was done, the pressure that the East-West Army would face in the future would be greatly reduced. However, not long after the East-West Army arrived at the Black Ink clan's domain and occupied a territory lord's home territory, the news that the humans had arrived spread across the entire Great Evolution Theater in an instant. All the territory lords who stayed back led their armies to the royal city to protect that place. On the other hand, the royal lord promptly returned. He was an intelligent person, so he didn't head straight to the royal city. Instead, he intercepted the old ancestor and got into a fight with her, and their battle was still ongoing till this point. The North-South Army had intercepted the first batch of Black Ink clansmen from Great Evolution Pass, so the East-West Army fortunately didn't have to worry about being attacked from the rear. Unfortunately, the royal city must be heavily guarded now, so the East-West Army was sure to face a tough battle. While it was difficult for the North-South Army, it would be even more strenuous for the East-West Army. The moment Yang Kai returned to Dawning Light, his squad members approached him. Seeing that his face was pale, Feng Ying asked with concern, "Are you injured?" Yang Kai nodded. I had a fight with someone, but I'm fine. How are things here? Feng Ying replied, we're still heading towards our destination. Supposedly, we're not far away from the royal city now. They were not able to accelerate their pace with so many soldiers moving together. Therefore, even though the North-South Army had already gone through a great battle, the East-West Army still hadn't arrived at the royal city. When Yang Kai was coming back to Dawning Light, he already realized that the army was still moving forward. Were there any fights here? Yang Kai asked. Feng Ying replied, there were no proper battles to speak of. When we just arrived at the Black Ink clan's domain, we managed to take over a whole territory lord's territory. It was a place with a territory lord, who had several 8th Order Black Ink disciples, and several tens of thousands of soldiers. However, we effortlessly killed them all due to the huge gap between our forces. The territory lord's territory that was destroyed belonged to Zhicheng. Upon receiving the royal lord's order, he headed to Great Evolution Pass with his own army, and after he departed, another territory lord brought his own army to be stationed in Zhicheng's territory. That was because his territory was on the periphery, so the royal lord had ordered that all the territory lords had to head to the borders to get ready to lend assistance to Great Evolution Pass. After all, there were about 1 million Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass right now, so the place couldn't accommodate any more people. To their surprise, the East-West Army never attacked Great Evolution Pass. Instead, they headed straight to the Black Ink clan's domain. The unlucky territory lord, who had only stayed in Zhicheng's territory for a few days, was killed by the East-West Army. There was no doubt that luck wasn't on his side. It was peaceful at first, however, in the past 3 days, the Black Ink clan started harassing us from time to time. It seems that they're trying to slow down our pace as we approach their royal city. As soon as Feng Ying finished speaking, Yang Kai felt some fluctuations coming from a particular direction. It was apparent that some people were in a fight, but it wasn't a large-scale battle. The exchange of moves didn't last for long. Barely a cup of tea's time later, the noises died down. The fight didn't even slow the human army down at all. The Black Ink clansmen were not fools. There were 30,000 human soldiers, 2,000 to 3,000 warships, and 60 or so 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in this army. In order to deal with such a horrifying force, they had to mobilize an equal number of territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples as well as several 100,000 Black Ink clan soldiers. If there hadn't been so many Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass, they could have come together and intercepted the East-West Army in order to stop them from approaching the royal city. Nevertheless, there were about 1 million Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass, with roughly an equal number of Black Ink clansmen left in the Black Ink clan's domain. If they sent several 100,000 people to attack the humans, the defense around the royal city would be significantly weakened. No one would dare to expose the royal city to such a huge risk. It would be wonderful if they could defeat the humans and stop them from advancing further. However, if they lost the battle, they would no longer be able to protect the royal city. It would also be unwise to divide themselves into smaller groups. Only by gathering all their forces together in the royal city would they stand a chance to deal with the humans. Therefore, the territory lords responsible for protecting the royal city told the territory lords who were on their way to hasten their pace and only send some small groups to harass the humans in an attempt to slow them down. Their strategy was indeed effective as, although there were a lot of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the East-West Army, they couldn't be constantly on the lookout for harassment from all directions. These small groups from the Black Ink clan ranged from 2,000 to 10,000 in number and were like vipers that were hiding in the darkness as they waited for a chance and jumped out from all directions to bite the East-West Army. The humans were initially unsuspecting, so they suffered some losses. Nevertheless, the leaders soon adapted. Following Xiang Shan's order, the 8th Order Division commanders scattered around the army to maintain a perimeter. Since then, the harassment from the Black Ink clan became significantly less effective. Every time the Black Ink clan launched a sneak attack, they would suffer immense losses. Presently, the East-West Army hadn't been greatly affected, but they were not sure what would happen when they arrived at the royal city. The leaders would have to make a decision then. Feng Ying and the others were curious about what was going on with the North-South Army, so they asked Yang Kai about it. Yang Kai didn't inform the members of Dawn when he left a while back. Nevertheless, as he remained missing for such a long time, Feng Ying and the others naturally grew curious. After asking around, they found out that Yang Kai had left their army and headed to Great Evolution Pass in order to contact the North-South Army. Since he had returned, it suggested that he had completed his task. Yang Kai told them that the North-South Army had clashed with the Black Ink Clan's army. Although they had killed a lot of their opponents, 8th Order Division's commanders and 3,000 cultivators below the 8th Order had lost their lives. When they heard this solemn news, all of them fell silent. The moment they joined the Great Evolution Army, they knew that it would be a dangerous journey. Despite that, none of them had experienced any real danger so far. As Yang Kai brought up the number of losses, they realized that it was more dangerous than they had imagined. 8th Order Division commanders lost their lives, so how were weaker cultivators like them supposed to protect themselves? Perhaps they would lose their lives in the next battle. With that said, all of them had been cultivating for countless years, and it wasn't the first day they arrived at the Black Ink battlefield. They were all prepared for their eventual demise. As long as they didn't lose their lives meaninglessly, they would have no regrets. The demise of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters made them feel dejected, so they were no longer in the mood to keep chatting. They returned to their own places and cultivated in an attempt to strengthen themselves. For the following days, Yang Kai detected harassment from the Black Ink Clan on several occasions, but just like what happened previously, the noises soon died down. What was strange was that at a certain point all the harassment stopped. Yang Kai had a feeling that they were not far away from the royal city now. Otherwise, the Black Ink Clan wouldn't have frequently harassed them and then stopped all of a sudden. They were anxious because the humans were getting close to the royal city and frequently harassed them as a result. However, after discovering that harassment was no longer useful, they decided to stop wasting troops. Just like Yang Kai had expected, one day later, the army was given orders to stop. Yang Kai was recuperating on the deck when he received the order. The messenger was passing on the order to everyone using divine sense and soon left to inform the soldiers at the back. If the East-West Army was compared to a dragon, Dawning Light was located in the Dragon Claw area. Hence, they were able to clearly see what was ahead of them. The moment Yang Kai received the order, he opened his eyes and gazed at the front. From afar, he could see that darkness had covered a large area of the void, and there seemed to be something magnificent in the middle of the darkness. The last time Yang Kai saw something similar, he was outside of the royal city in the Inyang Theater. Therefore, he immediately realized that the darkness was where the royal city was located. At this moment, the East-West Army was in a spot that would only take a person half a day to reach the royal city. The army commanders seemed to be acting rather boldly, as though they had no regard for the Black Ink Clan whatsoever. While the North-South Army was stationed 2 days away from Great Evolution Pass, the East-West Army was stationed just outside of the royal city. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5223, Older Ginger is Spicier. The distance between the armies of the two races was short, and the slightest anomaly might lead to a war. Although they were in a place where it would take half a day to reach the royal city, Yang Kai could see a lot of people moving around on the other side. However, he was unable to clearly see it as the distance was still too great. Therefore, he decided to activate the Demon Eye of Annihilation and observed intently. Soon, he could clearly see what was going on over there. The Eye Secret technique was useful in such situations as not only could it help the user see through all falsities and apply pressure to enemies, but it could also enhance the user's eyesight. Within the darkness was indeed where the royal city was located, and the magnificent structure there was none other than the royal lord's black ink nest, which looked like a giant flower that was yet to blossom. As the black ink nest pulsed, a lot of black ink strength spurted out of it and spread across the entire royal city. There was no doubt that the Black Ink clansmen living in this place had the best environment to cultivate in. It was the same for the humans who had occupied the best cave heavens and paradises that suited them. However, at this moment, The atmosphere in the royal city was pretty intense. Yang Kai did not only see that there were a lot of Black Ink clansmen moving around in the royal city, but there were also a large number of Black Ink clan soldiers who were stationed outside of the royal city. These Black Ink clan soldiers were brought to the royal city by the territory lords who had rushed over to this place in recent days. Presently, they had set up defensive positions as they prepared to deal with the human race army. The sight prompted Yang Kai to let out a sigh. Although the East-West army had gotten off to a good start, they arrived at this place too late as the Black Ink clan had ample time to get ready. If the East-West army had arrived at the royal city earlier, they could have easily destroyed the royal lord's Black Ink nest and retaken Great Evolution Pass. Once the royal lord's Black Ink nest was destroyed, all Black Ink nests in the Great Evolution Theater would wither. By then, all the Black Ink clansmen here would be like a tree without roots or a river without a source. Without Black Ink nests, no new Black Ink clansmen could be born. At that point, the Great Evolution Army wouldn't even have to directly clash with the enemy, they could just slowly weaken them and eventually occupy this entire theater. But now, the Black Ink clan had rallied together around the royal city, so it wouldn't be possible for the East-West army to destroy the high-rank Black Ink nest. Standing beside Yang Kai, Feng Ying asked, "Is that the royal city?" Yang Kai nodded, "Yes." "That's some really thick Black Ink strength," Chi Taichu sighed. Although they had been fighting against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield for 1,000 to several thousand years, it was the first time they were so close to a royal city. It wasn't until this moment that they realized how grand it truly was. The progress against the Black Ink clan in the Blue Sky Theater was pretty swift. It was the first theater where the humans had their own forward base. However, the forward base was still far away from the royal city. The Black Ink clan in Blue Sky Theater were only forced to give up a half of their territory. This was the first time humans had gotten so close to a royal city, putting them practically on the Black Ink clan's doorstep. The thick Black Ink strength exuding from the royal city astounded the humans. The Black Ink clouds they had encountered in the past weren't comparable to the ones they were seeing now. They were also awestruck by the high-rank Black Ink nest. Those mid-rank Black Ink nests they had destroyed in the past were not comparable to the one in this place. It was like the difference between a grandfather and his grandson. While they were astonished, they were also excited. It was the first time in history that humans had managed to come to the Black Ink clan's doorstep. Although it had been a bumpy journey, it was a breakthrough for the human race. This breakthrough also meant that the deadlock that had been ongoing for countless years on the Black Ink battlefield had finally been shaken. Since they were already in this place, battle would be inevitable. Nevertheless, none of them knew how or when the war would break out. As the leaders had told them to stay in place for the time being, it seemed that they didn't intend to immediately launch an attack on the royal city. This was understandable seeing how the East-West army had to come all the way to this place while the Black Ink clan were fortifying their royal city's defenses. If the humans launched an attack now, they would be the ones suffering a setback. How would the leaders achieve a breakthrough in such a situation? Yang Kai fell into his thoughts as he pondered on what he would do if he were the army commander of the East-West army. After giving it a thought, he believed that they'd better get some rest first while it would be ideal if they could lure some Black Ink clansmen out of the royal city. The situation the two races were in seemed to have turned around. Usually, it would be the Black Ink clan attacking the Great Passes while the humans defended themselves. However, this time round, it was the humans attacking the Black Ink clan while the latter was forced to defend themselves. Nevertheless, the royal city was not as sturdy as the Great Passes occupied by the human race. Strictly speaking, the Great Passes were actually enormous mobile palace artifacts that were built by their forefathers, and they had been continuously refined and enhanced over the generations. These safe havens had helped the humans ward off the Black Ink clan countless times. On the other hand, the royal city was different. No humans had ever attacked a royal city before, so the Black Ink clan had never thought about building defenses around it. This was the biggest difference between the royal city and the Great Passes. It was also something that the humans could make use of. Certainly, there were areas where the humans were weaker than the Black Ink clan. Although there were 30,000 people in the East-West army, Several thousand of them were actually craftsmen who specialized in the Daos of artifact refining, alchemy, and arrays. As these specialists were excluded from direct combat, there were only 26,000 to 27,000 people who could go to war, and they had to ensure that there wouldn't be a lot of casualties. When the Black Ink clansmen attacked the Great Passes, they wouldn't worry about the loss of lives. In fact, the territory lords and feudal lords had no regard for the lives of the lower-rank Black Ink clansmen. The humans could never use the same tactic. While Yang Kai was pondering on this issue, he suddenly felt an anomaly happening in a particular direction. He turned his head and saw several rays of lights charging forward in that direction. They were all 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Where are they going? Yang Kai was puzzled, and the members of Dawn were equally perplexed. Half a day later, they finally got their answer. Once again, some 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters leaped into the void and worked together to place down some artifacts. Yang Kai's brow twitched as he watched them. Ning Qiji stroked his chin as he gazed at the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were pretty busy now, and asked doubtfully, "If I'm not mistaken, they're trying to set up a set of void yin-yang mirrors. Am I right?" Yang Kai nodded. Yes, they're yin-yang mirrors. Yang Kai was the one who originally created this set of artifacts, which was then enhanced by Grandmaster Ma Fan. The humans from different Great Passes had learned how to make them and improved upon the initial design. This new version did not require someone with the knowledge of the Tao of space to use. With the help of this artifact, one could literally flip parts of the void, transferring massive objects across vast distances. The void yin-yang mirrors had allowed for a much more convenient mining of resources, increasing the available resources in the Great Passes several-fold. It could be said this new version of the void yin-yang mirrors had helped all the Great Passes amass a large amount of materials. Now that they were setting up a set of void yin-yang mirrors in this place, their goal was obvious. Upon realizing the reason behind it, Chi Tai Chu commented, "They're trying to build a forward base here. It seems that they've decided to enter a prolonged fight with the Black Ink clan." It wasn't certain whether the Black Ink clan had deliberately done it, but the void around the royal city was empty. There wasn't even a single shattered universe fragment, let alone universe worlds. With that said, it was understandable. The Black Ink nests would consume a lot of resources in order to nurture new Black Ink clansmen. The universe worlds around the royal city must have been fully extracted and then disposed of. Besides the royal city, it was similar for all the territories owned by territory lords and feudal lords. Therefore, the place where the East-West Army was located was completely empty without any cover at all. Regardless of what they did or what plans they came up with, the Black Ink clan could clearly see everything. On the other hand, there was Black Ink strength that concealed the entire royal city, making humans unable to peer through the darkness. In order to even the playing field, they had to move a universe world to this place. With a universe world around, they could turn it into a base of operations. Although it wouldn't be as useful as a Great Pass, it was better than nothing. By doing so, they could exert more pressure on the Black Ink clan as well. With the humans openly building a forward base right at their doorstep, would the Black Ink clan make a move? Certainly, the humans hoped that the Black Ink clan would launch an attack. Xiang Shan and the others would like nothing more than to see the Black Ink clan leave the royal city. If the enemy did not launch an attack now, it would be harder to deal with the humans when the latter finished building their forward base. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that had left this place half a day ago must have been searching for a suitable universe world. This simple move would put the Black Ink clan soldiers in a tight spot. Yang Kai couldn't help but think that the leaders of the army were indeed like aged ginger, spicier than the young stuff. With that said, if he were the one in charge, he would have made the same decision. It was the best option. It wasn't that hard to arrange a set of void yin-yang mirrors. There were two sets of mirrors, namely the yin mirrors and the yang mirrors. Currently, there were 8 mirrors set up in different places in the void. When the artifacts were activated, the place that was locked by yin mirror and yang mirror would flip like a mirror, initiating an exchange between two places. Shortly after, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were done setting up the artifacts. Now, all they had to do was wait. When the division commanders found an appropriate universe world, they would activate the void yin-yang mirrors. The Black Ink clansmen were both furious and astounded when the human soldiers marched towards them. However, when they saw that the humans had stopped in a place that would take half a day to reach from the royal city, they breathed a sigh of relief. Certainly, what the humans had been doing couldn't be hidden from the territory lords. However, they had no idea what the humans were up to. Before they ascertained the humans' intentions, they wouldn't dare to make a rash move, nor would they be willing to do so. All the territory lords hoped that the royal lord could defeat or even kill the human old ancestor. Once the most powerful master on the human side was removed from the picture, the humans would automatically lose the fight. Having said that, it wasn't likely to happen, for it wasn't easy to deal with an old ancestor. Initially, they hoped that their fellow clansmen from Great Evolution Pass would come so that they could pincer the humans from both sides. However, the news they heard from Great Evolution Pass enraged them. The cunning humans had left behind an army just outside of Great Evolution Pass. As they clashed, the Black Ink clansmen coming out of Great Evolution Pass were either killed or seriously injured. Left with no choice, they were forced to confront the human race army there. The territory lords looked intently and saw some dots of light flickering in the void. The dots of light were already dazzling the moment they appeared. As the dots of light resonated with each other, they seemed to seal a portion of the void within them. The next instant, layers of ripples started spreading from the void that was locked by the lights. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5224. Can they tolerate it? The territory lords outside the royal city couldn't help but widen their eyes and watch attentively. At this moment, they were wary of anything that the humans were doing. As they looked intently, more and more ripples spread from the void. As it happened, a phantom image started appearing. The gigantic phantom looked like a universe world. However, the phantom was somewhere between real and illusory, so they were unable to clearly identify it for now. Soon though, the territory lords could see it with clarity. It was indeed a universe world shadow. Moreover, the shadow was solidifying by the breath, as though it was turning physical. One of the territory lords even recognized this universe world, which would take a person about a day to arrive at from the royal city. It was purely a coincidence. When this territory lord came to the royal lord to attend to some matters more than 10 years ago, he happened to take a rest on that universe world. He had observed the universe world's terrain, so he could still remember it. Therefore, even though it was just its shadow, he could instantly recognize it. The discovery shocked the territory lords. They initially thought that it was just a phantom image, but now it seemed that the humans were using some kind of special technique to move a universe world over. What are the humans trying to achieve? While they were both shocked and doubtful, the void yin-yang mirrors started to flip the void. The universe world that would take a person a day to reach from the royal city now appeared in the void as it hovered in silence. Nevertheless, this universe world was desolate and void of any vitality. All of the universe worlds on the Black Ink battlefield looked just like this. Their world forces had been sucked dry by the Black Ink clan, and without world force, those universe worlds would wither and die. After the universe world stabilized, a purifying Black Ink battleship flew towards the universe world under the protection of several battalion-class warships. Following that, a large number of cultivators that came in groups of different sizes stepped out of the purifying Black Ink battleship and battalion-class warships and began dispersing around the universe world. The universe world that was moved to this place by the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters using the void yin-yang mirrors looked like a gigantic sphere. Although it was quite massive, it wasn't hard for Open Heaven Realm Masters to move around it. A 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could circumnavigate the universe world in half a cup of tea's time. The cultivators that had left the warships were all array masters and artifact refiners, 2,000 in total. They soon scattered around the universe world as they examined the terrain and looked for suitable spots. Yang Kai and the others could clearly see what they were doing, so at this point, the leader's intention was obvious to them. The universe world that had been moved to this place would be turned into a forward base, just like the forward base in the Blue Sky Theater. They had been part of establishing the forward base in the Blue Sky Theater and suppressing the Black Ink clan over the years, and by now it was a robust fortress. Furthermore, the forward base was connected to Blue Sky Pass through a series of universe arrays. Regardless of what the Black Ink clan did, they couldn't remove the forward base anymore. After all, the territory lords from the Blue Sky Theater had suffered immense losses after the war back then, and it wasn't certain how long it would take them to recover. Before they could nurture enough territory lords, the Black Ink clan wouldn't pose a threat to the forward base in the Blue Sky Theater. Now, the Eighth Order Masters, who were the leaders of the East-West Army, had spent some effort moving a universe world to this place and were planning to turn it into a forward base, which would serve the same purpose as the forward base in the Blue Sky Theater. However, the East-West Army's current location was far more provocative. It was expected that the Black Ink clan would be furious once they figured out what was happening. The forward base in the Blue Sky Theater was still far away from the royal city. However, the East-West Army was camped out right at the Black Ink clan's doorstep. It was a real question whether the Black Ink clansmen could tolerate it. While the artifact refiners and the array masters were busy building the new forward base, the leaders of the army told all the soldiers to be prepared for any potential attacks from the enemies. The leaders were apparently wary of what the Black Ink clan might do. Regardless of whether the Black Ink clan would launch an attack or not, the humans would be in an advantageous position. If the enemy didn't make a move, the humans would be able to complete their forward base. However, if the enemy rashly attacked, the East-West Army wouldn't be afraid to confront them out in the void. The human race had come all the way here to fight against the Black Ink clan. Thus, they needed to kill their opponents and complete military objectives to make their sacrifices worthwhile. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan had no idea how to deal with such a situation. A commotion broke out among the territory lords the moment they realized the humans' intentions. Presently, there were 30 or so territory lords that had gathered together outside the royal city. The number was slightly higher than the number of territory lords in Great Evolution Pass. Initially, there were close to 90 territory lords in the Great Evolution Theater, which was higher than average for any given theater. That was because it had been peaceful in the Great Evolution Theater for the past 30,000 years. The Black Ink clan had ample time to cultivate in peace, so they naturally had more territory lords. From time to time, these territory lords would bring their armies to lend a hand to their fellow clansmen at Wind and Cloud Pass or Azure Void Pass. Although they would always be defeated, most territory lords could come back alive at the very least. Mostly it would be the high and low-rank Black Ink clansmen they had brought to the battlefield that lost their lives. Therefore, there had always been some 90 or so territory lords in Great Evolution Theater over the years. The number might vary from time to time, but there wouldn't be a drastic change. However, the humans had deployed soldiers from Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass this time. They were so ferocious that the Black Ink clansmen in the Azure Void Theater and the Wind and Cloud Theater were soon defeated. Even the reinforcements sent from Great Evolution Theater had lost their lives. In the battle against the Black Ink clan outside of Wind and Cloud Pass, the East-West Army managed to kill close to 300,000 Black Ink clan soldiers and 11 territory lords. Those were all territory lords from the Great Evolution Theater. The same thing happened outside Azure Void Pass. All of the reinforcements who had been fighting there from Great Evolution Theater were defeated. As a result, some 20 territory lords from Great Evolution Theater had lost their lives. It could be said that they had suffered tremendous losses. Hence, there were a total of only about 70 territory lords in the Great Evolution Theater right now, and they were divided into two groups. One of the groups was in Great Evolution Pass while the other was in the Royal City. The numbers were basically equally divided. The humans' intentions were obvious, so the territory lords could naturally see it. At that moment, more than 30 territory lords were locked in an argument, with two opposing points of view. One of the groups thought that the human soldiers must be exhausted from the long journey, so now was the time to attack. At the very least, they wouldn't allow the humans to provoke them by building a forward base just outside the royal city. These aggressive territory lords were the majority. This couldn't be helped, as the Great Evolution Theater had been completely ruled over by the Black Ink clan for the past 30,000 years. Over the years, they had always regarded the entire theater as their territory. Certainly, they couldn't put up with these humans who came out of nowhere and made a scene in their home. Compared to these aggressive territory lords, the other group was more conservative. Through the Black Ink nests, they had learned about the outcome of the war at Great Evolution Pass. After that war, 6 territory lords, over 28th Order Black Ink disciples, and 300,000 soldiers had lost their lives. The number of casualties was terrifying. In the Great Evolution Theater, the Black Ink clan had never suffered such immense losses over the past 30,000 years. And all this was also when they were facing far fewer human soldiers. From what they had gathered, only 30,000 humans had fought in that battle in total. Although they had a lot of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and their warships certainly played a big role, the outcome showed that the humans were truly powerful. 30,000 humans could already kill so many Black Ink clansmen outside of Great Evolution Pass, so the same number of humans outside the royal city wouldn't be weak either. If they got into a fight, the humans would definitely suffer, but the Black Ink clan wouldn't be in a better state. They might even come out worse than before. Whatever the outcome, it was inevitable for some of the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples to lose their lives if they fought. Since the stronger Black Ink clansmen all innately feared death, they were worried that they would be the ones getting killed. The conservative territory lords knew that by not making a move now, it was like giving the humans a chance to sharpen their blades, and once those blades were sharp enough, it would pose a huge threat to the Black Ink clan. With that said, they had their own considerations. The battle between the royal lord and the old ancestor hadn't ended. Everything would be fine if the royal lord won the battle. However, if the royal lord was defeated, and they didn't manage to defeat the enemy at their doorstep, the royal city would be destroyed. Therefore, they wanted to play it safe for now so that they would remain a threat to the humans. Furthermore, it had been some time since the royal lord and the old ancestor first clashed, so they figured it would not be long before the battle came to an end. Perhaps the royal lord would return to the royal city soon, and when that happened, he would decide whether they should launch an attack or hold their lines. Hence, they wouldn't have to worry about anything else, nor would it be a waste of time by not making a move. As they couldn't see eye to eye, the territory lords continued to argue. None of them could convince the other side. As a result, they were not able to launch an attack on the humans and could only watch as the enemy made their arrangements on the newly moved universe world. Certainly, the aggressive territory lords were infuriated, thinking that they had missed an opportunity. However, without the cooperation from the conservative territory lords, they wouldn't be able to launch an attack on the humans. On a barren mountain in the universe world, Xiang Shan looked into the void with his hands behind his back. His gaze seemed able to ignore the restraint of distance and clearly see what the Black Ink clansmen were doing in the royal city. "What a shame," Xiang Shan said impassively. Lu Zhiping, who was standing beside him, turned to look at him. "Senior brother Xiang, do you think the Black Ink clan won't attack us?" Xiang Shan replied, "A long time has passed already. They would have attacked us already if they wanted to. Since they don't seem to have the intention of launching an attack, they won't be coming anytime soon. It seems that none of the territory lords is authoritative enough to make a decision." Lu Zhiping replied with a smile, "The royal lord is the most powerful being among the Black Ink clan. The territory lords working for the royal lord have their own territories and subordinates, so while they wouldn't dare to disobey the royal lord, they are all on equal footing amongst themselves. It's unlike the strict military structure we have." Xiang Shan nodded gently. Lu Zhiping went on to say, "Regardless, we can seize the chance to get some rest and establish the forward base. Once we gain a foothold here and recover, we can come up with a way to lure the enemies out of the royal city." "You have a point, junior sister. I share the same sentiment." All of a sudden, Lu Zhiping turned to look at him with a pair of bright eyes. "Do you already have a solution?" Instead of replying to her question, Xiang Shan asked, "Why do you think so?" Shaking her head, Lu Zhiping replied, "I just feel that you're quite confident. It's apparent that you've given it some consideration. Otherwise, you wouldn't have told some people to look for a suitable universe world not long after we arrived at this place. Since you already expected the current situation, you certainly have a follow-up plan. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5225, Mutually Wounded. Xiang Shan put on a smile. I do have an idea that I want to discuss with you. Lu Zhiping felt somewhat dejected. In fact, she was an intelligent person. However, after leading the East-West Army alongside Xiang Shan all this time, she realized that she was nowhere as quick-witted as the latter. When it came to military affairs, while she could see one step in front of her, Xiang Shan could already see 3 to 4 steps ahead. Prior to working with Xiang Shan, who was from Blue Sky Pass, she had already heard a lot about him. It wasn't until she started working with him that she realized the man was truly gifted when it came to military affairs. He was born with this gift, and no one else could imitate him. There were a total of 2,000 arrays masters and artifact refiners who were working together, all of them above the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. Before this, the soldiers from the East-West Army had no idea how efficient it would be when so many array masters and artifact refiners worked together, but now they could witness it. Right after the universe world was moved to this place, the array masters and the artifact refiners started collaborating. It took them 2 days to fully survey the universe world's terrain. After that, more than 10 leaders gathered together and came up with a plan. 3 days later, a grand array framework was established on this huge universe world. Although 3 days had passed, the Black Ink clans still remained silent. It was basically confirmed that the Black Ink clan wouldn't launch an attack. If they had the intention of attacking the humans, they wouldn't have waited for 3 days, they would have taken action before the humans could organize themselves. The array masters and the artifact refiners, who were initially in a hurry, became at ease now. Since the framework had been completed, they just had to fill it with different arrays. They also had to continuously modify the connection and coordination between the arrays. This framework was the result of the planning of all the array masters in the East-West Army, and with the help of the artifact refiners, the array masters could quickly get any artifacts they needed. There was basically no wasted time. Although a lot of resources had been consumed, no one would worry about that given the circumstances. Resources and manpower were naturally of utmost importance in a war. Back then, in order to attract the Black Ink clan's attention, Xiang Shan told the artifact refiners to craft several tens of thousands of puppets and send them to Great Evolution Pass. Now, he didn't mind consuming some resources to build this forward base. As long as they could occupy the Great Evolution Theater, they would be able to extract as many materials as they pleased in this expansive void. By then, they wouldn't have to worry about a lack of resources. They would be rewarded handsomely in the future for their hard work today. 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Over 10,000 individual arrays had been arranged on this universe world, and with their activation, this universe world, which was initially just an ordinary rock, now exuded a dangerous aura. They had made such an achievement in just a few days, so it was imaginable that if these array masters were given enough time, they would be able to turn this universe world into a robust fortress. All this time, the Black Ink clan still didn't take any action. Xiang Shan and the others had already expected it, so they were not surprised. Violent energy fluctuations could still be felt coming from the depths of the void. Although they were far away from that place, everyone could still detect the dangerous aura that came from this fallout. Those were the repercussions of the clash between the old ancestor and the royal lord. It had been half a month since their fight began, but the battle still hadn't ended, and no one knew when it would end. Finally, there came a moment when the continuous shock waves abruptly stopped and no more energy fluctuations were felt coming from that place. At that instant, both the humans and the Black Ink clansmen couldn't help but look in the direction where the fluctuations were previously emanating from, their hearts all seemingly stuck in their throats. The battle between the two top masters had ended. Who was the winner? Was one of them killed? The outcome of the battle would affect the fate of these soldiers of the two races greatly. As they stared intently, a dazzling light was seen approaching them at full speed from the depths of the void. The moment they spotted this ray of light, it was still far away, but in the blink of an eye, It had moved across millions of kilometers, and by the time they blinked, it had become much closer. While the humans were excited, the Black Ink Clansmen were horrified. This couldn't be helped, as a light of such brightness could only belong to the old ancestor. The royal lord could never emit such brilliance. Just like what they had expected, as the light approached, the aura of an open heaven realm master that could overturn the universe spread out imposingly. There was no doubt that it was the old ancestor. The Black Ink Clansmen instantly went on full alert. They had no idea what was going on with the royal lord, but the human old ancestor had returned while the former was still nowhere in sight. It was apparent that he was in a terrible state. If the old ancestor decided to make a move on them, they wouldn't be able to counterattack without the royal lord around. In an instant, all the Black Ink Clansmen inside and outside of the royal city were panicking. However, they were pleasantly surprised to see that the old ancestor didn't have the intention of attacking them. Instead, she dashed towards the human side and soon disappeared into the universe world. The territory lord's eyes brightened when they saw that. There was no doubt that the old ancestor was badly injured, otherwise she wouldn't have ignored them. In that case, the situation wasn't as terrible as they thought. Since the old ancestor was no longer able to make a move against them, what about the royal lord? While they were lost in their thoughts, from the direction where the old ancestor appeared from, a cloud of darkness stealthily approached. Compared to the grandiose display the old ancestor made earlier, the royal lord's appearance was somewhat furtive. These clever territory lords instantly figured out that the royal lord must be terribly injured as well, just like the human old ancestor, otherwise he wouldn't be acting so cautiously. When the royal lord was close enough, the territory lords could feel that his aura was indeed unstable. It was obvious that he was heavily wounded. They hurriedly went over to protect the royal lord. At the same time, they reported to him what the human soldiers had been doing and asked him to make a decision on what they should do. While they were at it, the territory lords of different stances argued and accused one another, trying to shift the blame for whatever was to come. The royal lord was already furious to begin with, and seeing his territory lords endlessly pestering him, his fury erupted like a volcano. As he released his pressure, the territory lords instantly shut their mouths. As he swept a dispassionate glance over them, he couldn't help but have the urge to kill them all to vent his rage. He had suffered a huge setback because of the old ancestor. Since he became a royal lord, he had only dealt with an old ancestor once. Therefore, even though he was powerful, he was unable to fully utilize his strength when exchanging moves with a human of the same caliber. Moreover, this old ancestor was like a rabid dog when fighting him, not caring one bit about defending herself as long as she could bite off a piece of his flesh. As a result, he had been badly suppressed during the entire fight. There were even several times when he almost lost his life, and presently, one of the black wings on his back had turned limp. That wing had nearly been torn off his back by the old ancestor. A chill ran down his spine as he recalled that moment. That bitch is insane. Although he had only dealt with a Ninth Order master once prior to this battle, and it happened over 30,000 years ago, he knew that the fights between royal lords and old ancestors almost never resulted in death for either side. No one would really be aiming to kill the other party. Given how strong they were, no one could intervene in their battles, and no one could guarantee that they would be the last one standing. Each strike might also be fatal, thus, they would act cautiously. However, this female old ancestor was different. She seemed determined to kill him the moment they clashed. Fortunately, he wasn't unprepared. He had speculated that the humans intended to retake Great Evolution Pass, and upon learning that the old ancestor that was in charge came from Inyang Pass, he contacted the royal lord from the Inyang Theater through his black ink nest. Although he had never exchanged moves with the old ancestor who was in charge of the invading human army, the royal lord from Inyang Theater was her arch-nemesis. After the conversation, he learned a lot of useful experiences from the royal lord from the Inyang Theater and had at least some understanding of the methods this old ancestor could use. It was thanks to this information that he was able to deal with the old ancestor's violent attacks and preserve his own life. Despite that, he was still badly battered after the fight. Having said that, that crazy woman wasn't in a better state either. It could be said that they were mutually wounded after the battle. He had suffered a setback, but it was negligible in the long run as the other party was in a similar state. He was already furious to begin with, so upon returning to the royal city and being bombarded with his subordinate territory lord's arguments, it was only natural he flew into a rage. The human soldiers were already at their doorstep, so the territory lords should have launched an attack before they established a foothold, but instead, they gave the humans ample time to rest and even build a forward base. Wastes. Although he was infuriated, he knew what the territory lords were worried about. Moreover, it was pointless to blame it on them at this point. Since they had missed the best chance, it was unwise to launch an attack on the humans now. He endured the pain and asked, "Where are the reinforcements from Great Evolution Pass?" Before he left Great Evolution Pass, he had ordered them to send troops to the royal city and reckoned that they should have arrived by now. The territory lords gloomily exchanged glances before one of them with a distinctive hunched back, making him look like an old turtle with a hard shell, reported, "Sir, the reinforcements were intercepted by the humans on their way here. Many were injured or killed, so they had no choice but to withdraw back to pass." The royal lord's brow twitched when he heard that. "It seems that nothing is going to go well for me." When he was still in Great Evolution Pass earlier, he heard from Hong Di that there were some human soldiers who were hiding outside Great Evolution Pass. Nevertheless, they were unable to find out their whereabouts. Now, it seemed that the human soldiers had ruined their plans. With their presence outside Great Evolution Pass, it was impossible for the Black Ink clansmen there to lend a hand. In other words, the royal city was in a state of isolation. Fortunately, the humans were divided as well. It wasn't the worst-case scenario yet for the Black Ink clan. The territory lord, who looked like an old turtle, said cautiously, "Royal Lord, please make a decision on whether we should launch an attack or focus on defending the royal city." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5226, Help with Healing. The territory lords couldn't reach an agreement despite all their fierce arguments. Since the royal lord had returned, he would be the one making the decision. After giving it a thought, the royal lord said, "Defend the royal city at all costs. As long as the humans don't attack us, all of you shouldn't make a move." He then turned to look at the territory lord who looked like a turtle and declared, "Che Kong, you will be given command of this war. While I am recuperating, you will lead the other territory lords to defend the royal city." The territory lord named Che Kong slightly bent his back. "Yes, sir." The royal lord didn't bother to warn the other territory lords that they would be punished for not obeying Che Kong. Without the royal lord's order, these territory lords were all on an equal footing, which left them disunited. However, since the royal lord had given the order, they certainly had to obey. Furthermore, Che Kong, who looked like an old turtle, was among the strongest territory lords when it came to his strength and aptitude. He was a territory lord who took part in the assault on the old ancestor from Great Evolution Pass and survived 30,000 years ago. He didn't just take part in a war that was intended to occupy Great Evolution Pass, he had directly exchanged moves with the old ancestor from Great Evolution Pass. Although he had only traded 3 moves with that old ancestor, the price he had to pay was 800 years of hibernation. The terrifying-looking cut on the tortoise shell on his back still hadn't healed until now. That was a wound caused by the old ancestor from Great Evolution Pass. As a territory lord, he was a cut above the others in the same realm because he had survived a fight with a human old ancestor. Therefore, the other territory lords had no objection when the royal lord appointed Che Kong to be the commander. Che Kong was one of those conservative territory lords, and it was largely because of his prestige that the aggressive territory lords, who were in the majority, were unable to launch an attack on the humans. After the royal lord issued his orders, he returned to his Black Ink nest in the royal city to recover. Soon, a massive amount of resources were sent to the Black Ink nest and thrown into the Black Ink pool to produce Black Ink strength. The royal lord's thinking was simple. Since they had missed the best chance to launch an attack, it was useless to do so at this point. From the looks of it, The humans didn't have the intention of invading the royal city immediately, hence, it would be peaceful for both sides for a period of time despite the inevitable confrontation. He could seize this chance and recuperate. Although he had suffered a setback during the battle, he could recover much quicker than the old ancestor as he had his black ink nest to support him. He had learned a piece of important information from the royal lord from the Yin-Yang theater. The old ancestor who had come to this place this time practiced a strange cultivation technique that was also rather unique among the humans. It was because of its uniqueness that it would be difficult for her to recover once she was wounded. She needed the help of something called bustling world essence to heal her injuries. In Yin-Yang Pass, the old ancestor had a setup to help her recuperate, but she didn't have such convenience in the Great Evolution Theater. In other words, as time dragged on, he would recover much quicker than the old ancestor. When he fully recovered, it would be easy for him to kill her. By then, he would make her pay the price for wounding him. A high-spirited royal lord fell into a state of deep sleep as he was engulfed in ample black ink strength. On the deck of dawning light, Yang Kai looked in the forward base's direction. Certainly, he could clearly see that the old ancestor had returned. As he had come into close contact with the old ancestor before, he could sense that something was off despite her grandiose return. It seems that she is badly injured. Just like he had expected, the reason the old ancestor requested he join this campaign was that she wanted to make use of his small universe to recuperate. Therefore, once the old ancestor clashed with the royal lord, she would go all out despite knowing that she would be injured. As such, the battle between them wouldn't last for a long time. Since the old ancestor had returned, Yang Kai supposed that his help would be needed. At the thought of this, he told Feng Ying to see him, then said, "When I'm not around, all of you have to stay safe should there be a battle." Feng Ying asked curiously, "Do you have a new task?" Yang Kai replied, "Maybe." The moment he finished speaking, a ray of light shot up from the forward base and dashed towards them. Upon arrival, the person revealed himself and cupped his fist. "The army commander would like to see you, senior brother Yang." "Understood," Yang Kai nodded. "I'll be going now." He then followed the person and flew towards the universe world. However, they didn't land on the side that was facing the royal city. Instead, they circled around the universe world and came to its other side. It was then the person started descending. Soon, they arrived at the periphery of a mountain valley, where Yang Kai's guide said, "Just keep going forward, senior brother. The army commander is waiting for you over there." Yang Kai thanked him and stepped forward. A while later, he arrived at the entrance of the valley. Xiang Shan and Lu Zhiping were waiting for him. Yang Kai saluted them and looked into the valley. However, at this moment, it was covered in clouds. The inside of the valley gave off a dangerous feeling. Apparently, it was shrouded in a grand array. "How is the old ancestor now?" Yang Kai asked. Xiang Shan replied, "Go in and see for yourself." As Xiang Shan spoke, he tossed something to Yang Kai. "This token can be used to control the grand array in this valley. Don't lose it." "Yes," Yang Kai replied, then activated his power to refine the token. A moment later, he lifted the token and waved it at the grand array in the valley. A beam of light shot into the valley, and as the clouds weltered, a portal that led inside was revealed. Yang Kai stepped into the portal, which slowly shut behind him. From the outside, the valley seemed to be filled with clouds. However, the moment Yang Kai stepped inside, he realized that there were no clouds at all. It was just a normal valley. Due to the fact that the entire universe world was desolate, this valley was pretty barren as well. As Yang Kai turned around, he could see Xiang Shan and Lu Zhiping standing outside the valley. Nevertheless, he reckoned that they couldn't see him. Yang Kai felt the old ancestor's aura coming from the center of the valley, but unlike how imposing it had been when she returned, it was now weak. He traced the aura and soon saw a petite figure who had curled up on a pile of stones. The old ancestor had turned into a young child, and she looked even younger than the first time Yang Kai met her. When Yang Kai came across the old ancestor in the shopping district of Yin-Yang Pass for the first time, she looked like a kid who was 7 or 8 years old, but now she looked like she was just 3 or 4. Yang Kai felt his face eyes twitching. It was a rare thing to find an old ancestor who looked like this. The color had drained from her delicate face, and her clothes were soaked in blood. There was also a jade bracelet on her wrist that was full of cracks. Yang Kai had no idea what kind of artifact the jade bracelet was, but it was obviously not ordinary as it was worn by someone like the old ancestor. Presently, the artifact was full of cracks, and most of its spirituality had been lost. It went to show that the previous battle was truly perilous. The old ancestor must have overexerted herself. Yang Kai secretly sighed. Without alerting her, he activated his power and released his world force. The illusory phantom of his small universe spread across the valley with his figure as the center. If a person looked intently, they could see that the illusory phantom of the small universe was full of living creatures and complicated terrains. Countless people were seen moving around all over the place. This was a miniature version of a world. The entire small universe was soon spread across the mountain valley. Considering the fact that the old ancestor was sound asleep, Yang Kai settled her down on a beautiful spirit peak after he was done manifesting his small universe. The spirit peak wasn't majestic by any means, but it had ample world energy, making it a perfect place for quiet recuperation. As a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, a log house appeared where the old ancestor was asleep. It wasn't anything special, but it was good enough to protect her from the wind and rain. After he was done with all that, Yang Kai found a place on the spirit peak and meditated in silence. He had no idea how long it would take the old ancestor to recover, but it definitely wouldn't be a short time. Therefore, he could seize the chance and cultivate. Time slowly went by in the small universe, but the old ancestor didn't seem to be waking up anytime soon. With that said, as the owner of this small universe, Yang Kai could feel that a mysterious force was streaming into the old ancestor's petite figure from all directions. It was the bustling world essence. Initially, he was worried that by placing the old ancestor on such a barren peak, she might not be able to absorb much bustling world essence, but now it seemed that wherever she was in his small universe, it didn't really matter. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai realized that it wasn't so surprising. The so-called bustling world essence was produced from the daily lives of all living creatures. Therefore, his entire small universe must be filled with it. Despite the fact that they were in a remote place, there was still bustling world essence in the air. Of course, the bustling world essence would be more ample if they were in a busy city. Initially, Yang Kai thought that his days would remain dull and uneventful until the old ancestor regained consciousness. However, 1 month later, he opened his eyes and looked towards the bottom of the mountain. There was a village at the bottom of this spirit peak where a dozen or so families had settled, making a living by hunting and felling trees. Hunters would go out to look for prey near the spirit peak, but Yang Kai would normally just ignore them. He didn't intend to interfere in the affairs of his small universe. Although he was the ruler of this world, any rash interference might bring about detrimental outcomes as the world had its own way of operating. Most of the hunters would only do some hunting below the middle of the mountain, and there was a lot of prey around, so they didn't have to worry about bringing food to the table. However, there was one hunter who seemed to be unlucky this time as he hadn't found anything to catch. Therefore, he decided to go further up the mountain. Yang Kai observed the route the hunter took and realized that if he did nothing, the person would soon arrive at the log house where the old ancestor was recuperating. When that happened, the hunter would definitely investigate. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't allow anyone to disturb the old ancestor, but just when he was ready to do something to conceal the log house, the unconscious old ancestor suddenly sent him a message. The message was so vague and garbled that he couldn't even figure out its meaning. Apparently, the old ancestor was not clear-headed when she sent the message and simply did so out of instinct. With a frown, Yang Kai hesitated for a bit before deciding to take a wait-and-see approach. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5227, Old Ancestor was abducted. Half a day later, the hunter, who hadn't found any prey, was both exhausted and hungry. He scooped up some water from a spring with his hands to quench his thirst, but while he was drinking it, he became startled all of a sudden. That was because he could see a simple-looking log house in front of him. He didn't remember there being a log house on the mountain. Although this place was far away from his usual hunting area, he had been here before, and he was certain he had never seen this log house in the past. Out of curiosity, he shuffled towards the log house and shouted, "Is anyone inside?" No one responded to him after he shouted several times. Left with no choice, he apologized and pushed the door open before stepping inside. Yang Kai had built the log house in a hurry to put a roof over the old ancestor's head, so there was nothing inside other than a bed, which the old ancestor's petite figure was currently curled up on. The instant the hunter entered the house, he saw the figure on the bed and was both doubtful and wary. Although he was an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated before, cultivation wasn't a secret on the Void Continent, and the hunter knew that the youngsters in the neighboring village had always wanted to join a nearby sect. The hunter also had such a dream when he was younger. 1,000 kilometers away from the village, there was a sect named Water Moon Pavilion that would recruit new disciples every few years. When the hunter was younger, he traveled all the way to Water Moon Pavilion with that dream in mind and participated in the disciple recruitment in the hope that he could join the sect and become a mighty expert who could fly through the sky one day. Unfortunately, his aptitude was poor, so the senior experts were not interested in taking him in as a disciple. He was swiftly eliminated from the disciple recruitment. After his dream was crushed, the hunter wandered around the continent for several years and eventually, he returned to his hometown and built a family of his own. Compared to the other hunters in the village, he was more experienced as he knew that other than cultivators, there were also some special beings in this world. Spirits. It was said that when some spirits had cultivated long enough, they could assume human forms. Ordinary people couldn't tell the difference, but apparently there was a class of evil spirits known as vixens. Rumor had it that vixens loved turning into beautiful young ladies to seduce energetic young men. Therefore, the moment the hunter saw that there was a strange-looking log house with a young girl inside, the first thought that flashed through his mind was that he might have run into a spirit. He felt a crawling sensation on his scalp as it was said that there were good and bad spirits. However, he couldn't differentiate the good spirits from the bad ones. Upon closer look though, he realized that the petite figure on the bed was quite pitiful looking. Even if she was really a spirit, she was a frail one. Why would he be afraid of her when he was a fully grown man? With that thought in mind, he stopped feeling anxious. He initially wanted to leave the house in silence. After all, he wasn't sure if the petite figure was a spirit, but just when he was preparing to step out of the log house, he froze for a moment. That was because he could hear that there was something off about the petite figure's breathing. As an experienced hunter, he understood the prey on the mountain fully well. When animals were wounded and dying, they would breathe just like the young girl, intermittently and weakly. There was a tinge of hesitation on the hunter's face. A moment later, he grit his teeth and shuffled towards the bed. What if she's an ordinary child and not a spirit? If no one takes care of her, she'll soon be eaten by the beasts. As he looked down, he realized that the child on the bed was only 3 or 4 years old. Although she was sound asleep, there was a hint of discomfort on her face, as though she was having a nightmare. Moreover, her face was unusually pale. He placed his palm on her forehead and discovered that it was scorching. "She's sick." Without hesitation, the hunter picked up the little girl and dashed out of the house. He had to return to his home as soon as possible. Regardless of where this little girl came from or why she was alone in the log house, she would soon lose her life if she was not treated. The hunter's thoughts were simple. He had to go down the mountain and look for a doctor. The idea of dealing with her parents if they ever looked for her never crossed his mind. When that happened, he would just give the child back to them and explain what had happened. After the hunter left in a hurry, Yang Kai, who had been observing them in silence, revealed himself. As he watched the hunter leave, he stroked his chin and fell into his thoughts. The old ancestor was abducted. What should I do? He could have concealed the log house's existence. That way, an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated before would never have discovered the old ancestor's whereabouts. However, at the most critical moment, the old ancestor sent him a message. He was unable to figure out the old ancestor's intentions. The message was vague and garbled, so he was unable to ascertain what it meant. It also didn't look like the old ancestor had intentionally done it. Instead, it was like she acted out of instinct while still asleep. Although the old ancestor's message wasn't clear, it was apparent she wanted to stop him from concealing the log house by sending it to him at that moment. Therefore, Yang Kai decided to let nature take its course. Then the old ancestor was taken away. Since she didn't send Yang Kai any further messages, it seemed that he had made the right choice. With that said, he couldn't just ignore her, hence, he concealed his figure and tailed the hunter. It took the hunter half a day to go up the mountain, but it only took him 2 hours to go down. The exhausted and starving hunter tripped over and became covered in dust, but he protected the little girl well. After returning to the small village, he kicked the door of his house open and shouted, "Dear, something has happened." Upon hearing his voice, a stout woman came out of the kitchen. An apron was wrapped around her waist, and there was a huge rolling pin in her hand. It seemed that she was preparing dinner. As the sky was turning dark, most people would supposedly have their dinner soon. The stout woman was in stark contrast with the lean hunter. As they stood side by side, the stout woman was 2 times larger than her husband. Villagers were usually straightforward people, so the moment she heard what her husband said, she roared, "What's wrong? Did that guy snatch your prey again? Don't worry, I'll beat him up for you." "No, no, no." The hunter repeatedly shook his head. "I picked up this little thing." Saying so, he dashed into the house. The moment he brushed past the stout woman, she caught a glimpse of what was in his arms. At that instant, she was rooted to the spot. After her husband entered the house, she exclaimed and followed him in a hurry. A moment later, the old ancestor was lying on a simple-looking bed in silence. There were some animal pelts on her figure, and beside the bed, the hunter and the stout woman stared fixedly at her with widened eyes. As the stout woman gazed at the petite and frail child on the bed, the ferocity on her face vanished. "Where did you pick her up?" The stout woman poked her husband with her elbow, accidentally exerting too much force with her arm and almost causing him to fall over. "On the mountain." The hunter briefly explained to her what had happened on this day. The stout woman's expression changed slightly. Why would there be such a thing on the mountain? Could she be a spirit? They had been a married couple for quite some time, so sometimes, before they fell asleep at night, the hunter would tell her stories, including ones about spirits. "I don't think so." The hunter lifted the pieces of animal skin. "Look, she doesn't have a tail." He then brushed back the little girl's hair. "There are no strange-looking ears either. I don't think she's a spirit." The stout woman nodded in agreement. Since the little girl didn't have a tail or some strange-looking horns or ears, she shouldn't be a spirit. The hunter then said, "The clothes she's wearing suggest that she's from a wealthy family. Moreover, she has been unconscious since I discovered her. I guess that she suffers from some kind of incurable disease, so her family members dumped her on the mountain." Tears started streaming out of the stout woman's eyes. She's such a pitiful little thing. How could her parents have the heart to abandon this beautiful baby? "Dear, please get Dr. Kai to come over now and examine this child. It's a life after all. Since we found her, we can't possibly watch her die without doing anything." "You're right." The stout woman wiped her tears away as she put down the rolling pin and took off her apron. Then she turned around and left the house. There wasn't a doctor in the village, but there was a doctor surnamed Kai in a village that was about 20 kilometers away. Although he wasn't really an expert in medicine, he was already the best doctor in this area. The sky had turned completely dark when the stout woman stepped out of the house, and since the 2 villages were so far apart, Dr. Kai certainly wasn't willing to go over. However, the stout woman never gave him a chance to resist. She picked up the thin doctor with one hand and dashed across the 20-kilometer gap to return home. It only took her an hour to go back and forth between the villages. After the doctor was invited into their house, the couple repeatedly apologized to him in order to appease him so that he could examine the little girl. The couple anxiously watched them on the side. After Dr. Kai was done feeling her pulse, The stout woman asked nervously, "What sickness does she have, Dr. Kai?" Although Dr. Kai wasn't an expert in medicine, he had gained some experience and had sharp eyesight after practicing medicine for years, so he replied doubtfully, "She doesn't seem to be sick." The stout woman rolled her eyes. "What are you talking about, doctor? Look how pale her face is. How could you tell me she's not sick?" Dr. Kai waved his hand. "I felt her pulse and checked her breathing, so I don't think she's sick. In fact, she's not just healthy, she's more vigorous than most kids. However, it's apparent that there's something wrong with her. This old master has no idea what's going on." He sighed. "Perhaps I'm just not skillful enough. I'm sorry that I'm unable to treat her." Upon finishing his words, he got up and ready to leave. The stout woman got in his way and put on a fawning smile. "Dr. Kai, you're the only doctor around this area. If you don't treat her, she'll die." A helpless Dr. Kai replied, "How do I treat her when I don't even know what's wrong with her?" The stout woman insisted, saying, "Regardless, just do whatever you can to help her. I'm sure the medicine you prescribe will be useful." The hunter nodded repeatedly on the side. Dr. Kai shook his head. "Medicine is not food. How can I prescribe medicine for her when I don't even know why she's sick? If she consumes the wrong medicine, she'll fall ill even though she's healthy now." The stout woman begged him to treat the little girl, but Dr. Kai firmly turned her down. With her patience running out, the stout woman picked up the rolling pin from the side and demanded, "Dr. Kai, I've never received any formal education, so I might be a little rude when I speak, and I'm sorry if I've offended you in any way. However, she's still a child. Will you please be kind enough to lend her a hand?" Dr. Kai felt his brow twitching as he looked at the rolling pin that was thicker than his thigh. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5228, Please Stop Making Trouble, Old Ancestor. In the end, Dr. Kai left behind a prescription slip. Faced with the threat, he didn't think he could reason with the stout woman, who was holding a rolling pin. With that said, he wouldn't dare to prescribe any strong medicine. The herbs on the slip could be easily found on the mountain and were simply meant to nurture one's blood essence. There wouldn't be a problem even if the young girl really consumed them. The hunter personally sent Dr. Kai back to the village, then returned to his home in a hurry. It was the middle of the night, but the stout woman was still seated by the bed as she looked lovingly at the little girl. The hunter felt moved at the sight. It had been over 20 years since they got married, so he was fully aware of his wife's temperament. He had never seen her behaving so gently before. He hadn't had any food for the entire day, and he was exhausted from all the traveling. Hence, he was both knackered and starving, so he said to his wife, "Let's have dinner. I'll get some rest after the meal, and look for those herbs in the morning." The stout woman grunted in agreement and picked up the rolling pin before shuffling towards the kitchen. At the break of dawn, the hunter left the house to do some hunting and looked for the herbs on the prescription. He made a living by hunting on the mountain, so he was also familiar with the herbs in this area. As such, it wasn't hard for him to carry out both tasks, though it did require some experience and luck. The hunter returned before dusk. He was lucky this time as he had captured a roe deer and found some herbs. He passed everything to his wife so that she could prepare dinner and feed the little girl. It was a small village with only more than a dozen families living here. Hence, everyone soon found out that the hunter had picked up a little girl from the mountain and would come over and take a look at her from time to time. Although the villagers had never received any formal education, they were all kind-hearted people. Hence, no one would gossip about this child who came out of nowhere. They just felt sorry that she had to go through so much pain at such a young age. The neighbors were kind enough to lend them a hand. Whenever the other hunters went up the mountain, they would always bring back some herbs and pass them to the stout woman. The hunter also returned to the log house several times in an attempt to search for her family members, but his efforts were in vain. 3 months passed just like that. Although they fed her with herbal soup and broth every day, the child that the hunter had brought back remained unconscious. With that said, the couple was relieved that the little girl now looked healthier than before. Her face was no longer horrifyingly pale as some color had been restored to it. That made them feel increasingly hopeful. 4 months had passed since the hunter picked up the girl, and one morning, the stout woman was preparing some broth as usual. She then brought it into the room to feed the little girl with it. Meanwhile, the hunter was sharpening his arrowheads in the yard. All of a sudden, the stout woman was heard exclaiming from the room, "Darling!" Shocked, the hunter promptly put down the arrow and dashed into the room before asking anxiously, "What's wrong?" In a dazed state, the stout woman pointed at the bed. The hunter looked in that direction and became astonished as well. That was because the little girl, who had been lying on the bed for 4 months, had sat up at this moment. She stared at them with a pair of eyes that were filled with puzzlement. "She's regained consciousness," the stout woman spoke in a shaking voice. With a bowl of broth in one hand, she grabbed her husband's arm with her other hand, using all her strength as she was worried that she was dreaming. The hunter felt dizzy as he was swayed by his wife and called out, "Calm down, you're frightening her." The stout woman came to her senses and put on a harmless-looking smile. With a bowl of broth in her hand, she took a seat by the bed and said gently, "You're finally awake. When did you wake up? How are you feeling?" The little girl seated on the bed didn't seem to hear her, nor did she respond to her. She just stared fixedly at the bowl of broth in her hand. Even after asking a few more questions, the stout woman still didn't get any responses. As she darted her gaze between the kid and the bowl of broth in her hand, she asked, "Are you hungry?" Saying so, she leaned close to her as she wrapped one arm around the little girl's neck and held out the bowl for her with the other hand. In just 10 breaths of time, the little girl chugged down the entire bowl of broth. The hunter was elated on the side. "Since she can eat, it means that she's all right. Go get her another bowl of broth." When the little girl was done having the second bowl of broth, she licked her lips as though she was craving more. She looked pitifully at the stout woman. Despite feeling sorry for her, the stout woman still shook her head. "You can't drink so much broth since you just woke up. I'll let you eat anything you want when you recover." She then put down the bowl and asked gently, "What's your name? Where's your home?" The little girl appeared perplexed. After asking several questions, the stout woman still didn't get any replies. She turned to look at her husband and asked worriedly, "Darling, do you think she might be a mute?" The hunter replied, "Perhaps she's just too young to understand what you're saying. Regardless, she's awake now. It seems that Dr. Kai's prescription is useful. We'll have to thank him, then." The hunter nodded, "That's for sure. Since the herbs are useful, I'll get more from the mountain now." He then went up the mountain while the stout woman told the little girl to stay in the house while she put together a gift. Although the gift wasn't valuable, it could show her sincerity. She then headed to Dr. Kai's house, which was 20 kilometers away. After the couple was gone, the little girl remained seated on the bed in silence. She looked up at the ceiling with her eyes, but no one knew what was on her mind. Yang Kai abruptly appeared beside the bed and looked down at her. A moment later, the little girl on the bed realized that something was off and she turned her head and met Yang Kai's eyes. Instead of being shocked though, she was just curious about why there was a stranger standing beside her bed. "What are you doing, old ancestor?" Yang Kai asked curiously. He had been secretly observing the old ancestor for the past 4 months, and during this period he found something that he couldn't understand. After the great battle with the royal lord, the old ancestor became severely wounded and fell into a coma for 4 months. However, as Yang Kai observed the old ancestor, he realized that there was something amiss with her condition. Nevertheless, he couldn't spell out what was wrong. Faced with his question, the old ancestor remained silent. She grew increasingly curious about this stranger as she gazed at him with a pair of clear-looking eyes. After staring at each other for a moment, Yang Kai sighed, "Please stop making trouble, old ancestor." The old ancestor remained silent. She didn't even seem to have the intention of parting her lips. This prompted Yang Kai to frown. The old ancestor didn't seem to be messing with him. Instead, she looked both curious and puzzled, as though she really couldn't recognize him. Yang Kai felt his heart clench up tight. Could the old ancestor be more severely wounded than he thought and had lost her memory? However, he soon dismissed the speculation. As a ninth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, she was one of the most powerful cultivators alive. Regardless of how badly injured she was, she couldn't possibly lose her memory over some simply physical trauma. Therefore, he reckoned that the old ancestor was either pulling his leg or had used some kind of special technique to seal her memory. Usually, regardless of how horribly injured the old ancestor was, her memory wouldn't be affected after she turned into a kid, only her temperament would change as she would become somewhat childish. Nevertheless, if she had sealed off her memory, it was only natural that she couldn't recognize him. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai reckoned that he couldn't make a judgment now. Since it would still take the old ancestor a long time to recuperate, he could just keep observing her. Faced with such an old ancestor, Yang Kai wasn't even sure how to communicate with her and could only briefly examine her injuries. Even with his 7th order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, Yang Kai was unable to detect any injuries on the old ancestor's figure. Upon examination, he realized that the old ancestor was completely fine. It was just that she was weaker than the other kids of the same age. As the stout woman was about to return, Yang Kai could only bid her farewell for now. I'll have a talk with you again sometime in the future. Get some rest for now. Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai disappeared from the spot. When the stout woman returned from Dr. Kai's house and stepped into her home, she saw the little girl wandering around, as though the latter was looking for something. Flabbergasted, she hurriedly picked up the little girl and put her down on the bed before telling her again that she shouldn't move around as she pleased when no one else was at home. When Yang Kai retracted his gaze from the old ancestor, what was happening in the outside world caught his attention. Seated on the rooftop of the hunter's house, he looked up into the void, past the world barrier of his small universe. Some rays of light seemed to be rapidly approaching from the depths of the void. There were only 3 rays of light, but they were traveling in a straight line as they moved forward at great speed. The sight made Yang Kai feel doubtful, as these rays of light didn't seem like they belonged to the Open Heaven Realm Masters. Instead, they looked like lights that radiated from spirit arrays. But what kind of spirit arrays could move so quickly? Curious, he activated the demon eye of annihilation and observed more closely. What came into his sight astounded Yang Kai. The 3 dots of light that rushed forward in a line were indeed lights that radiated from spirit arrays that had been set up on 3 round universe worlds. These universe worlds must have been carefully selected as they were neither small nor big. They were respectively 1/10 of the size of the universe world used as a forward base by the East-West Army. Various arrays had been arranged on these universe worlds, and with those arrays in operation, these universe worlds flew over rapidly from the depths of the void and were still accelerating. Yang Kai had no idea where they were coming from, but it was apparent that they had crossed a long distance. They were already moving at the speed of lightning when they came into Yang Kai's sight. Moreover, each universe world exuded a dangerous aura. It was obvious that the arrays on the universe worlds did not just propel them forward, but they also served other important purposes. After examining the universe worlds for a time, Yang Kai figured out what those arrays were for. His face twitched upon that realization. Needless to say, it was another plan that Xiang Shan had come up with to deal with the Black Ink clan. However, this plan was rather devious and he wondered if the Black Ink clansmen could bear it. Additionally, Yang Kai also discovered something that piqued his interest, which was the differences between the sizes of these universe worlds. The royal city was located on a universe world, and the forward base set up by the humans was also built on a universe world. However, the latter was moved to this place by the humans using a special technique. Comparing the two, the universe world the forward base sat on was much larger than the one the royal city was located at, about 3 times larger in fact. Initially, Yang Kai didn't understand why the army commanders had selected such an enormous universe world when it was only meant to be a temporary forward base. It seemed like a huge waste of resources at the time. Martial Peak, Chapter 5229, Attack of the Universe Worlds. After all, the larger the universe world was, the more resources would be needed to set up spirit arrays to fortify it. They should have selected a suitable and less resource-consuming universe world. There were only 30,000 human soldiers, so a much smaller universe world could easily accommodate them. Although Yang Kai was doubtful at that time, he didn't ponder on it as it was just a thought that flashed through his mind. However, the moment he saw the rays of light approaching from the depths of the void, he realized the reason behind it. The forward base where the humans were located was enormous and just half a day's flight from the royal city. This forward base was not just a nail at the Black Ink Clan's doorstep, but it also served as a screen, an obstacle that could obstruct the Black Ink Clan's sight. Presently, Yang Kai was at the back of the forward base, so he could clearly see the rays of light coming from the void. However, on the other side, the Black Ink Clansmen in the royal city would be unable to see what was going on. This gave the humans more room to maneuver. It seemed that by the time the army commanders had chosen to set up a forward base, they had come up with a series of follow-up plans, otherwise, they wouldn't have moved such a massive universe world to this place. The Black Ink Clan soldiers were in a rigid formation in front of the royal city. Since Che Kong was told to take command, it had only taken him a month to reorganize the entire army. Presently, there were 1 million Black Ink Clan soldiers surrounding the royal city tightly. Regardless of how the humans launched an attack, they could immediately deal with the enemies. Che Kong had no idea how he should take the initiative to attack the humans, but it wouldn't be hard for him to defend the royal city with this setup. Defense had always been his forte. As the commander of 1 million Black Ink Clansmen, Che Kong was located in the middle of the army so that he could easily react to any potential threats from the humans. After a month of silence, Che Kong all of a sudden felt his chest tightening as an ominous feeling washed over him. This caused him to feel alerted as he lifted his gaze to look at the human's side. There were a lot of warships moving around the forward base, but he had no idea what the humans were up to. However, it didn't seem like the humans had the intention of attacking the royal city at that moment. This made Che Kong feel doubtful. Since the humans didn't intend to attack, why did he feel a sense of unease all of a sudden? Could it be a false alarm? He sincerely hoped that it was just his nerves. Before the royal lord started recuperating in the Black Ink Nest, he appointed Che Kong to be the commander of the Black Ink Clan soldiers and entrusted him to protect the royal city. Certainly, Che Kong could not disappoint the royal lord. While he was lost in his thoughts, a dazzling light suddenly radiated from the back of the human's encampment. The unease Che Kong felt intensified at that moment. The next instant, the light flashed into his sight. It was so dazzling that he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Initially, he couldn't make out what the light was, but as the distance shortened, he quickly realized its true nature. Che Kong, who had been seated at the time, leapt to his feet with widened eyes. The next moment, his roar reverberated across the entire void, enemy attack. Over the past month that he had been leading the Black Ink Army, Che Kong had repeatedly pondered on what kind of strategy the humans would use to assault the royal city. He had also put himself in the shoes of the leaders from the human side and inferred how the war would unfold. He came to the conclusion that, regardless of what devious plans the humans had come up with, they wouldn't achieve their goal as long as he steadfastly protected the royal city. There was no doubt that he was pleased with the expected outcome. However, it wasn't until the humans finally revealed their move that Che Kong realized he had underestimated how cunning his enemy truly was. It never crossed his mind that the humans would attack them using a universe world. The universe world was full of arrays, which were obviously arranged by the humans. After shooting past the forward base, the universe world came straight at the royal city. Che Kong had no idea where this universe world came from, but it had obviously moved across a long distance in the void as it was moving at incredible speed. By the time Che Kong alerted the other Black Ink Clansmen, the ray of light was only 1 million kilometers away from the royal city. If they did nothing, the universe world would smash into the royal city in 10 breaths of time. The consequences would be dreadful. The location of the royal city was also a universe world, and although it was gigantic, it didn't have any powerful defenses. It wasn't comparable to Great Evolution Pass in this respect. Great Evolution Pass was an enormous mobile palace artifact, so even without any active arrays, it was still significantly sturdier than a mere universe world. Moreover, be it the humans or the Black Ink clan who controlled Great Evolution Pass, there were various arrays in Inner Sanctum that could enhance its defenses. The approaching universe world that was full of spirit arrays appeared to only be a third the size of the universe world the royal city was situated upon, but if it really crashed into the royal city, everything would be smashed to pieces. By then, not only would the royal lord be disrupted from his recuperation, but the high-rank Black Ink nest would also be destroyed upon impact. If that happened, the royal lord would never let Che Kong off. If they had detected the universe world that was coming at the royal city earlier, they could have easily warded it off given the forces available to them. However, Che Kong was caught off guard as the despicable humans obstructed their line of sight using their forward base. By the time he discovered the strange attack, Che Kong was only left with 10 breaths of time to react. He had no time to mobilize his soldiers, so he personally charged towards the universe world. At the same time, over 30 territory lords took action along with him. All of the territory lords knew that they had to do their best to fend off this universe world attack, for the slightest impact on the royal city would surely disturb the royal lord's recuperation. Black Ink clansmen recuperated by falling into a state of deep sleep. It was the same for the royal lord as it was for everyone else. Once they were disturbed though, their recuperation would be disturbed, resulting in backlash that could undo their recovery progress or possibly even make their condition worse. The royal lord was the most powerful master they had to rely on, so they naturally wouldn't allow anything to disturb him. All the territory lords shot into the sky. The sight was magnificent as their auras were menacing. Meanwhile, countless feudal lords followed closely behind them. On a barren mountain in the forward base, Xiang Shan, Lu Zhiping, and other 8th Order Division commanders looked on intently and saw that the Black Ink clansmen from the royal city were charging forward like the moths to a flame. Before they even arrived, they had started sending out violent attacks at the universe world that was coming at the royal city. One 8th Order Division commander asked, "Do you think they can ward it off?" Honestly speaking, it wouldn't require an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to make a move to destroy a universe world. A 6th Order or even a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, given enough time, could destroy a universe world. After all, an Open Heaven Realm Master had broken free from the restraints of the inner universe. The power they could draw from their small universe was world force, hence, it wasn't difficult for them to shatter a universe world. Naturally, the Black Ink clansmen of similar strength could achieve the same results. However, the Black Ink clan was not dealing with an ordinary universe world at this moment. It was a universe world protected by various arrays that the array masters had spent a month and massive amounts of resources to arrange. Therefore, it was no longer an ordinary universe world. It was the greatest siege weapon to destroy a city with. "We'll see," Xiang Shan replied impassively. He was just giving it a try to ascertain how effective this tactic was to achieve their objective. Therefore, the East-West Army had not prepared to launch an attack at this moment. As such, the division commanders could just watch what was going on and have a casual chat among themselves. They could see that the Black Ink clan had fully utilized all their powers, as all sorts of dark, ominous techniques smashed against the universe world, which caused it to flicker and start breaking apart. There was no doubting the destructive force of several dozen territory lords making a move together. Therefore, even though the universe world was equipped with all sorts of defensive arrays, it couldn't possibly withstand the violent attacks from so many territory lords. Before the feudal lords could even make a move, the universe world had turned dim. The next instant, it exploded into countless fragments that scattered around. The territory lords couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief while at the same time, they were infuriated. It seemed they had been frightened over nothing as it was just a universe world, after all. Even though it was equipped with various arrays, it couldn't possibly pose a threat to them. However, all the territory lords had come forward to fend it off. If the humans launched an attack on the royal city at that moment, they wouldn't be able to protect the city. While such thoughts were crossing their minds, though, another ray of light appeared behind the shattered universe world. "There's more!" Che Kong roared. This time, the territory lords did not become flustered. With the earlier experience, they knew how to deal with this situation now. Furthermore, with more feudal lords joining them, it became easier to destroy the approaching universe world. Several breaths of time later, the second universe world became shattered and broke into countless pieces. The next instant, the third universe world was seen coming at them. The territory lords secretly cursed at the leaders of the human race. The series of despicable moves was quite annoying. With dozens of territory lords and innumerable feudal lords working together, they cast an attack together and destroyed the third universe world when it was still millions of kilometers away from the royal city. However, the territory lords didn't lower their guard down. They stared fixedly at the depths of the void, as they were worried that there would be a fourth universe world. Soon, they were relieved that there wasn't a fourth universe world. It seemed that the humans had only gotten 3 universe worlds prepared. Upon making sure that all the universe worlds had been intercepted and that the royal city was not impacted at all, Che Kong led the territory lords and feudal lords back. Instead of feeling elated though, Che Kong only felt increasingly worried. Although they had successfully fended off the 3 universe worlds that the humans had launched at them this time, what if there were 4, 5, or even more universe worlds? There would come a time when they were unable to stop the universe worlds, and when that happened, a large number of the Black Ink clansmen would lose their lives, and the royal lord's recovery would be interrupted. It was apparent that the humans were just testing the waters this time, and the next attack would be the real show. Che Kong believed that after the test this time, the human leaders would continue to use such a tactic. Damn it, Che Kong thought. Faced with such a despicable tactic, the Black Ink clan had no other choice but to directly deal with it. They couldn't even imitate it as they didn't have so many skillful array masters on their side.